In the celestial realm, the crown prince is inherently unruly. In a fit of rage, the heavenly emperor banishes him to the mortal world, subjecting him to the torment of reincarnation across 9 lifetimes, enduring the anguish of severed love and emotion. The left minister of fate remarks that it is a daunting task to inscribe the prince's destiny. Poor little Xia Yan is thrust forward as a human shield. Sighing, Xia Yan laments, "I dare not torment the crown prince. She can only be ruthless with herself, taking arrows, leaping from cliffs, excising her heart, and exchanging her eyes. Her principle is to inflict 1,000 sufferings upon him, while inflicting 800 upon herself." Upon returning to the heavenly palace, Xia Yan pitifully pleads, "Given my miserable state, might you spare me, your highness?" The prince retorts, How many times have you abandoned me?" The onlookers note that the prince is not base, his love runs deep to the core. Chapter 1. Entrapping the crown prince is a technical endeavor in the bitter chill of winter. As the north wind howls and snowflakes dance, the prolonged border war concludes with a victory for the Qi kingdom. The renowned war god, Wei Yuanfeng, gains fame that echoes across the continent. Within the military tent at the border, Xia Yan stands in white attire before the black-robed figure of the war god, Wei Yuanfeng.
Speak.
Where is the remaining antidote? He demands, his expression as unyielding as iron, his voice laced with the chill of the wind. Wei Yuanfeng, are you not being overly greedy? Xia Yan mocks, gazing at him with disdain. I have but one antidote. You can save either Qin Wanru or the second prince. Is it truly the only one? He suddenly raises his hand, striking the already incapacitated woman with a force that sends her reeling. Blood spills from her lips, and for a fleeting moment, her gaze drifts into confusion before she bitterly questions, "Do you truly love Qin Wanru so deeply?" Wei Yuanfeng seizes her collar, retorting, "Where is the antidote?" Seeing the man's eyes redden with fury, Xia Yan can only offer a resigned smile. "I truly possess no antidote." His brow furrows tightly, his voice hoarse with bitterness. "Do you think I would believe a word from a Turkic spy? Had it not been for her, the Qi army, who should have triumphed and reunited with their families, would not have perished in the Turks' final ambush. Yes, I was once a spy, but I fell in love with you. I forfeited my powers and consumed the flower of emotion just to remain by your side. Why can't you trust me?" Tears mingled with blood drip into the earth, her words a heartfelt lament. Each moment under the influence of the flower of emotion brings excruciating pain, akin to being torn apart. Love arises inexplicably and runs deep. Who could endure such suffering if not for love that penetrates to the bone? His fists clench, blood staining his hands, whether his or hers. He cannot tell as he bellows in rage. "Yet you have caused the loss of 30,000 lives of my Wei army. They were my brothers in life and death. That is not the case. I severed ties with the Turks long ago and have never harmed you or the Wei army in the slightest." Xia Yan pushes herself upright, swearing an oath with her finger to the heavens. The resolve in her eyes sends a jolt through Wei Yuanfeng inexplicably. He feels a pang of loss, as if he is on the brink of losing something crucial. At that moment, the tent flaps are thrown open, a gust of cold air rushing in. The vice-adjutant drags in the disheveled Turkic prince.
"Get in,"
he commands, shoving Yu Weitu to the ground. Yu Weitu, with unkempt hair and hands bound behind his back, gazes at the two within the tent with a mix of despair and hostility. He roars, "Wei Yuanfeng, I command you to release my entire clan." Wei Yuanfeng casts a cold glance at him. "What a joke. Do you think you possess any authority to command me now? By the way, I should inform you that I intend for your entire Turkic clan to accompany the Wei army in death." Having said that, he crouches down, gripping Xia Yan's chin fiercely. "Including you." With eyes reddened, Xia Yan gazes at him, her voice a whisper of despair. "You have never believed in me, never. If only I had never encountered you." As she speaks, a cough erupts, blood spilling from her lips onto Wei Yuanfeng's hand. Startled, he releases her as if her blood were searing hot. Seeing Xia Yan succumb to the poison, Yu Weitu erupts in maniacal laughter, vengefully declaring, "Wei Yuanfeng, you may verify all my words. It was Xia Yan who saved you from the avalanche. Everyone else had given up. She was the only one who fought desperately in the snow." "Nonsense. It was Qin Wanru who rescued me." Wei Yuanfeng's expression hardens like ice. His fists tighten. Had her hand truly been ruined? How could he have doubted her? forcing her to play music to please him. Wei Yuan foam, you truly are heartless, as expected of a war god. Each word strikes him like a hammer, and he staggers back, clutching his chest, feeling a fire simmering within. He seizes Yu Weitu by the collar, losing control for the first time in his life. You must possess the antidote. Save her, and I shall spare you and your kin. His eyes gleam with a feral hunger. I did give her the antidote, Yu Weitu replies. Wei Yuanfeng's eyes brighten. However, the next words from Yu Weitu plunge him into despair, but this poison affects not only Qin Wanru and the second prince, but you as well. But do you know why you seem unscathed? Yu White's gaze pierces through Wei Yuan foam. Why? Wei Yuan foam stands frozen, his throat constricting as he struggles to speak. Because she exchanged the antidote for your own. Stop talking, be silent. Wei Yuan foam stumbles back, shaken. Memories flood his mind uncontrollably. Brother Yuan foam, a yen will protect you. Brother Yuan foam, your training is too arduous. I will assist you with anything you dislike, for I only wish for your happiness. Brother Yuan foam, you must believe me, I have never harmed you. Brother Yuan foam, you are to be wed. A mouthful of blood spills from Wei Yuan foam as darkness envelopes his vision. In the first month of the new year, the capital witnesses several significant events. The Prime Minister's daughter, Qin Wanru, is jilted, plunging into despair for a month until she finally meets the war god. What she said remains unknown, but she soon vanishes from the social scene, with rumors suggesting she is married into a merchant family. Little Sealing remarks, you are far too harsh on yourself, as the spirit residing within the mustard seed observes. Xia Yan completes the aftermath of her demise in the space, feeling a wave of melancholy. Once a subordinate of the left Minister of Fate in the heavenly realm, she usually merely inscribes destinies, but misfortune struck when she took on the monumental task of entangling the Crown Prince in emotional strife. After all, he is the Crown Prince, a figure of renown in the celestial realm, with countless deities vying for his affection, and even the princess of the Phoenix clan has been reborn for him as a mere minor deity. How could she dare to provoke him? She can only inflict suffering upon herself, biting her handkerchief. The first lifetime is so tragic I can scarcely imagine how the remaining 8 will unfold. Kong Kong sighs. Indeed, let us hurry to the next lifetime. With this resolution, Xia Yan feels a flicker of joy. Yet, we cannot dismiss the possibility of the prince wanting to settle old scores. Very well, she feels a pang of cowardice. In my next lifetime, I shall be a bit more cautious. Chapter 2. The successor lady of the So, do not be so melancholic. It has been 3 days since arriving in this lifetime, and you have yet to engage in any serious endeavors. Xia Yan mutters, it never was anything serious. Kong Kong stumbles on his words. I shall read to you the destiny inscribed by the Minister of Fate for this lifetime, he dutifully explains. Your current identity is the Crown Prince's successor. Lady, your relationship with him is shallow. He marries you solely because you are the homeroom teacher of his daughter, a kind-hearted individual who can help care for the child left behind by his first love. Hey. Noticing Xia Yan's complete lack of response as she becomes engrossed in the television, Kong Kong is left speechless. Little Sealing, are you even listening to me? Oh my heavens, are mortal men this handsome? Xia Yan exclaims, captivated by the man on the screen. Kong Kong Dundonda Sodal. Ah, so this is the Crown Prince. As the world progresses, the Crown Prince's spirit will gradually return to its rightful place, bringing him closer to his true appearance. It will also become increasingly difficult to manage, but Kong Kong refrained from voicing this concern, fearing it might discourage her. The identity of the Crown Prince in this life is Gouging, the president of Global Group, aged 30. Upon hearing the mention of the Crown Prince, Xia Yan held her breath and hurried to turn off the television, her legs feeling somewhat weak. Although she had already lived an entire life, the sight of the Crown Prince still filled her with trepidation. Suddenly, there came a rapid knocking at the door, reminiscent of a debt collector's urgency. The one knocking is Gu Qingqing, your current stepdaughter, age 12, with a favorability rating of 50 towards you. Xia Yan sighed in relief, as long as it wasn't the Crown Prince. Opening the door, she found a young girl with a rebellious appearance, sporting heavy eyeliner, golden hair, and large hoop earrings, dressed in tattered clothing. This ensemble truly startled Xia Yan. The young girl looked at her with disdain and impatiently demanded, "Give me some money." Xia Yan fished out 2 coins from her pocket and handed them over. Are you trying to shoo away a beggar? Gu Qingqing swatted Xia Yan's hand away, her face contorted with anger. Xia Yan nodded, mistakenly believing she was mimicking a beggar. Gu Qingqing sneered, my dad isn't here and you won't even give me money? She stood with her hands in her pockets, showing no sign of respect for an elder. Xia Yan inquired, Gu Jinyan gives you a monthly allowance of 1 million. It's only the beginning of the month. Have you already spent it all? Why are you nagging? No matter how much I spend, it's my dad's money. Whatever remains in the Gu family is mine. It's none of your concern. Gu Qingqing's words were laced with hostility. Xia Yan understood that she was being regarded as a stepmother vying for family assets. She softened her tone, saying, then you should ask Gu Jinyan for money. I need money urgently, and he's in a meeting. I can't reach him. Do you think I would come to you otherwise? Gu Qingqing retorted angrily. How much do you need? Give me 50,000 to spend. I only have 50,000 on hand. Xia Yan spoke truthfully. Apart from household expenses, she never used Gu Jinyan's money. Come on, don't pretend to be poor. Don't think I don't know how much my dad gives you each month. Gu Qingqing pushed past her, rummaging through the room. Leaning against the doorframe, Xia Yan observed the chaos inside. As Gu Qingqing searched finally, she found a card in the drawer of the vanity. Holding the black card aloft, Gu Qingqing approached Xia Yan and mockingly said, a card with a limit of 5 million and you're left with only 50,000? Xia Yan replied coolly, that card is merely a decoration to me. The money inside is not mine, and I will not use it. Gu Qingqing chuckled, that's true, it's my dad's money, so I'll take it. Delighted, she turned to leave. However, as she reached the door, Xia Yan stopped her, saying, you can take the card, but you must leave a written acknowledgement. I'm taking my own family's money. Why would I need to write anything? Gu Qingqing met her gaze defiantly. Xia Yan smiled. This card is issued in my name. Legally, it is my card and I am responsible for it. Moreover, if I wish to return it, it will be to your father. If you want it, you can ask him for it after I return it. Fuming, Gu Qingqing exclaimed. Xia Yan retrieved a stack of cash from the cabinet, saying, this 50,000 is what I earn myself. Take it if you need it. 50,000? Not even enough for a meal. Gu Qingqing rolled her eyes. I don't want your money. I'll write the acknowledgement. She grabbed a random piece of paper from the table and pulled out an eyeliner pen to write, Gu Qingqing, take 1 black card. Xia Yan interjected, please specify that it is my black card. Gu Qingqing glared but complied, adding, Gu Qingqing, take 1 black card belonging to Xia Yan. Xia Yan continued, please also note the limit. Grinding her teeth, Gu Qingqing rewrote it. Gu Qingqing, take 1 black card belonging to Xia Yan with a limit of 5 million. With a cold expression, she asked Xia Yan, is that enough? Xia Yan nodded, reaching for the card. Gu Qingqing disdainfully tossed the acknowledgement at Xia Yan's feet. This action startled Gu Qingqing. She had not anticipated that Xia Yan would not react in anger as she had imagined. Frustrated, she made a face at Xia Yan before pouting and leaving. Kong remarked, Gu Qingqing's favorability dropped another 5 just now. Xia Yan took it in stride, since it's all negative. 50 and 55 are practically the same. After pondering, she asked, what is the Crown Prince's favorability towards the original host? Gu Jinyan, favorability 0. Chapter 3, The President's Successor, Wife Part 2. 2 years of marriage, favorability 0, utterly despicable. After careful consideration, Xia Yan suggested, Kong, do you think it would count as torturing him if I stuffed the Crown Prince in a sack and gave him a good thrashing? Xia Yan shivered. I can't bear it. This was an unbearable weight of life. I will assist you. There are plenty of reference materials in the world, and I have gathered them all for you. Go open the safe in the corner. Xia Yan expressed her gratitude by silently applauding the air, for Kong was merely a formless presence, with no physical body, only consciousness. Approaching the safe, she deftly inputted the password from memory, opening the door to reveal a neatly arranged collection of colorful books. Kong, are you joking with me? Am I the kind of irresponsible heir? According to my research, this material is sufficient to make a city of presidents weep. Xia Yan hesitated. Could it really be that powerful? With utmost confidence, she opened the first page of The Overbearing President Is So Bad, only to be greeted by a scene of rampant desire in a hotel. As someone who had not encountered much of the world, her face flushed and her heart raced. The woman's face flushed, helplessly moaning. She could not withstand the man's relentless demands, pleading, "Long out, Yan. Please stop." Xia Yan closed the book and gritted her teeth. "Shut your mouth, I can read myself." She bypassed the steamy sections and began reading from the back. 2 hours later, with red-rimmed eyes, Xia Yan sobbed, "It's too cruel, I don't want to read any further." Kong Kong. Do you think Long Outyen will realize that the female lead's first child was lost because of him? Of course he knows otherwise. How would it be torturous? It later mentions that after Long Outyen discovers he caused the death of the female lead's child, he is consumed by grief and passionately loves her for one night. Xia Yan rolled her eyes. "All right, be quiet. By the time he wholeheartedly loves that woman, she would make her escape with the child." Xia Yan commanded, "Kong Kong, check the Crown Prince's favorability ratings towards the women around him and find the highest one." Half an hour later, Xia Yan impatiently asked, "Are you done yet?" Halfway through, there are too many women around him. Xia Yan, truly befitting of a crown prince. An hour later, Kong Kong shouted, "Found it." Who? What's her identity? Han Mingxi, a popular actress, known for her role in the drama The Overbearing President Loves Deeply, aged 24. Quite young, the same age as her current self. Xia Yan exclaimed in excitement, "Quick, bring up The Overbearing President Loves Deeply." If Han Mingxi had experience in this regard, it would be even easier to torment the crown prince. However, Xia Yan remained confident her inability to accept it did not mean the crown prince could not. After all, he was no ordinary man. Xia Yan asked, "What is the crown prince's current favorability rating towards Han Mingxi?" It would be ideal if it reached 85, allowing her to implement her plan to break them apart directly. Gu Jinyan's current favorability towards Han Mingxi is 5. Xia Yan, check again, still 5. The situation is dire. The man has a mere 5 favorability rating amidst a multitude of women. Xia Yan cleared her throat and boldly inquired, "Could you ascertain the highest favorability rating the crown prince has for the men around him? Please refrain from questioning the crown prince's sexual orientation." Nevertheless, it complied and retrieved the information. Chapter 4. The CEO's Future Wife Part 3. The man with the highest favorability rating, Han Sheng, is the esteemed agent at Global Film Group with a favorability of 55. This revelation left Xia Yan feeling anxious. Could it be that the crown prince genuinely harbored affection for men? Perhaps the women surrounding him were mere facades. It then struck Xia Yan that the card might indeed have a password. As she contemplated sharing the password with Gu Qingqing, she heard a notification. Alert! Gu Qingqing will be assaulted at the nightclub tonight. Xia Yan paused. As a stepmother, she bore the responsibility for Gu Qingqing's safety. She decided to take a bold stance, saying, "You only asked for the card, not the password. Without money, how would you venture to the nightclub?" Gu Qingqing, in a fit of rage, retorted, "Xia Yan, you're ruthless. I'll have you know that my father is surrounded by women. If I needed money, they would eagerly offer it to me." She sneered, "At that point, I'll ensure my father divorces you and marry someone else." The audacity of this little girl seeking her own stepmother was quite striking. However, as the daughter of the global CEO, Gu Qingqing could undoubtedly secure funds from others, rendering Xia Yan's economic blockade ineffective. Xia Yan proposed, "I can divulge the password, but you must promise me you will not set foot in that inappropriate venue." Gu Qingqing dismissed her concern with a nonchalant "all right." She is lying. Xia Yan was acutely aware she was not naive enough to overlook the disdain etched across the young girl's face. Yet she still divulged the password is 123456. Such simplicity in a password was hard to believe. Gu Qingqing doubted Xia Yan's intentions, suspecting that this was yet another ploy, especially considering the card possessed a limit of 5 million, while her monthly salary barely reached 3,000 in a commanding tone. Gu Qingqing insisted, "You're coming with me to the mall." This request was acceptable. Xia Yan had intended to accompany her throughout the day, assuming the role of a dedicated bodyguard. Being a stepmother in a wealthy family was no easy feat. Currently clad in sleepwear, she opened her wardrobe to find it brimming with professional attire. Given the likelihood of physical altercations later, Xia Yan rummaged for a casual white t-shirt and blue jeans. At just 24 years of age, she was in the prime of her youth, yet due to her career constraints and marriage to a man 6 years her senior, she often dressed in a manner that belied her age. Today, She opted for a simple ponytail and eschewed makeup, her natural beauty enabling her to stand alongside Gu Qingqing, convincing others they were siblings. Observing Xia Yan's appearance, Gu Qingqing noted a distinct change. Xia Yan was no longer incessantly lecturing her or assuming an elder's authoritative demeanor. While still somewhat irksome, Gu Qingqing found she could tolerate appearing in public with a new version of Xia Yan. As they ventured into the bustling mall, Xia Yan maintained an air of composure, while her heart raced with exhilaration. This world was utterly fascinating. "Please wrap that Cartier men's watch for me," Gu Qingqing commanded, her eyes unblinking at the price of 350,000. She lounged nonchalantly with her legs crossed, a freshly served coffee resting on the table before her. The saleswoman smiled gently. "Please hold on a moment." Noticing everyone sipping coffee, Xia Yan curiously lifted a cup, wondering if this dark liquid was as delightful as it appeared. After a tentative sip, she grimaced at its bitterness. The watch was soon wrapped, and as Gu Qingqing swiped her card, she discovered the password truly was 123,456. Casting a fleeting glance at Xia Yan, she noticed her furrowed brow. A flash of displeasure crossed Gu Qingqing's face, and she gripped the card tighter, convinced that Xia Yan was simply distressed over the expense, exuding an air of poverty. Gu Qingqing vowed that should Xia Yan dare to lecture her on spending, she would ensure Xia Yan was publicly humiliated. Xia Yan, taken aback by the unprovoked glare, pondered internally. Why does this stepdaughter harbor such animosity towards me? Previously, before you became her stepmother, you were her favorite teacher. When Gu Jinyan witnessed your harmonious rapport during a parent-teacher meeting, he pursued you, and they wed hastily. Perhaps the speed of your marriage has bred resentment in Gu Qingqing. She believes your previous kindness was merely a strategy to ensnare her father, categorizing you as a conniving woman. Chapter 5, The President's Successor, Part 4. Gu Qingqing had mentally prepared herself for the impending confrontation, yet when Xia Yan laid eyes on her, she simply smiled and remarked, "Shall we be on our way?" Xia Yan draped an arm over her shoulder, playfully suggesting, "Why not indulge me for a while?" The young girl furrowed her brow in discomfort, shrugging off Xia Yan's hand with impatience. "Li Jianan is celebrating his birthday, and I must attend his party." Xia Yan recalled the name Li Jianan. He was the class monitor, blessed with captivating peach blossom eyes, academic prowess, a prosperous background, and striking good looks that endeared him to the girls at their school. "As his homeroom teacher, it is my duty to extend my congratulations," Xia Yan rationalized to herself. Gu Qingqing retorted, "If you go, how are we supposed to enjoy ourselves? They are unaware of our connection. Do you wish to make me the subject of their ridicule? If you are reluctant to acknowledge me as your stepmother, you may simply introduce me as your cousin," Xia Yan proposed. "You aspire to infiltrate our family, but I shall not grant you that wish." Gu Qingqing scoffed, crossing her arms and casting a scrutinizing gaze at Xia Yan. Xia Yan could not divulge the truth that today she intended to protect her from an impending assault, lest she be deemed mentally unstable. Instead, she threatened, "Do not presume I am oblivious to the location of your gathering. If your father were to find out." Gu Qingqing was momentarily speechless, pondering who had foolishly leaked such information to this woman. In a flurry, she exclaimed, "You must not tell my father." Xia Yan countered, "Then take me along." The idea of bringing a teacher to a nightclub was undeniably awkward. However, as it was Li Jianan's birthday, Gu Qingqing reluctantly conceded, "I will allow you to accompany me. But you must not disrupt the atmosphere. Should you embarrass me, I shall have my father divorce you." Xia Yan replied, "Rest assured." Her tone bore little resemblance to that of Gu Jinyun's daughter. It sounded much more akin to her mother's. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Yan bent down and ripped her denim trousers at the thigh, transforming them into distressed jeans akin to Gu Qingqing's, thus appearing more youthful. Satisfied, she commented, "Does this not suit you better?" Gu Qingqing was taken aback by her actions, but upon closer inspection, she found that Xia Yan's pants were indeed quite stylish, even more so than her own. She reluctantly nodded in agreement. At 8 o'clock, Xia Yan followed Gu Qingqing to the Golden Palace nightclub, a renowned entertainment venue in the capital. It boasted a distinct hierarchy, categorizing patrons based on the gold, silver, or bronze cards they possessed. Gouging held a silver card, a mid-tier VIP pass, and the doorman, upon seeing the underage girl, did not even question her before granting her entry. The first-floor hall reverberated with raucous music, where couples swayed together, lost in a haze of flashing lights and indulgence. A birthday party in such a place? It's rather concerning, Gouging shouted to her. Let's head upstairs. All right. Amidst the throng, she finally ascended to the second floor with Gouging. The atmosphere here was noticeably tamer, with rows of private booths offering a sense of relief. This was manageable. The chaos of the first floor had been overwhelming. Inside a spacious KTV booth sat over a dozen students, having shed their school uniforms in favor of more rebellious attire. As the booth door swung open, all eyes instinctively fixed on the two newcomers. The young men inhaled sharply, surprised that Gouging had brought their teacher along, in the presence of their instructor. Even dressed in ripped jeans and styled waves, they remained children at heart, awkwardly rising to greet her. Hello, Teacher Xia, they stammered. Xia Yan smiled warmly. No need to be so formal. I am merely here to convey my best wishes to Jianan. Happy birthday. Gouging, feeling a bit shy, approached the central figure among them and bashfully declared, Happy birthday, Li Jianan. She then presented him with a newly purchased watch, raised in both hands. Indeed, Li Jianan was quite handsome, clad in a crisp white shirt that exuded a youthful charm. He responded with gentle humility, Thank you, Gu classmate. He then turned to Xia Yan, nodding appreciatively, Thank you, Teacher Xia. Was she truly here just to offer her blessings? After conveying her wishes, would she depart? Out of courtesy, Li Jianan insisted, Teacher Xia, please stay for the cake before you leave. The students exchanged glances, taken aback by his unpretentiousness. Chapter 6, The President's Successor, Part 5. Seeing that Xia Yan truly had no intention of leaving, Li Jianan did not betray any signs of regret, maintaining a warm smile. The cake was initially scheduled to arrive at 10, but he found himself having to call the driver to expedite its delivery. With Xia Yan present, the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Couples who had previously sat closely together now distanced themselves, forming a configuration of boys on the left and girls on the right. Centered around Li Jianan, Li Jianan gently inquired, Teacher, the cake is on its way. Would you like to sing a song? Xia Yan, not wanting to linger by the door, felt compelled to stay and decided she would not disrupt the birthday celebration. She aimed to enliven the gathering. Searching her mind for an appropriate song proved fruitless, so she suggested, You all go ahead and sing. I'll think of something. All right, how about you all? Li Jianan asked the others. They all shook their heads decisively, reluctant to showcase themselves in front of their teacher. Observing this, Li Jianan chuckled. Then I shall sing a song. This marked his first performance of the day, an effort to alleviate the awkwardness surrounding them. Gradually, the atmosphere lightened as the crowd cheered. Hearing Jianan sing today has been worth it. We are blessed to have Teacher Xia here, proclaimed Zhou Peng, the Class S energetic sports representative. The girls' faces flushed with excitement, and Gouging suddenly found Xia Yan's presence less irksome. Li Jianan's voice was deep and soothing as he sang a gentle ballad, the melody flowing like a babbling brook, softly caressing the ears and heart, while the audience was enraptured. Xia Yan communicated with Kong Kong in her mind. What song could best elevate the ambience? After a brief search, Kong Kong extracted a song from its database. I Would Love Even If I Die, with a request rate of 98/99. This one I shall master quickly. Kong Kong transmitted the song into Xia Yan's consciousness, and soon the melody began to take shape in her mind. When Li Jianan finished his performance, the applause erupted fervently. Jianan's singing was magnificent, especially noted by the girls, their hands red from clapping. Teacher, have you thought of a song? Let me help you choose, Li Jianan offered, holding the microphone with gentlemanly grace. Xia Yan took the microphone and said, Please play I Would Love Even If I Die. The crowd swallowed collectively, surprised by their teacher's choice in style. However, They had already resolved that should she struggle with the high notes, they would applaud vigorously to cover her. Yet, it appeared their teacher Xia was quite the accomplished vocalist. As the saying goes, one can discern expertise by the first note, and her high notes threatened to shatter the ceiling. Wang Yuqi quietly asked Gu Qingqing, "How did you come here with teacher Xia?" Gu Qingqing replied, adhering to Xia Yan's earlier instruction, "She is actually my cousin. I brought her along, fearing she might complain." She then glanced at Li Jianan, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as she said, "I'm sorry if I've disrupted your birthday party." Li Jianan shook his head, smiling. "Not at all. It's been a novel birthday experience." Dou Peng bluntly asked, "Gu Qingqing, your cousin, our teacher, does she sing at home?" He speculated. "Is she auditioning for the voice of Kyoto or something? Her high notes are remarkably on point." Gu Qingqing hesitated for a moment, perhaps. She was equally surprised by Xia Yan's singing prowess. Once the song concluded, Xia Yan exhaled deeply. It was not merely "I would love even if I die," but rather a performance that nearly took her breath away. She suspected Kong Kong might have been punishing her with those high notes. Nevertheless, the effect was undeniable. The atmosphere had indeed warmed, with classmates clamoring to know if her talent was innate or honed through practice. Xia Yan hoarsely replied, "It's a gift. Don't be envious. I have Kong Kong and you do not." "Teacher, could you sing the Qinghai Plateau next?" a boy urged. Xia Yan, having already given her all in "I would love even if I die," thought, what is there to fear about the Qinghai Plateau? She communicated with Kong Kong in her mind, "Bring forth the Qinghai Plateau, swiftly." Kong Kong responded, "Prepare for something formidable." As she reached the line that is the Qinghai Plateau, Xia Yan regretted underestimating her own limits. By the time she finished, the crowd was in a frenzy, finally forgetting her role as a teacher and treating her as a resident performer. "Teacher, can you do dolphin sounds?" came a playful inquiry. Xia Yan replied, "I need to visit the restroom." It seemed she had opted for a clever escape. Some had already preemptively claimed the space. Gu Qingqing felt like the center of attention, secretly reveling in her newfound status. Gu Qingqing's favorability -30. While washing her hands, Xia Yan was startled by the sudden notification sound. Had her favorability really increased? She had captivated them with merely 2 songs. Chapter 7, The Successor of the President, Part 6. She lingered in the corridor. Where the soundproofing on the second floor was far from effective, some doors remained ajar. As she walked, she commented, "The singing is truly atrocious. It's even worse than the braying of Zhang Guolao's donkey. Is this person singing with a throttled voice?" Her face flushed as she realized that this private room was clearly engaged in something unspeakable, prompting her to hastily leave. Turning into a corner, she spotted a drunken man cornering one of her classmates, Lu Wan, who was struggling against his grip on her wrist. "Let go of me," she cried. The man leered, his breath reeking of alcohol. "Hey there, why not join me for a drink?" His large hand shamelessly roamed over the girl, causing Lu Wan to break down in tears. This is the man who assaulted Gu Qingqing. Upon observing this grotesquely overweight man, Xia Yan revealed a cruel smile. She had waited all night for this scoundrel. And finally, the moment had arrived. With a swift kick, she sent the man crashing against the wall. Lu Wan, seeing her savior, rushed behind Xia Yan, calling out in fear, "Teacher Xia." The drunken man was astonished that a woman could possess such strength. Already unsteady, he now slumped against the wall, unable to rise. Just then, a passing waiter, carrying drinks for the patrons, caught Xia Yan's eye. "I'll take that drink. Charge it to room 205, she instructed. The waiter, understanding her intent, handed her the bottle before heading downstairs to fetch more. Xia Yan seized the man's hair and sneered, "So, you wanted to drink, did you?" With bare hands, she uncapped a bottle of whiskey and forced it down his throat, pouring relentlessly until he had consumed 3 bottles. The drunken man struggled in vain, ultimately collapsing to the floor, unconscious. Xia Yan dusted off her hands, casting a disdainful glance at him. If I hadn't knocked him out, who knows which young lady he would have harmed next. "Teacher, this man is not to be trifled with. He-S from Jiabe, Li Jianan leaned against the wall, a half-burned cigarette in hand. To her surprise, he had witnessed her earlier roughness, causing Xia Yan's heart to skip a beat. She smiled at him, saying, "Jianan, you haven't seen anything." Li Jianan chuckled, "Indeed, I haven't seen a thing." Xia Yan stepped forward, snatching the cigarette from his hand and extinguishing it in the nearby trash. "Students should not smoke. It is detrimental to your health." Li Jianan looked down, shuffling his feet, somewhat helpless. Gouging shyly offered her jacket to Li Jianan. Even merely holding the garment imbued with his warmth made her palms feel hot. Li Jianan, however, did not wear it, merely draping it over his shoulder. Xia Yan observed this interaction silently. Gouging was clearly at a loss with this boy. As they reached the corridor, the drunken man had vanished. They could only hear the cacophony of voices nearby. "Find that wretched girl for me. I will end her. Brother Da, please calm down. We will search high and low to find her. As long as she is not with them, these kids won't be seen as accomplices." Li Jianan frowned, stating, "I've already called the bodyguards. They will be here shortly." "Teacher Xia, we cannot leave you here alone." Xia Yan declined his offer, knowing their presence would hinder her effectiveness and distract her from her focus. Lu Wan, who had just informed her of Xia Yan's intervention, voiced her own concerns. "Should we seek out the manager of the Golden Hall?" Li Jianan replied gravely, "That would be futile. Managers merely turn a blind eye." "Listen to your teacher. You all should leave." "I assure you, I will be fine." Xia Yan's gaze hardened as she stared ahead, a sinister glint in her eyes. Chapter 8. The President's Successor, Part 7. Though they had reigned supreme in school, they had yet to encounter the realities of society. And the sheer magnitude of the situation left the boys feeling somewhat intimidated, while the girls were engulfed in fear and uncertainty. Lu Wan cried out, "It is all my fault. The teacher clashed with him because of me." The robust Zhou Peng, filled with fervor, declared, "Let's confront them." He was ready to grab anything that could serve as a weapon. As the group approached, there was no time left for them to escape. The crowd, filled with reluctance, questioned, "Teacher?" Li Jianan's eyes darkened as he replied, "Let's listen to the teacher." Xia Yan smirked. The class monitor commanded more authority than she, the homeroom teacher. She frowned and asked Li Jianan, "Why aren't you going in to lend a hand?" Li Jianan rolled up his sleeves and replied, "Be careful. If you can't win, run." A group of tattooed men in vests approached, wielding baseball bats. Zhang De, noticing the girl standing defiantly at the corridor's edge, wore a wicked grin. The drunken man from earlier pointed at her, accusingly saying, "It was this BTCH who hit me. If he weren't pretending to be unconscious, she would have drowned him." As Xia Yan walked toward them, her fists cracking ominously, she sneered, "Haven't had enough to drink?" Zhang De felt a chill from her gaze, but dismissed her as merely a woman, alone and unable to take on their group. He swung his iron rod at her head, but Xia Yan deftly stepped back and tripped him, bringing him crashing down. She seized the bat from his hands, striking his palm as if wielding a teacher's ruler, while admonishing, "This is what happens when you don't learn your lesson." Zhang De winced in pain and angrily shouted at his subordinates, "What are you staring at? Come help me." The small-time thugs, realizing their leader had been subdued with one swift move, hesitated, then charged forward in a frenzy. Undeterred, Xia Yan swung the bat, blocking and striking, aiming to inflict pain without causing fatal harm. Li Jianan joined the fray, and Xia Yan shot him a glance, impressed by his skill, as if he had trained before. Yet she remained vigilant, keeping an eye on his side. "Teacher, we are here to help." The door to the box burst open, and Zhou Peng emerged brandishing a stool, followed by several other students. The thugs, seeing fresh reinforcements, noted their youth, clearly underage, without the ability to use her skills. Xia Yan shouted, "Everyone, run to the first floor." They dashed to the dance floor, hoping the thugs would lose track of them. Li Jianan understood her intention, shielding the female students as they hurried down. Xia Yan, disregarding the severity of her strikes, was determined to protect her students at all costs. The small-time thugs howled in dismay as Xia Yan charged through them like a force of nature. They are armed. With your current capabilities, you cannot withstand them. The voice of Kong Kong warned. Xia Yan paused momentarily, then, seeing her students had successfully evacuated, she hurried downstairs. A click echoed, the sound of a gun being loaded. If you run, I will shoot, Zhang De threatened, realizing the woman was about to escape. Ignoring Brother Wang's earlier warning, he brandished his gun menacingly. Xia Yan halted. Turning to him calmly, I presume you do not wish to attract the attention of the police? Zhang De retorted fiercely, so don't force me to pull the trigger. Xia Yan reassured him. Why would I? Having a gun is a grave offense. I am merely an ordinary citizen. And you wouldn't want to draw the police's attention because of me. Zhang De sneered. Throw the bat over, or I will shoot. Xia Yan covertly asked Kong Kong. What are the odds of him actually firing? An 80 chance. Clearly, you have provoked him, came the reply. Reluctantly, Xia Yan tossed aside the bat and approached him, feigning surrender. Zhang Da's face twisted into a lewd grin as he reached to caress her face, gripping her chin and saying, You brought this upon yourself. Suppressing her fury, Xia Yan put on an expression of resignation, all the while searching for an opportunity to disarm him. Suddenly, a commanding voice boomed from behind, startling Zhang Da. Seizing the moment, Xia Yan struck his elbow, forcing his gun hand upward and firing 3 rounds into the air, effectively discharging all the bullets. Zhang Da thought to himself, This is the end. The prince is right behind you. Kong Kong's words sent a shiver down Xia Yan's spine, as she realized that the pristine image she had initially presented was now shattered. Chapter 9. The President's Successor, Part 8. Upon witnessing Xia Yan's impressive display of skill, Gu Qingqing felt a wave of regret wash over her. Had she known Xia Yan possessed such prowess, she would not have sought her father's assistance. Just moments ago, while trailing behind her classmates downstairs, she spotted her father descending from the 3rd-floor corridor. Fearing that the group might return to apprehend them, she inadvertently walked into a trap. Clearly, Xia Yan was unharmed. As long as her father was present, no one dared to threaten their safety. Gu Jingyun was engaged in conversation with a man beside him while Xia Yan discreetly observed him. The man before her was tall and elegant, clad in a bespoke shirt from a prestigious international brand, with a black suit jacket tucked under his arm. His strikingly handsome face bore an air of aggression, and his deep, narrow eyes were fixed upon her. Xia Yan held her breath, contemplating the first words she should utter. Come here. Gu Jinyun's voice was soft yet imbued with an irresistible authority. Xia Yan glanced around, realizing he was addressing her. What a predicament. Their first encounter was marred by the fact that he had witnessed her in a brawl. With trembling steps, she approached Gu Jinyun, entirely lacking the confidence she had displayed during the fight. Under the gaze of onlookers, she finally shuffled to his side, only to be enveloped by the generous fabric of his suit jacket, which carried a subtle and pleasant fragrance. Xia Yan's cheeks flushed. Had she known, she would not have torn her jeans into shorts. In stark contrast to Xia Yan's awkwardness, Gu Jinyun naturally took her hand and, in a calm and steady tone, addressed the middle-aged man beside him, saying, Mr. Wang, I shall take my wife and leave. Mr. Wang, visibly anxious, replied, Please take your time. I sincerely apologize for the inadequate hospitality today, and I shall ensure they are punished severely. Zhang De felt a shiver run through him, realizing he had offended someone of considerable stature. He was fully aware of the effort Mr. Wang had expended to secure an audience with the president of the global group, and now he feared for his fate. Xia Yan sensed the tension surrounding them. Naturally, who would be at ease upon witnessing their spouse or child cavorting in a nightclub? Yet, she had come for Gu Qingqing's safety. Was it too late to voice her intentions now? The bodyguard instinctively moved forward to open the car door, and Gu Qingqing quickly slid into the front passenger seat. Why would you choose to sit in the front of such a spacious limousine? Xia Yan questioned. Is there no room in the back for you to squeeze in? It was already past 10 in the evening. Gu Jingyun reclined in the back seat, eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought. The silence was only broken when Han Mengshi cheerfully inquired, "Are you Gu Qingqing, the daughter of President Gu?" Xia Yan hesitated to disclose her identity as Gu Jinyun's wife, contemplating how to respond, when Gu Jinyun interjected calmly, "She is my wife." Xia Yan offered an awkward smile, and silence enveloped the vehicle once more. Gu Jinyun nodded slightly before the door was closed. Having indulged a bit too much in drink, Gu Jinyun pinched the bridge of his nose, his striking features contorted in fatigue. After a moment, he opened his eyes and wearily said to Xia Yan, "Sit closer to me." Anxiously, she shifted a seat closer to him, and upon noticing his continued gaze, she moved even nearer. Growing impatient, Gu Jinyun pulled her to his side, causing Xia Yan to unexpectedly land on his lap. Startled, she jumped up, hitting her head against the ceiling before sitting back down. Gu Jinyun chuckled softly, wrapping his arms around her and gently tousling her hair, asking in a low voice, "Why are you so restless? Does it hurt?" With tears welling in her eyes, Xia Yan replied, "Not at all, though it was a blatant lie." "When did you learn such skills?" Gu Jinyun mused, feeling he knew so little about his little wife. Just as Xia Yan struggled to fabricate a response, a voice chimed in. "You studied martial arts for 4 years in college." Xia Yan quickly echoed, "I studied martial arts for 4 years in college." Gu Jinyun's expression remained inscrutable as he suddenly chuckled. "I always thought you were the obedient type. I never anticipated this rebellious side of you." Xia Yan shyly lowered her head. The car entered the villa district of Qingping Mountain, where Masterly parked at the entrance, and someone promptly opened the door. Gu Jinyun alighted, stretching lazily, appearing utterly exhausted. He casually inquired, "Where is Qingqing?" "Have her wait for me in the study." Feeling a pang of sympathy, Xia Yan silently mourned for Gu Qingqing for 3 seconds. At that moment, Gu Jinyun cast her an enigmatic glance and instructed, "You should wait for me in my room." Xia Yan froze, silently lamenting her fate for 3 minutes. Chapter 10, The President's Successor, Part 9. Upon entering the room, she flung herself onto the spacious bed, changed into her loungewear, and, with a heart heavy with trepidation, ventured towards Gu Jinyun's chambers. His room was impeccably tidy, to the point of being meticulous, and the monochromatic color scheme only heightened Xia Yan's sense of unease. The space was vast, and she perched herself in a corner of the sofa. In a whisper, she called out to Kunken, "What if the Crown Prince decides to sleep with me?" "That is unlikely. The Crown Prince has not shared a bed with the original owner in 2 years." Xia Yan scoffed lightly. "What a scoundrel." Kunken pondered. Could this be interpreted as Xia Yan's disappointment? Nevertheless, with this conclusion, Xia Yan felt a sense of relief. As time passed, she gradually shifted from sitting stiffly on the sofa to reclining, ultimately succumbing to slumber on the bed. When Gu Jinyun entered, he was greeted with the sight of a small white rabbit nestled in his bed. Indeed, Xia Yan's pajamas resembled a cartoon rabbit, complete with a hat adorned with ears. A sweet smile graced her lips, suggesting she was lost in a delightful dream. For the first time, Gu Jinyun observed her closely. Her skin was a delicate porcelain hue, her long lashes framing a pair of enchanting eyes, and her cherry-red lips curved in an adorable arc. He gently poked her cheek, prompting Xia Yan to smooch softly and reveal a contented smile. Was the little rabbit dreaming of munching on carrots? Gu Jinyun mused to himself. After changing into his sleepwear and taking a shower, he lay down, exhausted, glancing at the little rabbit beside him. After a moment's hesitation, he turned off the light and drifted into sleep. The following morning, Xia Yan awoke to the weight of a man pressing down on her. The dim light of the room revealed a strong arm draped across her chest, and she swallowed hard, utterly bewildered. Had she been slept with? What should she do? Should she scream? Stealing a furtive glance at the man beside her, she noted his serene features, his chiseled jawline, and the defined muscles of his abdomen, leaving much to the imagination. Xia Yan buried her face in her hands. After all, she was merely a child of 3,000 years. Kunken interjected, 3,000 years is not insignificant. The Crown Prince is 30,000 years old. Kumpkin suddenly felt disinclined to inform this naive girl that nothing had transpired. It cleared its throat, having shared a bed with the crown prince. You've certainly taken advantage of him. How many women would yearn for such an opportunity, yet never attain it? Upon hearing this, Xia Yan considered it. She could boast, I have slept with the crown prince. How impressive that would sound. Gouging was stirred awake by her small movements. He groggily glanced at the clock, 6:23, noting he could indulge in another half-hour of sleep. He tightened his embrace around the little rabbit, coaxing, Stay still. Let me sleep a while longer. Once I wake, I'll take you to work. Xia Yan dared not move, responding only with a nasal sound of agreement. Half an hour later, Gouging finally roused from his slumber, his voice slightly hoarse as he complimented, What a good little rabbit. Xia Yan pouted. Who is the little rabbit? Scoundrel. Gouging chuckled lightly, rising to straighten his disheveled sleepwear. He had slept well the previous night and felt in high spirits that morning. Feeling shy, Xia Yan buried herself under the covers. According to the novel the overbearing president deeply loves, waking up in a man's bed should elicit some reaction. Perhaps she should toss a couple of $100 to feign a game of seduction. However, she had come in her pajamas and had no money in her pockets. Hearing the sound of a belt being unbuckled outside, fearing she might miss a great opportunity, she quickly emerged from her cocoon, accusing, What did you do to me last night? Gouging paused, then narrowed his enchanting eyes, half kneeling on the bed, enveloping Xia Yan with his presence. In a voice laced with allure, he asked, What would you like me to do? Or is there something you desire? Xia Yan regretted her boldness. She could not summon the words as depicted in her novels. Stammering, she replied, I just wanted to ask if you helped me take off my socks. She glanced at her smooth toes, offering a sheepish smile. Thank you for helping me with my socks. Seeing her adorably dazed expression, Gouging relented, creating some space for her to breathe. He approached the wardrobe, retrieving 2 shirts, asking, Which one looks better? Xia Yan flattered, You look good in either. I prefer blue. Gouging raised an eyebrow at her before selecting a blue striped designer shirt. He donned the shirt before her eyes, fastening each button slowly, transforming from a dangerously charming rogue into an even more captivating figure of elegance. Gouging's favorability decreased by 40. As Xia Yan dressed, she inquired, Why did it suddenly drop by 10? Did you dream of me? You were seen emerging from Gouging's room in your pajamas. Well then. Chapter 11, The President's Successor, Part 10. The atmosphere at the dining table was somewhat peculiar, as Xia Yan gazed sympathetically at the swollen-eyed Gouging, who was on the verge of tears. Gouging's favorability minus 45? Why? Xia Yan pondered in confusion. Gouging feels that your gaze is mocking her. She did not. Xia Yan protested, feeling aggrieved. Gouging set down his knife and fork, elegantly wiped his hands, and patiently awaited at the table. Gouging inquired curiously, Daddy, aren't you going to the office? I'll take you both to school first, Gouging replied, tapping the table lightly, implying urgency. Gouging, slightly embarrassed, retorted, Uncle Li can take us. She had no intention of attending school. She hadn't even completed her homework and was contemplating skipping class to visit an internet cafe. Gouging adjusted the cuffs of his shirt and, with an air of authority, stated, Less chatter, eat quickly. Gouging struggled to respond, finally managing a meek, Oh. Xia Yan raised an eyebrow, observing how Gouging, fierce as a tiger before her, instantly transformed into a docile house cat in front of her father. After finishing the last sip of her milk, Xia Yan gently set down her cup and said, I'm full now. I'll go upstairs to fetch my laptop. Gouging, do you need my help bringing your backpack down? Gouging shot her a glare and retorted, No need. Gouging, mind your attitude, Gouging said, arms crossed in front of him, speaking slowly. Xia Yan nodded in agreement. Your father is right. Gouging was taken aback. Was Xia Yan truly dropping the pretense in front of her father? Shouldn't she graciously say, It's all right, Gouging is still a child, to showcase her maternal kindness? When Xia Yan descended the stairs with her laptop bag, Gouging had already retrieved the car from the garage. Gu sat in the back seat, her expression one of deep frustration. Xia Yan locked the back door. Gu made a face at her. Taking a deep breath, Xia Yan endured and proceeded to open the front passenger door. Gu Jingyun held the steering wheel with one hand, his gaze fixed on her as she entered the car. Xia Yan, nervous, broke into a silly smile. The man's eyes seemed to convey some unspoken message. Suddenly, recalling a scene from The Overbearing President Deeply Loves, she shyly fidgeted with her fingers, wondering if he was subtly requesting a good morning kiss. Yes, just as you imagined. Determined, Xia Yan quickly planted a kiss on Gu Jinyun's cheek. He stiffened, a faint blush creeping onto his face, and he turned away, casually uttering, "Buckle up." Huh? Xia Yan exclaimed, hastily fastening her seatbelt. Mortified to the point of wishing to vanish into thin air alongside her inner thoughts, she silently vowed, "Just wait," inner self. After 25 minutes, they arrived at Yuda Middle School. Perhaps the heavens sensed Xia Yan's embarrassment, for they encountered a series of green lights, allowing them to reach their destination smoothly. Xia Yan exited the car, quickly saying, "It's all a misunderstanding," before shutting the door and making a hasty exit, her movements fluid and effortless, with a difficulty rating of 0.007. Seeing her flustered departure, Gu Jinyun chuckled softly within the car. Once inside the school grounds, Xia Yan and Gu Qingqing walked in succession. Gu Qingqing mocked, "What are you pretending to be reserved for?" The young girl, having just left her father, was now flaunting herself. Xia Yan unabashedly replied, "Then I won't pretend anymore. Next time, it'll be a French kiss." Gu Qingqing was left speechless, and suddenly her expression changed dramatically as she sprinted into the building at breakneck speed. Xia Yan felt triumphant. When it came to thick skin, she had never been outdone. "Xia Yan, you forgot your laptop bag." Gu Jinyun's voice came from behind her, his hand casually in his pocket, the other holding her pink laptop bag. Xia Yan slowly turned around, feeling awkward once more. "Thank you." She grasped the bag, but it stubbornly remained in Gu Jinyun's grip. Confused, she looked up at him, only to find him bending closer, a low chuckle escaping his lips. "Do you enjoy the French style?" Chapter 12. The President's Successor, Part 11. Xia Yan's face flushed crimson, feeling an overwhelming embarrassment upon realizing she had been overheard by the person in question. She quickly summoned her knowledge of the world, stammering, "Foie gras is not too rich. Caviar is quite delightful and French cuisine is generally exquisite." Gu Jinyun released her hand, and Xia Yan, feeling a sense of relief, picked up her laptop bag, only to hear him chuckle and say, "I will come to pick you up for French dinner tonight." As she watched President Gu depart, Xia Yan stepped into the teaching building, her 2-centimeter low heels clicking against the floor. The physics teacher from the next class, Pan Li, was holding his textbook, ready to teach. Upon seeing Xia Yan, he greeted her warmly. "Good morning, Teacher Xia." Xia Yan politely replied, "Good morning, Teacher Pan." Yuda Middle School is a private institution, where many students come from affluent families, making them particularly challenging to manage. The school had 8 classes per grade. Class 1 boasted the highest scores, while Class 8 languished at the bottom. Xia Yan taught Class 7, which had an average score just 3 points higher than Class 8. As the bell rang, Pan Li hurriedly announced, "Teacher Xia, I must go to class now." Xia Yan nodded in acknowledgement. "Please, carry on." She ascended the stairs, where the office for the 9th grade teachers was located on the 3rd floor. Entering the office, she found her designated spot, recalling that the previous occupant had taught literature. Her desk was adorned with various tomes on literature, including the complete works of Shakespeare, Les Miserables, and Pride and Prejudice. She casually opened one of the books and read quietly, "You say you love rain, but you open your umbrella when it rains. You say you love the sun, but you seek shade when the sun shines. You say you love the wind, but you close your windows when the wind blows. That is why I fear you saying you love me. Shakespeare." "I too adore Shakespeare," a deep voice resonated from behind her. A gentleman leaned over to gaze at the book in Xia Yan's hands, reciting the poem's English version in a melodious London accent. "You say that you love rain, but you open your umbrella when it rains. Mr. Song's English is so beautifully spoken. I envy his students, exclaimed a nearby mathematics teacher, her face alight with admiration. If I had such a handsome teacher back in my day, I would have aced my level 4 English, sighed teacher Lilisha, who was grading chemistry papers. Song Qingzhou, with his refined demeanor, responded, "Please, do not tease me further." Zhang Yu, the English teacher for Xia Yan's class, leaned over and asked, "Teacher Xia, may I borrow your Shakespeare as well?" Xia Yan generously replied, "Of course. Just return it to me when you're done." Thanks to Song Qingzhou's mention of his fondness for Shakespeare, the female teachers in the office were swiftly drawn into a literary fervor, resulting in Xia Yan never seeing that book again. Xia Yan, astonished, inquired, "Have the monthly exam results been released?" "Here they are. I've already ranked our class." Zhang Yu waved a report card, sighing. Ranking the scores was typically the homeroom teacher's responsibility, so Xia Yan felt grateful that Zhang Yu had taken the initiative. She tossed an apple from her desk to Zhang Yu, who smiled and handed over the score report. Upon reviewing the results, Xia Yan's heart sank. They were dismal. Lilisha leaned over for a glance and exclaimed with joy, "It seems my class's ranking will improve," as she was the homeroom teacher for Class 8. The comparison was disheartening. With a maximum score of 760 across 9 subjects, Mr. Song's class led with a total of 709 points, while her class's top score was a mere 342, not even half of their total. "Mr. Song, could you please print an extra copy of your class's score report for me?" Xia Yan felt this humiliation should not be hers alone to bear. Song Qingzhou readily replied, "Certainly. I happen to have an extra copy right here." Chapter 13, The President's Successor, Part 12, Teacher Xia. Your class monitor has once again led the way in skipping class. It's high time you took action against him. If the monitor behaves this way, how can we expect a conducive learning atmosphere in the class? Those girls with their yellow hair in your class don't even possess a single book on their desks. They merely have mirrors to apply their makeup during lessons. The sight is utterly ghastly. I nearly had a heart attack. Teacher Nia exclaimed, clutching her chest, her dialect slipping out in her frustration. As Teacher Xia poured her a cup of hot water, she offered soothing words to calm her down. "Teacher, I do not know how they behave in other classes, but their conduct in my mathematics class is simply intolerable. You must take proper measures, or I fear I shall be unable to teach effectively." The bell rang and Xia Yan breathed a sigh of relief. She could finally escape the barrage of Teacher Nia's complaints. She exited the office without gathering her teaching materials, only clutching a stack of report cards. The cacophony from the classroom was audible from afar. Taking a deep breath, she instructed her inner self to help maintain her composure and prevent any classroom casualties. With a swift kick, she swung the classroom door open, and her inner voice shouted, "Control yourselves." Yes, indeed, Xia Yan gently closed the door. The noise in the classroom was momentarily interrupted by her entrance, but it quickly resumed with laughter and chatter. "Silence. Roll call," she commanded. But her words fell on deaf ears as the commotion continued unabated. With a sharp crack, her teaching rod splintered into two, and the class fell into a stunned silence. "Roll call," Xia Yan reiterated with a smile. "Silence. Zhang Yun, present. Li Wan, present. Wang Yuqi, present." Out of 32 students, 24 were present. Well, this is still middle school. The results of the monthly examination were released. The students understood why Teacher Xia appeared to be brimming with fury. They had grown accustomed to it. After all, it was merely a matter of poor performance. The reprimands would not change their circumstances. Xia Yan strove to maintain her calm demeanor as she proclaimed, "I am incredibly proud of you, as no other class's results are as consistently stable as ours. We have been surpassed, but have never been in pursuit." The students remained silent, a few smirking at their teacher's frustration. Having been saved by her in the past, Li Wan felt a twinge of guilt seeing her in such a state. Xia Yan noticed the girl at the back who was preening in front of her mirror, and sincerely complimented, "Your makeup today is quite impressive, very mature. You appear not a day over 40. The 13-year-old girl. She did not wish to be praised in this manner. Zhou Peng interjected, Teacher, let us commence the lesson. We need to learn. Learn? Nonsense. He merely enjoys using this excuse to pressure the teacher, as educators cannot disregard their students' academic pursuits. Very well, then I shall not announce the grades. Zhou Peng, please assist me in affixing the report cards to the wall. Zhou Peng relished such tasks. He borrowed a pair of scissors from the front and some tape from the back, bouncing over with enthusiasm. After completing the task, he squinted and frowned. Teacher, you have taken the wrong report card. This belongs to Class 1. Xia Yan replied nonchalantly, What other choice do I have? Should I display our class's results? I cannot afford to lose face. Teacher Song is generous, and I borrowed his class's report to create a spectacle. The class was taken aback. Teacher Xia's words were sharp. Today's lesson will consist of copying the report card 100 times. The class representative will collect them before school ends and deliver them to my office. Ping protested, Teacher, you are wasting our time with this assignment. Xia Yan replied with a warm smile, Zhou Peng, you need not copy the report card. Peng's spirit soared. He knew teachers dreaded such accusations of stifling student progress. Xia Yan continued, You shall copy everything you say today 3 times. The classroom cameras are focused on you, and I will verify every single word. Zhou Peng readily agreed. All right. He refrained from speaking, unwilling to write a single word. You all carry on. I shall take my leave. Academics are not paramount. Let us first learn to be good individuals. Once they comprehend dignity and self-respect, they will naturally embrace learning. Amidst incredulous gazes from her classmates, she exited the classroom. She intended to track down those who had skipped class. Someone remarked awkwardly, Teacher Xia seems a bit different today. Is this what they call exploding in silence or perishing in silence? Wang Yuqi murmured. Zhang Yun propped up his leg and declared, I refuse to copy. I want to see what she can do to me. I won't do it either. Li Wan hesitated and urged, The teacher has it tough. Let us copy just a little. As the topic arose, Zhou Peng could not help but chatter with those around him. Recounting the events from Li Jiannan's birthday when Teacher Xia sang, babbling on and on. Chapter 14, The President's Successor, Part 13, on the other side. Xia Yan had already exited the school gates. 8 students who had skipped class were gathered with Li Jiannan. They had won some money playing billiards, but were now cornered by students from the neighboring high school. Xia Yan inquired, Did you get beaten up? Tensions were high, and a confrontation seemed imminent. I'll wait a bit longer, she said casually, leaning against a pillar. These brats are just asking for a beating. As a teacher, I can't resort to violence. I can only watch others take action. Don't you think the phrase as a teacher feels a bit out of place for you? Xia Yan replied unabashedly, It's fine. The venue was a dilapidated parking lot transformed into a billiards hall, with nothing but load-bearing columns within. Xia Yan hid behind one of these pillars, observing as a group of high school boys, towering over her classmates, had them cornered. The leader, a boy with red hair, pressed a cue stick against one student's face. Hand over the money, he demanded harshly. We earned that money ourselves. Why should we give it to you? Wu Yuza retorted defiantly. Just asking for a beating, aren't you? A boy with green hair kicked Wu Yuza in the stomach, sending him crashing against the wall, clutching his midsection. Li Jiannan glared angrily, but the 2 holding him had knives pressed against his waist. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled you are, a kitchen knife is still formidable. Xia Yan squatted on the ground, wielding a pair of scissors she had found, casually trimming her nails. She told Kong Kong, Let me know when their lives are in danger. Flesh wounds are nothing. Oh! One of your students might become a eunuch. Isn't that a big deal? Xia Yan exclaimed. Why didn't you say so sooner? She stood up just in time to see the red-haired boy kicking Wu Yuza again. Xia Yan somersaulted over, successfully diverting the assailant's attention to herself. Startled by her sudden appearance, the red-haired boy hesitated, his foot poised to strike. Stop right there, you colorful-haired rascals. Xia Yan commanded sternly. They glanced at each other's hair colors, quickly identifying each one. Angered, the red-haired boy spat, You meddlesome wench, mind your own business. Drawing the scissors from her waist, she snipped at the red-haired boy's hair, instantly shortening it. "You dare cut my hair!" he exclaimed in rage. "I might lose a limb or bleed, but my hairstyle must remain intact. Get her!" the colorful gang shouted as they charged forward. 15 minutes later, a row of unevenly shorn boys sat huddled, sobbing. Xia Yan held a cue stick, contemplating which bald head offered the best grip. This cut could use some work. It feels a bit prickly. However, she was not cruel enough to use their heads as billiard balls. Instead, she lectured them. "You should study hard. How much money can you snatch from them? It feels much better to spend what you've earned yourself. Don't cry. Bald heads look much better than your colorful long hair," she remarked, glancing at her classmates with their vibrant locks. "That's right," her classmates chimed in. Xia Yan nodded approvingly. "You all have potential." She pulled out 200 yuan bills from her pocket and handed them to one of the boys, reassuring him, "Buy yourself a hat. Don't be sad. Hair will grow back in a few days." The boy sniffled, obediently nodding in agreement. Xia Yan smiled kindly at them, finding them easy to manage. She squinted at her students and asked, "What are you dawdling for? Those who need haircuts should get them. Those who need to attend class should go." In a menacing tone, she added, "I will take attendance before school ends. If anyone is absent, the consequences will be yours to bear." They gasped, recalling her formidable strength, and one by one, they bolted. With everyone gone, only Li Jianan remained, following closely behind her, unhurried due to his uncolored hair. "I thought you would just watch the commotion," he said coldly. Xia Yan rubbed her nose, feeling a bit guilty. She hadn't expected him to notice her lurking in the corner. "You all needed a beating," she replied. "Then why do you care?" he asked. "Because I am your teacher," Xia Yan stated earnestly. "If I hadn't shown up today and anything had happened to any of you, you wouldn't need anyone to blame. You would live forever in the shadow of guilt." Li Jianan had no rebuttal. He scoffed lightly. "What do you want? Money?" Xia Yan extended her pinky towards him, saying, "I want your promise that you will no longer skip class and you too must attend. All 34 students must be present in class unless there are exceptional circumstances, no exceptions." Li Jianan, hands in pockets, replied coldly, "I can't do that. Take Wu Yuza, for instance. His parents work away from home, and he has an elderly grandmother to care for. He enrolled in Yuda High School to receive a better education and change his destiny. Yet look where he is now, becoming a delinquent, uncertain if he can even graduate high school. If you regard your classmates as brothers, then help them. Even if you don't need to attend a prestigious school, shouldn't you still possess a sense of reason?" Li Jianan remained silent, extending his pinky to seal a silent promise. Xia Yan smiled, realizing it had been quite a battle. Dealing with these little rascals was more exhausting than writing an entire book. Li Jianan lowered his head, glancing at his hand resting on his shoulder, feeling a bit lost. Chapter 15. The President's Successor, 14. As they reached the school gate, the bell rang. Xia Yan glanced at her watch. 11:40. The school day had concluded. "Classes resume at 1:30. Don't be late," she reminded him, deciding not to enter the school herself and dismissing him on the spot. Li Jianan nodded in response and continued into the campus. She shook her head, pondering the reason behind his maturity, his family circumstances. Nevertheless, one must not skip meals. Wu Yu's grandmother was hospitalized, and he lacked sufficient funds. He had allocated his living expenses this month to assist Wu Yuza. He never asked his family for money, and she surmised that he played billiards to earn some pocket money for meals, only to have it taken by local bullies. "Oh," she called out, "Li Jianan. Could you lend a hand for the teacher?" Li Jianan paused and nodded. The teacher's staff quarters were in disarray. Mops were here, brooms were there. Xia Yan covered her nose, surveying the dusty teacher's quarters, a place she hadn't visited in ages. "Teacher, your house is quite..." Li Jianan struggled to find words. This was a school-assigned apartment, 2 bedrooms and a living room, 80 square meters, considered quite spacious, though the previous occupant had never lived there, preferring their villa. "It's not bad, just a bit dusty." Otherwise, why would I ask for your help? Cleaning alone would be exhausting. She donned a pink disposable mask and handed him one as well. You start with the kitchen while I go grocery shopping. Li Jianan, ever diligent, turned on the faucet and began his thorough cleaning. Are you even human? The child hasn't eaten and you're making him work? Xia Yan retorted. I'm a little fairy. You're an old demon, Kong Kong remarked. A supermarket was conveniently located near the staff quarters. She inquired. Find out what Li Jianan enjoys eating? Kong Kong, touched, thought perhaps she intended to prepare a meal for the student. As a sentimental entity, it immediately retrieved the information. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, Xia Yan noted. Simple. This child has modest demands. Sweet and sour pork tenderloin, she continued. Easy. A good balance of meat and vegetables. Peking duck. Sichuan mapo tofu, Westlake vinegar fish, flying dragon soup, Wuwei smoked duck, Dongpa pork, mixed cured meats, spicy chicken, Dong'an chicken, steamed wuchang fish. Xia Yan stared in disbelief. Are these all things he wishes to eat? Kong Kong gulped, licking its metaphorical lips. These are all things I desire. Xia Yan scoffed, scram. Speak again once you have a physical form. She returned from the market with an abundance of groceries, intending to fill the refrigerator and make use of the apartment. Should Gu Jinyun ever choose to divorce her for Hanmengshi, she would at least have a place to stay. Pushing the door open. With windows wide and fresh air flowing in, the eerie atmosphere had vanished. Jianan, you are quite capable. She praised, relieved. After washing her hands, she observed Li Jianan lounging on the sofa and said, Rest a bit. Dinner will be ready soon. Li Jianan's eyes flickered with surprise. Xia teacher was cooking for him? The sound of the kitchen exhaust fan filled the air as Xia Yan contemplated whether to add the eggs or tomatoes first. Add the oil first, Kong Kong advised. Quickly. I need to master culinary skills. Xia Yan discovered that cooking was far more challenging than she had anticipated. Impossible, matters unrelated to the prince are not within my purview. Kong Kong replied, recalling the last time it had intervened was to save Gu Qingqing. Just assist me with one dish, Xia Yan negotiated. No. Can you bear to let a minor go to class on an empty stomach? She guilt-tripped the ethereal entity. Kong Kong hesitated, succumbing to its sentimental nature. It sighed. You owe me one. If I require your assistance with a task concerning the prince in the future, you cannot refuse. Xia Yan agreed. All right. What dish do you wish to master? Sweet and sour pork tenderloin, she decided, believing it to be a bit more challenging. Peering through a crack in the kitchen door, Li Jianan caught sight of Xia Yan's silhouette, his emotions tangled. He gently closed the door, silently settling onto the sofa. Since his mother's passing 5 years ago, no one had prepared a meal for him without expecting something in return. Chapter 16. The President's Successor. 15. Mealtime. Xia Yan proudly arranged the chopsticks and bowls on the table, wiping her hands with an apron. She truly was an impressive little fairy. The table was set with 2 dishes, a fragrant sweet and sour pork and a slightly overcooked tomato and scrambled eggs. One heavenly and the other earthbound, hardly believable that they were prepared by the same person. Teacher Xia, how did you know these are my favorite dishes? Li Jianan asked, raising his chopsticks, a look of confusion on his face. Xia Yan, unfazed, smiled and replied, Is that so? What a coincidence, I adore these dishes as well. Li Jianan picked up a piece of the tomato and scrambled eggs, his eyes instantly welling with tears. Quickly, she served him a piece of the sweet and sour pork, placing the tomato and eggs in front of herself. Is it really that unpalatable? Why are you crying? She said awkwardly. The eggs got overcooked. You should eat more of the sweet and sour pork. Li Jianan softly replied, I prefer the way you make tomato and scrambled eggs. Xia Yan pondered. Perhaps the child's taste buds were amiss. He took a generous helping of the dish, smiling through his tears as he said, It tastes just like how my mother makes it. His mother had never been much of a cook. She had only learned to make this dish for him. Xia Yan thought to herself, Your childhood must have been quite unfortunate. After they finished their meal, Li Jianan took the initiative to wash the dishes while Xia Yan relaxed on the sofa. Kong Kong chided her, you really are something. Making such dreadful tomato and scrambled eggs and still getting the child to wash the dishes. Xia Yan retorted, what do you know? Did you not see that my tomato and scrambled eggs were completely devoured? Regardless of how I cooked it, as long as the diners enjoyed it, that is what matters. Kong Kong had a sudden thought, I want you to deliver heart-shaped bento boxes to Gouging every Saturday and Sunday. Xia Yan, who was sipping juice, nearly choked. You're not joking, are you? You owe me a favor. What if he finds my cooking unpalatable? Xia Yan frowned. The outcome is inconsequential. What truly matters is the process, Kong Kong philosophized, like a bubble of rational air. All right, Xia Yan consented. Teacher Xia, I'm off to class. Li Jianan glanced at his watch. It's 1:15. Go ahead, pay attention in class, Xia Yan advised routinely. To her surprise, Li Jianan obediently replied, With only Xia Yan left in the room, she was still basking in joy, exclaiming, I truly am suited to be a teacher. Kong Kong rolled her eyes. Before the evening classes began, Xia Yan appeared in the classroom, finally rid of the gaudy hair colors. Sporting a neat black buzz cut that made her look much more spirited. Counting, she noted that all 34 students were present, a promising start. However, a few still resisted discipline. Today, I only received 25 copies of the homework. Where are the other 9? Zhang Yutian shamelessly remarked, Teacher Xia, I advise you not to exert yourself on us. Even if I don't get into high school, my father can secure me a good job. His family owned a chain of hotels and was financially well off. Xia Yan chuckled, realizing that the remaining students were similarly privileged, untroubled about their futures. Indeed, my family can support me too. Several students shouted defiantly. Xia Yan, intrigued, proposed. Then write down the names of your family businesses for me. Let us see if your backing is substantial enough. 8 students pridefully wrote down their family enterprises, which were indeed quite affluent. Gouging refrained from writing, scoffing, Teacher Xia, I don't need to write, do I? Xia Yan nodded, recognizing that this stepdaughter of hers warranted special treatment. She carefully set aside the paper, reasonably stating, fine, if your family is so wealthy, you needn't write it. Everyone was left speechless, their worldviews utterly overturned. Xia Yan then turned her attention to Zhoping. I saw in the recording that you spoke a total of 562 words in class today, yet you only wrote down 50. That's quite a significant reduction. Zhopeng had not anticipated her to actually count, and he sheepishly lowered his head. Xia Yan told him, continue tomorrow, you want to finish until you've written every word without error. Thus began a tumultuous first day. As all the students packed their bags to leave, Xia Yan called out to Gouging. Gouging looked at her with suspicion. What is it? Your father is taking us out for French cuisine tonight. Xia Yan smiled, gripping Gouging's arm, reluctant to face Gouging alone. Gouging glanced behind her, saying, Daddy, I'm not accustomed to French food. I'm leaving first. Go ahead, Xia Yan replied. Gouging made a face at her, leaving with a sense of schadenfreude. Chapter 17. The President's Successor. 16. Xia Yan sat in the passenger seat, her hands nervously gripping the seatbelt. You seem particularly afraid of me lately, Gouging remarked, glancing at her as he held the steering wheel. Xia Yan feigned nonchalance. Do I? Recalling the tasks Kong Kong had assigned her, she subtly inquired. Do you eat at the office every lunchtime? A charming smile graced Gouging's lips, captivating in its allure. Ah, look at you, showing concern for your husband. Xia Yan felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks. The prince was rather flirtatious. I have no classes on Saturdays and Sundays. I would like to bring you lunch. Don't worry, I'll just say I'm your housekeeper to avoid any misunderstandings. She felt a flicker of emotion. Perhaps we should keep it low-key. Can I really bring you lunch? The glimmer in Gouging's eyes revealed his amusement. It seemed she genuinely wanted to deliver him meals. He smirked, as you wish. The French restaurant was the most authentic in Kyoto, boasting a 7-star chef flown in from France. It was now 6 in the evening, and without a reservation. Securing a table would be impossible at this hour. Xia Yan scanned the room, noticing it was filled with couples. Someone pulled out a chair for her. And after she sat down, she whispered, covering her mouth, "Am I dressed too casually?" She observed that everyone else was in formal attire. Gouging casually unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt, revealing his well-defined collarbone, exuding an air of effortless charm. "As long as you feel comfortable," he replied. Perusing the menu, he teased her, "Foie gras or caviar?" "Either is fine," Xia Yan replied, feeling somewhat clumsy with the cutlery, mimicking how others use them. Gouging expertly sliced his steak, casually inquiring, "Has Ching caused any trouble again?" Struggling with the steak on her plate, Xia Yan answered, "You should know your daughter better." "I appreciate your efforts," he said solemnly. "As long as you know," she retorted with a hint of pride. She recalled the original character's diligent attempts at being a stepmother, only to find her favorability at a dismal 0%. Such a tragic fate was not one she wished to encounter. That was the kind of endeavor only a saint would undertake. "Mr. Gu, what a coincidence." A woman wearing sunglasses approached their table, greeting Gouging. Xia Yan was taken aback to recognize Han Mengshi. It was no coincidence. This woman had eavesdropped on Gouging's assistant making the reservation and had come specifically. Xia Yan murmured, "Kong Kong, this is hardly romantic." Han Mengshi, looking somewhat dejected, remarked, "I've heard so much about the authenticity of the French cuisine here. I didn't expect it to be so popular that there are no tables available." Xia Yan realized this meant they would have to share a table. She eagerly awaited Gouging's invitation for her to sit. Instead, he replied politely but distantly, "What a pity." Han Mengshi's face flushed with embarrassment. She hesitated, unwilling to leave, but also aware she couldn't linger like a mere waitress. Xia Yan pondered if she was seen as an inconvenience. She generously suggested, "Gouging, I've finished my meal. You can offer Ms. Han your seat." Gouging elegantly dabbed his mouth with a napkin before responding, "Then shall we depart?" Xia Yan was taken aback. "Huh? You're leaving too?" Gouging shot her an amused glance, asking, "If I don't leave, should I stay behind to wash the dishes?" Xia Yan awkwardly interjected, "If anyone should wash, it should be me. How could I let you do that?" What was she saying? She intended to create an opportunity for the two of them to bond. And yet, here she was discussing dishes. Han Mengshi coldly remarked, "I can see that." With everyone departing, what was left for her to eat? To her surprise, the woman was young yet cunning, deliberately orchestrating Gouging's departure. Han Mengshi's favorability toward you decreased by 10. Xia Yan thought, what did she do? Soon, the car arrived at the Biluo Villa district. The community gates swung open, and after passing the garden fountain, they halted at the villa entrance. "You go ahead. I'll smoke a cigarette down here," Gouging said quietly, pulling a cigarette from the pack. "Then I'll head up." Xia Yan unfastened her seatbelt and hesitated before making her way out. Once she exited the car, Gouging lit his cigarette. Xia Yan circled around to his side, leaning down to speak through the open window. "As a teacher, I feel it's my duty to admonish you. Smoking is harmful to your health." With that, she snatched the cigarette from his hand and extinguished it. "Little girl, you've taken it upon yourself to lecture me," Gouging chuckled, though he did set the cigarette pack aside. Xia Yan's gaze darted, recalling she had something else to ask of him, thus she began to playfully pout. "I'm just concerned for you." As the window slowly rose, it effectively separated Xia Yan from him. Scoundrel. Chapter 18. The President's Successor. 17. As the car descended into the underground garage, Xia Yan pursed her lips in disdain, truly devoid of romance. She turned and strode back towards the villa. The housekeeper, who had come from the ancestral home, had previously cared for Gouging's grandmother. It was only after Gouging's marriage, when his grandmother's concerns grew, that she was invited to stay. Today, Gouging had shown some progress, having learned to complete her homework. What a lie, she's just playing games, and not very well at that. Xia Yan sighed, knowing this all too well. Upon returning upstairs, she donned her fluffy pajamas and reclined on her bed, continuing to read the unfinished novel The Overbearing President Falls in Love with Me. Upon receiving a notification, Xia Yan sprang up like a fish leaping from water. She rummaged through her bag for the sheet of paper on which she had asked the students to write the names of their family businesses, and then joyfully dashed towards the study. Knock, knock, knock. A few seconds later, Gouging opened the door, raising an eyebrow at her. Xia Yan blinked and said, "I have something to ask for your help with. Can we talk?" Gouging stepped aside, gesturing for her to enter. He settled into the leather chair by the desk, leaning back against the sofa, and lazily inquired, "Go ahead, what is it?" Xia Yan smiled shyly, placing the list before him, and asked, "President Gu, what do you think of these companies?" As expected, with her family's princely lineage, nothing seemed to faze him. He truly embodied the essence of a domineering CEO. Feigning indignation, Xia Yan remarked, "The children of those few families are bullying me. So, what do you want to do?" Gouging asked, amusement glinting in his eyes. "Well, it's not much. The weather is getting cold. They should be going bankrupt soon," Xia Yan replied playfully, gazing at him with sincerity. Gouging's lips twitched slightly as he said nonchalantly, "Understood. Just leave it here. Better to lean on a big tree for shade." Xia Yan flashed him a heart sign, her movements lively as she prepared to leave, only to hear Gouging say, "Try to watch fewer of those nonsensical dramas in the future." Xia Yan, "Oh!" After she exited, Gouging picked up his phone and called Secretary Wang. As the phone rang, Wang Zhen, who was engrossed with his girlfriend, frowned in displeasure, ready to hang up. Upon seeing the contact name, he quickly answered. Gouging closed his laptop and said, "Wang Zhen, I've sent a list to your email. I need you to collect their shares as swiftly as possible and become the largest shareholder in these companies." Wang Zhen opened his email while flatteringly responding, "Of course, boss. You're working late, truly a model for our industry. I must learn from you." Gouging chided playfully, "All right, enough with the flattery." Wang Zhen glanced at the list, puzzled, and asked, "Boss, these companies have no acquisition value, do they?" Although Wang Zhen was quite the smooth talker, he indeed possessed a certain level of business acumen. Gouging simply replied, "Just do it. It's a task for my wife." Wang Zhen, "So the boss wants me to acquire them. Why? Did you offend the boss's wife? Your wife seems quite formidable." Wang Zhen's girlfriend commented awkwardly. The night often brings a sense of solitude. Gouging pressed his fingers to his temples while leaning against the headboard, unable to sleep. Insomnia had plagued him for days. However, he had no intention of enduring until dawn, so he rose and retrieved a box of sleeping pills from his nightstand. Finding his glass empty, he frowned and donned his pajamas before heading downstairs. In the kitchen, a faint light emanated from the refrigerator. Gouging softly called out, "Aunt Lu?" Startled, Xia Yan, who was sneaking a bite, froze, awkwardly raising the bread and replying, "It's me." To avoid disturbing others' slumber, neither turned on the lights. In the dim ambience, they relied on the refrigerator's glow to see one another. "Are you hungry?" Gouging asked with a smile. Xia Yan lowered her head, embarrassed, and admitted, "French cuisine is delicious, but a bit too scant." A muffled chuckle came from across the room, prompting Xia Yan to take a hearty bite of her bread. Bread over love, she decided. Gouging leaned in closer, and Xia Yan could hear the steady rhythm of his breath. Flustered, she asked, "What are you doing?" To her surprise, Gouging bypassed her and reached for the kettle on the counter behind her. Xia Yan felt increasingly awkward. "What are you thinking in that little head of yours?" Gouging teased, playfully tapping her forehead. Xia Yan touched her forehead where he had poked, pouting, but she was the most unabashed little spirit from the celestial realm. Quickly shaking off her embarrassment, she noticed Gouging holding small white pills and curiously inquired, "What are you taking?" "Sleeping pills," Gouging replied, tossing the tablets into the water, where they dissolved instantly. Xia Yan asked, "Can't sleep?" Gouging replied nonchalantly, "I can sleep. Why would I take them otherwise?" "Is it just a decline in sleep quality?" she offered, drawing from her experience. As a celestial being responsible for fate, she often relied on her studies to lull herself to sleep. Reading her carefully crafted fate books was akin to listening to a lullaby. Xia Yan pressed his hand down gently, thumping her chest with boldness, exclaiming, "I'll help you sleep." Chapter 19. The President's Successor, 18. Gouging was at a loss as to why he believed her. He lay in bed, watching Xia Yan don a little bunny hat, seated beside him as she narrated a story. Xia Yan playfully covered his eyes with her small, soft hand, commanding him to close his eyes. Obediently, Gouging complied. She began to read aloud from the fate book she had penned herself. "Are you certain you wish to read from your own fate book? Your material is drawn entirely from this magnificent being before you." A hollow chime of silence rendered Xia Yan momentarily mute. Gouging, puzzled by her sudden quietness, hoarsely inquired, "Why have you stopped?" Xia Yan swallowed hard and replied, "The previous story was purely fictional." Gouging chuckled, "Isn't the story not fictional? Could it possibly be true?" Feeling drowsy, he grasped the little bunny and nestled it under the covers, embracing it before succumbing to slumber. Xia Yan found herself pinned beneath him, immobile, gazing at the ceiling in silence. Was this how insomnia manifested itself? "You're so soft," Gouging murmured upon waking, smiling as he pinched her cheek. Embarrassed by the teasing, Xia Yan felt a mix of anger and helplessness. As he adjusted his tie, he instructed, "Your hypnotic stories are quite commendable. It is no surprise you are a language teacher. Henceforth, you shall move to my room to sleep." Xia Yan, maintaining her modesty, responded, "That may not be appropriate." Gouging cast her a knowing glance, his voice gravelly as he remarked, "It has been 2 years. It is high time you fulfill your duties as a wife." Flushing, Xia Yan stammered, "I do not fancy your room. It is too dark." "Allow me to have my assistant redecorate it to your liking," Gouging declared with unwavering authority, chuckling, "Today is Saturday, and it can be completed in 2 days." Realizing it was indeed Saturday, Xia Yan suddenly recalled that she was to deliver a heart-shaped bento to Gouging at noon. However, he seemed determined to continue sleeping. "Then, regardless of how I choose to decorate your room, you must promise not to be upset," she proposed. Gouging laughed nonchalantly. This house was merely one of his many assets, and he reasoned that even if she were to dismantle it, it would matter little. After their meal, Xia Yan, embodying the role of a devoted wife, personally ensured that Gouging's tie was properly adjusted and that his suit was impeccably worn. With a hint of significance in his gaze, she watched him drive away, and then she liberated herself. Gouging, humming joyfully, teased Xia Yan, "What a splendid performance! You should consider a career in acting." Xia Yan blew her a kiss, winking as she replied, "Thank you for the compliment." Gouging fell silent, retreating upstairs with her water cup. "The bond between you and your mother seems to flourish. The old lady must be quite pleased," Aunt Lu remarked, emerging from the kitchen. Wiping her hands on her apron, her face adorned with a smile. Indeed, since Gouging granted her freedom, she decided to decorate according to her own preferences, saving several appealing styles from the internet onto her phone. Today marked her inaugural visit to Gouging's company, and she contemplated the image she wished to present to the employees. Opening her wardrobe, she discovered she possessed only jeans and white shirts. As she contemplated a shopping excursion to enhance her wardrobe, Aunt Lu knocked on the door, calling, "Madam, Assistant Wang has arrived." Well then, she had no choice but to don her jeans and white shirt. "Good day, madam. I am Wang Zhen." The gentleman before her was impeccably dressed, sporting black glasses, with well-defined features that exuded politeness. "Wang Zhen, I have selected the style. Please proceed with the decoration as per the images I provide," Xia Yan said, smiling as she pulled out her phone to add him on WeChat. "Certainly, madam." This was Wang Zhen's first encounter with the president's young wife, and he was pleasantly surprised by her petite and innocent demeanor, her aura remarkably pure. He discreetly observed, noting that she bore not a single luxury brand, an unusual sight. Given that their president was not a miser, it appeared that this young lady was devoid of indulgent tendencies, a rarity indeed. Chapter 20. The President's Successor, 19. Xia Yan had also newly acquired WeChat. Her avatar was a small rabbit, and her name remained Xia Yan. "I have added you as a friend," Kindly send me the image, Wang Jin stated in a professional tone. As the notifications chimed on his phone, he opened them and was momentarily taken aback. Madam, are you certain you wish to proceed with this green option? Wang Jin sought confirmation once more. Yes. I trust in Assistant Wang's capabilities. Go for it. Xia Yan encouraged him with her fists clenched in determination. Understood, madam. Wang Jin refrained from further conversation, for their president had decreed that everything must align with the madam's wishes. With the decision made, Wang Jin busied himself, arranging for furniture to be custom-made from the least polluting materials, and promptly sent the images to renowned designers for swift drafting of the actual blueprints. Meanwhile, Xia Yan began her preparations. The afternoon feast must be nothing short of spectacular for gouging. A heartwarming bento made by both wife and daughter would surely delight gouging even more. A notification chimed in. Could you possibly assist me in cooking, Gu-Ching-Ching? Xia Yan rolled her eyes. Completing this task would reward one with 3 revitalizing pills from the great sage. Xia Yan frowned. Revitalizing pills? Aren't those supposed to be the 9-turn variety? What a counterfeit. Indeed, they are from the great sage, albeit a failed concoction. Yet, they possess remarkable effects for mortals. Indeed. At that moment, Gu-Ching-Ching descended to fetch some cola. Passing through the kitchen, she noticed Xia Yan staring at her ominously and retorted, What are you doing? Xia Yan approached her gently, linking her arm and said, Ching-Ching, would you accompany me to the market for groceries? Gu-Ching-Ching regarded her as though she were deranged. Groceries? Louis can go. Why should I? Louis is busy. And I need you, Xia Yan earnestly replied. Are you out of your mind? Gu-Ching-Ching thought her head must have been caught in a door. Did Xia Yan not understand their relationship? Did she truly need her? Xia Yan released her hand, nonchalantly stating, Very well, since you are so insistent on not going. I shall not invite you when I dine with Li Jianan next week. Gu-Ching-Ching scoffed. It's just Li Jianan. Li Jianan. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Xia Yan. You are treating Li Jianan to a meal next week? Xia Yan casually nodded. Indeed, next Monday at noon. Gu-Ching-Ching picked up a basket and said, I suppose grocery shopping is not too bad. I will begrudgingly accompany you this once. Then let us go. Xia Yan maintained a composed demeanor while feeling delighted inside. Upon arriving at the market, Gu-Ching-Ching expressed her disdain, describing it in 3 words, dirty, chaotic, and subpar. Yet, for Li Jianan, she steeled herself to enter. Sister, how much are your eggplants? An elderly lady, over 60, frightened at Xia Yan's address, and replied with a smile that made her tremble with joy, Those are 2 yuan 50 per jean, if you want them. Give me 2 yuan. Thank you, I will take these 3, Xia Yan said cheerfully, finding grocery shopping incredibly amusing. Gu-Ching-Ching scoffed. Look at you. Penny pinching over a few yuan. You do not understand. It is a form of enjoyment. You cook? Is it even edible? Gu-Ching-Ching widened her eyes, expressing her disdain. Xia Yan asserted confidently it is edible. Li Jianan has eaten it before. Gu-Ching-Ching pondered for a moment and said, Then, I want to eat hairy crabs. Observing Xia Yan's conflicted expression, Gu-Ching-Ching taunted, If you cannot cook, just say so. I knew you were boasting. I can cook. You go pick the crabs. Gu-Ching-Ching eyed her suspiciously but ultimately procured several plump crabs. The 2 returned laden with their purchases, and Louis was taken aback to witness these 2 actually shopping together. It was well known that they had previously been like fire and water, especially Ching-Ching, who would not even glance at this new madam. Madam, are you planning to cook yourself? Louis inquired curiously. Donning an apron, Xia Yan smiled. I intend to prepare a meal for Gouging. Lu Yi's smile widened. You and he are growing closer, resembling a family more and more. I must call the old madam to share this delightful news. Startled by Lu Yi's sudden exclamation while chopping vegetables, Xia Yan felt a rush of joy. Even if the great sage's pills had been poorly concocted, they remained miraculous in their efficacy. Chapter 21. The President's Succession Wife. Part 20. Xia Yan prepared a delightful meal consisting of 2 dishes and a soup. One was the sweet and sour pork she had previously mastered, and the other was a stir-fried dish of lettuce and shrimp, prepared according to a recipe. The soup was a winter melon and soft bone broth passed down by Kong Kong, and a few large hairy crabs were steaming in the pot. Glancing at the clock, she noticed it was already 11:30. Knowing that Gouging's company finished work at noon, Xia Yan hurriedly packed the food into her newly purchased thermal container and said to Aunt Lu, "Please serve the dishes in the pot. I will deliver lunch to Gouging." Aunt Lu smiled and replied, "Madam, your cooking is truly excellent. I can already smell the aroma." She added, "Oh, and there are the hairy crabs ordered by Gouging." After giving her instructions, Xia Yan embraced the thermal container and stepped out of the hall. She tidied her hairstyle in front of the mirror, feeling beautiful and confident that she would not embarrass Gouging. However, upon disembarking from the subway, Xia Yan found herself in disarray. Her shoes had been trampled by countless feet, her hair was a tangled mess, and she felt utterly defeated. Such inhuman behavior is unacceptable. The number 12 bus has arrived. Taking a deep breath, she plunged into the crowded bus. After enduring numerous challenges, she finally arrived at Gouging's company, only to face another obstacle. "Madam, do you have an appointment?" The receptionist inquired, eyeing the breathless woman before her with a formal tone. "I am delivering lunch to President Gu," Xia Yan replied, holding up the well-protected lunchbox. The receptionist continued, "Are you President Gu's nanny?" Just as Xia Yan was about to deny it, she spotted Han Mengshi descending from the elevator, prompting her to nod and say, "Yes, I am the nanny." Han Mengshi, wearing sunglasses, likely did not notice her. However, a glamorous female celebrity accompanying her caught sight of Xia Yan and, upon learning that she was delivering lunch to President Gu, remarked sarcastically to the receptionist, "Some people will fabricate any excuse just to get close to President Gu. Be sure to inquire thoroughly. We wouldn't want any shameless individuals here. Being insulted without cause is unpleasant for anyone." "I can call President Gu," Xia Yan asserted, wishing to prove her identity. She patted her pocket, only to realize her phone was absent. Sheepishly, she asked, "May I use your phone?" The receptionist hesitated, unsure if disturbing President Gu for this woman would lead to reprimand. Han Mengshi lifted her sunglasses and coolly stated, "Let her call." She herself was curious about President Gu's attitude towards this woman, who had just identified herself as a nanny, indicating that she had not received recognition from him. It turned out that this woman had seen her but pretended not to know her. This was the woman who currently held the highest favor in President Gu's eyes, and Xia Yan endured the situation. Han Mengshi was one of the company's most promising actresses, and her word was respected. Thus, the receptionist handed over the phone to Xia Yan. Xia Yan picked up the phone in silence, then awkwardly asked, "What is President Gu's phone number?" The crowd's gaze shifted to her with skepticism. Lu Qin laughed, mocking, "You pretend to be his nanny but don't even know his phone number? Today's girls have no self-respect. They dress so innocently yet are oblivious to their true worth. Don't you think so, Mengshi?" Han Mengshi made no effort to clarify Xia Yan's identity, nor did she respond, her attitude tacitly endorsing Lu Qin's statement. Xia Yan gritted her teeth, holding back her frustration to the point of astonishment for Kong Kong, who was aware of Xia Yan's usual propensity for confrontation. "Let me handle them," Kong Kong declared, unable to contain herself any longer. Xia Yan forced a smile that appeared somewhat sinister, replying in her heart, "I do not wish to endure this, but I must use Han Mengshi to win the prince's favor. She is the one who occupies the prince's thoughts in this lifetime." Meanwhile, Lu Qin, noticing that Xia Yan had yet to leave, grew increasingly disdainful. She had always looked down upon girls who appeared pure and clean, and her remarks became increasingly harsh. The receptionist, having overheard Lu Qin's words, went to fetch security, leaving Xia Yan exasperated. All she wanted was to deliver a lunch. "Confront her," shouts Siling. "The prince's favor for you has already reached 20, surpassing that ugly woman named Han. Yet, that woman is a mere lackey of Han Mengshi, who has already sent her photos of you. She knows you are the president's wife. This is intentional. Do you not fear the prince being insulted by such a woman?" She knows my identity? Xia Yan was taken aback, but you have ascended to become the woman with the highest favor from the prince. Great responsibilities are bestowed upon those chosen. Go forth. Chapter 22, The President's Successor, Part 21. She took a deep breath, instantly unleashing the pent-up fury within her. Close that gaping mouth of yours. Xia Yan glared fiercely at the third-rate actress before her. Lu Qin, adorned with a shade of lipstick reminiscent of a menstrual hue, bore a slight resemblance. What are you security personnel doing? Hurry and escort her out. Lu Qin fumed. I am your president's wife. I am going to find my husband now. So I kindly ask all you idle onlookers to stand back. Xia Yan's gaze swept over the crowd, her voice growing more emphatic. Lu Qin gritted her teeth, fully aware that Xia Yan was indeed the president's wife, as Han Mengshi had inadvertently revealed. However, Han Mengshi had stated that this woman was merely a decoration. Clad in nothing but cheap trinkets, devoid of any designer labels, she surely did not capture Gu's affection. Who could say who the future president's wife would be? Everyone knew that Gu's only companion was Mengshi. Who did she think she was? Xia Yan finally grasped the significance of her phone amidst these feigned ignorance. She was merely delivering a meal and could not physically confront every obstacle in her path, for she was legally entitled. Drawing in a deep breath, she bellowed, Gu Jinyun. Your wife is being bullied. Xia Yan's call, amplified by the emptiness around her, reverberated throughout the entire building. Marketing department? What? The president has a wife? Sales department. Where did the president get a wife? Public relations department. Quick, write a press release. In the president's office, Gu Jinyun remarked. Is this what she meant by being low-key? An assistant entered, inquiring, President, it seems there is some commotion downstairs. Shall I have the security remove them? Gu Jinyun set down his documents, pinched the bridge of his nose, and commanded, Bring my wife up. Noting the astonishment on his assistant's face, he amended. No need for you. I shall go myself. Gu Jinyun instinctively loosened his tie, and as he exited the dedicated elevator, the scene before him left him both amused and exasperated. The security personnel on his floor were engaged in a game of eagle catches chick with his wife. The assistant followed him down, observing the chaos and stealing a glance at the president. To her surprise, instead of a scowl, he bore a smile. Everyone, cease your antics. The assistant recognized Xia Yan as the true president's wife and quickly stepped in to restore order. All eyes turned to Gu Jinyun, and Xia Yan, resembling a seabird that had spotted its prey, darted toward him, crashing into his embrace. Husband, they are bullying me, she pleaded, her eyes wide with innocence, while her heart raced with trepidation, fearing he might push her away. Gu Jinyun's brow twitched, yet he refrained from rejecting Xia Yan in front of everyone, allowing her to wrap her arms around his waist and conceal herself in his embrace. He cast a cold glance over the assembly, leaving everyone speechless. Han Mengshi's expression darkened, while Lu Qin turned pale, caught in a state of indecision. The security guard whispered, The front desk instructed us to remove her. We did not know she was the wife. The front desk, flustered, added, It was Qin Jia who asked me to call security. Lu Qin, feeling guilty, stammered, It was Han, but faltered upon meeting Han Mengshi's gaze. Gritting her teeth, she declared, President, she cannot even memorize your phone number. Is it wrong for me to treat her as someone with ulterior motives? The crowd exchanged peculiar glances, a myriad of thoughts evident. Gu Jinyun coughed lightly, maintaining a stoic expression. All my clothes are purchased by my wife. Oh, came the synchronized response from the crowd. Lu Qin pressed on. She previously claimed to be your maid. And what of it? Sometimes I refer to myself as a teacher. Can one not possess multiple identities? Xia Yan retorted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. The crowd exchanged knowing glances, bemused by the president's eclectic tastes. Gu Jinyun continued to cough, clarifying, My wife teaches at Yuda Middle School. Oh, Han Mengshi interjected, her voice soothing, It's all a misunderstanding. Lu Qin meant no harm. She was merely concerned about admitting potential wrongdoers, considering the various individuals who have approached you in the past. Miss Han, I believe we have met before. Xia Yan stated, her gaze piercing. Han Mengshi replied, I apologize. I was wearing sunglasses and could not see clearly. She was testing her standing in Gu Jinyun's eyes. Gu Jinyun frowned, his voice icy. Did I not specify that employees are forbidden from undergoing cosmetic surgery? Xia Yan could not contain her laughter, hastily coughing to mask her embarrassment. Realizing that Gu Jinyun had mistakenly thought Han Mengshi's sunglasses were to conceal her cosmetic enhancements. Chapter 23, The President's Successor, Part 2, Han Mengshi's face stiffened, and laughter rippled through the crowd. She felt that mentioning her lack of cosmetic surgery to Gu Jinyun at this moment would be even more embarrassing. Clenching her handbag, she offered a quick greeting and departed. Xia Yan was not one to pursue relentlessly. She informed the receptionist, I will come every Saturday and Sunday to deliver meals. The receptionist, elated by the news, promptly replied, Understood, madam. To create a scene, Xia Yan cheerfully linked her arm with Gu Jinyun's as they entered the elevator, drawing murmurs of intrigue from onlookers. The receptionist sighed, I never imagined the president was truly married. I thought Han Mengshi was his official match. She went out of her way to please Han Mengshi, nearly offending the real Mrs. President. Once inside the elevator, Xia Yan awkwardly released his arm and cautiously inquired, Am I interrupting your work? Gu Jinyun glanced at her with a hint of amusement in his tone as he replied, Not at all. Xia Yan felt increasingly flustered and fell silent. Gu Jinyun's office mirrored the style of his bedroom, adorned in cold shades of black and gray, high-end, grand, yet devoid of warmth. Standing before his desk, Xia Yan opened the lunchbox, her voice tinged with a hint of pride. I personally selected this lunchbox. It's guaranteed to retain heat. And I held it close all the way here, not a single drop spilled. How did you arrive? Gu Jinyun observed the numerous footprints on her shoes, noting her slightly disheveled appearance. Xia Yan pouted, replying sadly, The villa is too far. I first walked to the subway station, then squeezed onto the number 12 bus. She appeared pitiable, prompting Gu Jinyun to ask, Why not take a taxi? Or have the driver drop you off? A taxi? The original owner's memories did not include that option. As for why Xia Yan lacked this awareness, it stemmed from the original owner's modest salary. Leading to a frugal lifestyle, she had always taken the bus and never considered hailing a taxi. Uncle Li went back to the old residence, and I might have forgotten about taking a taxi, Xia Yan admitted, feeling a bit suffocated. How could you forget that? Gu Jinyun observed her dazed expression, unable to suppress a chuckle. It was rush hour, and she had endured the crowded subway and bus while also playing a game of tag with the company bodyguards, all to protect that precious lunchbox. Shall we eat together? Gu Jinyun inquired. I've already eaten, Xia Yan replied, having sampled her cooking while preparing. Seeing her genuine expression, Gu Jinyun decided to indulge and opened the lunchbox, the aroma wafting pleasantly. It looked quite appetizing. He hadn't had such an appetite in ages. The 2 dishes and soup hardly left any remnants. This dish wasn't made by Aunt Lu, was it? Gu Jinyun set down his chopsticks, elegantly wiping his hands with a tissue. I made it. Is it good? Xia Yan asked eagerly. Quite decent, he replied in a teasing tone, laced with a touch of mischief. Favorability towards the prince has increased to 25. Hearing the notification chime, Xia Yan's eyes lit up with joy. This meal was worth it. In her excitement, she approached Gu Jinyun, playfully patting his shoulder, and shyly suggested, Then I'll cook for you every day? Gu Jinyun silently regarded the small hand resting on his shoulder. A flicker of emotion crossed his typically composed face. Stop. The authoritative tone irked Xia Yan. Yet she gently asked, Is there anything else? If we delay any longer, I might miss the number 12 bus. Gu Jinyun paused, taken aback by her concern over missing the bus, a first for him in all these years. Watching the woman before him smile so dismissively, he felt an irritation rising. Just moments ago, her laughter had been as radiant as a blooming rose. Was she merely captivated by his physicality? As Xia Yan observed his shifting expressions, darkening, then complex, and finally indifferent, she pondered the enigmatic nature of men. with long fingers. Gouging extracted a sheet of paper from his desk and swiftly jotted down a series of numbers with his pen, sliding it across to Xia Yan. Skeptically, she inquired, "Is this for me?" With a deft twirl of the pen between his fingers, Gouging nodded. "What is it?" Xia Yan picked up the paper, speculating if it resembled a check from a novel. "This is 5 million. Please leave my son." Upon closer inspection, her eyes widened. The number contained a staggering 11 digits. "This is my personal phone number. Memorize it well. Once you can recite it flawlessly, you may leave." Gouging's tone was cool yet kind. Xia Yan clutched the paper, feeling more disheartened. "I already have your number saved on my phone." "Then call me right now." Gouging tilted his head slightly, his expression devoid of kindness. "I already told you I didn't bring my phone. Use the landline in my office." "I promise I won't forget my phone next time," Xia Yan asserted confidently. "Recite it now." "You don't even know your husband's phone number? Is that acceptable?" Gouging flipped open a folder, denying her any chance for negotiation. Unwilling to concede, Xia Yan retorted, "Can you recite my phone number?" Chapter 24, The President's Successor, Part 23. Gouging effortlessly recited a string of numbers. Xia Yan stood there, watching him for a minute, resignedly taking the phone number to the sofa to memorize. The room was eerily quiet as Gouging calmly opened his computer and began typing. On the screen, Xia Yan's information appeared, revealing her phone number, 138-3639. Indeed, the earlier string of numbers had been a fabrication. He surmised that Xia Yan would not remember her own phone number, so he randomly recited a sequence, and she had evidently not caught on. He glanced at the number, memorizing it before closing the page. Xia Yan did not obediently recite the phone number. Instead, she stood by the window, her head resting against the glass, gazing longingly outside. The lunch break had ended, and the afternoon work hours had commenced. Taxis had been parked outside, and Xia Yan's eyes shimmered with envy. Their salaries must surely exceed hers. Gouging, who typically displayed remarkable self-discipline, found his focus wavering for the first time while reviewing documents, his peripheral vision frequently drawn to the woman standing nearby. Clearing his throat, he felt a dryness there and pinched it, unfastening the top button of his shirt for relief. Xia Yan, observing him discreetly, swallowed hard, her heart racing. Was he trying to entice her? Though she had an appreciation for beauty, she prided herself on not being easily swayed. Gouging, his voice hoarse, said, "Xiao Yan, could you assist me?" "How annoying!" Xia Yan exclaimed, playfully stomping her foot before dashing out. Gouging was left bewildered, wondering how his simple request for a glass of water could have irked her so much. Even without seeing her form, he could sense the palpable disdain in the air. Xia Yan earnestly explained, "I'm not being cowardly. I'm maintaining an aura of mystery." "You're just being timid," he retorted. Xia Yan replied, "How dare you? That is a prince struck by 81 bolts of divine lightning. If even the heavenly emperor cannot subdue him, what does it matter if I, a mere minor deity, exhibit a little timidity?" That evening, Gouging was to attend a charity gala hosted by the Song family and had been stabbed by a resentful former board member, an opportune moment to garner favor. With lofty ambitions, Xia Yan clenched her fists confidently, declaring, "Rest assured, I will perform admirably and protect him." Regrettably, the companion Gouging intended to bring was not her. He had already arranged for Han Mengshi. Xia Yan exclaimed, "Get lost," cursing under her breath at the scoundrel. "If he doesn't take you, will you not attend?" "How can I go?" "You could sneak in by climbing over the wall or disguise yourself as a server," she mused, mentally applauding his creativity, though rolling her eyes at the absurdity of the suggestion. Regardless, you must go today. Call Gouging." "I won't." Xia Yan was at a loss for words. Reflecting on her meager 25 favorability, she reluctantly decided to muster the courage to call Gouging. "Hello," a rich baritone greeted from the other end of the line. "It's not necessary. This isn't a significant occasion," Gouging replied, declining directly. "I have nothing to do at home." Xia Yan pressed on. Then, a voice interjected from the other end, "President, This is a document sent by Han Sheng. He said you requested it. Chapter 25, The President's Successor, Part 24, Kong sighed. Go through the dog hole. I have already found a suitable position. Xia Yan, visibly irked, retorted, a dog hole? Am I to forego my dignity? Who else, besides gouging, could escort me to the soiree? You must break the rules. Kong inhaled deeply. Xia Yan replied, what nonsense. I am only seeking gouging. Either I enter openly or not at all. Crawling through a dog hole is out of the question. You are married now. What right do you have to accompany another man? When gouging attended the gala with another woman, he didn't seem to consider himself off limits either. Xia Yan remarked darkly, rest assured, I would never dare to tarnish the crown prince's reputation unless absolutely necessary. Kong mused, no risk, no gain. However, since Xiao Xiling resolutely refused to crawl through the dog hole, it could only assist her in finding an appropriate companion. Li Jianan and Song Qingzhou will both be attending the charity gala tonight. Xia Yan praised its efficiency, excellent. She knew Li Jianan was a wealthy heir, but was surprised to discover how little she knew about Song Qingzhou. Initially, she considered calling Li Jianan, but felt it would be rather inappropriate for a teacher to ask a student to be her escort. Instead, she decided to call Song Qingzhou. Upon receiving her call, Song Qingzhou was somewhat taken aback. After hearing her request, he hesitated for a moment before smiling. I can take you. I wasn't particularly fond of the companion they arranged for me. Xia Yan expressed her gratitude profusely. Thank you, Mr. Song. You are not only handsome, but also kind-hearted. I assure you, I will not be a burden. Not a problem. I will pick you up at 5 this evening. All right, Mr. Song. I will be waiting for you at the Qingcheng building. Xia Yan hung up the phone, feeling triumphant. She quickly prepared to head downstairs, only to find that her wardrobe lacked any suitable attire for the gala. She needed to purchase a dress before 3 o'clock and allow herself an hour and a half for styling. Aunt Lu responded, understood. Rest assured, madam. Aunt Lu wore a look of both satisfaction and a hint of melancholy, recognizing the difficulties faced by a stepmother, especially in a wealthy family. This young lady, though not yet of age, displayed remarkable responsibility. After hanging up, Song Qingzhou fell into contemplation, curious about how Xia Yan knew he could escort her to the Song Group's charity gala. Why did a mere teacher feel compelled to attend such an elite event? If she were merely seeking social status, was her request not too brazen? Yet, from what he knew of Xia Yan, she was an innocent and unpretentious girl, rarely seen taking a taxi and always opting for public transport. She consistently donned professional attire at school. It seemed implausible that she was materialistic. Had he misjudged her character? Perhaps out of curiosity or some underlying sentiment, Song Qingzhou readily agreed to her request, feeling no inclination to retract his offer. He chuckled softly, finding a sense of anticipation for the evening's gala. If Xia Yan were to stir up some trouble for the Song family, he would certainly welcome it. At the Qingcheng building, a sales assistant smiled and said, "This dress truly complements your complexion." Xia Yan grimaced. Did this leopard print really suit her tone? Even a cheetah wouldn't wear such a thing. I would like to try on that red one. She indicated towards a trendy new piece displayed in the window. The sales assistant, though still smiling, exhibited a hint of discomfort as she subtly cautioned, that dress is priced in the 6 figures. Upon hearing this, Xia Yan contemplated abandoning her desire, knowing her salary barely reached 5 figures, and her black card had already been given to Gu Qingqing. Wrap that dress for me. A crisp, haughty voice interjected from nearby. The dress Xia Yan had just resolved to forgo was precisely the one the girl was pointing at, the 6-figure gown. Chapter 26, The President's Successor, Part 25. Miss, your demeanor alone can elevate this dress. This is the first design of the year by the international designer Misha, and currently, this is the only size S available in the country. Would you like to try it on? The enthusiastic sales assistant quickly diverted her attention from Xia Yan to the newly arrived female customer. Xia Yan sighed, not due to the fickle sales assistant, but because the woman before her was her rival. Han Mengshi had not anticipated encountering Gu Jinyun's petite wife so soon again. However, she was now brimming with confidence, having completely cast aside past grievances. After all, it was she whom Gu Jinyun had chosen to accompany to the charity gala, not Xia Yan. With an aloof demeanor, Han Mengshi instructed the sales assistant, "No need to try it on. Just wrap it up." Of course. The sales assistant was overjoyed. This would satisfy her sales target for the month. "Wait," Xia Yan interjected, calmly stating, "I saw this dress first. I haven't decided whether I want it yet." The sales assistant briefly exhibited impatience, but managed to respond, "Miss, this dress is priced in the 6 figures. Are you interested?" This was a blatant mockery of her financial status. "Even if I can't afford it, I must have it," she thought, communicating with her inner self to borrow some money. "Ask Gu Jinyun for it, sigh, fine." Receiving support from her inner voice, Xia Yan boldly declared, "I will take this dress." The sales assistant was taken aback, compared to the other woman, who donned mica sunglasses and carried a LU handbag while wearing a Jeeves CCL dress. She could not fathom that this young lady was a woman of means. Fearing that this girl's disruption might scare off genuine buyers, her demeanor chilled, and she impatiently remarked, "Then you should go pay for it first." Xia Yan replied with composure, "I want to try it on." The sales assistant, believing her to be simply wasting time due to a lack of funds, ignored her and turned to Han Mengshi with a smile, "Let me wrap up your dress." Han Mengshi cast a mocking glance at Xia Yan, who raised an eyebrow in response. "Is this your customer service attitude?" "I want another sales assistant." The sales assistant, now irritated, retorted, "If you can't afford it, don't pretend. We are in business, not charity." Xia Yan coldly responded, "I said I want this dress. Is it not permissible to try it on? Since you've decided to buy it, what's the point in trying? If you're not going to buy it, don't waste others' time." The sales assistant believed she was merely trying to ruin the experience. Han Mengshi provocatively looked at Xia Yan. "I think what this sales assistant said is quite accurate." Xia Yan met her gaze and smiled. "However, I wish to ascertain whether this dress is suitable for tonight's gala. If it is not, I will purchase another." Was she truly contemplating buying another? The sales assistant remained skeptical. Regardless, she had already offended this lady, and now she hoped that the woman was merely stirring trouble. Otherwise, if their supervisor learned of her transgression, her year-end bonus would be at stake. At that moment, Han Mengshi's words served as a reassurance for the sales assistant. "What a coincidence! I am also attending the gala, and as Gu Jinyun's partner." "Is it the Gu from the global group?" the sales assistant asked in astonishment. "Who else could it be? How many Gu Jinyuns are there?" Han Mengshi boasted. The sales assistant beamed with delight, her smile now appearing genuine. "Mr. Gu is a major shareholder of our Qingcheng building. Don't mention just one dress. If you wanted to buy out our store, it would merely take a word from Mr. Gu." Now she had nothing to worry about. As long as she catered well to this esteemed guest, her promotion to supervisor was within reach. As for others, could anyone be more formidable than Gu Jinyun? Han Mengshi, with a radiant smile, addressed Xia Yan, "This dress is mine to have. Besides this dress, take whatever you like. I'll handle the payment, given that Mr. Gu has allocated a substantial sum for my wardrobe." How infuriating! Not only was she provoking her and her husband at the gala, but she was also using her husband's money to buy clothes. What an insult! Xia Yan struggled to contain her anger and replied with a smile, "Since Miss Han is so generous, I shall graciously accept your offer." As she strolled away, she casually picked out several items. This one, and that one. The sales assistant had not anticipated such a turn of events. She was destined to be the sales champion for this month, or even the year. Xia Yan selected a piece or two from each rack, drawing envious yet disdainful glances from those around her. Han Mengshi scoffed, believing that these few items would not lead to her financial ruin. All it would do was make others view Xia Yan as someone who was merely seeking a bargain. How could such a woman possibly stand beside Gu Jinyun? Xia Yan handed the selected items to the sales assistant, who, despite her disdain, had to acknowledge the substantial sales this brought her. With a beaming smile, she asked. Shall I wrap these up for you? Xia Yan waved dismissively. I don't want these. Just wrap up the rest. The sales assistant was left speechless, her jaw nearly dropping in disbelief, glancing hesitantly at Han Mengshi. Han Mengshi's face turned ashen upon hearing this. Was she doing this intentionally? This was utterly shameless. If the previous items were mere trifles, then buying these was a direct assault on her pride. You. Han Mengshi gritted her teeth. Xia Yan, feigning concern, looked at her and asked, What's wrong? Did I take too much? I thought you were Mr. Gu's partner. He treats you so well that this amount wouldn't even be a fraction of his wealth. Surely, you can spare a little. She paused for a moment, hesitating to inquire further. Or is your relationship with Mr. Gu merely average, and this expense is beyond your means? If so, perhaps it's best to let it go. Please don't strain yourself. Chapter 27, The President's Successor, Part 26. The words spoken nearly made Han Mengshi grit her teeth in frustration. If she refrained from purchasing, would it not indicate that she had no connection with Gu Jingyun? Moreover, she had previously declared her willingness to take anything she desired. To retract her words now would be akin to slapping her own face. Han Mengshi had never been so humiliated before, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she could only swallow her pride, forcing a stiff smile as she declared, What does this amount to? I'll pay by card. Very well. Please sign here. The sales assistant beamed, as if illuminated by a golden light. Glancing at the long string of numbers on the bill, she nearly gasped for breath. Thank you, Miss Han, said Xia Yan, who was fanning the flames beside her. No need for thanks. Han Mengshi barked, her voice raised. Xia Yan turned her head innocently and instructed the sales assistant, Please deliver these items to Villa number 3 in the Biluo district. Certainly. The sales assistant's eyes widened. Was she truly an invisible wealthy lady? Perhaps she was merely a servant there, someone remarked as they exited the Qingcheng building alongside Han Mengshi. Xia Yan smiled brightly, bidding farewell politely. Goodbye, Miss Han. Remembering the near-vomiting expression on Han Mengshi's face upon receiving the bill, Xia Yan couldn't help but chuckle. Han Mengshi's extravagant spending had saved her meager savings. Time is of the essence. You must swiftly select a gown for the banquet. In truth, it was not a random choice. She selected a white strapless long dress, which bore a resemblance to the red gown purchased by Han Mengshi. Yet, it was considerably more affordable. Xia Yan admired her perfect figure in the mirror. The dress accentuated her curves exquisitely. Despite her innocent visage, her physique was quite alluring. I will cover the expenses. We shall not don attire meant for mistresses. Kong Kong could hardly bear to witness it. Upon hearing this, Xia Yan regarded Kong Kong with newfound respect. It seemed to possess the potential of a domineering CEO. Sensing the aura of mischief surrounding her, Kong Kong scurried away. The charity gala hosted by the Song family was scheduled for 7 in the evening, and Song Chizhou arrived promptly at 5 to pick her up. Teacher Song looks quite dashing today, Xia Yan sincerely complimented as she beheld him in a pristine white suit. However, compared to Xia Yan's somewhat exaggerated reaction, Song Chizhou appeared far more composed. His gaze was filled with admiration. If Xia Yan was merely a clean girl in everyday life, at this moment, she embodied the muse of every man's dreams, precisely the type Song Chizhou favored. Song Chizhou's throat bobbed as he unabashedly stared at her, saying, I suddenly have no desire to take you to the gala. Xia Yan was taken aback. A smile played on Song Chizhou's lips as he leaned closer. Lowering his voice, I wish to hide teacher Xia away. Xia Yan's expression shifted. She coldly replied, Teacher Song, that is not amusing. His reaction surprised Song Chizhou. He had expected her to blush or feel flattered, but instead, she appeared displeased. He quickly dropped his flippant demeanor, reverting to his usual modest self. Please don't mind. Just a jest. He gentlemanly opened the car door, gesturing for her to enter. Thank you. Xia Yan maintained a safe distance as she got into the car. As Song Chizhou closed the door and turned away, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. At 6:30, they arrived at the venue. where numerous business elites were also arriving. Women donned extravagant gowns, and men were clad in formal suits, pairing off elegantly. The men discussed commercial collaborations, while the women chatted about jewelry and accessories, occasionally sizing up each newly arrived couple. Isn't President Wang's wife rather young? That's not his first wife. She must be the mistress who has taken her place. His wife helped him build his fortune from the ground up, and now she ends up losing out to someone else. Such nouveau riche men are plentiful in Kyoto, all heartless scoundrels, Qin scoffed, having arrived with Liu Yifan, one of the renowned 4 young masters of Kyoto, with his own family business, a true aristocrat. Who is that person? The crowd's gaze was drawn to a striking couple at the entrance. This individual was a childhood friend of Liu Yifan. Thus she had encountered him on several occasions before he went abroad. No wonder she hadn't seen him much in their circle. That explains why we haven't seen him around, Jin Qingwei murmured. It's unlikely we'll see him often in the future. He refuses to take over the family business and insists on becoming a teacher, Qin Ke remarked, finding the young master somewhat aloof. No wonder I sensed a scholarly air about him, Jin Qingwei observed as a blush crept onto Song Qingzhou's face. Has the young lady developed feelings? Qin Ke teased. Unlike her, who had climbed the social ladder through her own efforts, Jin Qingwei hailed from a prestigious family, making her a suitable match for the Song family. Qin Ke, keen to befriend her, suggested, as far as I know, young Master Song has no girlfriend or fiancé, if Miss Jean is interested. Perhaps you should get to know him better. Upon hearing this, Jin Qingwei's eyes sparkled with interest, and she inquired, then who is that woman beside him? That woman. From the moment she entered, Qin Ke had sensed she would be the focal point of the gala. She could feel the jealousy and apprehension emanating from the other women around her. Qin Ke smiled, saying, I have not encountered that woman before. She likely does not belong to our circle, perhaps merely a sparrow attempting to ascend the social ladder. Jin Qingwei frowned. She detested women who sold themselves for money. Chapter 28. The President's Successor. 27. Why do I feel that those women look at you with malice? Xia Yan adjusted her newly styled European curls and, with a self-assured smile, declared, because my beauty renders them ashamed. Observing her swaying silhouette, Song Qingzhou pondered, has he merely been used and discarded? Standing on the second-floor balcony, Xia Yan gazed through the glass at the elegantly attired men and women below, each adorned in splendid attire, gracefully holding their glasses. Gouging had yet to arrive. It must have taken considerable effort to infiltrate the circle, Qin Ke remarked proudly, leaning against the glass with her glass in hand. Xia Yan, taken aback, inquired, Are you speaking to me? Qin Ke scoffed, seemingly mocking her aloof demeanor. She traced her finger along Xia Yan's gown. This dress, designed by the Italian maestro Elsa, is regrettably not the latest model. A mere 50,000, but I suppose it is beyond your means. Is it rented? Do we know each other? Xia Yan retorted, unperturbed, casting a cold glance in her direction. Qin Ke covered her mouth with a laugh, taunting, Are you flustered? Ignoring her, Xia Yan's gaze remained fixed on the man who had just entered. Not only she, but everyone at the soiree halted their conversations, standing at attention along the red carpet to welcome him. A flicker of delight passed across Qin Ke's face as she tidied her hair in the mirror. Noticing Xia Yan's distraction, she taunted, That man is Gouging, president of the global group, a person you shall never reach. I advise you to abandon such fantasies. Capturing Song Qingzhou would be a feat worthy of your rented gown. Feeling a tinge of envy, Xia Yan murmured to herself as she observed the striking couple below. Han Mengshi reveled in the sensation of standing alongside Gouging, reflecting on how some minor celebrities resort to selling their bodies for the attention of such influential figures. She felt a sense of honor, even greater than when she had won the title of Best Actress. The noble-born daughters looked on with envy and jealousy as she linked her arm with Gouging, alleviating the frustration from having been humiliated by Xia Yan. The soiree was hosted by the Song family, with patriarch Song Yanjun and his wife approaching Gouging. It truly astonishes me that you could attend this charity gala. President Gu, Song Yanjun complimented with a smile. The Gu family never misses a charity event, Gu Jinyun responded with poised elegance, proceeding calmly as the attendants guided him to the main table. Upon his seating, the others began to take their places, marking the official commencement of the charity gala. Song Yanjun, brimming with excitement, announced that the funds would be managed by a designated foundation, promising to disclose the allocation of every penny. I have prepared exquisite wine and delicacies for everyone, hoping you enjoy yourselves here. After a lengthy speech, he finally articulated the words everyone had been eager to hear. As elegant music filled the air, the spacious dance floor in the hotel began to stir, with the graceful waltz being the hallmark of this upscale banquet. Han Mengshi, her crimson nails glistening, playfully poked the man beside her. President Gu, shall we dance? Gu Jinyun, casually scrolling through his phone, glanced up in response to his partner's request and, amidst the lingering gazes of those around him, simply replied with a nonchalant Han Mengshi was overjoyed. As they entered the dance floor, everyone instinctively created a space for them. Feeling the warmth of his hand around her waist, Han Mengshi grew anxious, knowing she must seize this opportunity to capture Gu Jinyun's heart. Being a prominent star, her appearance and figure were impeccably maintained, while Gu Jinyun, undeniably handsome, exuded an aura of authority. Gradually, the dance floor emptied, leaving only the two of them. The sharp click of high heels echoed from the upper floor. A woman in a white strapless gown strode into the center of the dance floor, her presence jarring. Observing the smile on Xia Yan's face, the onlookers felt a chill, sensing impending trouble. With a deft maneuver, she caused Han Mengshi to tumble into her arms, then swiftly tossed her onto a nearby attendant. The series of actions left everyone astounded. Chapter 29: The President's Successor, Part 28. Even Han Mengshi did not react immediately. It was only when she noticed the shy expression of the waiter she was leaning against that she awakened from the joy of dancing with Gu Jinyun. Mr. Gu. Han Mengshi looked at Gu Jinyun with tear-filled eyes. Gu Jinyun noticed that Xia Yan was as astonished as everyone else, especially seeing her in a strapless gown, a stark departure from her usual attire. His gaze darkened as he removed his coat and draped it over Xia Yan's shoulders, fastening each button carefully. Xia Yan, why is he wrapping me up? Han Mengshi's expression shifted dramatically, her teeth clenched in frustration. It was evident to any observer that this woman held more significance in President Gu's heart than Han Mengshi did. Their sentiments were the same. The less a mistress wore, the better, while a wife should be wrapped securely. Mr. Gu, I think I've twisted my ankle, Han Mengshi said with a sorrowful expression, her eyes brimming with tears. Xia Yan shot her a cold glance, fully aware of the strength required to feign injury. Surely, she wasn't made of paper. Song Qingzhou stepped forward, speaking with gentle elegance. Let the Song family's doctor take a look at Miss Han. Han Mengshi's eyelids twitched. She had forgotten that these prominent families kept their own doctors. That's good, Xia Yan replied without reservation, then placed her hand on Gu Jinyun's shoulder, softly asking, Mr. Gu, may I have this dance? Gu Jinyun encircled her waist as the music began to play again. Although the crowd was unaware of her true identity, she certainly did not pale in comparison to Han Mengshi. The red rose and the white rose, alas, they were not worthy of such beauty. Han Mengshi ground her teeth in frustration, seated on the sofa surrounded by women who found amusement in her plight. Qin Ke felt uneasy. Having just been mocked by Han Mengshi, now realizing the connection between her and President Gu, making her cheeks burn with embarrassment. On the dance floor, Xia Yan was pressed closely against him, unintentionally stepping on Gu Jinyun's feet several times. Once more, Gu Jinyun's expression darkened. Stepping on someone's foot with high heels was quite painful. You did that on purpose, he whispered through gritted teeth in Xia Yan's ear. Xia Yan blinked innocently and replied, How could that be? I merely intended to step on you, you scoundrel. Gu Jinyun suddenly laughed, exerting a bit of strength to almost lift Xia Yan off the ground, ensuring she couldn't step on him again. However, the softness against his chest was undeniable. From now on, you are not allowed to wear such revealing clothing in public. He recalled the gazes of other men lingering on her, and could not help but feel a surge of anger. Xia Yan rolled her eyes. He was truly a hypocrite, allowing himself to be frivolous while forbidding her. She quietly bit him and retorted, "You were just dancing with Han Mengshi, and I haven't settled that score with you yet. How dare you reprimand me?" Gouging chuckled lightly. Dancing with her was merely for show. Why would you feel jealous? Is that so? Xia Yan shot him a menacing glance, then released her grip, saying, "Then I ought to invite Teacher Song for a dance. After all, it was Teacher Song who brought me here." Xia Yan smirked. "I'm quite generous, Mr. Gu. It was just a game. Several elite gentlemen even added me on WeChat. I understand. Feel free to flirt. Just don't mind if I wear a crown of thorns." Gouging's expression darkened. "Delete them all." "No, next time I might need to rely on them to enter the party and find you," she refused. Gouging gritted his teeth. "You don't need them. From now on, my partner is only you." "Should I delete them then?" "Hand it over. Let me delete them." Gouging snatched her phone, opened WeChat, and discovered there were no elite gentlemen at all. With a half-smile, Gouging regarded her. Did she truly think she could deceive him? This little girl needed to be taught a lesson. Noticing his fierce expression, Xia Yan's eyes turned red. And she sobbed, "I did it on purpose to provoke you. Who told you to be so fickle? I understand. You married me not out of love, but merely to have someone to deal with your family. But I am a person, not a tool. I have done my utmost. And you cannot trample on my heart just because I have feelings for you." Seeing her in tears, Gouging suddenly felt flustered. He wiped her tears away while soothing her. "I never intended to trample on your feelings." Xia Yan covered her ears. "I'm not listening. I'm not listening." Gouging. Xia Yan continued on her own. "Today, this gown was lent to me by someone else." Gouging frowned, asking, "Has your living allowance run out? I can have my secretary transfer more money to you." Xia Yan shook her head, as if offended, quietly saying, "I haven't touched a single cent of the money you gave me. That card was taken by Qingqing. You know, I never married you for your money. I don't care about gowns. If you weren't here, I wouldn't bother stepping foot in this place." Gouging pulled her closer, speaking in a gentle, husky tone. "I'm sorry I neglected your feelings before." Xia Yan appeared startled by his apology, looking up at him in a fluster, unsure where to place her small hands. "I will be responsible for you now that I've married you." Before he could finish, the lights suddenly went out. The entire hotel plunged into darkness, and everyone began to panic and scream. In the chaos, people shoved against each other, creating a scene of utter confusion. To the 12 o'clock direction, a villain approached with a dagger. Xia Yan, aided by the emptiness around her, could discern the positions of everyone even in the dark. She was tightly held in Gouging's embrace. "Don't run around. It's unsafe," Gouging urged, holding on to Xia Yan, wary of their surroundings. The Song family wouldn't allow a power outage like this without reason. It was likely someone was plotting something. Xia Yan thought to herself, "That person intends to assassinate you. Being with you is the real danger." However, her objective was to protect Gouging, even if it meant getting hurt herself. She could not allow him to be harmed. A loud shout pierced through the chaos. "Gouging, die!" Chapter 30. The President's Successor, Part 29. The lights flickered on, illuminating the scene where Gouging lay sprawled on the ground, while the figure wielding a white rose clutched a bloodied knife. Gouging swiftly kicked the assailant away, and security personnel rushed in to subdue the culprit. Chao Qin spat venomously. "Gouging, may you meet your demise. I shall return and finish you off." Chao Qin, a director at the global group, had been imprisoned for embezzlement, thanks to Gouging's efforts. Recently released, he discovered his wife had absconded with all their money, and his son was gone, driving him to madness. He blamed Gouging for his plight and disguised himself as a gardener to infiltrate the premises with the intent to kill. "You shall not emerge again," Gouging declared darkly, his eyes filled with a fierce intensity. Chao Qin was dragged away to await the police's arrival. Gouging carefully cradled Xia Yan's hand, gently blowing on it. Affection level 40. The affection increased by 15, a sign of his conscience, painful as it was for her. Xia Yan grimaced, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, yet she mustered a faint smile to reassure Gu Jinyu. Observing this, Gu Jinyu tenderly stroked her hair, saying, "If it hurts, let the tears flow." Xia Yan sniffled, tears cascading down her cheeks. Affection level 45. She gazed at him in bewilderment as he attended to her injuries. Oblivious to her astonishment, Dr. Song arrived, with Song Yanjun anxiously standing nearby, hoping for Xia Yan's well-being. Dr. Wang bandaged her hand, expressing his lingering fear. "You narrowly avoided a severed tendon." Song Yanjun's legs wobbled, but he sighed in relief that it was not Mr. Gu who was injured. Xia Yan's hand was wrapped like a dumpling. Exhausted from tears, she leaned against Gu Jinyu and fell asleep while Dr. Wang tended to her injuries. Gu Jinyu carried her outside. Song Yanjun quietly suggested, "Since Madam is asleep, should I have someone prepare a room at the Song residence for her to rest peacefully?" Gu Jinyu replied coolly, "No need. I am not entirely confident in the security at the Song household." The driver opened the car door for him, and Gu Jinyu gently placed her in the back seat before settling in beside her. As soon as they were in the car, Xia Yan awoke, yet feigned slumber. Gu Jinyu enveloped her in his arms, noticing the tears still clinging to her eyelashes and the redness of her nose, rendering her a picture of vulnerability. He sighed, holding her close, resting his chin atop her head, as if cradling a child. When Gu Jinyu saw Aunt Lu's name flashing on his phone, he answered without hesitation. "Hello, Aunt Lu?" There was a pause on the other end before she inquired, "Young master, are you with the young mistress?" "Yes, she is asleep." "Please convey any messages to me," Gu Jinyu replied softly. A frown crossed his face as he said, "Understood, I will send someone to search." He then hung up. "I'll go with you." Xia Yan grasped his clothing with her uninjured hand. Gu Jinyu firmly stated, "You are already injured. It is unwise to neglect your recovery. Do you know where to look?" At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards Xia Yan, realizing she had married him without ever experiencing the privileges of being a president's wife, all while enduring immense pressure to care for a troublesome child. The fact that Aunt Lu would notify her the moment she could not find the child illustrated her dedication to managing their household. Affection level 50. Xia Yan was taken aback, pondering what conclusions the president had drawn. She was not deliberately playing the role of a nurturing mother. Rather, she had heard from Kong Kong that Gu Qingqing had joined some dubious friends for a street racing event at Weiya Mountain Road. The name itself suggested a treacherous and winding path. Given Gu Qingqing's temperament, it was likely that she could be easily persuaded onto the racetrack. Therefore, it was imperative to locate her swiftly. "But your hand," Gu Jinyu hesitated, glancing at her bandaged hand. "It's fine. An injured hand doesn't hinder walking." Xia Yan reassured him, waving her wrapped hand. Just then, her phone rang, revealing a message from Li Jianan. Noticing the danger in Gu Jinyun's gaze, Xia Yan quickly explained, "He's my student, only 12 years old." Gu Jinyu then handed her the phone, responding elegantly, "No need to explain. I am not prone to jealousy." Xia Yan chuckled. "I hope that's true." She answered the call. "What is it, Jianan?" On the other end, a steady voice spoke, "Teacher, are you Gu Qingqing's cousin?" Recalling her previous attendance at his birthday party, she replied, "Yes, that's correct. After school, I heard a rumor that Sui Yang from the second year took her to Weiya Mountain. I thought it best to inform you." Li Jianan, though a bit reckless, understood boundaries. "Thank you for letting me know, Jianan," Xia Yan said, ending the call. She turned to Gu Jinyu. "We must head to Weiya Mountain. Gu Qingqing is there." Upon hearing the name, Gu Jinyun's expression darkened, realizing she had become too reckless. The driver, upon learning that the boss's daughter was at Weiya Mountain, accelerated the vehicle. Before long, they arrived at Weiya Mountain, witnessing several vividly colored supercars racing along the narrow road, leaving behind black skid marks. Xia Yan felt a pang of anxiety. Had they arrived too late? She hoped Gu Qingqing had not ventured onto the track. Fortunately, after a thorough search, they finally spotted their quarry. Gu Qingqing leaned against a young thug who seemed to be entertaining her with jokes, eliciting her laughter. Gu Jinyun clearly observed the scene, his eyes glinting with coldness. Xia Yan clicked her tongue, wishing Gu Qingqing good luck. Chapter 31. The President's Successor, Part 3. The man looked incredibly handsome, exuding an undeniable charm. A young girl, captivated, gazed at the approaching figure. He's quite dashing, isn't he? Why do you have that expression, Qingqing? Lu Shanshan teased. That's my father. Gu Qingqing stammered. Huh? Gu Qingqing was at a loss. She had signed the agreement, and once this race concluded, it would be her turn. If she were to flee now, how would others perceive her? Yet, compared to her reputation, her dread of her father was far greater. Lowering her head, she departed with Gu Jinyun, feeling somewhat dazed as she watched the cars speed by. However, their escape was thwarted by the event organizers of the racing competition. A young man with a prominent hooked nose handed a paper to Gu Jinyun, grinning as he said, "She signed the competition agreement. She cannot leave until the race is completed." Nearby, several wealthy young men detained the hooked-nosed fellow, whispering, "Do you know who he is?" Guo Chuan smirked. Who doesn't know young Master Gu? However, the rules cannot be broken. Even young Master Gu should understand this. The Extreme Fire Society thrived on sheer tenacity, commanding the respect of high-ranking officials, yet once on their turf, everyone must adhere to their rules. No one is above them. Even when it comes to settling scores later, they fear nothing. They are a band of daredevils, with little to lose. This very reason attracts many wealthy heirs seeking thrills. She's underage. She cannot participate in the racing competition, Gu Jinyun stated flatly. Guo Chuan replied with a cheeky grin, "Young Master Gu, I know you reign supreme here in Kyoto, while we brothers are akin to mere dirt beneath your feet. Please don't let us tarnish your pristine land." Are you threatening me? Gu Jinyun's gaze turned icy. If she does not race today and disrupts our event, my brothers will be at her school daily, waiting for her. They may lack other talents, but they possess patience and fearlessness, Guo Chuan retorted. Gu Qingqing felt a chill run down her spine. She hadn't anticipated such severity, which starkly contrasted her earlier thoughts. When she signed the agreement, the others had said a great deal, and she assumed it was all mere intimidation. Gu Jinyun was well aware of their obstinacy. Remembering the old adage, it is not the gentleman one fears to offend, but rather the petty men. I understand your rules. Would it not be more thrilling if I participated in the race on her behalf? He loosened his tie and tossed it aside, tearing open the buttons of his collar and cuffs, shedding the previous day's nonchalance for a serious demeanor. Guo Chuan revealed a grin full of yellow teeth, his eyes glinting with greed. If young Master Gu is willing to race for her, this competition will indeed become more captivating, and her agreement will be rendered void. The wail of an ambulance added to the commotion. Gu Qingqing was terrified, realizing the gravity of the situation. Racing was perilous. If something were to happen to Gu Jinyun, she would be the sinner of the Gu family. Wait in the car for me, Gu Jinyun instructed Gu Qingqing. Father, still not obedient? His voice turned frostier. I was wrong. I won't misbehave again. Gu Qingqing cried uncontrollably. Xia Yan raised an eyebrow, pondering the sudden surge of realization from her. Gu Qingqing, still sobbing, said, If something were to happen to my father, wouldn't you be delighted? You could claim your inheritance. Xia Yan frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? My father is going to participate in the race for me, and I just learned the survival rate for this competition is below 50%. Whoa. Gu Qingqing's makeup was ruined as she gasped for breath. With a bang, Xia Yan exited the car, slamming the door shut. Gu Qingqing watched as Xia Yan approached the sports car designated for Gu Jinyun, opened the door, and climbed in, her eyes widening as she momentarily forgot to cry. What are you doing? Gu Jinyun frowned at her. Accompanying you to your demise. So Gu Qingqing won't worry about inheriting your fortune. Very well. Xia Yan turned to fasten her seatbelt. Get out of the car, be obedient. The referee had already begun blowing the whistle. It was too late to exit now. Gu Jinyun cast her a deep glance, his voice low and resonant. Then let us be a couple in life and death. Xia Yan tightened her grip on the handle, nodding, marry a chicken and follow the chicken. Marry a dog and follow the dog. He chuckled softly. The car roared to life and sped off. Xia Yan felt as though she would be thrown from her seat, unable to discern the scenery flashing by due to the overwhelming speed. With another drift, the tires screeched against the pavement. Ah! Xia Yan screamed uncontrollably. Haha. She was terrified. Yet the scoundrel beside her found amusement in her fear. Had she known he drove like this, she would never have climbed aboard. Forget about any feelings of affection. As the world around her spun into chaos, she finally glimpsed the glimmer of hope. The red flag, signaling the finish line, was just ahead. The car gradually slowed, having crossed the finish line, yet it showed no signs of stopping. Xia Yan regained her composure, observing Gu Jinyun's grave expression, and asked, "What's wrong?" "Huh? As long as I'm with you, I fear nothing." Xia Yan quivered, instinctively grasping his hand and tightly shutting her eyes. As the car flipped, Gu Jinyun let out a self-deprecating smile, never anticipating to end up in such a predicament. Yet, as he glanced at the woman beside him, a torrent of emotions surged within him. Xia Yan sensed his grip tightening on her hand, and then everything faded to black. "Little spirit, wake up." Hearing someone call her, Xia Yan groggily opened her eyes. It hurt. Every part of her ached. "That was insane," she muttered, dazed. And upon sitting up, she noticed Gu Jinyun lying beside her, unconscious and seemingly in worse condition than she was. Frantically, Xia Yan searched for the healing pills. She had yet to inflict any torment, and she couldn't let him die. She pried his mouth open, attempting to feed him. "Are you trying to choke him? What am I supposed to do?" Xia Yan exclaimed in frustration. "Chew it up and feed it to him." Grimacing, she bit down, crushed the medicine, and then fed it to him. Indeed, it was the elixir of the Supreme Lord. After swallowing it, Gu Jinyun regained consciousness. Should anyone inquire how Xia Yan knew? She turned away, her flushed face betraying her embarrassment, recalling how he had playfully stuck out his tongue during the medicine feeding. Chapter 32. The President's Successor. 32. The Gu Family. "Madam, we have located President Gu." The elderly matriarch, leaning on her cane, trembled as she inquired, "Is he alive or dead?" The housekeeper hurried forward to support her, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry. He is quite well. He has been taken to the hospital." Finally, a sigh of relief escaped the old lady's lips as she sank onto the sofa, covering her mouth as tears streamed down her cheeks. "Oldly, please have the kitchen prepare some chicken soup. I must go see Yuner." After regaining her composure, she began to organize her thoughts. "Madam, you haven't closed your eyes for the past 2 days. You should rest," the housekeeper advised, concerned for her health. "Given her advanced age, please listen to me. If I do not see my grandson safe and sound with my own eyes, my heart shall never find peace," she insisted, tapping her cane twice with determination. The housekeeper had no choice but to acquiesce. In the hospital, the two were accommodated in a VIP ward, finally able to take a warm shower. Gu Jinyun's legs were immobile, requiring assistance for bathing, yet he stubbornly refused the care of the nursing staff, leaving Xia Yan to accompany him into the shower room. As Xia Yan removed his discolored shirt, revealing his toned chest, she could not resist touching it for a brief moment. "Are you satisfied?" A light chuckle echoed from above. Flustered, Xia Yan quickly withdrew her hand. Her cheeks flushed as she proceeded to strip him completely. Gu Jinyun sat on a stool while Xia Yan held the shower head to rinse him off. She offered him the body wash. "You can apply it yourself." Gu Jinyun did not take it. Instead, he turned and wrapped his arms around her waist, playfully insisting, "Help me. I am the patient." Xia Yan pushed him away, playfully reprimanding, "You have a broken leg, not a broken hand. Besides, I am also a patient. You know." Her freshly changed clothes were now soaked because of him. Observing her bandaged hand, Gu Jinyun tenderly took the shower head from her. "I can rinse myself. You just help me apply the body wash." Xia Yan. The shower took longer than anticipated, and Gouging emerged from the bathroom feeling refreshed, while Xia Yan, gritting her teeth, had to take another shower. Dear grandson, you nearly gave your grandmother a heart attack. The old matriarch entered with reddened eyes. Upon seeing her, Gouging sat upright, softly saying, I apologize for worrying you, grandmother. The old lady lightly patted his arm, scolding, You should be punished. At your age. How can you act so recklessly? Uncharacteristically obedient before the matriarch, Gouging replied, It was my fault. I caused you distress. After much comforting, the old lady's tears ceased, and a smile returned to her face. And what of Gouging? He inquired. The matriarch, adopting a stern demeanor, declared, I have ordered her to kneel in her room to pray for your safety. Should anything happen to you, I will cast her out of the Gu family. Gouging fell silent for a moment before responding, She deserves to be punished, but I do not advocate physical discipline. Enough. I understand you care for the child. But she has gone too far this time. The eldest son was also quite angered. Having said that, she cast a cold glance at Xia Yan, adding, as her stepmother, You must bear some responsibility, otherwise, why marry you? Gouging frowned. Grandmother, she has already been through a lot. What hardship? She does not have to do any housework. Yet, she cannot even manage to teach a child properly. I thought she was cautious and considerate, but she participated in such dangerous activities without discouraging you and even joined in your reckless behavior. Xia Yan lowered her head, feeling wronged. Upon hearing this, the old lady's heart ached for her grandson, and she could not help but wipe her tears, saying to Xia Yan, It seems you truly care for our Jingyun. I was too harsh earlier. Do not take it to heart, dear child. Xia Yan softly replied, It is all right, grandmother. Only the two of them remained in the room. Gouging gazed at Xia Yan, asking, I recall you are not one to endure grievances. Why did you not retort earlier? Because she is your grandmother. And she cares deeply for you, Xia Yan replied, raising her head with a smile. Thank you for defending me earlier. Affection level 70. Gouging embraced her with a sigh. I owe you so much. He would not be discharged from the hospital until the cast on his leg was removed, yet Xia Yan could not comprehend why she, too, had to stay in the hospital with him. Every day, he was engrossed in work, despite everyone urging him to rest. He remained attached to his documents and computer. Initially, Xia Yan found herself mesmerized by his focused demeanor, knowing that men were at their most handsome when they were serious. However, as time passed, the fascination waned. Tossing and turning on the bed, she exclaimed, I want to be discharged. I cannot stand being here any longer. I feel like I'm growing fur. Gouging briefly glanced at her before returning his focus to the contract. Unhappy, Xia Yan leaped onto his hospital bed, tossing his contract onto the table, muttering, You only look at contracts and never play with me. If you want to read contracts, do it alone. Gouging wrapped his arms around her waist, preventing her from moving. He assessed her in the thin hospital gown, her hair casually tied back, exposing her fair, slender neck and subtly defined collarbones, with glimpses of her figure just beneath the neckline. His throat tightened, his voice becoming husky. What shall we play then? Gouging's expression darkened. He was poised for action. Yet she had run away. Come here, he commanded. I won't, she defied. You come here if you have the ability, she thought mischievously. Gouging gritted his teeth. This was simply taking advantage of his current inability to move. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his restless desires, waiting for the day when his leg healed, which would also be the day she would apologize. Chapter 33, The President's Successor, Part 33, as Gouging and Xia Yan found themselves at an impasse. A gentle knock echoed from outside the door, followed by a soothing voice. May I come in? The voice seemed familiar to Xia Yan, who quickly tidied her disheveled attire and called out, Please, come in. Song Qingzhou entered, holding a bouquet of lilies in his left hand and a basket of fruit in his right. Teacher Xia, I heard you were hospitalized in this hospital. I'm here on behalf of the school faculty to visit you. He presented the flowers to Xia Yan and placed the fruit basket on the bedside. Xia Yan accepted the flowers, her face brightening as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Teacher Song." Indeed, Song Qingzhou was a commendable ally in times of need. Teacher Song? Gouging mused, recognizing him as the man who had attended the ball with his wife. Observing the lively conversation between Song Qingzhou and Xia Yan, his expression darkened further. With a calm demeanor, Gouging picked up the contract from the table, yet his ears were keenly attuned to the dialogue nearby. Xia Yan smiled, "See, I'm doing just fine." "Yes, the fortunate have their celestial guardians," Song Qingzhou replied, retrieving an apple from the fruit basket. "Patience should consume more fruits. Let me peel an apple for you." Gouging's grip on the paper had already contorted it. He coughed lightly, managing to attract the attention of both individuals. Xia Yan immediately inquired with concern, "What's wrong?" Gouging glanced at the peeled apple in her hand. "I'm a bit thirsty." "Thirsty?" Xia Yan rose to fetch the water jug from the bedside, only to find it empty. She handed him the apple, saying, "You eat the apple first. I'll ask the nurse to bring some water." All right, Gouging reached for the apple, but whether due to its size or its slippery surface, he failed to catch it and it rolled away. "My hands are weak, I apologize," he said, though there was no hint of remorse in his eyes. Xia Yan gazed at the round apple with concern, sighing, "You must be overworked. Let me peel you an orange instead." "Okay." Song Qingzhou jested. President Gu is indeed a busy man, but he must remember to rest. After all, health is the foundation of all endeavors. Gouging squinted slightly, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Only Xia Yan knows whether my health is good or not, so there's no need to trouble Teacher Song." Upon noticing her gaze, the two men's intense stares subdued instantly. "Very well, then I shall see you later," Song Qingzhou said with a smile as he took his leave. See you later. They were both teachers, bound to encounter one another daily in the same office. Gouging watched Song Qingzhou's retreating figure, a storm brewing in his expression. "I'll be discharged tomorrow," Xia Yan stated. "Absolutely not," Gouging replied, his voice firm as he regarded her with a composed demeanor. "We have fallen from a cliff. If you leave the hospital so soon, do you not fear the suspicions of others? A man is innocent, yet he bears the burden of wealth. I fear your great-grandfather's medicine may be depleted." Xia Yan felt a bit awkward, realizing how meticulously he had considered everything. "Then I shall stay a few more days." Gouging continued, "I believe you should consider resigning from teaching or perhaps transferring to another school." "Why?" Xia Yan questioned. "Is it not sufficient for me to support you?" Gouging countered. "No, I can support myself," she asserted. "But I wish to provide for you," he murmured. Xia Yan replied, "You make it sound as though you wish to adopt a dog." In her mind, two little figures appeared. Little figure A, "Mommy, I want to adopt a dog." Little figure B, "No, you cannot." Little figure A, "But I want to." Gouging noticed that she had drifted off mid-conversation. Wondering if there was too great a generation gap between them after all, he was only 6 years her senior. However, the larger house felt somewhat desolate. As Xia Yan assisted Gouging into the room, she quietly asked, "Does Grandma usually live here alone?" Gouging nodded. Xia Yan thought that if she were to stay here alone, she would surely feel frightened. Grandma was quite brave. Grandmother Gu awaited their return in the living room, dressed in her customary tang suit with her hair meticulously styled. Gu Qingqing was also present, her gaudy makeup washed away, donning a tasteful tweed jacket, quietly seated beside the elderly matriarch. She harbored a deep-seated fear of her grandmother. As you wish, Gouging was raised by his grandmother, making her the closest person to him, and he would never defy her wishes. Gu Qingqing fidgeted with the hem of her skirt, her gaze flitting nervously away from her father. It was only when Grandmother Gu nudged her that she reluctantly stood up, approaching Gouging with a quavering voice. "Daddy, I was wrong, I want to do it again." Today, her attire was not as jarring as usual. If Gouging was raised by Grandmother Gu, then Gu Qingqing was nurtured by him. Seeing her walk with a limp reminded Gouging of the punishment grandmother had given her to kneel, dissipating much of his anger. He coolly remarked, "I hope you remember this lesson. The world is filled with all sorts of people and situations, and they're not as simple as you might think. Gouging nodded tearfully. At that moment, Xia Yan's stomach audibly protested. She felt terribly embarrassed. Gu Jinyun raised a hand to suppress his amusement. Grandmother Gu chuckled. Dinner is ready. Let us proceed to eat. Xia Yan lowered her head even further. Gu Jinyun remarked meaningfully, Indeed, I am quite hungry. Then let us hurry to the dining table, the elderly lady said, rising with her cane, heading towards the dining area. Chapter 34 The President's Successor. 34. Xia Yan and Gu Jinyun followed behind their grandmother, while Gu Qingqing sauntered over to Xia Yan's side. I'm sorry, Gu Qingqing murmured softly. What? Xia Yan asked, unable to hear clearly. The young girl fidgeted with her fingers and said, I previously thought you were after my father's wealth. So I said some harsh words. I'm sorry. Gu Qingqing felt a lump in her throat. How could she still remember such an old incident? She decided to take it as an opportunity for reconciliation and nodded. Gu Jinyun listened intently to their exchange, shaking his head helplessly, a hint of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. The four of them shared a modest dinner of 5 dishes and a soup, all in small portions. Despite the family's immense wealth, Grandma Gu, at her advanced age, preferred not to indulge in extravagance. She often remarked that wasting food was a sin. Eat more. I'll serve you a bowl of bone soup. Healing from an injury takes time. You must take good care of yourself. Grandma Gu instructed the servants as they served the dishes. Gu Jinyun sighed. Grandma, don't just attend to us. You should eat too. All right, I am eating, she replied. Gu Jinyun occasionally placed food into Xia Yan's bowl, concerned she might feel awkward during her first visit. This sweet and sour pork rib is particularly delicious. Give it a try, he added, dropping a piece into her bowl. Xia Yan took a bite. The flavors were perfectly balanced, tangy and sweet, coated in a delightful sauce. Grandma Gu watched them interact harmoniously, her heart swelling with joy. Ever since her grandson had gone through that ordeal, he had remained indifferent to love, which was her greatest worry. After all, how could one live without affection? Over time, it could lead to turmoil. Yes, I haven't finished my medication yet. The dosage has been reduced, Gu Jinyun said, lowering his gaze. Joy radiated from Grandma Gu's eyes as she smiled. Good. A reduced dosage indicates fewer episodes lately. Xia Yan quietly inquired, Who is Zhong Yuan? Gu Jinyun seemed reluctant to discuss it, merely placing another piece of rib in her bowl. Eat a bit more. Seeing his disinterest, Xia Yan chose not to press further. Grandma Gu summoned her to a separate room. Grandma, Xia Yan called out cautiously. Come here. Let me show you something special. Grandma Gu beckoned her to a safe. Xia Yan hesitated, fearing that she might be about to receive a check to leave Gu Jinyun. Instead, Grandma Gu produced an intricately carved jewelry box, appearing quite vintage. Upon opening it, Xia Yan discovered a stunning emerald bracelet and a pair of matching emerald drop earrings. Try it on and see how it looks, Grandma Gu said, taking her hand and placing the bracelet on her wrist. Perfect fit. It seems you're destined to be a daughter-in-law of the Gu family. Xia Yan attempted to remove it. Grandma, this is too precious. I cannot accept. Grandma Gu stopped her, frowning. One must not refuse gifts from elders. Do you wish to upset me? Seeing her sincerity, Xia Yan felt compelled to accept, whispering, Thank you. Grandma. There's no need for thanks. You've already taken away my most precious grandson. A bracelet is nothing in comparison, Grandma Gu replied, her happiness evident as she held Xia Yan's hand. Xia Yan, still curious about Zhong Yuan, asked, Grandma, who is Zhong Yuan? Grandma Gu looked at her and, noticing her concern, sighed. He is the psychologist who has cared for Jinyun over the years. Xia Yan was taken aback. She hadn't perceived any psychological issues with Gu Jinyun. Then she heard Grandma Gu continue, I should thank you, for it is because of you that Jinyun's condition has stabilized. I hope you will always stay by his side. He cannot endure another heartbreak. Xia Yan wanted to express her feelings, but Grandma Gu tightened her grip on her hand, her expression serious. Even if you have to deceive him, you must remain by his side. Rest assured, I will not treat you poorly. She pulled out a check, which bore an astonishing sum of 8 zeros. Anyone with a love for money would find it difficult to refuse such a generous offer. Xia Yan immediately tossed the check onto the table, exclaiming, "I truly like him." She lowered her head, feeling bashful. "He once asked me what I liked about him. At first, I thought it was his talents and looks, his ability to handle everything with ease. But later, I realized that what truly captivated me were his flaws. I have seen his vulnerability, his loneliness in the dark. I know he is not unchanging. He craves excitement and freedom. Sometimes, he is like a child. Though he appears cold on the outside, his heart is warm." Xia Yan was surprised by her own words. Perhaps this was how she truly felt. Affection level, 80, She walked over to the wardrobe, and Gouging emerged from its hidden compartment, his face dark as he addressed Grandma Gu. "Grandma, at your age, why are you still playing these childish games?" Earlier, someone had lured him into the wardrobe, where he had been trapped until he heard Xia Yan enter. To be honest, he also wanted to understand her feelings. However, upon hearing her answer, his heart began to race uncontrollably. He realized that his heart no longer belonged to him. "Go on, you're old and tired," Grandma Gu yawned, turning away. Listening to the joyful footsteps fading behind her, a genuine smile spread across her face. "What are you doing?" Xia Yan exclaimed as he tossed her onto the bed. Gouging stepped closer, his gaze roaming over her. "You." He grasped her hand, pulling her toward him, and leaned down to kiss her. This kiss ignited a fire within them, stirring their passions, their breaths quickening, the heat of their skin palpable. "How's your leg?" Xia Yan asked anxiously, pushing against him. He had only recently had his cast removed. Gouging gently nibbled on her earlobe, his voice hoarse and gritting his teeth as he replied, "You'll find out if it's all right." Chapter 35, The President's Successor, Part 35. The following day, when Xia Yan awoke, she felt as if her body no longer belonged to her. She realized that no amount of affection could justify indulging Gouging any further. Affection level, 90, at the Gu family dining table. Gu Qingqing thought her stepmother was exceedingly bold, lingering in bed on her first day at the old residence. Surely, Grandma would reprimand her for this. Xia Yan stood at the staircase, drawn by the enticing aroma of breakfast, and timidly made her way to the dining room. The 3 generations of the Gu family had already finished their meal, and Xia Yan sheepishly addressed the elderly matriarch, saying, "I overslept." Grandma Gu smiled and replied, "No worries, dear. However, the food has cooled down. Let Sister Zhang heat it up for you." Gu Qingqing, feeling indignant, wondered why Xia Yan was not being scolded. The preferential treatment was infuriating. Noticing that the dishes were still warm, Xia Yan resolutely stated, "No need to reheat it. I can manage with a bite." She was simply too hungry to wait for Sister Zhang. Taking a seat beside Gouging, she picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Leaning in, she whispered to him, "Why didn't you wake me?" He softly replied, "You were exhausted last night. I couldn't bear to disturb you." Xia Yan felt her cheeks flush. This rogue was still as flirtatious as ever. Gouging made a quick trip to the kitchen and returned with a plate of warm sweet and sour pork ribs, placing it in front of Xia Yan. Her eyes sparkled. She had genuinely been craving this dish. "I knew you would struggle to get up, so I had Sister Zhang save it for you," he remarked. With Grandma Gu and Gu Qingqing having stepped out for a stroll, Xia Yan glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then wrapped her arms around Gouging's neck and planted a fervent kiss on his lips, sweetly exclaiming, "How thoughtful of you." He coolly responded, "Hurry up and eat. It will get cold." Affection level, 92. "Oh, you little tease." Having discovered the prince's coy nature, Xia Yan employed her full repertoire of tactics, various wall slams, stolen kisses, and countless positions. Ultimately, after a few weeks, she managed to elevate the affection level to an impressive 98. "Grandma, you need not see us off," Gouging said as he placed the luggage in the car. Observing Grandma Gu engrossed in conversation with Xia Yan, he approached them, curious about their discussion. To his surprise, he heard Grandma whispering, "Place a pillow behind your waist. It will facilitate conception." Xia Yan awkwardly nodded in response. We await your good news. Grandma Gu's smile was radiant. All right, Grandma, we must be on our way, Gu Jinyun interjected, rescuing the mortified Xia Yan from further embarrassment. She sighed in relief. Goodbye, Grandma, she called, lowering the car window to wave farewell. Gu Jinyun fastened her seatbelt, gently murmuring, I think Grandma's suggestion is quite sound. Xia Yan shot him a disapproving glare, exclaiming, What nonsense are you spouting? Gu Qingqing is still in the back. Gu Jinyun, fully aware of their additional passenger, spoke discreetly. As he prepared to accelerate, Xia Yan instinctively grasped the handrail beside her, recalling her previous anxieties. Fortunately, Gu Jinyun maintained a steady hand while driving. By noon, they arrived at the Biluo Villa district. I have a gathering to attend shortly, Gu Jinyun announced, draping his coat over the sofa and glancing at the time. Xia Yan lazily inquired, Are you bringing a companion? Gu Jinyun wrapped an arm around her waist as they ascended the stairs, playfully pinching her side and declaring, I'm taking you. Well done on being perceptive. Was he in a meadow? Everywhere he looked was a verdant expanse. The bed was green, the walls were green, the furniture was green. Upon noticing a black hat hanging on the rack, he felt a sense of relief. Xia Yan joyfully leaped onto the bed, exclaiming, This is wonderful. Though everything was green, it was a vibrant and layered green, just like in the photographs. Gu Jinyun gritted his teeth, pondering what Wang Zhen was thinking. Did he no longer wish for a salary? Or had he given up on work altogether? Seeing Gu Jinyun standing at the door, his expression fluctuating between anger and embarrassment, Xia Yan asked, Do you not like this color? He grimaced, replying, Not particularly. Xia Yan surveyed the room and muttered, I think it looks quite nice. Well, as long as she liked it, he thought. He entered the changing room and frowned again. It was overflowing with shopping bags, leaving hardly any space to walk. Yan, are all these your clothes? He inquired, astonished. Xia Yan bounced over on a green yoga ball, nonchalantly stating, Oh, those were bought by the mistress. Gu Jinyun's anger flared up. What mistress? He had suspected something was amiss, with the excessive green decor noting his fury. Xia Yan retorted, Han Mengshi. Gu Jinyun's ire dissipated, and he rubbed his temples, asserting, I have no relationship with Han Mengshi. No relationship? Then why did she flaunt her power in front of me? No relationship? Then why did she use your money to shower me with gifts? Pushing him away. Xia Yan feigned indignation and moved to the windowsill, refusing to engage with him. Gu Jinyun approached from behind, wrapping her in a gentle embrace. I was wrong. I should not have brought her to the gala or encouraged her behavior that allowed her to bully you. Keep your distance, Xia Yan replied stubbornly. Gu Jinyun, refusing to let go, insisted, I promise such a thing will never happen again, my dear. As his embrace became more intimate, Xia Yan felt a shiver run down her spine. All right, ignorance is bliss. I will forgive you this time, she hastily declared. No, I must make it up to you. Gu Jinyun whispered into her ear. It's fine. I didn't suffer any loss, Xia Yan lightly scoffed. She and that store clerk conspired against me. I didn't let her have it easy either. Look, all these clothes were gifts from her. You should have seen her face when I received them. Gu Jinyun chuckled softly, resting his chin on her shoulder, saying tenderly, Those clothes will be given to the servants. From now on, all your clothes will be purchased by me. Such a spendthrift. Xia Yan quipped, her lips twitching. I delight in your extravagance, he replied, his voice low and languid, yet incredibly gentle. As the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly warm, it appeared they were on the verge of becoming entangled. Xia Yan managed to evade him, saying, Didn't you mention you had a dinner gathering? What time is it? Don't be late. Gu Jinyun kissed her fiercely, then glanced at his watch, noting it was 1:20, with a reservation for 2 o'clock. Releasing Xia Yan, he stated, We shall continue this later. Continue what? Xia Yan asked. What kind of occasion is it? What should I wear? Gu Jinyun recalled that night at the gala, where she had worn a white strapless dress that had attracted the attention of every man present. He warned, Do not concern yourself with the occasion. Simply wear the most fabric possible. Xia Yan remained silent as Gu Jinyun rummaged through the wardrobe, tossing out a black tracksuit. She stared at the outfit, her expression incredulous. Gu Jinyun affirmed, "This one." He then found a matching men's tracksuit, declaring, "I will wear the same as you." Xia Yan hesitated. "All right, whatever you say." Although they were not wearing the same brand, they appeared as if they were dressed as a couple. Observing this, Gu Jinyun felt a surge of joy. Chapter 36: The CEO's Successor. 36. The venue for today's dinner happened to be the same nightclub where they had their first encounter. On that day, Xia Yan had only explored the first and second floors, unaware of the hidden wonders on the third. The third floor existed as a separate entity, replete with entertainment facilities, dining options, billiards, and sound equipment, essentially everything one could desire, albeit with only 2 private rooms. Gu Jinyun pushed open the door to find 7 individuals already seated within, 4 men and 3 women. A quick glance revealed that the 4 men were the main hosts of the gathering, while the 3 women were their respective companions. Among them was a familiar face, the woman who had mocked her for renting a gown during the previous banquet. Chinka had arrived with Louis Fan, and upon seeing Gu Jinyun accompanied by the woman she had previously looked down upon, her heart tightened. She nervously clutched the hem of her dress, but soon reassured herself that it was of no consequence. Gu Jinyun had brought female companions before, and they had merely been ornamental. The men rose to greet Gu Jinyun as he entered. They had grown up together, and despite their divergent paths in life, they regularly made time to reunite. Zhou Sheng, the eldest among them at 32 years, was a prominent figure in real estate, 2 years senior to Gu Jinyun. In contrast, Louis Fan, Yi Zheng, and Ding Ruicheng were in their late 20s, all inheritors of their family businesses. Gu Jinyun smirked. "I'm quite fortunate." "Yun Go," called Louis Fan and the others warmly. Yi Zheng, noticing the young lady accompanying Gu Jinyun, teased, "Who is this star? I've never seen Yun Go bring anyone like her before." Leaning against Gu Jinyun, Xia Yan asked playfully, "Really? Has Yun Go brought any other stars?" Yi Zheng genuinely pondered for a moment before shaking his head in jest. "With so many, how could I possibly remember? But you are certainly the most special, showing up in sportswear." Xia Yan shot a sidelong glance at Gu Jinyun with a smile that was neither here nor there. "That's all in the past," Gu Jinyun quickly clarified, and when he noticed Xia Yan's forced smile, he cast a frosty glare at Yi Zheng, warning him that if things did not go well tonight, Yi Zheng would face relentless matchmaking calls the following day. Zhou Sheng, displaying maturity and instinct, recognized that Xia Yan's appearance was unlike any of Gu Jinyun's previous companions, and he quickly intervened. "Yun is quite proper. He merely brings companions to serve drinks and play cards, nothing more." Ding Ruicheng chimed in with a smirk. "How do you know if he has done anything else?" "Shenggu, have you been in his bed?" Gu Jinyun darkened at the remark, clearing his throat and shooting a warning glare at Ding Ruicheng. "That is your sister-in-law, the only one." Xia Yan waved her hand dismissively. "I dare not assume such a title. Whether I am the only one is debatable." Gouging cast a bemused glance at the 2 fools, anticipating Gu Jinyun's retribution. Ding Ruicheng awkwardly admitted, "Shenggu is right. Those women are unworthy." "Nothing happened between them and Yun Go." Xia Yan laughed. "Did you peek at his bed?" Ding Ruicheng, steeling himself, nodded. "I have a peculiar hobby. I enjoy observing their bedding. Yun Go is absolutely innocent." Louis Fan added, "He has always been uninterested in women. Perhaps he has a thing for them. Come. Let us eat. Later, we'll get Yun Go drunk, and you can hear his true thoughts when he is tipsy." Louis Fan exclaimed. Gu Jinyun remained silent. He took Xia Yan's hand, holding it tightly, fearful that she might slip away. Xia Yan maintained her composure in front of others, smiling as he guided her to a seat. From her position, she discerned the dynamics between the pairs present. The woman who had mocked her was Louis Fan's companion, and Zhou Sheng's partner appeared quite young, seemingly younger than herself. Old bulls indeed prefer tender grass. Ding Ruicheng was the only one without a companion, while Yi Zheng's date, a somewhat familiar actress, sat beside Xia Yan, reminding her of a film she had seen. "Yun Ge, You've angered your sister-in-law. You must drink 3 cups as punishment. Yizheng jested, placing 3 glasses of liquor before him. Gouging shot him a glance, muttering, "This is all your fault." Nonetheless, he lifted a glass and downed it in one go, followed by another. By the 3rd glass, Xia Yan gently held his hand, smiling, "All right, I'm no longer angry." The group erupted in cheers. Ding Ruiqing laughed. "Sister-in-law is feeling generous." Xia Yan boldly declared, "Of course. Whose man would not be cherished?" Gouging couldn't help but soften, a glimmer of humor in his eyes as he replied, "It's fine, if I don't drink the poured wine." "These rascals won't let me off easy." Louis Fan chuckled, "Yunga knows us well." Xia Yan raised the last glass in front of her, exclaiming, "To new acquaintances, let us drink a toast." She downed it in one gulp. Gouging was momentarily taken aback. That was pure vodka. The others stared in shock. "Sister-in-law is quite bold." Gouging touched her face, feeling it wasn't too warm. He advised, "If you feel unwell from the alcohol, let me know." Xia Yan shook her head with a smile, "I'm fine." Ding Ruiqing applauded. Sister-in-law has a hearty tolerance. They decided not to provoke Gouging further. This wasn't a business setting, and drinking should be for enjoyment, not to make someone suffer. They began to eat, after which they would have another round. Gouging arranged for a bowl of hangover soup for Xia Yan. As they dined, he continually served her dishes. He brought a piece of dompa pork to her mouth, saying gently, "If you don't eat, I'll just keep holding it." This. Xia Yan couldn't resist the temptation and took a bite, realizing that after this meal, she would have to diet. The other 3 women watched Gouging treat Xia Yan so well, envy and jealousy evident in their eyes. They had always thought Gu Shao was indifferent to romance, viewing women as mere attire, but it turned out he simply had not met the right person. They couldn't help but glance at their own partners, none of whom compared to Gu Shao's charm, capability, or thoughtfulness. Previously, they had considered their partners quite satisfactory, but now they felt that in comparison, they paled significantly. Qin Ke, gripping her chopsticks, wore an inscrutable expression, believing she and Xia Yan were not so different. Perhaps she too had a chance to win Guzong's favor. After a few drinks, Yizheng, feeling the effects of the alcohol, grinned broadly. "Yunga, the last woman to shield you from drinking was 12 years ago." Back then, and Xiao was drunk for several days before waking up. Silence fell over the table. Ding Ruicheng sharply pinched Yizheng under the table, prompting him to realize he had misspoken. Embarrassed, he stammered, "I must have had too many drinks. I'll drink 3 more as punishment." He hastily downed 3 cups, eager to drown his embarrassment. Gouging's expression remained unchanged, as if he hadn't taken it to heart, continuing to serve Xia Yan. Chapter 37, The President's Successor, Part 37. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, the group gathered around a mahjong table, while Zhou Sheng abstained from playing. "Can you really play mahjong in such a drunken state?" Xia Yan questioned the others with skepticism. Lu Yifan swayed slightly and replied, "Sister-in-law, you have no idea. Only after drinking this much can the 3 of us unite to defeat Yungo." Xia Yan couldn't help but twitch her lips. Gouging, clad in a simple white t-shirt and black trousers, exuded an air of elegance despite the simplicity of his attire. "Defeating me? You 3 are still quite inexperienced," he said. A cigarette dangling from his lips, his voice tinged with a raspy quality from inebriation. Xia Yan seized the cigarette from his mouth, leaving Gouging momentarily stunned before he affectionately tousled her hair, saying, "If you don't let me smoke, I won't have the right feel for the game. Unless I can hold you." The trio was taken aback. Was Yunga truly so shameless now? Nevertheless, it appeared his feelings for his sister-in-law were genuine. The last woman who had attempted to take a cigarette from him had suffered a fate of humiliation and never returned. Xia Yan was unconvinced by his words. How could holding him provide a sense of rhythm for the game? She declined. After a few rounds, Yizheng gazed at the overflowing chips in the drawer and exclaimed with delight, "I can't believe I've won so much money from Yungo. I never even dreamed of this." After playing over a dozen rounds, they took turns winning, while Gouging had yet to score a single victory. Xia Yan watched the drawer emptying with a twinge of pain. Each chip worth $1,000 was indeed a hefty loss. She tugged at gouging and whispered, "Do you even know how to play?" Gouging nonchalantly replied, "I lack the feel unless I can hold something." "How about holding hands?" Xia Yan suggested. He smirked slightly. "Unconcerned, you'll find out if you try." He grasped her right hand with his left. Soon after, he struck a winning hand. This was his first victory of the day. He pressed a kiss on her hand and teased, "It seems the goddess of fortune is smiling upon me." Xia Yan felt a flush of warmth, and then, intrigued, wondered if a sense of feel was indeed necessary for playing mahjong. Another round produced a win. After several more rounds, Xia Yan had grasped the game's nuances, her face alight with joy as she collected her winnings. Eager to join in, she expressed her desire to play. Gouging asked, "Would you like to take a turn?" Xia Yan hesitated, biting her lip. "I'm still not very good at it." "No worries, I'll guide you," Gouging said with affection. "All right, I'll give it a try." "I won," Xia Yan exclaimed, seated on Gouging's lap, excitedly clapping his arm. Yan, you're amazing," he replied, a smile playing on his lips. The trio exchanged glances, feeling exasperated. Not only were they losing, but they also had to witness this display of affection. After the mahjong session, the group intended to continue their revelry with drinks, but Xia Yan was already yawning. Lu Yifan glanced at the time and said to his girlfriend, "Xiaoke, can you take sister-in-law upstairs to rest?" On the 4th floor, they had their designated rooms, where they often stayed after late-night gatherings. Gouging observed Xia Yan, who was dozing on his lap, and coaxed, "You should go to sleep. I'll join you shortly." "Finally, I can rest?" Xia Yan yawned. "I'm heading to bed now. Don't stay up too late, or you'll disturb my sleep." "Okay," Gouging replied, gently stroking her hair. Qin affectionately linked arms with Xia Yan and cheerfully assured Gouging, "Don't worry, I'll take good care of sister-in-law." Xia Yan thought to herself how thick-skinned this woman was. Had she truly not recognized her or forgotten her previous jibes? Qin led her out and into the nearby elevator. In a blink, the elevator stopped, and Qin ushered her into the left room. It was a luxurious suite, bearing traces of their previous stays, such as socks and undergarments scattered about. Xia Yan wrinkled her nose in distaste, realizing Gouging had this disheveled side to him that she had never noticed at home. Qin smiled and said, "I said some rather rude things at the banquet earlier. Sister-in-law, please don't hold it against me." Xia Yan thought to herself that she hadn't forgotten. "If I wanted to hold a grudge, I would have done so earlier downstairs," she replied coolly. Nodding, she lay on the bed, intending to take a brief rest. Qin exited and walked directly to the opposite room. Taking a deep breath, she entered the code of 6 zeros on the keypad, and the door swung open. A smile gracing her lips. Indeed, the default password still worked. It seemed fate was aiding her. Once inside, she quickly slipped into the bedroom, shedding her clothes and waiting eagerly in bed. Her mind had been highly alert, and as time trickled by, it was now 2 in the morning when she finally heard the sound of the doorknob turning. Gouging entered quietly, careful not to wake Xia Yan, and refrained from turning on the lights. Upon entering, he noticed a lump in the covers and smiled, amused that she wasn't concerned about suffocating herself. He approached and pulled the covers down slightly, only for the figure inside to spring up, burying her face in his chest while her hands slipped under his t-shirt. Gouging was taken aback. Why was Xia Yan suddenly so forward? This was a rarity. He chuckled lightly, so eager. The woman whispered urgently, "I want." Gouging's expression hardened as he abruptly pushed her away, exclaiming angrily, "Who are you? Where's Xia Yan?" Qin, having been pushed onto the bed, bit her lip seductively and said, "Mr. Gu, can't you just think of me as Xia Yan?" Believing her figure to be appealing, she thought most men would succumb to her allure, especially in her current state of undress. However, Gouging's reaction disappointed her. He kicked the door open and dashed out. Realizing Qin was in his room, Gouging's heart raced, fearing for Xia Yan's safety. Lu Yifan, Sitting at the bedside and observing the sleeping Xia Yan with confusion, wondered if he had entered the wrong room. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks at the door jolted him back to reality. He walked over to open it and found Gouging standing at the entrance, his voice low and tense. "Where is Xia Yan?" In the room," Lu Yifan replied, slapping his thigh as he realized. "I knew I had the wrong room, but isn't that your room?" Yet, the undergarments on the sofa still belonged to Gouging. Lu Yifan thought to himself, "Is Guga's status in the household truly this low?" Chapter 38. The president's successor Gouging cast a dark gaze at Lu Yifan and coldly remarked, "You haven't mistaken the room. As for why Xia Yan is in your room, perhaps you should inquire with your girlfriend." Lu Yifan lowered his head. "Thank you, Yunge." Gouging was merely sparing him the trouble of taking matters into his own hands. Xia Yan, drowsily cradled in Gouging's arms, murmured, "What is so urgent? It's the middle of the night, and one can hardly get a decent sleep." Lu Yifan personally escorted Gouging away and instructed the lobby manager to bring down Qin Ke. The jovial demeanor Lu Yifan often displayed was merely a facade. Emerging from a family known for its ruthlessness, how many truly kind-hearted individuals could there be? He seized Qin Ke by her hair, forcing her to tilt her head to meet his gaze, and coldly declared, "You wretched creature. If you aspire to climb the social ladder, perhaps you should first take a look in the mirror. Do you truly believe you are worthy?" Qin Ke trembled as she pleaded, "Yifan, please do not be angry. I merely took a wrong turn." "Wrong turn?" Lu Yifan scoffed, his face a mask of derision. "The codes for the two rooms are entirely different. How could you possibly not know?" He released her, disdainfully wiping his hands with a tissue, and coldly stated, "She claims to enjoy bedding others? Let us send her to General Manager Li's bed at the Xinyue Group." At the mention of General Manager Li, fear gripped Qin Ke. She fell to her knees, clutching Lu Yifan's legs, and sobbed, "Young Master Lu, I was wrong. I shall never dare again." Lu Yifan kicked her away, allowing the bodyguards to drag her off. After such commotion, Xia Yan found herself unable to sleep. She opened her eyes and remarked sarcastically, "Has President Gu found a new flame in such a short time?" "There is no new flame, Yan. Do not listen to their nonsense," Gouging hurriedly clarified. Xia Yan pointed to the lipstick smudge on his white T-shirt and coldly responded, "This is not my shade. I wore pumpkin color today, and this is crimson." Gouging, ignorant of such shades, only recognized that it must have been left by Qin Ke moments ago. With a sigh, he recounted the events that had transpired. Xia Yan raised an eyebrow. The young lady was forthright. "How could you remain unperturbed?" "Aside from you, I have no interest in anyone else," he replied, his tone laced with a playful nonchalance. Xia Yan, should she feel pleased? As dawn broke outside, she pulled out her phone to check the time, only to discover it was dead. She rummaged through Gouging's coat and retrieved his phone, finding over 20 missed calls. Gouging's phone had been on silent, and in the heat of the moment, he had not checked it. Since the incident at Wei Mountain, Gouging had arranged for a locator to be installed on Gu Qingqing's phone. He opened his phone to check her location, Lishui apartment, number 256. Upon seeing the address, his pupils constricted. Noticing his pallor, Xia Yan inquired, "What is it? Has Qingqing encountered trouble?" "That should not be the case. If something were amiss, Kong Kong would have alerted me in advance." Gouging instructed the driver to stop on Wanbei Road. Xia Yan, through the window, observed him retrieving a white pill bottle from his pocket, pouring its contents into his mouth. Then the car turned a corner, and he vanished from view. Lishui apartment, number 256. Xia Yan quietly committed the location to memory. Gouging walked along Wanbei Road, arriving at a place he had frequented years prior after 20 minutes. He glanced up at the third-floor window, the curtains drawn tight. He called Gu Qingqing again, but still, no one answered. Gouging ascended the stairs. This apartment was rather old, the stairwell creaking and unkempt, evidently neglected for years. He rapped impatiently on the door. Inside, Gu Qingqing lay in the embrace of a remarkably graceful woman, her eyes red and swollen from a recent bout of crying. All right, no more tears. And Xiao gently consoled her. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door. Startled, both women jumped. It was still early. Who would come knocking at such an hour? And Xiao patted Gu Qingqing and softly said, I'll go see who it is. Upon recognizing who stood outside, Gu Qingqing sniffled in fear. She had never been in such a dilapidated apartment before and felt uneasy. In Xiao slipped on her slippers and approached the door. Peering through the peephole, she saw a man standing outside. Perhaps it is better this way. I would not have to devise a way to meet him, and Xiao thought. Fixing her hair, preparing to make a delightful impression for their long-awaited reunion. Jinyun, you are here, she exclaimed, opening the door with a sweet smile. It had been over a decade since Gu Jinyun had seen her, and he coldly replied, let Gu Qingqing come out. Qingqing is still inside. Please come in, she said. Bending down to retrieve her slippers, the curve of her figure accentuated. No need. Gu Jinyun shouted into the room. Gu Qingqing. Startled, Gu Qingqing realized her father had come for her. She quickly dashed to the door and apologized. I'm sorry, Daddy. I forgot to call you. And Xiao soothingly patted her head. It is my fault. I also forgot to inform your father. After all, she now had someone to shelter her. Gu Qingqing stomped her foot in frustration and ran out. And Xiao hurriedly called after her. Qingqing, slow down. Chapter 39. The president's successor Gu Jinyun cast a cold glance at her and said, do not seek out Qingqing again. And Xiao lifted her head. Tears streaming down her face. I am her biological mother. How can you deny me the right to see her? Why are you being so cruel to me? Now you remember you are her mother? When you abandoned her over a decade ago, did you ever think of your role as her mother? Gu Jinyun's voice was frigid and filled with rage. In Xiao crouched on the ground, hugging herself as she sobbed, I had my reasons. What reasons? You left her behind because you wanted to go abroad with Fong Yucheng, deeming the child a burden. Gu Jinyun scoffed. Upon hearing Fong Yucheng's name, and Zhao's pupils dilated, and her expression turned frantic. And Xiao, I cannot interfere with your freedom, but I ask that you do not appear before me and Gu Qingqing again. If you have any sense of shame left, Gu Jinyun stated coldly before striding away. Jinyun, don't go. Let me explain. And Xiao called out desperately. But Gu Jinyun seemed utterly unmoved. However, Gu Qingqing pushed her away, her tone frigid as she declared, you need not concern yourself. With that, she brushed past Xia Yan and dashed upstairs, the sound of a door slamming echoing through the house. Xia Yan furrowed her brows. Having thought that relations had improved significantly over the past few days, how had things reverted to this state? Aunt Lu brought over a cup of milk, offering consolation. Madam, do not be upset. It seems that President Gu has reprimanded her again. Xia Yan sensed an unusual atmosphere surrounding the events. With a heavy heart, she asked Uncle Li to drive her to school. After placing her bag down, she teasingly asked teacher Zhang Yu, have you received a raise? You seem quite cheerful. Zhang Yu rolled her chair over, grinning as she replied, a raise is imminent. Xia Yan had merely jested, not expecting it to be true. Zhang Yu, munching on sunflower seeds, remarked, I don't know what happened to your class, but it seems they have suddenly become aware of the struggles of the world. Xia Yan raised an eyebrow, certain that Gu Jinyun must have played a role in bringing down the family businesses of those students. That class monitor of yours is simply a genius. Zhang Yu declared proudly. Surely not, Xia Yan replied, feeling that Zhang was exaggerating. Indeed. No one anticipated that he would win first place in the management simulation competition, Zhang Yu said, patting her shoulder and winking. Once we finish this batch of students, their parents will certainly express their gratitude towards you. We shall work together and enjoy the rewards. Xia Yan smiled, feeling proud of Li Jianan, her most commendable student. Now I realize this child becomes more intelligent the more he speaks. Look at Zhou Peng, his mind is sharp. With proper guidance, he could be a great asset. Xia Yan mused. You certainly did not say that during our last meeting, she added. Teacher Nia suddenly ceased her continuous praise and curiously inquired, "Teacher Xia, I heard you broke the podium last time?" Xia Yan chuckled awkwardly. "No, I merely broke a pointer. The pointers at school are all made of solid wood." Teacher Nia took a sip of water from her cup, suppressing her shock. It was no wonder Xia Yan could manage that rowdy group of children. She was older, but perhaps she should practice a bit more. She cast an approving glance at Li Jianan. The students were quite cooperative, making the class enjoyable. After the lesson, many students approached her to apologize. "Teacher, we were wrong. Could you please refrain from acquiring shares in our family business?" The students had faced severe reprimands at home, as their parents informed them that it was their actions that had angered Teacher Xia, leading to the family's business crisis. "Considering your newfound awareness, I will let you off with just 100 copies of your report card," Xia Yan generously decided. The students were overjoyed, relieved to escape their parents' scolding. Today, the head of the teaching department sought out Xia Yan, initially praising her class for their progress, then criticizing their attendance, as her class consistently had the lowest rate due to Gu Qingqing's frequent absences. "I understand. I will inquire about Gu Qingqing's situation at her home," Xia Yan assured. The head nodded in approval, reiterating, "Gu Qingqing's father is a major stakeholder in our school. You must pay her some attention." "I will," Xia Yan promised. Suddenly, a voice interjected, "Someone is undermining your position." Startled, Xia Yan nearly bit her tongue. In her mind, she communicated, "Why have you been so quiet lately?" "Because the prince's favorability rating has been stuck at 98 for quite some time. I've grown weary of waiting," the voice replied. Xia Yan gritted her teeth, feeling like she was being ridiculed. Who is this person undermining me? A candlelight dinner? Her heart sank. She had initially come to torment the prince, but now she found herself caught in a web of deceit. Glancing at the sweet and sour ribs she once adored, she now found them utterly tasteless. Little sighing, "I will send you their current location. Go and tear that mistress apart," the voice encouraged, sensing her foul mood. Taking a deep breath, Xia Yan picked up her chopsticks and coldly replied, "I will not go. I will wait for her to come to me." With that, she took a fierce bite of the ribs. Chapter 40. The President's Successor. 40. In a Western restaurant, Gu Jinyun coldly regarded the woman seated across from him. Had it not been for Gu Qingqing's tearful plea, expressing her desire to share a reunion meal with her biological parents, he would never have found himself here. And Xiao, today adorned with light makeup, wore a pink dress, an ensemble Gu Jinyun had once praised her for. With her biological parents present, Gu Qingqing gazed at them with eager anticipation. Observing Gu Jinyun's indifferent expression, she attempted to lighten the mood by asking, "Mommy, is this where you and Daddy first met?" And Xiao, her gaze tenderly fixed on Gu Jinyun, nodded and replied, "Yes, I was working here part-time back then, rather clumsy, and accidentally spilled red wine on your father." Sitting behind them, Xia Yan rolled her eyes, remarking on the romanticism of their first meeting. "Did you not say you wouldn't come?" she quipped. "I'm not here to meet them. I'm merely eavesdropping," Xia Yan defended herself. "What if, as a man and woman alone together, they spark some chemistry? All the goodwill I build up would be for naught. The effort to impress the beauty would be wasted." In response to her deliberate flattery, Gu Jinyun coldly interjected, "Let bygones be bygones." Upon hearing his words, Xia Yan's irritation diminished slightly, and Zhao's eyes dimmed, and she forced a smile. "I just feel a bit nostalgic. It seems like those events unfolded just yesterday." Setting down his cutlery, Gu Jinyun flatly stated, "I'm full." Noticing her father's lack of engagement, Gu Qingqing felt a twinge of annoyance and remarked, "I'm still hungry." "Then hurry up and eat. Less talking," Gu Jinyun retorted with a sidelong glance. Pouting, Gu Qingqing lowered her head, directing her frustration at her steak. And Xiao affectionately patted Gu Qingqing's head, saying, "Qingqing is still just a child. I understand you're upset with me, but you shouldn't take it out on her." Gu Jinyun scoffed, "What is there for me to be angry about? My only frustration lies with your irresponsibility. If you choose to give birth, then you must care for the child." Gu Qingqing's hand trembled slightly. and she instinctively wanted to withdraw from Inzhao's touch. Tears welled in her eyes, for she had longed for a mother-s affection like the other children. So what? Gouging asked. Inzhao suddenly grasped his hand earnestly, stating, I want to give her a complete home. Xia Yan smiled at the sentiment. Inzhao discreetly signaled Gu Qingqing, who then said, but I'm still not full. Then stay here and eat. Once you finish, Uncle Li will pick you up. Gu Jinyun said emotionlessly. He donned his suit jacket, handed a card to the waiter for payment, and turned to leave. Xia Yan gave a thumbs up, impressed. Gu Qingqing pouted. That woman, she dares not bully me. And Xiao frowned, attempting to instill some wisdom. She may not have children now, but once she does, who knows how she'll treat you? She might even cast you out of the Gu family. My foolish daughter, you're being deceived. Gu Qingqing considered her words, recalling that in the dramas she watched, stepmothers often turned out to be wicked. Qingqing, a stepmother is always a stepmother. Only your biological mother truly loves you and will never harm you, and Xiao reassured her, embracing her with a gentle kiss on the forehead. Mommy. Gu Qingqing blushed, feeling her mother's love envelop her. Observing that her words had taken root, and Xiao began to sweeten the deal. How about I take you shopping tomorrow? Gu Qingqing nodded enthusiastically, thinking how wonderful it felt to have her mother around. Upon hearing this, Xia Yan quietly donned her hat and slipped away from the restaurant. That night, the evening breeze was cool, dispersing Gu Jinyun's inebriation as he aimlessly strolled along the seaside. Xia Yan trailed him at a distance of 10 meters, matching his pace, speeding up when he did, slowing down when he did. They continued walking until they reached a secluded area. Gu Jinyun halted and sat upon a large rock, pulling out a cigarette to place between his lips, only to discover he had no lighter. With a sigh of resignation, he set the cigarette aside and retrieved a small white pill bottle from his pocket, tossing a few pills into his mouth. Xia Yan was curious about the medication, noting he had taken it twice today. Seated by the sea, Gu Jinyun listened to the rhythmic crash of waves against the rocks, powerful yet gentle, soothing in its melody. Hey handsome, could you give me your number? A woman's voice chimed nearby, delicate as wind chimes. Gu Jinyun smirked, grasping her hand resting on his shoulder, and replied lazily, I can't. I'm married and my wife is quite the tigress. Xia Yan playfully pushed him, laughing, You're the tigress. Gu Jinyun, taking advantage of the moment, pulled her into his embrace, planting a kiss on her lips as he inquired, How long have you been following me? Xia Yan wrapped her arms around his neck, teasingly responding, Guess. Do you not realize how dangerous it is for a girl to be alone outside? His voice was magnetic and gentle, drawing her closer, compelling her to lean into his words. Xia Yan complied, capturing his lips in a kiss that made the remainder of his speech dissolve into silence. Hey handsome, wanna go out? She asked, tilting her chin up. Unable to refuse her charm, Gu Jinyun swept her off her feet and carried her deeper into the woods. Xia Yan found herself pressed against a tree, captivated by the desire in his eyes, suddenly feeling a rush of nervousness. A shiver of unexpected pleasure coursed through her. No one will come, he murmured, whispering her name with an intoxicating fervor. Overwhelmed by his presence, Xia Yan could only plead for mercy. Time slipped away until she was utterly exhausted, lacking even the strength to hold on to him. Gu Jinyun adjusted her clothing and carried her out. I have a seaside apartment not far from here, he mentioned. Then why didn't we go there earlier? Xia Yan replied through gritted teeth. Chapter 41. The president's successor. The seaside villa was merely a stone's throw away, with the soothing sound of the ocean echoing within. After a warm bath, they lay nestled on the soft king-sized bed. Summer Yen had tossed her clothes into the washing machine and now wore Gu Jinyun's crisp white shirt, curling up in his embrace like a languid cat. The room remained dim, save for a gentle press of a remote control that caused the ceiling above to slowly retract. The glass roof allowed the moonlight to pour in, bathing the pristine sheets in silver, while the stars twinkled like scattered jewels. How beautiful, Summer Yen remarked, gazing at the resplendent night sky. Whenever I feel weighed down, I come here. His voice was soft, concealing much of his emotion. I noticed you took your medication twice today. What was it? Are you feeling unwell? Summer Yan tightened her grip around his arm, concern etched across her face. Amphibutamine. It's an antidepressant, primarily used to prevent suicidal tendencies, he replied. I've never seen you take medication before. Is this because of meeting in Xiao? Summer Yan's cheek rested against his warm chest, her heart aching. Gu Jinyun gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, it's all right. I'm fine. If you have anything weighing on your heart, share it with me. We can bear it together. Summer Yan gazed at him with tenderness. Let us sleep, he murmured, wanting to avoid the topic. She studied his profile, aware that he harbored burdens, yet she believed that one day he would confide in her. The following morning, the sound of crashing waves roused them from slumber. Summer Yan held up a shirt with a torn seam and shot Gu Jinyun a glare. She hadn't scrutinized it in the dim light last night. Had she known he would ruin it, she wouldn't have bothered washing it. Clearing his throat, Gu Jinyun suggested, how about I accompany you for a day of shopping? You promised, Summer Yan replied, casting him a sidelong glance. So what should I wear now? She asked again. After pondering, Gu Jinyun retrieved a shirt he had worn at 17 or 18, though it was oversized, tucking it into her pants sufficed. Despite its ill fit, it looked indescribably lovely on Summer Yan. With a hint of pride, Gu Jinyun remarked, now you carry my scent. Summer Yan rolled her eyes. Their first destination was the Qingcheng building, the same as before. Summer Yan found shopping with Gu Jinyun rather dull. Unlike other women who would try on various outfits and leave with their favorite, she merely glanced at garments. And he insisted on having them packaged and sent directly to the villa. While other women carried bags brimming with purchases, she felt empty-handed, as if she hadn't bought anything at all. How about this one? Summer Yan emerged from the fitting room, adorned in a chic black lace embroidered dress with a v-neck. The dress was quite elegant, accentuating her slender waist. Gu Jinyun's expression darkened as he replied, not particularly. I think it's quite lovely. Summer Yan smiled at her reflection, feeling beautiful. Gu Jinyun instructed the sales associate, wrap up all the clothes she tried on and send them to this address. The associate trembled as she accepted his business card. Was that woman a savior of the galaxy? How could she command such affection from Mr. Gu? Summer Yan shot him a glance and inquired, didn't he say it wasn't that great? Why are you buying all of them? Gu Jinyun wrapped an arm around her waist as they exited, whispering in her ear, anything I deem unremarkable, you shall wear at home for my enjoyment. Summer Yan playfully pinched his side, you rogue. And Xiao and Gu Qingqing stood behind them, observing their flirtation. And Xiao clenched her fists. Had she not left, all of this would have been hers. And Gu Jinyun would have cherished her instead. Gu Qingqing tugged at Xiao, offering comfort. Mom, you still have me. Xiao thought to herself, what good is that? Can you buy out an entire mall like Gu Jinyun does for that woman? However, she maintained a facade of positivity, nodding with a smile. Having Qingqing is enough for me. She guided Qingqing, saying, look how generous your father is to that woman. If it weren't for her, all of this would have been yours. Gu Qingqing felt uneasy and retorted, if I wanted something, Dad would buy it for me. Suddenly inspired, she proposed, why don't we go find Dad and shop together? This suggestion delighted Xiao, though she hesitated. Is that all right? Your father might think we're bothering him. This only ignited the child's possessiveness, and Gu Qingqing exclaimed, what's wrong with that? Am I not as important as that woman? With that, she dragged Xiao toward Gu Jinyun. Meanwhile, Gu Jinyun and Summer Yan were attempting to win a plush toy. Mr. Gu, I never imagined you had your weaknesses. Summer Yan teased with a smile. Gu Jinyun inserted another coin, only to face yet another failure. He hadn't expected to become the subject of amusement for Summer Yan over this trivial game. He was determined to win. Jinyun, you remain so childlike, Xiao laughed, covering her mouth. Gu Jinyun shot a frown at the suddenly appearing Xiao. Gu Qingqing, feeling wronged, said, Dad, you seemed so happy with that woman just now. Why are you unhappy to see Mom and me? Do you not love us anymore? Xiao feigned lowering her head, grasping Gu Qingqing's hand. Let us not disturb your father. Gouging coldly retorted. Am I too lenient with you, allowing you to become so audacious? Gu Qingqing bit her lip, falling silent. Meanwhile, and Xiao fixed her gaze on Summer Yan, full of provocation. Summer Yan sensed the multitude of words and Xiao wished to convey and played along, telling Gu Jingyun, I need to visit the restroom. I'll wait here, he replied, his gaze gentle. Once in the restroom, Summer Yan stood before the mirror and, as expected, Xiao soon entered. Miss Summer, that dress looks rather familiar, and Xiao observed, glancing at Summer Yan in the mirror. My dress was torn by Jinyan last night, so I'm wearing his, Summer Yan said shyly. And Xiao raised her chin, implying that Jinyan still favored her, merely using Summer Yan to provoke her. Summer Yan realized. So Jinyan has deeper intentions. He wishes to convey that his ex's belongings are mere remnants, and he can effortlessly offer me anything I desire. How truly affectionate Jinyan is. Thank you for enlightening me, Missin. We shall cherish our days together and grow old side by side. With that, she turned and left. Xiao was incensed by her words, clenching her fists and striking the marble countertop with force. Chapter 42, The President's Successor. 42. Gu Jingyun was waiting outside for her. Upon seeing Xiao enter the restroom, he felt a twinge of concern. Although he had long since put the past behind him, he still worried that Xiao might say something to provoke Xia Yan. However, his anxiety seemed unwarranted as Xia Yan emerged with a smile, while Xiao trailed behind with a sullen expression, as if struck by a blow. Gu Jingyun smirked. Indeed, his wife was not someone to be trifled with. Xiao watched the two depart joyfully, her eyes brimming with resentment and bitterness. Mummy, what should we do? Gu Qingqing tugged at her sleeve and inquired. Gazing at Gu Qingqing's face, Xiao suddenly conceived an idea and scoffed, that woman won't be arrogant for long, for we are the true family. Jingyun, come quickly. Qingqing is in trouble. Xiao exclaimed urgently. Gu Jingyun frowned and replied coldly, What trick are you trying to pull this time? Xiao erupted in tears. It's truly a crisis. Qingqing is upset with you. I saw her go into the room with a knife and lock the door. Gu Jingyun's pupils constricted, and he slammed the brakes, pulling over to the roadside. Where are you now? He asked in a deep voice. At the Lishui apartment. He hung up, tossing 2 pills into his mouth before accelerating towards Wanbei Road. Upon arriving at the Lishui apartment, he found the door unlocked and entered directly. He saw no sign of Xiao, only the sound of a cup shattering in the bedroom. He approached, noticing the curtains were drawn tight, casting the room in darkness. Spotting a figure behind the curtains, he called out, Qingqing? Suddenly, the door behind him slammed shut, followed by the sound of a key turning in the lock. Xiao emerged from behind the curtains, clad only in a sheer lace nightgown. At this point, Gu Jingyun could no longer deny that he had been ensnared. He felt like a fool. Jingyun. Xiao approached him, feigning shyness. Xiao, how dare you use Gu Qingqing to orchestrate this? Do you even know the meaning of shame? Gu Jingyun's eyes were filled with loathing. Xiao bit her lip and insisted, Jingyun, I refuse to believe you no longer love me. You left home for me once. We shared such fervent love. How could you change so suddenly? Gu Jingyun pushed her away, coldly stating, The one who has changed is you. If I were still the impoverished boy you once knew, would you still seek me out? Xiao nodded fervently, I would. I love you, not your wealth. Enough. Gu Jingyun regarded her with derision. I know exactly what kind of person you are. Please, spare me your delusions. I am no longer the foolish boy you once deceived. Gu Qingqing sat anxiously on the sofa, watching as Gu Jingyun stormed out, anger radiating from him. She flinched at his cold demeanor, struggling to accept the sudden shift in his attitude. Feeling unjustly wronged, she cried, Daddy. Yet Gu Jingyun did not spare her a glance and left without hesitation. Xiao leaned against the door, languidly declaring, Did you see that? He has married another woman and no longer cares for you, for that woman can also bear his children, rendering you the superfluous one. Tears welled in Gu Qingqing's eyes as she gritted her teeth and dashed out. Now he had accomplished everything. All the enterprises around were under the Gu family's control. Yet, he felt no sense of achievement. "Jiner, you surpass your father in every way," Gu Yunwu remarked, patting his shoulder with a smile. "Father," Gu Jinyu exclaimed, astonished at the arrival of his parent. "My son is naturally superior to you," his mother added with a beaming smile. "Mother." Gu Jinyun felt his eyes well up. "Don't cry, son. Come here so I can see how tall you've grown," his mother gestured with a smile. Gu Jinyun stepped closer to her. "President, please don't move," his assistant shouted, raising his voice in alarm. Gu Jinyun, momentarily dazed, looked down, drenched in cold sweat. He had narrowly avoided plunging from the rooftop. "President, should you visit Zhong Yuan?" the assistant asked with concern. "Send Wang Jin to escort me." Gu Jinyun retreated a few steps, pinching the bridge of his nose. Upon receiving Wang Jin's call, Zhong Yuan rescheduled all appointments. "It has been a while since you sought me out. What prompted this visit?" he inquired, removing his white lab coat and sitting across from Gu Jinyun. With a sigh, Zhong Yuan asked, "How much medication do you have left?" "None," Gu Jinyun replied dismally. Zhong Yuan prescribed a new bottle of medication, instructing, "Take your medicine regularly and come to see me every 3 days." He escorted Gu Jinyun out and told Wang Jin, "Come in and fetch the medication for future use." Wang Jin nodded and said to Gu Jinyun, "President, I'll be right back. Please wait for me in the car." Gu Jinyun lowered his gaze, inhaling deeply as he walked toward the garage. "What did Zhong Yuan say?" Wang Jin asked, stunned. He murmured, "He didn't say much, just came to get the medication." "Do not deceive me. You know I have the entire Gu Empire backing me. If something is amiss, I need to prepare in advance," Gu Jinyun threatened, glancing at him through the rearview mirror. Wang Jin's eyes reddened as he gritted his teeth. "Zhong Yuan said your condition is not good and that we need to keep a close watch on you. Some things you need to come to terms with on your own." "All right, I understand." "I am fine," Gu Jinyun interrupted, settling quietly in the back. Remaining silent for a long while, the atmosphere in the car turned cold and tense, the vibration of the phone ringing sharply contrasting the silence. "President, your phone," Wang Jin cautiously reminded him. Gu Jinyun snapped back to attention, pulling out his phone to answer, "Hello, Aunt Lu." Aunt Lu's voice trembled as she said, "Jinyun, hurry to the hospital. Qingqing has attempted suicide." Gu Jinyun leaned back against the car seat, devoid of anger towards Wang Jin, saying, "Take me to the first hospital." Wang Jin tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his heart aching for the president. Chapter 43. The President's Successor. 43. Grandma Gu and Xiao and Xia Yan were all at the hospital, although Xia Yan stood outside the ward. Upon seeing her, Gu Jinyun felt a little of the gloom in his heart dissipate. He embraced Xia Yan and inhaled the fragrance that lingered on her, then released her. Xia Yan understood that her presence was of little use and might even worsen Gu Qingqing's emotional state. She softly assured him, "No matter what happens, you have me." Gu Jinyun managed a faint smile. As Xia Yan watched him enter the ward, she soon heard the sounds of objects being thrown and Gu Qingqing's piercing cries, "I don't want you to care. If you don't divorce her, I will attempt suicide a second time, a third time." Xia Yan followed him outside. After their separation that day, Xia Yan had not seen Gu Jinyun for many days until news of Gu Qingqing's discharge from the hospital reached the old residence. Taking a deep breath, Gu Jinyun swallowed hard. "At that time, I was despondent, contemplating suicide. Grandma noticed and stopped me, saying that although my parents' demise stemmed from this child, death cannot be undone. It would be better to raise her. After all, she is a descendant of the Gu family and, in a sense, an extension of my parents' bloodline." Later, I began to see Gu Qingqing as my motivation to live. I felt it was my penance to raise her. Seeing Gu Jinyun's conflicted and pained expression, Xia Yan felt a twinge of sorrow. Gu Jinyun's voice was hoarse as he said, "I cannot bear to watch her die, so, Yan, let us divorce." "All right," Xia Yan replied, her words weighted with significance. "After the divorce, I will ask for nothing." She closed the property division document on the table and pushed it back toward Gu Jinyun. As she turned to leave, Gu Jinyun retrieved all the medication from his pocket, consuming them one by one. After their parting that day, Xia Yan moved into the staff quarters that Li Jianan had cleaned for her. Ever since she moved there, Gouging had been keeping vigil beneath her building night after night. My heart aches for the prince, she thought, gazing down at the familiar car from her window. After so many days, she finally ventured outside. Approaching Gouging's car, she tapped on the window. "How long do you plan to stay outside my building?" The window slowly rolled down, revealing Gouging, disheveled and slumped in the driver's seat, the pungent smell of smoke filling the car. I will leave now," Gouging stammered, surprised by Xia Yan's visit. He merely wanted to be closer to her. "Smoking so much, are you trying to kill yourself?" Xia Yan rebuked, her eyes reddening. Gouging was at a loss. "Don't cry, I won't smoke again." He realized he should not disturb her any longer. Yet he could not stop thinking about her. The longing was driving him to madness. By some inexplicable force, Gouging followed her into her current staff quarters. The apartment was a modest 2-bedroom unit, smaller than any of his homes. He gazed at Xia Yan and softly said, Yan, I want to give you 20 of the shares. Will you accept it?" "I don't want it. Do not say such things again." Xia Yan tossed a towel at him, commanding, "Go take a shower. You smell terrible." Gouging understood that he was in no condition to argue and entered the bathroom. There was no bathtub, only a shower. And he noticed her black lingerie hanging on the rack. His gaze faltered, a surge of emotions overwhelming him. Xia Yan frowned, asking, "Why is he taking so long to shower?" After a while, Gouging emerged, a towel wrapped around his waist and his upper body bare. He noticed a bowl of noodles and a pair of chopsticks on the table, his brows arching in surprise. Just as he was about to speak, Xia Yan interjected. "There were only tomatoes and eggs at home, so I made a bowl of noodle with sauce. You should eat something." Knowing he had been living in his car for the past 2 days, Gouging's eyes darkened as he sat down and picked up the chopsticks. He found it to be the most delicious bowl of noodles he had ever tasted. "I don't want to leave," he said almost without thinking. "We're divorced. I am a teacher and must set a good example. I cannot cohabit with a man whose situation is so unclear," Xia Yan replied, her brow furrowed. Yan, I regret it. I realize I have been selfish. I should have considered you, but if I die, what will happen to you? You are still so young. I don't want you to suffer for me, yet I cannot bear to let you go," Gouging lamented, his hands gripping his hair in despair. "Why? Why must you die?" Xia Yan grasped his hand, staring intently at him, demanding answers. With trembling lips, Gouging replied, "I have started to hallucinate. I saw my parents. That day I nearly fell from the rooftop. I truly cannot hold on any longer." He shook his head in desperation, retreating a step. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Xia Yan's heart ached, and she embraced him tightly. "I did not want to burden you," Gouging wearily confessed, appearing vulnerable as a child. "Gouging, I despise you," Xia Yan said through her tears, her teeth clenched in frustration. Gouging's eyes glistened with tears as he abruptly stood up, momentarily dazed before numbly dressing himself. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have disturbed you again. I loathe your self-righteousness," Xia Yan suddenly shouted, gripping his hand and declaring, "From today onward, I will be by your side day and night. I will not let anything happen to you." Gouging's heart quivered slightly. He could no longer contain himself and reached out, pulling her tightly into his embrace. Chapter 44, The President's Successor. 44. Afterward, Xia Yan resigned from her job, yearning to cocoon herself with Gouging in their small home, caring for him day by day. One afternoon, as she ventured out to buy groceries, she encountered a woman standing at her doorstep. "In Shao, I ask you to leave," Xia Yan coldly addressed the woman who loitered outside her home. In Shao scoffed. "On what grounds?" "I am here to see Jingyun. Do you realize that Gouging's current plight is a direct result of you? How is it my fault? We once loved each other deeply. He even left the Gu family for me." In Shao exclaimed passionately. Xia Yan cornered her against the wall, delivering a chilling warning. "Do not mention his parents in front of Gouging again, or you will regret it." With Xia Yan's arm pressing against her throat, And Xiao found it hard to breathe and fearfully responded, "Fine, I won't mention them." Only then did Xia Yan release her grip, coldly commanding, "Get lost." And Xiao, her legs weak, stumbled away. Yet, the moment she stepped outside, her expression twisted into one of malice. With no money left, having spent everything on Gu Qingqing, she was infuriated to find that the old matriarch of the Gu family forbade her from entering. "If I can drive the old matriarch to her grave, the Gu family will be mine." And Xiao thought frantically. In the evening, Gu Qingqing called Xia Yan, expressing her desire to meet, stating that she no longer opposed their union and hoped for their reconciliation. After some contemplation, Xia Yan agreed to meet her. As she hung up, Gu Qingqing glanced fearfully at Xiao, who had threatened her into making the call, warning that otherwise she would push her down the stairs. Biting her lip, Gu Qingqing lamented, "Why do I have such a mother?" After dinner, Gu Jinyun accompanied Xia Yan to a department store nearby, admitting he too was unsure why they had chosen such a place for their meeting. Gu Qingqing stood beneath a streetlight, glancing around anxiously. Gu Jinyun parked the car not far away, and both he and Xia Yan spotted Gu Qingqing under the lamplight. Xia Yan grasped Gu Jinyun's hand and said, "I will talk to her. Please wait for us here." "All right," Gu Jinyun replied, his gaze filled with affection. As Xia Yan approached, Gu Qingqing shook her head frantically. Xia Yan smiled subtly, continuing her advance. "It is time to end this." Suddenly, a white car sped towards Xia Yan, but the slick road caused the vehicle to veer off course, hurtling towards Gu Qingqing instead. Frozen in terror, Gu Qingqing was suddenly thrust forward by an immense force. And in a daze, she saw Xia Yan collapse, bleeding on the ground. Gu Jinyun's heart raced as he dashed out of the car, every ounce of his being propelling him towards Xia Yan. It felt as if his blood had turned to ice, and the world around him faded to white, leaving only the figure lying in the pool of blood. "Yan Yan, you cannot leave me!" Gu Jinyun cried out, his eyes bloodshot and frantic. Gu Qingqing knelt beside Xia Yan, weeping, "Why did you save me? I have done so many terrible things to you, never treating you as a mother." "Why?" With her last ounce of strength, Xia Yan smiled and replied, "Because you are the one he loves, his ultimate redemption. To love you is to protect those he cherishes, even at the cost of one's own life." Gu Jinyun's gaze was fixed on Xia Yan, as if the entire world had fallen silent. "Yan Yan! Yan Yan!" He sobbed, cradling the lifeless woman in his arms. "No, my Yan Yan cannot be dead." He attempted to carry Xia Yan away, whispering softly. Gu Qingqing grasped his arm, imploring, "Daddy, she is truly gone. Please don't do this." Gu Jinyun shouted back, "Get away. Do not call me daddy. You are not my child. As for your biological father, you may inquire with Xiao." After his encounter with Xia Yan, he had come to understand the true nature of their relationship, realizing he had never touched Xiao. Yet in his attempt to escape his mistakes, he had forcefully pushed Xia Yan away, believing that nurturing Gu Qingqing would atone for his parents' sins. He was gravely mistaken. "Punish me if you must, but do not take away my Yan Yan." Gu Qingqing stood frozen in disbelief, shaking her head vigorously. "Impossible. I am your daughter, your child with Xiao." Panicking, she glanced at Xiao, who had been restrained by the police. Xiao laughed maniacally. "I don't even know who your real father is. You are a wild child. Ha ha. I will kill you. Why must I have such a mother?" Gu Qingqing howled despairingly, like a cornered animal. Xia Yan had departed this world, standing in the space between realms. In the final moments, the prince's affection had reached 100, unbearable pain engulfing him. "What is he like now?" Xia Yan whispered. The prince jumped into the sea, holding your lifeless body. "Little spirit, are you all right?" Kong Kong asked with concern. "I am fine," Xia Yan replied, wiping her tears and smiling. "I know. She was merely a minor celestial servant under the command of the deity of fate, while he was the prince of the heavenly realm. After the tribulation, they became two parallel lines that would never intersect. Thus, she would master her emotions, for it was all an act." Prince Sushi stood by the banks of the river of forgetfulness, his aura of the true dragon inciting wails from the surrounding spirits. Sushi remained motionless, uncertain of what he awaited. The Wheel King dared not press further, merely accompanying him in silence. As the time for reincarnation approached, the Wheel King inquired once more, "Your Highness, all spirits have moved on. If you do not leave, it will be too late. Why have I not yet seen her? Are you referring to the one destined to undergo tribulation with you?" "Of course. In the next life, will it still be her?" "Indeed." The Wheel King hastily summoned divine power, distorting space into a pitch-black void. Sushi stepped forward into the darkness. Chapter 45, The Substitute Bride of the Wolf Clan's Young Master, Part 1. As her eyes fluttered open, she was greeted by a mesmerizing expanse of crimson. A gentle breeze lifted the red veil from her head, and in that fleeting moment, Xia Yan absorbed the entirety of her surroundings. A red veil. An opulent crimson bridal sedan? Had she transcended into another life? In a flurry, she lifted the veil, her face a portrait of disbelief as she gazed outside the palanquin. The world beyond was engulfed in swirling sands, dust dancing in the air while the sky loomed overhead, dark and ominous, as if about to pour forth ink. What manner of place was this? A hollow voice resonated within her mind. The demon realm. Xia Yan twitched her lips, clinging to a sliver of hope as she inquired, "What of the prince? What is his status?" "In this life, the prince is Xia Yan, the young master of the Wolf Clan, one of the 4 prominent families of the demon realm." A demon, indeed? Was Ximing's mind clouded? Xia Yan's expression darkened as she forcefully suppressed the fury that surged within her. "It is a trial. Every realm must be traversed in due course," the insipid voice retorted. "What significance did my identity hold, and what of my demonic power?" Soon, she found herself immersed in the situation. Just as Xia Yan was about to sense the demonic energy within her, a feeble voice interrupted. "Demonic power. 0. Damn. Truly, not a shred of it." "Why?" Xia Yan felt an overwhelming urge to strangle the voice. In this life, you still possess a mortal frame." "Curse it," she exclaimed inwardly. Here she was in the demon realm, yet trapped in a mere mortal body. "Let me perish and be reborn." She expressionlessly drew a phoenix hairpin from her hair, pressing it against her neck. "Put that down." The voice panicked. "You carry a concealed aura of a fox pearl. If I elevate your soul power, we can soon command the demon realm." Beside the maid stood Muchingi, an elder of the Fox clan. Upon hearing the maid's words, Muchingi furrowed his brow. "Hold on a little longer. Ahead lies the demon capital, where the Wolf Clan awaits. Our young lady is truly reckless to dare flee from her wedding. Does she not care for our lives at all?" The maid, Zhuang Yu, whispered in agitation, "Hurry to summon the Wolf Clan for aid. You must convey the events that transpired, every detail." Muchingi gritted his teeth, his demonic visage momentarily surfacing. Wen Yu, her face pale with dread, trembled as she contemplated the audacity of a demon bold enough to defy the Wolf Clan, abducting someone in broad daylight. "I will seek the Wolf Clan, but what about you?" "Pursuing them is tantamount to courting death. Their steed is the Scarlet Feather," Zhuang Yu stammered. The fabled Scarlet Feather was known to be the most vicious spirit beast, a nightmarish terror that low-tier demons feared to encounter. "Even if we cannot catch up, we must try. What will we say to the Wolf Clan if we lose her?" "Do not dawdle. Night falls swiftly. Go at once," Muchingi urged, charging forth, the pounding hooves of his steed stirring up clouds of dust. Xia Yan had not anticipated that her first encounter with the prince would be so exhilarating. Wisps of clouds floated gracefully, weaving a veil of white silk, enveloping the two of them in a shroud of mist. "Not much to look at, is it?" a languid voice remarked from above. Xia Yan cursed inwardly. What sort of aesthetic was that? Just because you are handsome, does that make your whole family so? Yet, she dared not raise her head. Why was she trembling so? Did he not intend to gaze upon her? The man's magnetic voice sent shivers down her spine. Noticing her reluctance to engage, Xia Yan reached out, lifting her chin to force her to meet his gaze, amusement dancing in his eyes. "So timid, are we? Who are you? Do you know I am to wed into the Wolf Clan?" Have you heard of my fiancé, Xia Yan? He is fearsome. If he learns you have bullied me, he might just tear you apart. Xia Yan feigned ignorance of his true identity, striving to adopt a tone of defiance. Oh! Your fiancé is so fearsome? Xia Yan chuckled at her pretense, intrigued by her description of him. Xia Yan retorted sharply, naturally. If you're scared, you'd best release me. I might consider asking my fiancé to spare your life. You can still threaten me? It seems you are not sufficiently afraid of me, otherwise. Why the trembling? Xia Yan observed, mocking her as she clutched the scarlet feather's hide. Are you afraid of heights? He queried, the tone shifting from question to certainty. Have the clans grown so weak that they lack the ability to ride the clouds? Observing the delicate girl before him, Xia Yan rubbed his temples in exasperation. At this height, fear is only natural. Xia Yan felt aggrieved. She was but a mortal. Falling would mean certain death. The scarlet feather beneath her seemed to mock her cowardice, suddenly accelerating. Xia Yan was thrown off balance, her legs giving way, nearly tumbling off, but Xia Yan's long arm reached out, catching her just in time. His gaze brushing past her to find her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The sky was a riot of colors, a tapestry of crimson and gold, shimmering like a luminous brocade. Xia Yan glanced at Xia Yan and casually remarked, "No crying. If you do, I shall drop you." Would she cry? What a jest! Chapter 46. The Substitute Bride of the Wolf Clan's Young Master. Part 2. Xia Yan brought the person before him. At that moment, Xia Yan finally caught a clear glimpse of his appearance, and she was momentarily stunned. The crown prince of this lifetime was undeniably handsome, a visage that eclipsed ordinary beauty. His lips curved slightly upward, exuding an air of subtle amusement even when he was not smiling. His demeanor languid and relaxed, a captivating blend of nonchalance and striking good looks that was utterly charming. Perhaps due to the intimate posture and romantic setting, Xia Yan felt her heart racing. She inquired, "Where are you taking me? I know nothing and am of no use to you." Xia Yan chuckled. "At least you possess some self-awareness." Xia Yan replied, "Have you seen my face clearly? Remember, this is the visage of your future cruel husband." Xia Yan suddenly pulled her closer and teased. Startled by the sudden proximity, Xia Yan stammered, I see it clearly." Xia Yan gazed at the woman before him and gently said, "As long as you understand, you must take good care of yourself." Ah? Xia Yan stared at Xia Yan, her heart filled with trepidation. Was this a threat? Had she done something wrong? What was happening? While she was still in a daze, the man waved his hand at Qiling. "Take her down," he commanded. After issuing his orders, Xia Yan vanished into the horizon. "Where are you going, husband? Is this reliable?" Xia Yan cried out, kneeling on Qiling's back, her voice filled with despair as she called after the disappearing figure of Xia Yan. Sensing the little person's distrust, Qiling shook himself unhappily, causing Xia Yan to cling tightly to him in fright. Hey, I was wrong. Study now, big brother." Qiling, feeling a bit proud, shook again. Xia Yan wiped the sweat from her brow and communicated with the empty void in her heart. "Why do I feel that the crown prince is a bit violent in this lifetime?" With Xia Yan gone, the empty void let out a deep breath. Also feeling a mix of fear. Perhaps it is due to the abundant spiritual energy in this world that the crown prince's spirit is exceptionally strong. So that was it. She decided it would be best to preserve her own life first. As the sun began to set, the procession from the Fox clan halted in the depths of the forest. Their young master from the Wolf clan was far too willful. Although she was to be their bride, it was unreasonable to abduct her so violently. Well, Yu, who was fixing the temporary carriage, complained to Mu Qingyi beside him. Mu Qingyi cautiously leaned closer to Xia Yan. "Sure, the Wolf clan is still here. Don't let them hear you speak ill of their young master, or you might provoke a conflict." Zhuoyu pouted in dissatisfaction. Both Zhuoyu and Mu Qingyi turned their gazes to the sky, where they saw the female protagonist sitting atop Qiling, her face brimming with joy. Qiling landed steadily. "Hey, big brother, could you crouch down a bit?" Xia Yan suggested, leaning close to Qiling's ear. Qiling snorted but obliged. "Good boy." Xia Yan happily patted its head before daring to jump down. However, before she could stabilize herself, Qi Ling took off, leaving Xia Yan sprawled awkwardly on the ground. The demon beast, Qi Ling, circled in the air mockingly before departing. Xia Yan brushed off the dirt from her clothes, fuming, "You foul bird." Xiao Bai, with a serious demeanor, waved his hand. "It's not a bird." Xia Yan, taken aback, retorted, "Foolish beast." Before she could finish, Xiao Bai waved again. "It's also not a beast." Xia Yan, why are you so stubborn? Why must you argue with me? Who are you anyway? I am Xiao Bai. The guard assigned to take you to the wolf clan. Xiao Bai replied, his expression unchanging despite the insults. Is it because you're so dark that you're called Xiao Bai, like a thief covering his ears? Xia Yan mocked, looking at the person before her, whose only white feature was his teeth. I'll keep quiet. You can scold it instead. Xiao Bai pointed to the sky. Xia Yan shot Xiao Bai a sidelong glance, considering him somewhat perceptive. After a moment of contemplation, she yelled toward the sky. Beast? Forget it. I'm not in the mood to scold anymore. Let us hurry on. The crowd, with the protection of the wolf clan members, they entered the demon capital safely. Lined with shops, the streets were bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun, casting a dreamy and vibrant hue over the red bricks and green tiles, enhancing the enchanting evening scene of the bustling demon capital. Through the carriage curtains, Xia Yan glimpsed various intriguing demons, such as a bull demon engaged in a fierce dispute with a big-tailed wolf due to its horns. There was also a scheming scorpion spirit boss, who, with a gleaming scorpion tail, leered at a hen-feathered female demon, exuding an air of lewdness. Occasionally, dishes flew out from the taverns lining the streets, making the chaos of the marketplace indescribable. With a single glance, Xia Yan began to appreciate the unique charm of the demon capital. The carriage halted before a massive ancient mansion at the foot of a gray mountain cliff. Despite it being a wedding day, the wolf clan was solemn, devoid of any celebratory atmosphere. The groom, Ji Ran, had yet to appear, and only the steward came out to greet them. What is the meaning of this? While U.S. fox-like claws were twitching with suppressed anger, the wolf clan had coerced their fox clan into this union, and after traveling for days, they were met with such indifference. Muchingi stepped forward and bowed to the wolf clan members. We have delivered the bride from the fox clan. Whether the young master of the wolf clan chooses to marry or take a concubine is entirely up to him. Our task is complete, and we shall take our leave. With that, the fox clan members unceremoniously abandoned Xia Yan at the entrance. Xia Yan scoffed inwardly. The fox clan is truly unscrupulous, even if I am a substitute bride. They shouldn't abandon me so quickly. Seeing this, Steward Bai nodded. These foxes were somewhat sensible. Fortunately, he had not prepared accommodations or meals for them. She followed Steward Bai into the mansion, where the wolf clan members showed her no regard as the future young mistress. Everyone passing by treated her as if she were invisible. The male demons were somewhat better, but the female demons whispered behind her back, some even snorting dismissively. Ultimately, she was arranged in a remote bamboo house in the backyard, surrounded only by the company of birds. Collapsing onto the bed, Xia Yan couldn't help but smile wryly. This cumbersome bridal gown felt like a joke. What is Ji Ran's favorability rating towards me? She asked the empty void. 5. Once again. She was nearly starting from 0. Do you think Ji Ren will come tonight? Xia Yan's eyes darted with curiosity. He probably won tea. He's out enjoying himself. Xia Yan's lips twitched. Tell me about the situation in the demon realm. The empty void responded leisurely in the demon realm. The current ruler is King Qingzhe, supported by the 4 major clans. Which 4 major clans? Is my fox clan one of them? Xia Yan inquired. No. The 4 major clans are the Black Serpent clan, the White Tiger clan, the Silver Wolf clan, and the Firebird clan. Xia Yan felt relieved that the crown prince was not a snake demon. It would be absurd for the esteemed crown prince of the heavenly realm to regress into a mere serpent. Moreover, wolf fur should be quite soft. Looking at the desolate little house, Xia Yan felt that her goal of befriending a wolf was a long and arduous journey. Chapter 47, The Substitute Bride of the Wolf Clan's Young Master, Part 3. The nights in the demon capital can only be described as extravagant and indulgent. A realm of opulence where bloodthirsty creatures find their true enjoyment. Beneath the pouring moonlight, within the endless corridors of the wine and cheese, Xia Yan reclined languidly on a stone chair draped with pristine white fox fur, gently swirling a crimson goblet in his hand. A faint smile graced his lips, while his pale skin appeared almost translucent. His deep, distant azure eyes emitted a chilling aloofness that deterred anyone from approaching him. Despite his striking appearance, his bloodthirsty and brutal nature was enough to keep others at bay. He watched lazily as two half-demons below fought fiercely for their survival. Half-demons, the offspring of human and demon unions, dwelled at the lowest echelons of the demon world. Reviled in the human realm and regarded as nothing but weeds in the demon realm, they were unable to fully transform into either human or demon forms, and their offspring suffered the same fate. Lacking the qualifications to learn spells, they were relegated to slightly stronger physical abilities, forced to live as slaves to survive. It could be said that they were doomed to lead a miserable life from the moment of their birth, trapped in a cycle of despair for generations. The two half-demons below, a black half-dog demon and a gray half-wolf demon, were both battered and bruised, their eyes ablaze with the flames of battle, signaling yet another struggle to the death. The cavern echoed with the roars of combat and the cheers of the spectators. However, the shrill screams of a woman at the entrance disrupted the atmosphere. A woman clad in red, her beauty as striking as her demeanor, was causing quite the commotion. Xia Yan, I know you're inside. You foolish wolves, step aside. Xia Yan shouted at the dark guards of the wolf clan. Lu Fan? Xia Yan's languid voice uttered the name, and everyone present felt the shift in his mood. Even the guard beside Lian lowered his head in deference. Young master. Miss Xia Yan insists on seeing you, Lu Fan reported respectfully. Xia Yan furrowed his brow, a fleeting expression of impatience crossing his face before he smirked. Let her in. Once permitted, Xia Yan stormed towards Xia Yan, her presence commanding as she passed the two half-demons engaged in combat. With a swift crack of her whip, she sent them tumbling to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. Observing this, Xia Yan clapped nonchalantly. Miss Lian, your skills are impressive. He then gestured, and two dark guards dragged the nearly lifeless half-demons away, leaving behind a trail of blood. Upon seeing Xia Yan, Xia Yan's demeanor softened slightly. She adopted a tone reminiscent of a wronged lover. Xia Yan, are you truly going to marry that vixen from the Fox clan? Her gaze lingered on Xia Yan, who reclined against the white fur, his collar slightly undone, causing her heart to race and her cheeks to flush. With a hint of playful coaxing, she continued, Xia Yan, do you blame me for rejecting your family's proposal? I didn't truly wish to refuse. I just feel that you don't care for me enough. I only want you to focus on me. If you agree, we can marry immediately. Xia Yan gazed expectantly at the man above her. Xia Yan smiled, his enchanting grin momentarily captivating her, yet his subsequent words chilled her heart. Who do you think you are? You overestimate yourself. Xia Yan couldn't help but mock her. First, I do not have any fondness for you. Secondly, my marriage to that fox is not to provoke you, it is merely a family obligation. To me, marrying anyone is the same. I simply prefer the fox's fur. His fingers traced circles on the white fox pelt beneath him. Stunned by the blow, Xia Yan stepped back, her voice quivering. You're lying. I've liked you for so many years, and you truly have such a cold heart? You really don't understand my feelings? At her accusation, Xia Yan abruptly sat up, one hand propped on the chair while the other rested on his bent knee, tilting his head to regard her, of course. I know you like me. I even offered you the chance to marry me, yet you refused, clinging to your fanciful notions of love. We are demons. What need do we have for sincerity? If you had set aside those delusions, you could have already claimed the title of my legitimate wife. Isn't that enough? He regarded Xia Yan with a teasing glint in his eye. Xia Yan dared not pursue the matter further, indignantly declaring, You will regret this. before she ran out in tears. Xia Yan chuckled softly. Regret? When have I, Xia Yan, ever known regret? Pour the wine. With a smirk, the young man reclined lazily on the stone slab, seemingly unfazed by the events that had just transpired. As the night deepened, the sounds of revelry filled the air, and the dance of the clouds and melodies of the flute continued unabated. The following day, within the Wolf clan's estate, Miss Lian, your tea. The chief steward of the Wolf clan, Bai Shang, offered, as Lian Xianxian took her seat at the primary position, delicately holding the teacup, her fair fingers lightly resting on the lid. I hear that Vixen has arrived? Lian Xianxian remarked scornfully. Bai Shang obediently framed her thoughts as his own arrangements. Indeed, the steward has taken great care with the arrangements. The back courtyard is secluded and quiet, while the main hall is bustling, ensuring that the future lady does not face any disturbances. Well done. Only then did Lian Xianxian lift the tea lid, taking a sip of the clear brew. Would Miss Lian like to go and see her? Bai Shang inquired further upon seeing her satisfaction. Just a mere vixen, why should I bother to see her? I am here only to inquire about the accounts of the Nightless City, unrelated to that fox or your young master. I have yet to forgive him. The mention of Xia Yan flickered a hint of regret in Lian Xianxian's eyes. Yes, the old servant understands, Bai Shang replied dutifully. After a moment, he straightened and added, however, I must mention that your refusal of our young master's proposal may have caused him some distress. But you and the young master have grown up together. I believe his heart is still inclined towards you. You need not worry about that fox. That is only to be expected, Lian Xianxian stated with an air of certainty, her eyes glimmering with a hint of amusement. Deep down, she believed Xia Yan's marriage to that vixen was merely a fleeting whim. Chapter 48. The Substitute Bride of the Wolf Clan's Young Master, Part 4. At this moment, the protagonist of their discussion, Xia Yan, was in the verdant bamboo forest, attempting to chop bamboo poles barehanded. Ouch! She exclaimed, wincing as she shook her hand. Bamboo leaves fluttered down, and the bamboo only swayed slightly. Useless, scoffed the woman in purple beside her, who picked up a freshly shaken bamboo leaf, pinched it between her fingers, and with a flick of her wrist, sent it flying like a dart at an imperceptible speed. It embedded itself into the bamboo Xia Yan had just struck, grazing her cheek and severing a lock of hair, while the bamboo fell with a crash. The remnants of her hair served as a reminder of the mockery she had just endured. Xia Yan squinted, inhaled deeply, and exhaled, forcing a smile as she clapped her hands dismissively. Wonderful. Now that your performance is over, may I leave? The young master has instructed that you attend the Imperial Academy for studies tomorrow. I am merely assessing your foundational strength to determine your level, Man Nu remarked with disdain. Xia Yan remained silent, her gaze cold as she regarded her. You should head to the Imperial Academy for your studies. We must survive before we can deal with the Crown Prince, reminded Kong Kong, her inner voice. Xia Yan was well aware of this and retorted, do as you wish. I shall take my leave now. Man Nu glared at her departing figure, gritting her teeth in frustration. A rustling sound emerged, and a woman in green suddenly appeared beside Man Nu. Man Nu, you might have gone a bit too far. After all, she is the future young mistress. The Wolf Clan maid and Xiao looked at Man Nu with concern. What is she to be considered a mistress? You saw her strength. She could barely defeat a minor demon. I wonder if she can survive the Imperial Academy. Man Nu sneered. And Xiao frowned at her attitude, but chose not to comment further. Upon returning to the bamboo hut, Xia Yan sat alone at the stone table, gazing at her reflection. Clad in a flowing white pleated dress, draped in a light blue magnolia veil, with the cuffs adorned with dark red Fox Clan insignia, she was indeed a breathtaking beauty in this life. Yet, what good was beauty if she could barely catch a glimpse of Xia Yan, who seemed to have forgotten her entirely? Before dawn the next day, Xia Yan rose early. After a jog around the bamboo forest and a refreshing wash, she made her way to the main estate of the Wolf Clan. It was said that Xia Yan's personal attendant would be there to receive her. Did I oversleep? You seem to have been waiting here for quite a while, Xia Yan said apologetically. Not at all. It is still early. I am accustomed to rising early to absorb the essence of the heavens and earth, Lu Fan replied respectfully. Thank you for your trouble. Shall we depart? Xia Yan was polite, understanding that the wolf clan had not yet accepted her. The fact that Lu Fan was there to greet her was unexpected. She had prepared herself to walk alone. She could comprehend their coldness. This was a world where the weak were devoured by the strong. And the demons would not bow to a frail individual like her. At the entrance stood a modest carriage drawn by 2 sturdy black horses, unlike the luxurious ones marked with the wolf clan insignia that she had seen before. This carriage was unremarkable and lacked any family crest. Xia Yan deftly climbed aboard, a slight smile gracing her lips. All set? Let us be off. Lu Fan was taken aback by Xia Yan's pragmatism. Despite the prior arrangements for her secluded lodging and subsequent cold treatment, she exhibited no signs of complaint. It was worth noting that even though the Fox clan was a smaller tribe, she was the daughter of its leader. Her adaptability and lack of entitlement left him with a newfound respect for her. After a moment's thought, Lu Fan decided to explain himself. This carriage was chosen by me. I believe it would be prudent to conceal your identity as the young mistress of the wolf clan. The fewer who know, the less danger you will face. The Imperial City is a place where students are permitted to duel, and there are many demonesses who favor our young master. Xia Yan was accustomed to the Crown Prince's unwanted affections, but she had not anticipated that this attendant would be so considerate. She felt compelled to express her gratitude. She would remember this favor. Thank you. Lu Fan felt his words were unnecessary. She was indeed a clever demon. Today's act was merely a momentary kindness on his part. Had she insisted on changing carriages, he would not have objected. Her demeanor made him feel that his kindness had not been wasted. Very well, hold on tight. We are departing. With a crack of the beast whip, the horses galloped forward. Today marked the day the Imperial City would select its students, and countless demons stood outside the grand hall of the Imperial City. They donned uniform white attire. Some burly male demons disdainfully puffing up their clothes, while others, with graceful figures, gazed longingly at the hall, hoping to catch the attention of some noble young man inside. There were even some male demons dressed in white, their beauty rivaling that of the demonesses. Nearby, the Peacock clan's Hualing laughed at Bai Shichu. Bai Shichu, did you notice those demonesses' gazes? It seems they wish to devour you. Be silent. Speak carelessly again, and I shall pluck your peacock feathers, Bai Shichu retorted darkly. Hua Shua, chuckling beside them, remarked, Brother Bai, if you truly pluck my brother's feathers, then he shall belong to you. Our Peacock clan only bestows feathers upon our partners. Both boys shivered at the implication. Bai Shichu shot Hualing a disdainful glance, while Hualing turned away, declaring, I prefer delicate and shy demonesses. Unlike Jiran, who chose a beguiling fox girl, I must at least find someone more beautiful than myself. Hua Shua observed her brother's expression and shook her head. It seemed finding a future sister-in-law would be no easy task. Suddenly, Hua Shua questioned, By the way, has Jiren not arrived? Hua Ling chuckled lightly. Has he ever come? Have you not seen Lai Qianqian sulking over there? Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to the resentful Lai Qianqian. With a look of discontent, she scanned the crowd, just as Lu Xiuya beside her smiled sweetly. Qianqian, can you truly tolerate that enchanting fox marrying Jiran? Lu Xiuya provoked. Better not to mention it. But now that you have, I will not let her off easily. Someone from the Wolf clan informed me she is just outside the hall. Humph, who does she think she is to marry Jiran? Overestimating herself, I will make her regret ever approaching Jiran. Lai Qianqian gritted her teeth. Lu Xiuya's eyes glimmered as she leaned closer to whisper in Lai Qianqian's ear, plotting her schemes. Chapter 49, The Substitute Bride of the Wolf Clan's Young Master, Part 5. Xia Yan remained blissfully unaware that she had caught the attention of those within the palace. Despite being a celestial being, she had never felt such humiliation before, and as she gazed up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, a tinge of melancholy washed over her. Suddenly, A few coughs echoed through the air, prompting the children around her to cease their frolicking and line up obediently. Xia Yan felt a wave of embarrassment, unsure of how to respond. The sound of footsteps approached, and a middle-aged female demon clad in black silk appeared, her head adorned with an 8-legged spider, embodying the classic image of a black widow. As she walked past the group of little demons, she paused. Surprised by the unexpected presence of Xia Yan, the small demons nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, let us begin the training for the 4th-tier spells," announced Mo San Nyang, extending her hand as a surge of dark energy emanated from her sleeve, enveloping everyone in darkness. The black mist obscured their vision, and Xia Yan could hear the panicked voices of the little demons around her. She waved her sleeves, striving to disperse the pervasive fog. As the sounds around her gradually faded, she soon realized that she was no longer in her original location, but rather in a dimly lit chamber reminiscent of a subterranean palace, illuminated only by torches affixed to the stone walls, with nothing else in sight. Rising to her feet, Xia Yan began to explore the walls, tapping and patting them. There must be a mechanism here, she thought. Indeed, with her touch, the stone wall began to tremble. Hastily, she released the pressure on the symbol she had pressed, and a fissure appeared in the ground behind her, causing the stone wall to slowly part, revealing the wonders within. Unlike the emptiness of the outer stone chamber, the interior was a realm of enchantment. As Xia Yan stepped inside, the stone door swiftly descended behind her. Following the sound of flowing water, she noticed a white waterfall cascading from the crevices of the rocks, crashing onto the stones below with a rhythmic sound, creating a curtain of water beside which stood 2 willow trees. Within the cavern, a square stone table and 2 stone stools awaited her. She approached the table, picking up a somewhat worn volume titled Introduction to Spells. As she opened the first page, a cold, indifferent voice from Mo San Nyang echoed in her ears. "You must study this book to learn the spells necessary for confronting the swamp beasts. The gateway to the swamp forest opens once every 3 days. If you are prepared, cross through this door. When you defeat a swamp beast, you will have successfully completed the assessment and will receive a magical artifact." After pausing for a moment, Mo San Nyang added in an even colder tone, "If you wish to abandon this endeavor, simply shatter the jade bell on the table and everything will come to an end." Realizing there was a way out, Xia Yan carefully pocketed the jade bell. As the voice faded, she surveyed the empty surroundings and began to converse softly with the void. "All things possess their own principles. As long as your state of mind remains unchanged, you can transcend the 3 realms and surpass the 5 elements, and these constraints will not bind you." Xia Yan thought to herself, "If I could comprehend that, I would have ascended to divinity long ago." The cave was brightly illuminated, with shimmering water reflecting the light, casting a glow throughout the cavern. The first section of the book contained the simplest life-related spells, such as the dust removal spell. Following the instructions, Xia Yan formed the hand gesture, and her garments instantly transformed, appearing fresh and clean. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Tonight, the gateway to the swamp forest would open. During these 3 days, Xia Yan had devoted herself to meditation and cultivation, absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth in preparation for today's assessment. She could not afford to fall behind the younger ones. As night fell, the air within the cave began to circulate more rapidly, and the waterfall's flow gradually diminished until an opening was revealed, leading to the eerie woods outside. Such a beautiful fairy cave, yet it is situated in such a sinister forest, Xia Yan lamented. Outside, there were no verdant mountains or fragrant flowers, only grotesque, withered trees and a carpet of decaying leaves. Clutching the spellbook and fastening the jade bell, she tugged on a nearby vine, muttering to herself, "This should be sturdy enough to support my weight." After securing one end around her waist, she took a running leap into the air. Her scream echoed through the trees, startling a flock of crows perched on the withered branches. The forest erupted into chaos as the crows flapped their wings and cawed loudly, while some newly transformed crows from who knows where called out mockingly, "Fool! Fool!" The harsh, raspy voices of the crows ignited a fire within Xia Yan. The moment she regained her footing, a flame ignited in her palm, which she hurled toward the group of crows, shouting fiercely, "Silence!" Terrified, the crows scattered in all directions. As the sky grew darker, Xia Yan felt the tension in her mind tighten like a taut string since the moment she had discovered the swamp. The sound of bubbling grew increasingly distinct in the desolate forest as she gazed at the swamp, aware that the beast would soon emerge. Her palms were slick with sweat as anticipation gripped her. The swamp began to bubble ominously, and she readied herself for combat. Her heightened perception allowed her to see within a 5-mile radius, and she awaited the opportune moment to react swiftly. Xia Yan focused intently on the swamp, feeling the moment draw near. Just as the beast's ears began to surface, she quickly formed the ice spell, having practiced it diligently over the past 3 days. Now, she could freeze 3 cubic meters of water instantaneously. However, the spell's consumption was significant. She could only use it once within the span of an incense stick. The opportunity she had been waiting for was when the beast floated within her spell's range. Lacking sufficient magical power to instantly freeze a moving creature, she knew she could only immobilize inanimate objects. Her aim was to encase the swamp beast in an icy prison by freezing the surrounding swamp, rendering it unable to move. The trapped swamp beast thrashed about, emitting unwilling cries. Xia Yan swiftly concluded the battle. For the next while, she sat by the swamp, periodically checking on the melting ice and adding layers as needed. Before long, the swamp beast was frozen to death. This particular swamp beast was only of first-tier rank, which was why Xia Yan felt confident in employing such clever tactics. Had it been a higher-tier creature, she likely would have had no choice but to flee. Chapter 50, The Substitute Bride of the Wolf Clan's Young Master, Part 6. Yet, the situation was not as simple as she had envisioned. Suddenly, a dangerous aura enveloped the air, causing Xia Yan to freeze, her eyes widening in disbelief at the sight before her, a second-tier sky-devouring python. Its 3-meter-long serpentine body and barrel-thick waist glimmered with a blue sheen, the scales reflecting a dazzling light in the dim surroundings, a testament to their hardness. The massive serpent's head bore a pair of lantern-like eyes, and its undulating form sent chills down her spine. It surged towards Xia Yan with such speed that she had no time to evade. Her heart raced, instinctively urging her to flee, but before she could react, the python's head slammed her to the ground, a spray of blood erupting from her mouth, contorting her delicate face in pain. "Little spirit, are you all right?" The thought of her companion jolted her to attention. Wiping the blood from her lips, she coldly glared at the giant python, thinking, "I am not dead yet." Seeing Xia Yan stagger to her feet, the sky-devouring python flicked its tongue and lunged at her with alarming swiftness. In a heartbeat, Xia Yan rolled aside, narrowly avoiding its attack, and hastily formed a seal for an ice wall technique. Yet, the second-tier python was far more formidable than a first-tier swamp beast. It shattered the ice barrier effortlessly. However, upon breaking through, it discovered that Xia Yan had vanished. Understanding that snakes could sense the warmth of their prey, she had cloaked herself in a thin layer of ice. The enraged python searched frantically for her, its colossal body lifting into the air and stirring up a cloud of dust. As Xia Yan evaded its wrath, she frantically rifled through her spellbook, desperate to find a more powerful incantation that could enable her to defeat the beast despite the disparity in their levels. Her fingers danced over the pages, eyes scanning rapidly, and she stumbled upon the mesmerizing spell which could induce a state of hypnosis in living beings, the duration of which depended on the capabilities of both parties. It was worth a try. However, her low cultivation made the execution of even this supportive spell somewhat challenging. If only she had a magical artifact to amplify its effects, but alas, she was bereft of one. The thin layer of ice began to melt, and Xia Yan trembled uncontrollably, knowing her invisibility would not last much longer. The moment she reappeared, the massive python lunged at her, its gaping maw releasing a nauseating stench. Xia Yan quickly rolled away from its open jaws, yet the serpent's fangs still grazed her back. A sharp pain surged through her, and she paled, grateful that the python was not venomous. The sky-devouring python was now behind her, grinning triumphantly as if celebrating its impending capture. It coiled around Xia Yan, who struggled in agony, while the serpent seemed to relish her suffering, loosening its grip just as she was about to suffocate, only to tighten it again when she attempted to escape. Anger ignited in Xia Yan's eyes as she bit into the python's flesh, blood spilling from her mouth. Unable to discern whose blood it was. Furious from the bite, the python constricted even more tightly around her, but just as Xia Yan thought she would collapse, the creature let out a howl of agony and released her. In an instant, an ice spike had pierced its vulnerable spot. This was an ice spike she had painstakingly formed to penetrate the serpent's tough skin, but her dwindling strength had prevented her from piercing it directly. She had relied on the python's own force to drive it through. Once freed, Xia Yan bore the pain and dashed for safety. The immense agony enraged the python, which thrashed around indiscriminately, its tail crashing against the ground. Xia Yan, now utterly exhausted, stumbled and was slammed against an ancient tree, causing her jade bell to fall and ring melodiously. Lifting the bell, she slowly infused it with her spiritual energy, channeling the essence from her dantian into her hand. Swiftly locating the fire control technique in her book, committing its words to memory in a single glance. Without a magical artifact, she would create one herself. Forming the newly learned fire control seal, she directed flames towards the jade bell, diligently refining it with her spiritual power. The bell, once transformed, radiated a glass-like brilliance, successfully evolving from a mere communication tool into a magical artifact capable of casting spells. Meanwhile, in the confines of Mo San Nyong's silk prison cave, Lai Qianqian noticed that Xia Yan's communication bell had abruptly ceased its messages, laughing with glee. "Thank you, San Nyong, for eliminating that vixen." Mo San Nyong sat cross-legged in meditation, her eyes remaining closed as she replied indifferently, "There is no need for gratitude. I have breached the Academy's rules by introducing a second-tier sky-devouring python. I shall take responsibility and face the wolf clan alone." Lai Qianqian, observing Mo San Nyong's steadfast demeanor, urged gently, "San Nyong, why burden yourself with guilt? She was merely an unwed young lady. The wolf clan would not care. Besides, if a second-tier beast were to kill her, they would likely be too ashamed to admit it." Mo San Nyong interrupted her, declaring, "My mind is made up. You may leave. I have repaid the debt to your mother and owe you nothing further." With that, Lai Qianqian, frustrated by her obstinacy, retorted, "Stubborn old hag." Before departing the cave, unconcerned now that the vixen was dead and leaving Mo San Nyong to her own devices. In Jiran's study, Lu Fan reported, "Young master, Mo San Nyong is outside, requesting to apologize." "Apologize? What offense has she committed against me?" Jiran inquired, setting down the extreme cold ice essence technique. Lu Fan shook his head. "This subordinate is unaware." "Shall I let her in?" Jiran tapped the table lightly, nodding slightly. "Let her enter." Mo San Nyang stepped inside, and Jiran regarded her with a frosty gaze. "What do you seek to apologize for?" Without any pleasantries, Mo San Nyong addressed the matter directly. "Due to my actions. Your wife was slain by the sky-devouring python. I am willing to offer my life in compensation." Jiran narrowed his eyes, his emotions inscrutable. "Which trial ground?" After a moment's hesitation, Mo San Nyong replied, "The swamp forest." "Lead the way." Jiran rose coldly. "Young master, do you believe the young lady still lives?" Lu Fan asked, concern etched on his face. Lu Fan speculated that Jiran's calm demeanor masked a deep sorrow. After all these years, he knew the young master well. Jiran shook his head, convinced that given her encounter with a second-tier sky-devouring python, she was undoubtedly doomed. The icy blue of his gaze instilled a sense of dread in Mo San Nyong, who felt a sharp pain in her consciousness, followed by a sudden spurt of blood. Chapter 51. The Substitute Bride of the Wolf Clan's Young Master. 7. The crimson wings of the swift steed carried Mo San Nyong and her companions to the swampy forest in the blink of an eye. Mo Sanyang pointed ahead, declaring, "It is just beyond." The surroundings bore the unmistakable scars of a fierce battle. The scene was utterly chaotic. With shattered trees and numerous deep craters dotting the ground, an acrid scent lingering in the air. At the far end of this disarray, a graceful silhouette could be discerned. Jiran focused intently and realized it was Xia Yan. The sight astounded both Lu Fan and Mo Sanyang. While a contemplative smile flickered across Jiran's icy visage, at that moment, Xia Yan knelt on the head of a massive serpent, frozen in the act of driving an ice arrow into its skull. The second-tier devouring serpent lay utterly lifeless. However, she was not without her own afflictions. Her body was marred with wounds, blood trickling from her lips, rendering her quite disheveled. Yet, the most striking aspect was the formidable aura that enveloped her, a chilling presence imbued with an indomitable ferocity. Upon witnessing the unexpected arrivals, Xia Yan silently pondered, "Is this appearance unpleasing?" Her lips curled slightly. Lu Fan stammered, She is still alive, right?" Mo Sanyang approached cautiously, her expression a mixture of disbelief and concern. "You are not dead? You must have passed the assessment, right?" Xia Yan's voice, raspy and worn, echoed like sandpaper against wood. Mo Sanyang, with a conflicted gaze, replied, "Yes, you passed, but it was my oversight. The devouring serpent should not have appeared in this assessment." "I owe you an apology." Xia Yan scoffed. "What unfortunate blossom has drawn this calamity? Were it not for Kong Kong enhancing my spiritual energy, I would have long met my demise. Your apologies are merely whispers to a spirit." Releasing her ice arrow, she stiffly turned to face Mo Sanyang and inquired, "So, does this mean I have completed the task at a higher level?" She raised the jade bell in her hand, shaking it slightly. Mo Sanyang's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated that the spirit tool had lost its connection due to Xia Yan transforming it into a magical artifact. Although it was of inferior quality, the ingenuity to enhance magical power in such a short time was unprecedented in her experience. Lu Fan explained the origins of the jade bell to Jiran, who regarded Xia Yan with increasing interest. Nodding, she bypassed Mo Sanyang and said to Lu Fan, "Assist me. I have lost too much blood and cannot rise." Just as Lu Fan intended to help, he realized he had been ensnared by a binding spell. It was evident that only the formidable presence beside him could have immobilized him without his notice. Jiran approached, effortlessly lifting her in a strong embrace. The scent of masculinity enveloped Xia Yan, and as she gazed at Jiran's handsome features, she could not suppress a swallow of anticipation. Truly, this prince was extraordinarily handsome. "Hey, love struck." "Enough," Kong Kong chided softly. Xia Yan finally regained her composure, weakly draping her arms over his shoulders, and asked, "Do you have a dog at home?" Jiran raised an eyebrow. "No, why?" With a hint of disappointment, she replied, "What a pity for that wretched serpent. I had intended to flay it and toss it to the dogs." Jiran paused, then laughed. "No matter, we have wolves at home." Content with this, Xia Yan chuckled, but inadvertently tugged at her back wound, eliciting a sharp gasp. As Jiran carried her away, he released Lu Fan from the binding spell and instructed, as she said, "Dispose of that serpent." Lu Fan, bemused, complied, recognizing the woman's vengeful spirit. This marked Xia Yan's second ride on the Crimson Wings, which flew steadily and swiftly to the Wolf Manor. Jiran carried her towards the main residence, and Xia Yan tugged at him, whispering, "To the bamboo grove. My room is there." Jiran hesitated, a flicker of irritation crossing his brow, before he turned toward the bamboo grove. Once inside, he laid her upon the bed and instructed in Qiao, "Prepare some water and administer this to her." Catching the vial tossed by Jiran and seeing the label, Qiao gasped in surprise. The young master was willing to offer such a precious medicine to this fox girl. Xia Yan winced. "Be gentle. It hurts." Jiran, seated at a bamboo table sipping tea, heard her pained cries through the screen and remarked coldly, "A mere second-tier demon beast has injured you thus. Had she not underestimated you and unleashed a third-tier beast, you would have no chance to voice your pain." Feeling utterly wronged, Xia Yan buried her face in the pillows. Muttering to herself, continued to be aloof. One day, I shall make you warm my bed. Her voice was barely audible, yet it did not escape Jiran's keen ears, prompting a subtle smile to grace his lips. And Xiao entered with a basin of blood, surprised to find Jiran still present. She reported softly, the bleeding has stopped. The young mistress is now sound asleep. Glancing towards the screen, she awaited a response. Jiran, with his gaze lowered, seemed disinclined to speak. What were you just discussing? Man Niu inquired of the gatekeeper demon. She then turned and departed. Qin Xing and Qin Ming exchanged glances, with Chen Xing mocking. Surely she isn't still pining for the young master? Qin Ming shrugged, sighing, what a fanciful notion. Chapter 52, The Substitute Bride of the Wolf Clan's Young Master, Part 8. Xia Yan was roused from her slumber by a resounding crash. However, instead of opening her eyes, she strained her ears to discern the commotion outside. Man Niu, in her haste to reach the bamboo hut, was taken aback to discover that Jiran had already departed. Enraged, she hurled the food box she was carrying onto the ground and pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao, who was busy tidying up the medicine chest. Xiao, when you just met the young master, did you extend any warm greetings? After all these years, you couldn't even convey a message to me when he arrived. Are you truly fearful that I might overshadow you? Her emotions flared further. Why am I ensnared in this abyss? Yes, I am unworthy of the young master. But does that vixen deserve him? Xiao, observing her obstinacy, chose not to respond further. She too harbored an unwarranted longing, albeit suppressed by her rationality. Behind the screen, Xia Yan bit the corner of her blanket, reflecting on the fervor of the lovesick enchantress. Just as she felt a moment of sympathy, her expression morphed into one of ferocity. Now, a pressing question arose. Which blighted romance nearly cost her life? It seemed that the demons of the realm had grown audacious, resorting to murder when they could not claim a man for themselves. Man Niu pushed the door open and left. Xiao sighed, stepping inside to tuck Xia Yan's blanket more snugly around her. She lingered by the bedside, her gaze on Xia Yan filled with complexity. Clenching her fists until her nails dug into her flesh, she felt a sharp pain that jolted her back to reality, prompting her to flee in avoidance. As the lantern was extinguished, Xia Yan finally opened her eyes. She hastily donned a garment and approached the window, pushing open the bamboo shutters. The moonlight bathed the night in beauty, and the summer cicadas chirped outside as she leaned against the window frame. Where have my jade bell and chime gone? She wondered aloud, feeling the emptiness of her sleeves. The bell had acknowledged her as its master. Its absence indicated it was no longer within the hut. Furious, she gritted her teeth. Who has brazenly taken my possession? I risked my life for that. Channeling her spiritual awareness, she sensed the bell nearby and followed the trail outside. The bamboo forest was tranquil and serene as she navigated through the shadows, muttering to herself, I shall discover which little thief has taken my belongings. She had traversed this path several times, leading to a celestial lake known as Baipa Lake. Under the shimmering stars, she spotted a man in blue seated upon a large stone by the water's edge. His silhouette was familiar, and she sensed the aura of the jade bell emanating from him. Thief, return my belongings, she exclaimed, rushing forward to grasp the hem of his garment. Jiran turned, looking down at the woman clinging to his clothing, and chuckled lightly. What madness brings you here at this hour? Xia Yan stammered, requesting the return of her item. Nonchalantly, Jiran settled himself down, propping up on his hands. He gazed at the lake and casually inquired, what item? Xia Yan pouted, the bell. The jade bell I requested from Mo San Niang. Feigning ignorance, Jiran rummaged through his sleeve. Oh, this trinket? He shook the bell in his hand. Xia Yan thought to herself, a mere trinket, yet you still possess it? With a gentle squeeze, Jiran shattered the bell into 2 pieces. Where to now? He asked, his keen ears catching her silent fury. His gaze narrowed slightly, a smirk forming as he observed her facade of respect while suspecting she was cursing him internally. Are you angry? Ji Ran queried. Xia Yan, ever considerate, replied, not at all. I know you did not mean it. I did it intentionally. Xia Yan nearly exploded with rage. If only she could overpower him, she would have slapped him away. Yet, recognizing the imbalance of their powers, she decided it prudent to refrain from provoking him, prioritizing her own survival. It's fine. Broken bell brings peace. I won't hold it against you. What more do you wish to do? She lamented. Seeing her fright, Ji Ran felt a mysterious satisfaction swell within him. With a playful smile, he lifted her chin and remarked, why admire the scenery alone? As my wife, you must accompany me in this folly. Alas, he had overheard her previous words. Xia Yan felt tears welling in her eyes, realizing the disparity in their magical abilities rendered her powerless against his binding spell. She pleaded, Ji Ran, I was wrong. Please let me go. My wounds have yet to heal. Ji Ran, do you intend to kill me? If I must perish, could you allow me to choose my method of demise? Ji Ran, it would be a loss to slay me. I can wash clothes, cook, massage, and even appreciate refined arts. Do you possess any musical instruments? Would you enjoy listening to melodies? I can play the zither, pipa, flute, and more. Allow me to perform for you someday. Ji Ran, have you fallen asleep? Speak to me. You do not wish to kill me, do you? Ji Ran. Husband? Handsome. The picturesque scenery sparkled in the moonlight, yet Xia Yan was too preoccupied with her plight to appreciate it, incessantly chattering beside Ji Ran. He cast a sidelong glance at her, snapping his fingers to silence her, content to lean against the stone. At last, tranquility. Xia Yan, unable to articulate a response, glared at him with fury in her eyes. Ji Ran, fiddling with a dagger, murmured to himself, such beautiful eyes, what a waste it would be to gouge them out. Xia Yan shut her eyes in terror, holding her breath. Ji Ran, observing her fear with amusement, released her binding spell. As her body weakened, she collapsed to the ground. Would you prefer to sit beside me to enjoy the view, or remain standing there in silence? Before he could finish his sentence, Xia Yan scampered over, obediently settling down next to Ji Ran like an eager schoolgirl. Recalling Lu Fan's praise of her compliance, Ji Ran asked, why are you so spineless? Xia Yan timidly replied, do you not favor spineless demons? I can be resolute. Ji Ran responded, considering that her admission only emphasized her lack of backbone. His gaze lingered on her, and he uttered, do take care of yourself. Xia Yan had heard him say this before, and unable to restrain herself, she inquired, you would not kill me, would you? Ji Ran chuckled lightly, casting her a disdainful glance. It depends on your behavior. Chapter 53, The Substitute Bride of the Wolf Clan's Young Master, Part 9. Under the hazy moonlight, the shadows of bamboo swayed gently, and the last rays of sunlight bathed the earth. By the lakeside, two figures sat side by side. Xia Yan quietly shifted closer to Ji Ran, ultimately halting beneath his teasing gaze. Husband, may I help you with a shoulder massage? She offered softly. Ji Ran glanced at her askance, his voice rich and magnetic as he replied, speak plainly. Xia Yan prodded the stone beneath her, murmuring, I no longer wish to attend the Imperial Academy to study magic. Ji Ran regarded her with a sly smile, asking, do you wish for death then? Xia Yan choked momentarily, then, with a charming smile, tugged at his sleeve, playfully saying, but I have you, my husband. Before I came here, I've heard tales of the Wolf Clan's young master being exceptionally skilled in magic and quite formidable. Ji Ran raised an eyebrow slightly, leaning closer to Xia Yan, his hand covering hers as if sharing a secret. In a voice that was both alluring and coaxing, he said, if you wish for my protection, you must offer me some sweetness in return, do you not, my dear wife? Xia Yan felt her body tense. He was far too enticing. She swiftly jumped off the stone and fled, saying, it's getting late. You should rest early, husband. Ji Ran watched her retreating figure, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Affection level 25. Xia Yan narrowed her eyes and smiled brightly. Achoo! Achoo! She had sneezed all morning, all because Ji Ran had kept her out late enjoying the scenery, Had she not been fortunate, she might have succumbed to exhaustion. And Xiao entered with a tray of food, noticing her at the table, and inquired with concern, "Young mistress, your injury has yet to heal. Why are you up?" Xia Yan smiled at her, thinking that not only was she up, but she had also spent half the night by the lake enjoying the view. She asked, "What medicine did you give me yesterday?" "Its effects were potent. My wound has already scabbed over." And Xia smiled in reply, "That was the white mist treasured ginseng pill. Quite rare. The young master truly values you, young mistress." Since that day, she referred to Xia Yan as young mistress. Xia Yan beamed, gratefully accepting her kindness. With no need to attend the Imperial Academy, she could explore the markets of the Demon City. However, just as she was about to step out, she was stopped. "Why can't I go out?" Xia Yan asked the stern-looking steward before her. "It's dangerous outside," Chief Steward Bai Shang stated expressionlessly. "I wish to go out." Jiran leaned casually against the wall, indifferent as he added, "Bai Shang, she is my future wife, and thus, your half-master." Bai Shang was taken aback, having not expected Jiran to be behind him, defending this fox kinwoman. "Young master, I mean no offense, merely concerned for the lady." Bai Shang quickly changed his tone in the face of Jiran. Jiran's expression shifted between dark and light, his gaze unfathomable. "I will take care of her should anything happen. You need not worry. Dear Duty, this is the last time I tell you, aside from her, there will be no other young mistress in the Wolf clan. Do not let me catch wind of any clandestine dealings with the Lai family. Understood?" A cold sweat trickled down Bai Shang's forehead. Could it be that the young master truly had feelings for this fox girl? Jiran extended his hand to Xia Yan, saying, "Come with me." Xia Yan was captivated by his charm and shyly ran towards him, gripping his sleeve rather than taking his hand. As they walked, she beamed at Jiran, exclaiming, "I thought you wouldn't care about me. And if I were to stop caring for you, what would you do?" Jiran responded nonchalantly, "What could I do? After all, I am the one you want. You must take responsibility for me." Xia Yan suddenly grew bold, wrapping her arms around his waist and resting her head on his shoulder, nuzzling like a little fox. Jiran halted abruptly, a smirk playing on his lips, making no effort to push her away. "Husband, will you teach me magic? If I go to the Imperial Academy a few more times, I fear you might not see me again." Xia Yan blinked her eyes, looking pitifully at him. "I can teach you. But I fear you might flee at the last moment," he replied, his strides long, causing Xia Yan to fall behind. "I would never. I long to be with you every day. How could I run away?" She quickened her pace, clinging to Jiran's arm like a pendant. Jiran slowed his pace. "Teasing, are all Fox clan women this clingy?" Xia Yan proudly declared, "Just me." After a while, Xia Yan grew tired of clinging and released one hand, fearing he might vanish if she let go, so she discreetly tugged at his sleeve. "Have you heard of the wind-sound beast?" Xia Yan was unsure of its renown, but after pondering, she nodded, "I have heard a little." Xia Yan froze, Jiran's unwavering gaze fixed on her. Thoughts of various meats drifted through her mind, but nothing about the wind-sound beast. Realizing Jiran had also claimed to have seldom heard of it, she decided to fabricate a tale, smiling as she began. "The wind-sound beast is used for eavesdropping. Its mouth is not secure and tends to leak information, hence the name." Jiran shot her a disinterested glance. Xia Yan immediately sensed the implausibility of her fabrication, feeling sheepish as she touched her nose, falling silent. The further they ventured, the more desolate the landscape became, with sparse vegetation and no signs of life around. Unable to contain herself, Xia Yan asked, "Where are you taking me?" "I merely wish to stroll through the market. This place feels eerily deserted." Jiran ignored her, continuing forward without breaking stride, leaving Xia Yan to follow closely behind. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of a cave, where Jiran halted and quietly addressed Xia Yan. "Did you not wish to learn magic from me?" Xia Yan nodded, thinking to herself that she merely sought an excuse to draw closer to him. He need not take her request too seriously. However, Jiran's demeanor suggested a serious teacher-student relationship was forming. Inside the cave, there must have been another exit, as a strong breeze could be felt upon entering. Jiran strode ahead, while Xia Yan cautiously followed, finding the cave deep and unending. Can the wind sound beast truly be found here? Before she could finish, a green leopard sprang from the corner, crouching in an attack stance, its gaze menacingly fixed upon them. Jiran licked his lips with a bloodthirsty glint. This is it. Quite fierce. Xia Yan jumped in fright at its sudden appearance, but quickly calmed when she saw Jiran nonchalantly produce the Qianquan net. Witnessing Jiran's confidence, Xia Yan felt reassured and stepped aside, trying not to disturb him. The wind-sound beast lunged forward, and Jiran swiftly dodged, causing it to charge towards the now vulnerable Xia Yan. Panicking, Xia Yan crouched down as the beast soared over her head. "Help!" she cried out while evading the wind-sound beast's assault. Jiran stood unfazed, watching her struggle with evident amusement, showing no inclination to intervene. Xia Yan conjured a fireball and hurled it at the creature, but it remained unfazed, standing amidst the ashes, its fur untouched by the flames. Desperate, Xia Yan formed an ice sword, only to discover that its skin was impervious, causing her weapon to shatter with each attempt. Remembering her intention to use the soul-controlling bell, she realized it had been crushed by Jiran. Chapter 54. The Substitute Bride of the Wolf Clan's Young Master. Part 10. Xia Yan found herself in a flurry, pursued by the creature, on the verge of collapse. It was then that Jiran leisurely tossed out the Qianquan net, effortlessly ensnaring the 1.5-meter wind beast beneath it. Upon witnessing this, Xia Yan felt a surge of envy and jealousy. Suddenly, Jiran spoke, his cold voice echoing oddly within the dim cave. "How much of your ice technique do you think you just demonstrated?" Xia Yan was taken aback as she beheld Jiran conjuring an ice sword, its chilling aura palpable even from several meters away. Hesitantly, she replied, "This." Jiran thrust the ice sword toward the wind beast, piercing it halfway through, the blade remaining unscathed. Until that moment, Xia Yan had believed her ice magic to be quite proficient, only to realize how vastly inferior it was compared to Jiran's. "Why? How can your ice be so formidable?" Xia Yan gazed at him in astonishment. Jiran smirked. "Why should I tell you?" Xia Yan retorted. "You scoundrel." She approached and entwined her arm with his, her enchanting eyes unabashedly fixed on him as she bit her lower lip and softly murmured, "Husband, won't you teach me?" With a deep gaze, Jiran pinched Xia Yan's chin, his thumb pressing against her lower lip, thinking how much of a vixen she was. Managing to stir him, he released her and said nonchalantly, "Go use your soul power to probe the ice sword I created." Unamused, Xia Yan rolled her eyes at him and turned away. She knelt down, unveiling the Qianquan net, touching Jiran's ice sword, closing her eyes to envelop it with her soul power, feeling its trajectory. Initially cool, it did not seem as hard, but soon layers upon layers began to overlap. Suddenly, the wind beast opened its eyes and revived. Xia Yan gasped, too late to evade as it lunged toward her. In a flash, Jiran kicked it away and lifted Xia Yan into the air. Still shaken, Xia Yan looked at him as he coldly admonished, "Are you foolish? Can't you evade that?" Lowering her head, she replied, "I haven't learned the flight spell yet." Jiran was momentarily speechless. "You truly are. It seems saving you is futile. For you, it's merely a matter of when you perish." Regaining her composure, Xia Yan said, "Put me down." Jiran replied flatly, "Feeling courageous now? Want to go down and feed the wind beast?" He stood against the stone wall, his expression impassive, stating, "I will not save you again." Suddenly, an idea struck her. Recalling the ice from glaciers, compressed tightly together until the voids disappeared, forming a dense, hard ice. As she pondered, she began to conjure ice and snow, compressing it with her magical power, extracting the air, causing the bubbles to diminish gradually until a translucent, blue crystal-like ice sword materialized in her hand. The wind beast, unaware of her transformation, grew bolder, lunging at her once more. Xia Yan stood resolute, raising her sword high, and at the moment it pounced, she thrust the blade into its abdomen. The beast's eyes widened before it collapsed, the ice sword shattering as it hit the ground. Xia Yan clapped. His voice laced with surprise. "You truly exceeded my expectations. I am beginning to suspect you were merely pretending to be a fool to devour the tiger. Mastering the essence of the ice technique in such a short time is commendable." Xia Yan turned, crossing her arms, a playful smile dancing on her lips. "Husband teaches well." Xia Yan raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Is your fox tail now showing?" Xia Yan nodded proudly. Observing her smug demeanor, Xia Yan's lips curled into a sly smile. Feeling uneasy, Xia Yan stammered, What's wrong? Is it not all right?" Xia Yan appeared momentarily dazed. Xia Yan suddenly distanced himself from her, and once again, the roar of the wind beast echoed behind her. "What manner of monster is this? You still dare to make light of it?" Xia Yan glared at him. Akin to seeing a faithless man. The ice sword pierced the wind beast once more, and she was nearly overwhelmed, while Xia Yan remained leisurely spectating. If this continued, her stamina would surely fail her. Once again, she enveloped the fallen creature with her soul power. It showed no signs of life. Yet the repeated revivals made her skeptical that it would end so easily. A gentle breeze brushed against her face, and the strands of hair at her temples fluttered slightly. Xia Yan's entire being grew alert, her instincts warning her that it was reviving again. Just moments ago, something had reignited its vitality. Sure enough, seconds later, it resurrected fully. Xia Yan, annoyed, scratched her head. "This shouldn't be happening. Why is it?" Xia Yan's voice floated down. "The life of the wind beast is different from the sound of the wind." Xia Yan, enlightened, exclaimed, "So it is born of the wind. No wonder." Seeing her realization, Xia Yan leapt down from the stone wall. As the wind beast collapsed once more, he swiftly stuffed its nostrils with calamus. Curious, Xia Yan asked, "What is this?" Xia Yan replied, "Calamus from the rocks. This way it will not sense the wind." Xia Yan questioned, "I already know its vital point. Why did you come down?" "I can slay it myself." Xia Yan's lips curled into a mischievous smile to prevent you from becoming overly proud. Xia Yan, feeling disgusted, Xia Yan thought that eating brains was already revolting. And now calamus. TSK. Xia Yan produced a dagger, plunging it into the beast's skull. Xia Yan hurriedly turned away, covering her ears. She could kill it. But digging into its brain was too repulsive. Xia Yan deftly finished the task. Observing Xia Yan's turned back, teasing, "You were so fierce just now. And now you wish to feign weakness?" Xia Yan shot him a glare. "Who is feigning weakness? I merely thought it was a male beast. I find it inconvenient to watch you dig." Xia Yan shot her a sidelong glance. The calamus must be freshly picked from the Qinggu North Mountain. What is there to be embarrassed about watching? Huh? Oh! Xia Yan looked up at the sky. Chapter 55, The Substitute Bride of the Wolf Clan's Young Master, Part 11. Xia Yan retorted, "By what authority do you question me?" Man Nu responded with a sarcastic tone. "Do not overstep your bounds. You are hardly the Wolf Clan's young mistress. In the eyes of all our kind, you are less than a mere finger of Lai Qianqian." At this, a smirk crossed her face as she mockingly added, "You probably don't even know who Lai Qianqian is, do you? She is the one truly favored by the young master. He has even proposed to her. Not only is she extraordinarily beautiful, but her powers are formidable. You have taken her place, and your fate will not be a pleasant one. I advise you to keep your distance from the young master and apologize to her if you wish to spare your life." Xia Yan looked at her with a hint of sympathy, utterly bewildered by her thought process. If the illustrious Lai Qianqian is as remarkable as you say, and Xia Yan has affections for her, then she is your greatest rival. What does it matter if you constantly oppose me? By your logic, I am not your competitor. Even if I withdrew, could you truly win over Lai Qianqian? Man Nu was momentarily rendered speechless. Xia Yan grasped Man Nu's hand and earnestly advised, "You must focus on Xia Yan. Capturing his heart is the way forward. Otherwise, even if both Lai Qianqian and I were to perish, there would still be countless others, like Lai Wanwan and Lai Bai, lingering around your young master. You will never possess him. I have some experience in matters of the heart. If you require assistance, I would be more than willing to help. Why must we, as female demons, complicate things for one another? Man Nu stared at Xia Yan in shock then, filled with indignation, snapped, "How can you treat the young master with such indifference? Not only do you fail to cherish him, but you also offer strategies to those who admire him. You do not love him, do you? I shall certainly inform the young master of the truth." With that, Man Nu stormed off, leaving Xia Yan momentarily stunned. What a peculiar creature. She is infatuated with Jiran, yet criticizes me for my lack of devotion. This is not mere admiration. She is enamored with me, Xia Yan mused. By the time she returned to the bamboo grove, night had fallen. Exhausted, she collapsed onto her bed with a weary sigh, lamenting, "Why did I even go out with Jiran?" She had merely wished to hold hands and share sweet nothings. Yet instead, she had spent the entire day battling strange creatures and enduring various jibes. Today's outing still bore fruit. The Crown Prince's favorability has risen to 35. Upon hearing this, Xia Yan rolled excitedly on her bed. As the moon ascended, it was the perfect time for cultivation. She sat up, closed her eyes, and began to meditate. As night enveloped the city of Yaodu, lights blazed and festivities thrived, with countless demons gathering. Jiran's voice, hoarse, echoed. I cannot forget what transpired that day. Do you know how much I despise my own powerlessness at that moment? I vowed then to make them pay in blood for their transgressions. His eyes blazed crimson, and the cup in his hand crumbled to dust. Enough of that. Let us drink. Jin Wuyan tossed aside his cup and took a large swig from a wine jar before passing it to Jiran, who raised it to his lips, oblivious to the liquid spilling and dampening his clothes. Observing Jiran's fervent drinking, Jin Wuyan casually inquired, I heard you married a Fox Clan girl? Quite intriguing. Mention of Xia Yan lightened the tension on his brow. Jin Wuyan sighed, if you truly care for her, treat her kindly. Lai Qianshan seethed with rage. How dare Emo Sanyong deceive me? That vixen is still alive. Learning of Lai Qianshan's refusal of the Wolf Clan's proposal nearly drove her to madness. Previously, when Lai Qianshan pursued Jiran, she had offered numerous suggestions, only to discover that Lai Qianshan was all bluster and no brains. Even though it was the clan leader of the Ji family who proposed, Jiran had not rejected it. She could have simply married him first and negotiated later. Now, she had the audacity to set conditions, demanding Jiran's genuine love. Was that not sheer folly? Now, with a new mistress in the Wolf Clan, Lai Qianshan's prospects were beginning to look grim. If she and Jiran wed, the union of their two families would solidify them as indomitable pillars in the demon realm, elevating her own status alongside them. With Lai Qianshan lacking acumen, would she not become a mere puppet, subject to her whims? Thus, she must assist Lai Qianshan, for that fox must be eradicated. Lu Shuyuan believed that dealing with a fox spirit from a small town would be a trivial matter, and she had already devised a scheme to make things difficult for her. However, to her dismay, Xia Yan had not appeared at the Imperial Capital Academy and was seldom seen elsewhere in Yaodu, which left Lu Shuyuan grinding her teeth in frustration. You need not return to the Imperial Capital for your studies. After all, the young master is watching over you. The entire clan is aware, and Xiao remarked slowly, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Xia Yan rolled her eyes. Do not even mention it. It is not as you imagine. He is hardly protective of me. That day, I was being chased by spirit beasts, and he merely watched the spectacle. Xiao pondered for a moment, realizing that her young master was indeed capable of such indifference. Jiran's enchanting voice drifted from a distance. Did I not ultimately assist you in resolving the matter? Chapter 56, The Substitute Bride of the Wolf Clan's Young Master, Part 12. Xia Yan rolled her eyes in exasperation. It was better not to mention the matter. The mere thought of it made her angrier. She had nearly ended the life of that spirit beast, only for him to emerge at such an inopportune moment. This was nothing short of a blatant act of snatching someone away. Jiran spoke with a tone of veiled threat. These eyes are truly captivating. I wonder if they would retain their beauty if I were to extract them. He stood behind her, his right hand covering Xia Yan's eyes. Startled, Xia Yan quickly shut her eyes. When her vision was obstructed, her other senses felt heightened. She could distinctly feel the cool, delicate touch of his palm on her face. With a firm grip, Jiren pulled her out of the main house, commanding, "Follow me." Xia Yan was taken off guard and stumbled slightly, almost losing her balance. With a voice tinged with despair, she lamented, "Husband, where are you taking me now?" "I do not wish to slay any more monsters," Jiren inquired. "Did you not express a desire to visit the market in the Demon City?" Upon hearing this, Xia Yan's spirits lifted, and she eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "I want to go. I want to go, so let us hurry." Watching his retreating figure, she mused, "He truly exudes an overwhelming charm." "Husband, wait for me." Jiren glanced back at her, noticing her lack of enthusiasm, and asked, "You were the one who wished to leave, yet your expression now is one of discontent. This is the largest tavern in the Demon City." Xia Yan pondered for a moment before replying hesitantly, "Husband, is there a more lively or perhaps less appropriate place to visit?" Though the tavern offered exquisite dishes and a pleasant environment, it was the only establishment within a radius of several miles. It was filled with revelry and numerous enchanting creatures, yet none of what she wished to see was present. Jiren regarded her with a bemused smile. Xia Yan's voice trailed off, and, recognizing the shift in the atmosphere, she picked up her chopsticks and remarked, "The food here is quite delightful." Suddenly, a shadow leapt through the window, startling her. She almost threw her cup in alarm, only to see the figure kneeling before Jiren, clutching his arm and saying, "Young master, the target has been ensnared, but has since vanished during the pursuit." His voice was hoarse and tinged with anxiety. Jiren, seemingly indifferent, asked, "Lost him?" The subordinate bowed, apologizing, "I beg for your punishment, young master." Jiren waved his hand dismissively. "It is to be expected if you cannot capture him. If it were that easy, he would not be worth pursuing. I merely require his absence for a few days." Xia Yan, curious, eavesdropped openly. "There is one more matter to report," the cloaked figure said, rising to whisper something in Jiren's ear. Xia Yan feigned regret and nodded. "You should depart quickly." Internally, she was elated. Maintaining her composure, Xia Yan nodded. But once the man left, she could no longer hold back and slumped over the table with a sigh. "Innkeeper, did you just mention that Jiren is upstairs?" Su inquired excitedly. The innkeeper secretly chastised himself for his loose tongue. "Miss Yin, the young master of the Ji family has indeed been here. But he has just left," the innkeeper replied with a forced smile. Su's expression fell slightly. "Then I shall go to the private room where Jiren just was." "I apologize, Miss Yin, but there are still guests in that private room. Would you mind waiting?" the innkeeper asked cautiously. One of Su's guards drew his sword and coldly stated, "Do you think Our Lady is docile and easy to please? If there are people inside, they should vacate immediately. No one keeps Our Lady waiting in the Demon City." The innkeeper was sweating profusely. "That person is the young master's wife. It would be unwise to offend anyone from the four great families." The innkeeper found himself in a dilemma. "Is that so?" Su smiled slightly. "Shall you?" "Do not trouble the innkeeper. He is merely doing his job." She added understandingly, "Please assist me in finding a table by the window. I will ensure you receive the best seat." The innkeeper replied, bowing profusely. Xiao Yu coldly snorted and sheathed his sword. Xia Yan descended the staircase and noticed a woman in elegant white attire standing by the counter. She was pure and beautiful, a delicate figure that unmistakably belonged to a prominent family in the demon realm, accompanied by a grand entourage of guards. The innkeeper's anxious demeanor only added to Xia Yan's amusement. As soon as he noticed her presence, he hurriedly addressed Su, "The young master's wife has arrived. I will have someone tidy up immediately. Do you still wish to go to that private room?" Su glanced in the direction the innkeeper pointed, observing a woman in blue at the top of the stairs. She scrutinized her closely, noting her flawless, luminescent skin, naturally rosy lips, and wispy strands of hair that danced in the breeze, framing her face. The lively glimmer in her eyes hinted at mischief, as if she had stumbled upon something amusing. Following her gaze, it became apparent that she was looking at the innkeeper's flustered demeanor. Surprised that Xia Yan would marry such a woman, neither demon nor fairy, but akin to a mortal, Su brushed her hair back, pleased with the adoring glances cast by the surrounding male demons. Others had remarked that she resembled her mother, gentle, considerate, and captivating. It was said that even the celestial maidens from the Jade Pool could not compare to her. Beautiful yet unassuming. Unlike those who wielded their allure like a weapon, such as Lai Qianqian, who only drove people away. Su offered Xia Yan a warm smile. Xia Yan shivered slightly, feeling uncomfortable under the white-clad woman's gaze. The innkeeper respectfully said, "Please take care, and we hope to see you again soon." Xia Yan, suppressing a laugh at his flustered demeanor, nodded. "No need to trouble yourself with seeing me off. Shall you cast her a gentle glance? Is it because they have dampened your spirits?" His gaze then turned fiercely towards the innkeeper. "Not at all," Su replied with mild impatience, yet her tone remained gentle. She noticed Xia Yan on the verge of exiting. If she lingered any longer, she would surely be lost to sight. Personally escorting Su from the tavern, the innkeeper wiped his brow, while a server brought him a cup of tea, remarking, "If Miss encounters the young master, the boss will surely be displeased with us." Taking a sip of tea, the innkeeper mused, "Look at Miss She is a fairy, more ethereal than a celestial maiden. It is no wonder the boss is infatuated with her, yet alas, our boss is smitten while she remains indifferent." The server disagreed. "Who says she is indifferent? Just the other day, I saw her and our young master in the backyard, chatting merrily, both smiling shyly. I believe the boss has a good chance with her." Chapter 57. The substitute bride of the Wolf Clan's young master. 13. We should leave early. As she gazed at the increasingly overcast sky, Xia Yan lamented. The sound of hooves thundered behind her, accompanied by a woman's panicked cry, "Make way." Before Xia Yan could react, she was forcefully pushed to the edge of a cliff. Heart racing, she turned to see that the one who had knocked her was the radiant young woman in white who had smiled at her moments ago. "Your act of terror is far too faint," Xia Yan thought as she noticed the sharp horn poised to strike her. Resolved, she whispered to herself, "No need for you to come closer. I shall leap myself." In a bid to escape the menacing point, she somersaulted off the cliff, while the unicorn beast halted at the brink, letting out a triumphant neigh. The guard, Inu, caught up from behind, hastily restraining the unicorn and cradling Su. With tears streaming down her face, Su looked at him with a sense of injustice and said, "What should I do? It just went wild, and I accidentally knocked a little demon off the cliff." Inu comforted her, "It is my fault for not protecting you well. As long as you are unharmed, it is not your blame. This creature is difficult to control. If you are truly troubled, I shall go down and search." Inu thought to himself that her kindness was misplaced. What demon's hands are not stained with blood, even if it were intentional? Slaying a few demons would be inconsequential. Yet, he wished to safeguard her rare innocence in the demon realm. "All right," but before Su could finish, she fainted. Inu swiftly invoked a spell, conjuring a flying cloud to carry her towards the Serpent Clan. As Xia Yan fell, she had steeled herself for the descent. If a crooked tree could catch her, that would be ideal. If not, it mattered little, for she had no desire to live any longer. The prince had yet to torment her, yet she felt as though she was on the brink of death. "If heaven grants me another chance, I swear I shall learn the art of flight first." Xia Yan shouted towards the sky, startling a flock of birds. Upon uttering those words, her connection with the void abruptly severed. Frantically scratching the wall, she felt utterly desolate. With her favorability at a mere 35, would Jiran come searching for her? Xia Yan bit down on a blade of grass, her heart laden with uncertainty. Raising her head to gaze at the heavens, she was astounded to spot a massive black mamba coiled upon a boulder on a nearby cliff. Its enormous form and glossy black scales made it apparent that it could easily swallow her whole, and its two large eyes were fixed intently upon her. Hiding behind a tree, Xia Yan avoided direct eye contact, pondering, "It has been staring at me for so long. Surely it is contemplating how to devour me?" This place felt like a steel barrel, with her ensnared within its grasp. Perhaps she was merely viewed as a reserve of sustenance. Clenching her fists, she reassured herself. It seems I must become a caretaker before mastering the art of flight. As long as it is not hungry, I shall remain safe. With newfound determination, she scampered towards an open space ahead, perfectly suited for practicing her flight techniques. In the wolf clan, the butler appeared in a good mood. Is something amusing you? Xia Yan quipped sarcastically. Bai Shang beamed back. The timely rain last night has invigorated the spirit. Xia Yan glanced at him, his expression impassive as he made his way toward the clan leader's lair. Qin Ming received a peach, wiped it, and took a bite, then quietly remarked, "Did you notice the gaze the young master directed at the butler just now?" "What?" Qin Xing asked, puzzled. "Just wait and see. I predict there will be tears." Qin Ming replied, fully aware. "Surely not? Let us not dwell on that. Do you find today's peaches delectable?" Qin Xing asked with a knowing look. "Delicious. Where did these sweet peaches come from?" Qin Ming replied, taking another bite. Qin Xing smirked. "These are the dream peaches cultivated by Uncle Wang. Remember, after consuming them, you must not touch water for 3 days, or you will be plagued by nightmares." "You tricked me again," Qin Ming exclaimed angrily, tossing the pit at Qin Xing's mischievous face. "Haha, this is a new breed from Uncle Wang. I'm uncertain of its effects. Perhaps it will not be nightmares, but rather spring dreams." Qin Xing laughed as he dashed outside. "Stop right there. I will show you what a nightmare truly is." Xia Yan sauntered into the cave, his eyes icy as they fell upon the man before him, his father, the Wolf King, Gao, who was over 6,000 years old. The Wolf King, tall and imposing, bore a bronze complexion and sharp features, with a long scar marring his right eye, lending him an air of sternness. The resemblance between father and son was evident, though the Wolf King had begun to show signs of age. "What have you been doing lately? Who permitted you to marry a fox demon?" Gao demanded fiercely. "What is your tone?" Gao raised his voice, his expression unyielding as he glared at his son, with whom he had never seen eye to eye. Xia Yan, nonchalantly seated, retorted coldly, "I have stated that my affairs are none of your concern." After a pause, he added 4 words, "missing without a trace." Gao's expression softened slightly. To be missing in the demon capital likely spells misfortune. "If that is the case, there is no need to search further. The marriage is hereby annulled." Upon hearing this, Xia Yan wore a mocking silence, rising to depart. "Where do you think you are going?" Gao seethed. Stopping at the cave entrance, Xia Yan clenched his fists, fingers digging into his palms, his voice icy as he queried, "Did you abandon my mother with such casualness?" You. Gao's body stiffened, incredulous as he watched Xia Yan's receding figure, whispering a name, Lan Ning. The Wolf King sat there, lost in thought. Chapter 58, The Substitute Bride of the Wolf Clan's Young Master. 14. 3 years later, the dark-clad Shadow Guard reported to Xia Yan, "Young Master, someone claims to have spotted the whereabouts of the young mistress." "Indeed?" At the edge of a cliff, Xia Yan stumbled momentarily, quickly regaining her composure and attempting to fly forward. After 3 years of arduous training, she had finally soared out of the valley. "You truly are remarkable." "Waiting for me for 3 years in seclusion," Kong Kong remarked, speechless. Feigning ignorance to Kong Kong's reproach, Xia Yan gracefully alighted among the verdant leaves, brushing aside the branches to reveal her snow-white skin. Her long, dark hair danced in the wind, cascading elegantly, and her eyes sparkled like the stars above, radiating a beguiling charm. There, a group of wolf demons suddenly appeared, gazing up at her from beneath the trees. "Madam, please board the carriage," the leader said, kneeling before her. "What, madam? You must have mistaken the wrong demon," Xia Yan feigned confusion. "Oh, mistaken?" The curtain of the carriage slowly drew back, revealing a figure within, whose enchanting countenance was unforgettable. Upon seeing the individual inside, Xia Yan's heart sank. She dared not utter a word and obediently climbed into the carriage. "Madam, it has indeed been quite some time since our last parting. I thought I would only be able to see you again in the underworld. Jiran remarked with a smile that held a hint of mischief. This scoundrel, even after a long separation, still uttered words that made one want to hit him. Kong Kong scoffed. What arduous training! Clearly, she has been indulging in leisure for 3 years. Upon hearing this, Jiran displayed a smile that could only be described as gentle, so it seems Madame has no intentions of fleeing. Of course not, Xia Yan assured, patting her chest. Her words were a mix of fabrication and half-truths. Jiran chose not to pursue the matter further, merely stating, "Your father is still waiting for you." Huh? Father? Xia Yan was taken aback. The Wolf King of the Wolf Clan? As soon as they entered the territory of the Wolf Clan, they were invited inside. Xia Yan knelt upright in the main hall of the Wolf Clan's lair. The Wolf King sat high above, his figure imposing against the gray stone wall carved with the clan's totem. Just his presence commanded respect, and meeting his gaze felt as though one was confronted by a charging silver wolf. The atmosphere in the lair was tense. This was Xia Yan's first time in the main residence, surrounded by members of the Wolf Clan, yet she was the only one kneeling. Jiran stood beside the Wolf King, smiling at her. Xia Yan inwardly cursed him. She had been kneeling there for half an hour while he appeared to be enjoying himself, proving he was indeed not a good person. The Wolf King's expression darkened, and Xia Yan could not fathom what she had done wrong. She felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter among a pack of ravenous wolves. After a moment, the Wolf King finally broke the suffocating silence, his voice resonating like thunder, clear to every demon present. "Is everyone here?" Startled, Xia Yan jolted. This was the first time she had seen the chief steward so rigorously respectful. He had been deferential before Jiran, but not as lowly as he was now, indicating the Wolf King's undeniable authority. "Is she a member of the Fox clan?" the Wolf King inquired. Though his demeanor remained unchanged, one could discern the softening of his tone, lessening the oppressive atmosphere. Xia Yan remained silent, realizing this was about the annulment of her engagement. At that moment, a voice entered her consciousness. "Yes, young master." Xia Yan twitched her lips and sincerely looked at the Wolf King, saying, "I, a mere girl, am willing. I fell in love with the young master at first sight and will marry no one else in this life." The Wolf King regarded her thoughtfully, then glanced at Jiran. "Very well, 3 days hence is the competition held once every 5 years among the clans. If you can secure a place in the top 3, I shall consent to your becoming the future 13th matriarch of the Wolf Clan." The proclamation sent shockwaves through the crowd. The members of the Wolf Clan below exchanged complex glances, while Man Nu's eyes sparkled with joy. It seemed the competition was fraught with peril. Xia Yan felt tears welling up, wishing she could refuse. Unexpectedly, Jiran spoke on her behalf. His face cold as he declared, "I disagree." Xia Yan, caught in her sorrow, looked up at the strikingly handsome man above her, realizing he was gazing back at her. "Young master, how can the future matriarch not represent the family?" Someone below immediately countered, and Xia Yan recognized Man Nu's voice without needing to look. Everyone shared this sentiment, but none dared to voice it openly, given Jiran's history of defying propriety. "Are you accusing me?" Jiran narrowed his eyes at Man Nu, his voice icy. Man Nu's face paled, hastily kneeling and bowing her head, claiming she did not dare. Jiran furrowed his brow, several times attempting to speak, only to fall silent. If he could not even handle this, how could Xia Yan command respect within the Wolf Clan as matriarch? Xia Yan was touched by Jiran's loyalty, but if he continued to disregard the wishes of the clan, how could he command their respect in the future? His desire for her safety was commendable, but a mere exchange competition, Xia Yan believed she could manage it. With sparkling eyes, she looked at Jiran and said, "Husband, allow me to go. I believe I can do it. If I cannot overcome this trial, how can I stand beside you? How can we forge a beautiful tomorrow together?" Xia Yan recited lines from the romantic novels she had read in her past life, convinced that her words would move Jiran to tears, showcasing her noble spirit and significantly enhancing his affection for her. To her dismay, Jiran showed no sign of being moved. His feelings remained unchanged as he simply replied, "Then you may go." Chapter 59. The Substitute Bride of the Wolf Clan's Young Master. 15. "Then you may go," said Xia Yan, pouting in dissatisfaction. This scene was etched in Jiran's memory. Although his expression remained icy, there was a hint of amusement in his eyes. Thus, they did not overly trouble Xia Yan, choosing to wait until the competition concluded before addressing the matter further. As night descended and the moonlight shimmered, a warm breeze caressed her as Xia Yan strolled along the path through the bamboo grove, her spirits soaring. Unbeknownst to her, she found herself in front of Jiran's courtyard. That night, Lu Fan was on night watch, and Xia Yan tiptoed over, waving her hand and mouthing the words, "Is he asleep?" to Jiran's room. Before Lu Fan could respond, a voice from within commanded, "Come in." Xia Yan gestured to Lu Fan, whispering, "He's calling for you. You go ahead, I'll take my leave." Lu Fan nodded in acknowledgement, prepared to escort her out before heading indoors. "I'm talking about Xia Yan." Jiran suddenly flung open the door, his expression dark as he regarded the two in the courtyard. "Ah," Xia Yan gasped, startled by Jiran's abrupt appearance, his face still brooding. "It's late. I suppose I want to go in?" she asked cautiously. "Less chatter," Jiran said, gripping Xia Yan's collar and pulling her inside. Caught off guard, Xia Yan clutched his hand tightly. "Jiran, what's the hurry at this hour? We still have to prepare for the competition." Jiran tossed her onto a chair, pinning her in front of him. Just as Xia Yan opened her mouth to protest, she realized she was backed against the chair, staring at his dangerously handsome face. With a gulp, Xia Yan swallowed nervously. A faint smile appeared on the man's cold visage as he teasingly inquired, "Are you coveting my beauty?" Xia Yan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She nodded dazedly, only to quickly shake her head in realization. Jiran regarded her meaningfully, then patted her head before sitting down in a nearby chair. "You must not participate in the individual competition on the day of the family contest. To preserve your life, you must opt for the team competition." Xia Yan patted her overly active heart, nodding in understanding at Jiran's admonition. "All right." Surprised, she hesitantly asked, "Is this for me?" Jiran nodded. "What wind blew today?" "You're actually giving me a gift." Xia Yan thought suspiciously, carefully opening the wooden box, revealing a brilliant gleam emanating from within. A high-grade magical artifact lay inside. "My soul-capturing bell!" Xia Yan exclaimed in delight, gazing at the bell. It had been shattered by Jiran before. How was it now intact in the box? The jade bell was engraved with intricate, ancient patterns that shimmered in the candlelight, and most importantly, it had even risen 2 grades. "Didn't you crush it?" she asked, her joy evident as she looked at him. "Do you like it?" She hugged the box tightly, cherishing the treasure within. "Let us make a bet," Jiran said nonchalantly. What kind of bet?" Xia Yan asked nervously. "If you place in the top 3 during the family competition, I shall gift you this soul-capturing bell. Otherwise, it will revert to shards." Upon hearing this, Xia Yan pouted, feeling wronged. "But didn't you just give it to me?" "There's no such thing as a free lunch," Jiran whispered softly, his tone gentle yet elegant, which only served to irritate Xia Yan further. "Placing in the top 3 is easier said than done. You're not even competing. Then how about this? I'll join the individual competition, and my ranking will be yours. Do you dare to wager?" he asked with a teasing smirk, his eyes narrowed in provocation. Xia Yan timidly inquired, "Have you ever ranked before?" "No rankings." Xia Yan scoffed, crossing her legs defiantly. "Then let us wager." "What do you think?" he mocked her. "I think it's reasonable. Every competition needs a reliable weapon, doesn't it?" Xia Yan insisted playfully. Elated, she took his hand and shook it, exclaiming, "Husband, you're truly wonderful." She joyfully ran out, clutching the box tightly, fearing Jiran might change his mind if she lingered. As her laughter faded into the distance, the room returned to its usual stillness. The flickering candlelight failed to impart any warmth, and Jiran sat in his chair, suddenly chuckling softly. placing the only remnant of Xia Yan's warmth, her fingers, against his lips. The competition venue remained the heart of the Demon City, the Imperial Academy. The Demon City hosted a family contest every 3 years, determining the status of each clan based on their rankings. The Demon King, Qingzhe, and the Academy's high-ranking officials served as judges, with the event comprising both individual duels and team flag-snatching contests. Today, over 200 families had come to compete, with various peculiar demons gathered below. Heavens, the young master is competing! Qin Xing gasped, staring incredulously at Ji Ran, who sat beside her. Ji Ran's participation made him a hot favorite. Ji Ran, why do I feel like I've been tricked by you? Just how formidable are you? They all seem quite fearful of you, Xia Yan remarked, sitting to Ji Ran's left. Her spirit extended outward, sensing the hushed murmurs of the crowd discussing the matchups. Several demons had already forfeited upon facing Ji Ran. Ji Ran cast her a glance but remained silent, noticing his indifference. Xia Yan turned to speak to the person on her other side, only to find Man Nu wearing a stern expression. She decided against asking her. Thus, she leaned over Ji Ran, attempting to reach out to Qin Xing on his right. Ji Ran abruptly pressed Xia Yan, who was half leaning in front of him, onto his lap, whispering softly in her ear, "Can you stay still?" Xia Yan, half reclining on his lap, caught her breath, nodding repeatedly. "I want to move. Please let me go. You vixen, how shameless you are in public." Xia Yan, restrained by Ji Ran, could only see a pair of red shoes appear before her, the owner of which seemed to berate her. She shot Ji Ran an angry glare, and only then did he release his grip. Quickly, Xia Yan stood, fixing her hair, before looking up at the woman who had just hurled insults at her. Dressed in vibrant red, she was strikingly beautiful, her features captivating. If not for the hostility etched on her face, she would be a rare beauty. "Is this the vixen you wish to marry, Ji Ran?" "She's nothing special," Lai Qianqian scoffed. "Another ginseng chicken." Xia Yan fumed, her teeth gritted in frustration. Yes, she might not match Ji Ran's looks, but she certainly surpassed the likes of you. Chapter 60. The Substitute Bride of the Wolf Clan's Young Master. 16. Xia Yan could not help but poke Ji Ran in the waist from below, blaming him for attracting such troublesome romantic entanglements. With so many beautiful confidants, why did he have to marry someone from the Fox clan? Unexpectedly, Ji Ran wrapped his arm around her shoulders and gazed at Xia Yan tenderly, exclaiming, "My lady is truly beautiful." Xia Yan nearly retched at the affectionate look in his eyes. Just as she was about to gag, Ji Ran tightened his grip on her shoulder, forcing her to hold back her reaction. She feigned shyness and retorted, Ran, you're insufferable." Ji Ran shuddered slightly. Xia Yan added, "It's more nauseating. Let us see who throws up first." Lai Qianqian, in a fit of agitation, clenched her fists and, suppressing her anger, addressed Ji Ran, after the competition. "I wish to speak with you. I will be waiting at our usual spot." With that, she turned and stormed off. "Let go." Once the person had departed, Xia Yan swatted at the hand on her shoulder, but it stubbornly remained. "Be discreet. People are watching," Ji Ran remarked calmly. "Who's watching? You jerk." The martial arena gradually fell silent as a white-haired elder mounted a 3-headed crane, soaring to a height of 8 meters. His imposing presence rendered the crowd speechless. He was the headmaster of the Imperial Capital Academy, Hizongyan. Today marked the 13th family competition of the Demon Capital. Our format remains the same as in previous years, featuring individual duels for both men and women. Contestants shall exert their utmost, a death contract is signed, and injuries are disregarded. After the competition, families are forbidden from seeking revenge. When the judges declare a victor, all dueling must cease. The list of matchups is in my possession, and I hope everyone adheres to the rules. Following the individual matches, there will be a team flag capture event where each family must dispatch a squad of 5. Each team will receive a map and a flag at designated points. The family that captures the most flags will emerge victorious, but intentional killing will result in disqualification. Each participant may only compete in one category. I hereby declare the competition officially commenced. As the elder's words echoed, the audience erupted in cheers, the atmosphere instantly electrified. The first event was the male demon individual duels, featuring one-on-one combat where participants could fight in human or beast form. The first match involved a lesser-ranked family, a mimosa demon facing off against a banana demon. Xia Yan was in stitches as the banana demon began shedding clothes, causing the mimosa demon to cower beneath its leaves, refusing to emerge. The mimosa demon was defensive, continually hiding, while the banana demon, despite relentless attacks, struggled to find an opening. After a protracted stalemate, the banana demon ultimately succumbed to exhaustion. Xia Yan initially found the competition to be uncomplicated, thinking she could easily participate. However, after several rounds, her perspective shifted. The remaining competitors were predominantly carnivorous demons, and the current bout featured a brutal clash between the Black Panther Clan's Wan Luan and the Brown Bear Clan's Xiong Mofin. Both combatants were locked in a life-or-death struggle. Wan Luan, with bloodshot eyes and tattered nails, gathered his strength, while Xiong Mofin, battered and bruised, could barely stand. Each prepared to deliver a fatal blow to the other. Xia Yan felt a surge of fear and instinctively clutched Jiran's arm, shielding herself behind him. With a resounding crash, a massive figure fell from the stage, and the outcome was clear. Wan Luan triumphed, while the Brown Bear was defeated. No one anticipated that the Black Panther clan would best the Brown Bear clan, hinting at a potential elevation in status for them this year. Several members of the Brown Bear clan rushed to carry Xiong Mofin away, and Xia Yan could not bear to witness his mangled form. But the heart-wrenching cries of a woman and a child could be heard, undoubtedly Xiong Mofin's wife and daughter. Jiran felt the grip on his arm tighten. He sensed Xia Yan's unease. His little fox seemed frightened. Leaning close, Xia Yan trembled as she whispered in his ear, "Jiran, please withdraw from the competition. I don't want you to fight. I will secure a top 3 finish in the team event. Just don't compete." Upon hearing her plea, a soft light flickered in Jiran's eyes. He embraced the anxious Xia Yan, gently patting her back in reassurance, his voice tender. "Do not worry, my dear. I will be fine." Affinity level, 45. Should it increase by 5 or more at once, a notification will be triggered. Seeing her like a startled bird, Jiran chuckled and could not resist stroking her head, softly whispering, "I won't let you become a widow." Xia Yan covered her face with both hands, utterly mortified. Nearby, Man Nu was seething, and Lai Qianqian seemed on the verge of exploding. Could Jiran truly be falling for that fox demon? Bai Shichu of the White Tiger clan remarked, astonished. Yin Su, with a gentle gaze, replied, "How could that be? It must be mere pretense." Yin Su was also a competitor in this event, representing the foremost Black Mamba clan. The subsequent matches grew increasingly challenging, leaving Xia Yan numb with anticipation. Finally, the announcer called Jiran's name. He was to face Pu Ka of the Elephant Clan. Pu Ka had already fought 3 matches, ruthlessly overpowering his opponents. His mountainous form exuded confidence. Xia Yan grasped Jiran's left hand, encouraging him, "Go for it. If you can't win, just run. Don't force yourself." Her voice dwindled, yet Jiran still heard her. The audience held their breath. For it was their first glimpse of Jiran in competition. The legendary bloodthirsty wolf demon, his true strength remained a mystery. Pu Ka, with a sneer, taunted Jiran. His boisterous voice echoing, "I shall not show any mercy simply because you are the young master of the 4 great generals' mansion." Xia Yan felt a surge of anxiety as the whistle blew, signaling the start of the match. With a thud, Pu Ka was hurled off the stage in mere seconds. A stunned silence enveloped the arena, followed by an eruption of excitement. Good heavens! This is Jiran's true strength. Demons have an inherent reverence for the strong. Xia Yan stood in shock, realizing Jiran was formidable, and her concern for herself began to rise. Chapter 61. The Substitute Bride of the Wolf Clan's Young Master, 17. As the competition progressed, Jiran's speed in defeating his opponents accelerated. The matches unfolding at a breathtaking pace, with the audience erupting in waves of cheers. Just as Xia Yan was on the verge of claiming victory in the final match, Xia Yan felt foolish for her earlier concerns about him. Now, her only worry was about her wager. Would she truly have to remain a widow? She suddenly pondered the prospect with a heavy heart. Gao felt an immense pride for his son, yet a flicker of anxiety gnawed at him. Xia Yan was stealing the spotlight, and he cast a wary glance at the Demon King, Qin Zhe. As anticipated, Xia Yan secured the first place in the singles competition. Before the judges could finish their announcement, Xia Yan leaped down from the platform. Jin Wuyan awaited him below, clapping Xia Yan on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You're flaunting a bit too much. No matter how skilled you are, you shouldn't show off so brazenly. At least let them have a couple of moves. Pretend to spar a little." Xia Yan accepted the towel Jin Wuyan offered, wiping his hands with a nonchalant demeanor. "If the match goes on too long, that little fox will worry. She gets frightened," he said, revealing his reluctance to draw undue attention. The sight of his affection for Xia Yan left Jin Wuyan feeling somewhat overwhelmed. "You lied to me," Jin Wuyan accused. "What did I lie about?" Xia Yan retorted, his voice icy. "Did you not say you had never placed before?" Jin Wuyan pressed. "Well, this is my first competition," Xia Yan replied casually. In the female demon competition, the Wolf Clan sent Man Nu, who was particularly cautious of her own safety. During the 5th round, when she faced Lai Qianqian, she merely exchanged a few blows and conceded defeat, resulting in Lai Qianqian claiming the top spot. However, having witnessed Xia Yan's prowess, many considered Lai Qianqian's performance rather mediocre in comparison. This competition led to shifts in familial standings. Some clans rose, while others fell, and Xia Yan's admirers multiplied, their cheers growing ever louder. Although the monsters who faced Xia Yan were thoroughly defeated, none suffered severe injuries or death. Given Xia Yan's capabilities, dispatching them would have been effortless, yet he chose to spare them, allowing the clans to perceive it as a favor, which left them feeling grateful. However, they were mistaken. Xia Yan had refrained from being ruthless solely because Xia Yan was watching below. Her timid disposition made him reluctant to engage in anything too violent. "Chen Xing, wait for me. I'm coming with you," Xia Yan called out to her Wolf Clan companions who had ventured far ahead. "Your young master has matters to attend to," they teased. Xia Yan blinked, speaking in a hushed tone, a hint of mischief in her expression. "What matters could I possibly have?" Xia Yan's cold voice interrupted from behind her. "Xia Yan, you seem quite invested in this matter, don't you?" Xia Yan remarked, tugging at her collar and pulling her close, his tone icy. Xia Yan's heart sank. How could she refuse a meeting with a beautiful woman? She dared not speak, her eyes darting nervously, while Chen Xing and the others noted her pleading gaze. Yet none dared to step in to rescue her. Xia Yan squinted at the members of the Wolf Clan standing frozen in place, smiling as he inquired, "Would you like me to escort you?" Chen Xing and the others inhaled deeply, shaking their heads vigorously before fleeing in haste. "Fine. I'll remember the one who ran the fastest," Xia Yan grumbled inwardly, gritting her teeth. Feeling the cold aura emanating from Xia Yan, Xia Yan resolved to seek refuge beside him. "I am your fiancée, after all. It's only fitting that I take an interest in my husband's affairs," she offered, her laughter tinged with nervousness. "Take an interest? Then tell me, what do I like to eat? What is my destined artifact? What is the name of my steed? If you can name just one, I shall let you off," Xia Yan replied, his expression a blend of amusement and challenge. Xia Yan fell silent, her mind a blank canvas, and her pleas for help went unanswered. She could only sulk, "Husband, you may as well punish me." The Wolf Clan celebrated with bright lights and joyous laughter, reveling in the glory Xia Yan had brought them. Gao mingled with the clan members, sharing drinks and laughter in a warm atmosphere. "I knew our young master was every bit as formidable as the leader of the Serpent Clan," Butler Bai proclaimed proudly, his face aglow. The leader of the Black Mamba was the youngest among the 4 great clans, only slightly older than Xia Yan, and when the previous elder passed away, many doubted that Yin Yao, the eldest son, could uphold the reputation of the #1 General's residence. Yet, upon taking over, Yin Yao proved to be a decisive leader, adeptly handling all family affairs, and even surpassing expectations. Consequently, many began to compare Xia Yan to him, as their statuses and ages were alike. You should have seen how impressive our young master was today. He ended his battles with a single move, Bai exclaimed, squatting down to entertain those who had not attended the event, recounting Xia Yan's first participation on behalf of the family and how gloriously he had shown. Though many had not witnessed it firsthand, the clan members felt a surge of pride and excitement. Upon entering, Xia Yan spotted Bai energetically recounting the events, his enthusiasm spilling over as he animatedly recounted Xia Yan's prowess. Impressed by Bai's expressive storytelling, Xia Yan approached, eager to join in. However, just as she squatted down, Xia Yan lifted her up. Xia Yan shot her a sidelong glance. Have you forgotten what your punishment was? He had not anticipated that this little fox would display such audacity. It seemed he had underestimated her. Is that too little for you? Very well, I shall add more. I will have Ru Fan bring you all the books from the first floor of the study, and after the competition tomorrow, I shall quiz you. For every mistake you make, I shall pluck a tuft of your fox fur. His eyes twinkled with mischief. Xia Yan, this mouth of hers. Memorizing books? Bai scratched his head, bewildered, but it did not hinder his storytelling, and soon he was back to his animated performance, regaling the crowd with tales of Xia Yan's triumphs. Chapter 62. The Substitute Bride of the Wolf Clan's Young Master, 18. In the team competition, there were numerous monsters participating, led by Yin Su, the sister of the Black Snake Clan's chieftain. Surprisingly, Bai Shichu, the young master of the White Tiger Clan and last year's solo competition champion, opted for the team event this year instead of the individual one. The Silver Wolf Clan was led by Xia Yan, and all the prominent families were astonished that the members selected by the Wolf Clan this year were all newcomers. The fourth family, the Firebird Clan, was led by the younger sister of Lai Qianshan, the second Miss Lai Rong, who appeared somewhat frail and required assistance from those around her. Xia Yan's group consisted of companions she had personally selected, including Xiao Bai, the twin brothers Chen Xing and Chen Ming, and An Xiao. Although their small team of 5 was not particularly powerful, Xia Yan felt reassured, knowing that at least they would not betray her. What are you muttering about with that blue book, young mistress? Chen Xing asked curiously as he observed Xia Yan clutching a blue-covered tome. You wouldn't believe the preferences of your young master. Xia Yan replied wearily, this devil. It was already bizarre enough to memorize his likes, but he even had Lu Fan bring over a whole box of books for me to study. She had spent an entire night poring over books to maintain her beautiful, lustrous black hair, and now only this book detailing Xia Yan's preferences remained. She found it utterly repulsive and could not bear to read any further. So she decided to take a moment to review it today. She had no idea who had penned this book of gossip. Wait, isn't this the birthday gift I gave to the young master? Xiao Bai exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the book in Xia Yan's hands. I wrote it myself. And I can't believe the young master still keeps it. Xia Yan shot him an angry glare, thinking to herself, you pervert. Startled, Xiao Bai hid behind Chen Xing, the only reliable member, and Xiao interjected, if we don't enter the competition soon, the gate will close. Huh? The distracted wolf demons glanced around and realized they were the only ones left, prompting them to hurry. Sighing, the onlookers from the wolf clan, watching the competition through the celestial mirror, couldn't help but lament, wondering if this group of fools could ever win. Menu was overjoyed, thinking that given their team's strength, they would be eliminated swiftly. Xia Yan wore a sly smile, amused that Xia Yan was still memorizing his preferences, this little simpleton. They soon encountered a problem. Why didn't you tell me we could bring a spirit beast? Xia Yan exclaimed, hands on her hips, exasperated as she watched other families soaring through the air on their mounts while they trudged along the ground. This is my first time participating too, Chen Xing said sheepishly. I was aware, but we don't have a flying spirit beast, Xiao Bai added helplessly. Xia Yan was at a loss for words, but she took a deep breath and gently said, you silly fool, we can borrow Xia Yan's beast. Xiao Bai scratched his head. The young master has already participated in the solo competition, so he can't join the team event again. Xia Yan's eyes sparkled with determination as she gazed at Xiao Bai. Qin Xing and Qin Ming exchanged bewildered glances, realizing that Xia Yan meant to borrow the young master's mount, while Xiao Bai was interpreting it as her referring to the young master as a beast. And Xiao gently tapped Xiao Bai, clarifying that the beast Xia Yan referred to was actually the young master's mount, Red Feather. Xiao Bai was distraught. "Don't worry," Xia Yan comforted him, a hint of pride in her voice. "With just the 5 of us, how would Ji Ren ever know your little secret?" Qin Xing patted Xia Yan on the shoulder, pointing ahead at a small flying creature with wings, saying, "The competition is being broadcasted live, and everyone outside can see our every move." Xiao Bai's distress deepened. The watching members of the wolf clan broke into a cold sweat, pondering how Xia Yan had managed to gather this group of dimwits. Butler Bai glanced at his son Xiao Bai, contemplating whether to trade his position to save his son. Yin Su had been waiting for Xia Yan and her companions, never expecting them to arrive without a spirit beast. After some contemplation, she said to Yin Yu, "It's fortunate she isn't dead. I have always wanted to make amends. Since they didn't bring a spirit beast, let's offer them a ride. Helping them seize a few flags will lessen my guilt." Yin Yu would never refuse Yin Su's requests, and the other demons in the team dared not object. As Xia Yan and her group continued on foot, a Qitian bird descended before them. "Aren't they here to snatch flags?" Qin Ming nervously inquired. "We've just entered the competition. How can someone come to steal flags already?" Xia Yan rolled her eyes and retorted, "Do we even have flags?" "No, fool." The Qitian bird, adorned with azure feathers, shimmered like glass under the sunlight, presenting a refreshing contrast to the ugly and fierce spirit beasts of other clans. Yin Su gracefully dismounted from the Qitian bird, twirling in the air before landing gracefully. Xia Yan squinted, recognizing her as the white-clad demoness who had knocked her off the cliff while riding a unicorn. The woman descended with tear-filled eyes, as if she had something to say. Qin Xing, Qin Ming, and Xiao Bai regarded Xia Yan with thoughtful expressions. Feeling their gaze, Xia Yan nervously asked, "What are you looking at?" "I haven't done anything." And Xiao, the dependable one, gently inquired, "Miss Yin, is there something you need?" Yin Su softly replied, "I noticed you don't have a spirit beast. How about joining us?" "Sure." Xiao Bai eagerly responded. Xia Yan promptly delivered a knock to his head, asking, "Are you the team leader?" Xiao Bai pouted, falling silent. Yin Su bit her lip and said softly, "Miss Xia, that day, it was my lack of control that caused you to fall off the cliff. Fortunately, you weren't harmed. Today, we encounter each other again by fate, and I wish to assist you." "Lack of control? You were quite adept at aiming right at me," Xia Yan thought, recalling how skillfully she had turned to collide with her. "Do our wolf clan really lack spirit beasts? We intentionally chose not to bring any. It's our strategy, and I cannot disclose it to you. Farewell." Xia Yan declined gracefully. Yin Su's expression faltered as if she had heard something malicious. Yin Yu drew his sword and threatened, "Don't push your luck." Seeing this, Xiao Bai brandished his weapon to shield Xia Yan. "Do you insist on helping?" Xia Yan asked Yin Su directly. "I merely wish to make amends," Yin Su replied, looking aggrieved. "Your team must avoid any contact with us, even if you believe you are making amends," Xia Yan stated plainly. Seeing Yin Su's tears, Yin Yu grew enraged. As the Qingtian bird took flight, he ignited a fireball at the map in Xiao's hands. "Ah!" Xiao instinctively tossed the map to the ground, attempting to extinguish the flames with her foot, but the map was already ruined. "What a despicable scoundrel!" Qin Xing spat. Xia Yan sighed inwardly, wondering how she could possibly travel with such a woman. Chapter 63. The substitute bride of the Wolf Clan's young master, 19, and Xiao was in a state of distress, utterly helpless without a map to find the flag points. With reddened eyes, she lamented, "It is all my fault for not safeguarding the map properly. How can this be blamed on you?" Qin Ming gritted his teeth, equally infuriated by that treacherous and despicable serpent clan. Xiao Bai anxiously scratched his head. "So how do we proceed now?" Follow me. For the map is already imprinted in my mind, Xia Yan confidently declared, having memorized it before handing it over to Xiao. You memorized it so quickly! Xiao Bai exclaimed in astonishment. Xia Yan produced a small red flag from who knows where, waving it as she walked. The nearest point is the lair of the thousand-faced spider, where 3 flags are located. I suspect many have already come to seize them, so we shall abandon this point. The second point is Yupon Lake, where 2 flags lie at the lake's bottom. We will surely be unable to compete with the likes of the carp spirit, the turtle spirit, and the crab spirit who dwell in the water, thus we shall forego the spot as well. The third point is the wild bull slope, which has 7 flags, but we must search beneath the hooves of thousands of wild bulls. Xia Yan slapped her palm against her forehead. I wish to abandon you. We shall proceed to this point. We must secure at least 4 of those 7 flags. Xiao Bai nodded, feeling quite aggrieved. Upon reaching Wild Bull Slope, the sight of the dark mass of bulls below made the group gulp nervously. Xia Yan directed, Xiao Bai, I remember you run quite swiftly. Hold this little red flag and wave it in front of the lead bull before sprinting desperately up that slope. Xiao Bai bit his lip, protesting. But I don't run that fast. Nonsense. Do not belittle yourself. I saw you run the fastest yesterday. Xiao Bai stiffened momentarily before obediently setting off to lure the bull. Ah! Came Xiao Bai's shrill screams amid the thunderous hooves of the stampeding bulls. Hurry, hurry. Move quickly. Xiao Bai's life is in our hands. Quickly find the flags. With Xia Yan's command, the 4 dashed forward. Breathlessly, Xiao Bai shouted, Switch. I can't run anymore. And tossed the flag into Chen Xing's arms. Chen Xing seized the red flag and sprinted away, diverting the herd, while the remaining 4 hurried down the slope to continue their search. They successfully collected 5 flags, and Xiao found 3, Xia Yan 2. While the other 3 continued to lure the bulls, as time was of the essence. After several endeavors, and Xiao and Xia Yan finally gathered all 7 flags, while Chen Xing, Chen Ming, and Xiao Bai collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Extend your hands, commanded Xia Yan. The 3, still lying on the ground, obediently raised their left hands, as Xia Yan tied a red ribbon around each. This will serve as our team's emblem. The red ribbon is tied in a special manner to prevent impersonation. The 7 flags shall be distributed. I will take 2, and Xiao will keep 2. And each of you 3 will take 1. Understood? The 3 languidly responded in agreement. Xia Yan gently nudged the 3 still lying on the ground, urging, Get up. Get up. There is another flag point nearby, the illusionary demon cave, with 5 flags. We shall rest there. Xiao Bai lamented. Do we have to leave so soon? Xia Yan patiently encouraged, Be good, Xiao Bai. Time waits for no one. Let us charge forward into the sunrise. Can you transform and run on your own? Xiao Bai, in wolf form, sighed while carrying Xia Yan. Less chatter, run. The Serpent Clan members had just emerged from the lair of the thousand-faced spider, which had recently experienced a chaotic battle, resulting in the annihilation of over 30 families. The thousand-faced spider was quite easy to deal with, and since it was the first flag point, 2/3 of the families opted to seize it. Yin Su wore a grim expression, frustrated by these lesser demons who were unremarkable. She had secured 2 of the 3 flags, yet the whereabouts of the last one remained a mystery. The simplest point had consumed so much time and cost her a member, driving her to fury. She cast a cleansing spell and saw Yin Chio and Yin Yun still carrying the unconscious Yin Jia, angrily exclaiming, Why are you still dragging around this burden? Just leave her here. What a bunch of useless fools. Seeing their mistress in a rage, Yin Chio and Yin Yun exchanged bewildered glances, their brows furrowed. Were they really to abandon an unconscious kin? Frustrated by these trivial demons, Yin Su momentarily forgot about the mirror of transmission. She composed herself, reverting to a gentler demeanor, and choked out, It is my fault for not protecting you well. I was too anxious. Please do not blame me. With unwavering determination, she gazed ahead. We are here to bring glory to our family. Even if I were to faint, you must not hesitate to leave me behind. Yin Su was unafraid of her words coming to pass. She knew Yin Yu would never abandon her. The others were moved by her words, dispelling their previous discontent. After a moment of hesitation, In Chio resigned to leave In Jiajia in the cave. We shall not go to Yupan Lake. Let us head directly to Wild Bull Slope, In Su ordered, unwilling to ruin her makeup by going underwater. Though the Serpent Clan excelled in aquatic combat, In Su was the captain, and they could not defy her command. Thus they proceeded to Wild Bull Slope. Kill! Upon seeing the wild bulls at Wild Bull Slope unharmed, Inu assumed no one had come before them. In his eyes, these lowly creatures were insignificant, and slaughtering them would yield the flags. In Su observed from above as her 3 subordinates charged into the herd of bulls. The verdant grass was stained crimson with blood, and countless dismembered carcasses littered the ground, leaving no bull spared. In Su pinched her nose in disdain as she watched her subordinates search for flags among the bloodshed, impatiently inquiring, "How many have you found? Why is it taking so long?" In Chio wore a puzzled expression. Not a single one. Could it be that someone has taken them? Impossible. When we arrived, the herd was intact. How could anyone have come here? Inu asserted, convinced that slaughter was the only solution. Keep searching. Look carefully. In Su commanded. Chapter 64. The Substitute Bride of the Wolf Clan's Young Master, Part 20. Xia Yan found herself compelled to walk along the elongated corridor of mirrors, surrounded by countless reflections of herself, an unsettling sight indeed. After a considerable time, with no end in sight, she paused and struck a pose in front of one of the mirrors. I look truly beautiful, she mused narcissistically, extending her fingers in a peace sign, only to find her mirrored self reciprocating with a rock gesture. Taken aback, she swung her fist in anger. How dare you triumph over me? In an instant, the mirror shattered, revealing an exceedingly grotesque female demon before her, clad in a black cloak and mimicking Xia Yan's stance. The demon, startled by Xia Yan's presence, spun around to flee, only to be caught by Xia Yan's grasp on her cloak. The demon gritted her teeth, shedding the cloak to escape Xia Yan's hold. Don't run, Xia Yan shouted as she pursued her, but soon found herself surrounded by a multitude of mirrors, indicating that she had encountered a mirror spirit. Standing before the mirrors, the figures within were not her own, but various others, leading her to suspect they were souls trapped within, perhaps capable of seeing her as well. Suddenly, the voices of those within the mirrors chimed in. You shall remain trapped here forever, becoming one of my masks, hee hee. Laughter erupted from the reflections, some shrill, others coarse, mingling into a cacophony that grated on the ears. Stop laughing. It's more unsightly than crying, Xia Yan exclaimed, covering her ears. The laughter ceased abruptly, and a face twisted in rage emerged from the reflections. How dare you call me ugly? This visage is that of the most beautiful maiden of the Peacock clan. Upon hearing this, Xia Yan realized the demon was quite sensitive about her appearance. She taunted, that's someone else's beauty, not yours. Are you proud to be a mere imitation? And what of it? Once I eliminate you all, your faces will belong to me. The demon retorted fiercely. Can't you conjure your own face? Using someone else's is hardly fitting, Xia Yan questioned, perplexed as to why a demon would struggle with such an issue. What do you know? The mirror shattered once more, and a frantic voice echoed from within the cave. I just want to be myself. That vile woman cursed me to bear this hideous visage for eternity. No matter how I train, I cannot alter my face. Stop shouting. Come out and I can help you, Xia Yan called out, still covering her ears. What can you possibly do? Don't think you can deceive me. Feigning to search her pockets, Xia Yan secretly communicated with Kong Kong, requesting it to retrieve the makeup from her previous life. This rule does not permit it. Is it the rules or your inability? Xia Yan provoked it deliberately. As anticipated, Kong Kong's temper flared. Am I incapable? I can procure anything, even aircraft and missiles. Boastful, Xia Yan taunted. I will now transfer those cosmetics into your backpack. See for yourself if I'm bluffing. As Xia Yan felt the sudden weight of various bottles and jars in her pocket, a triumphant smile graced her lips. It felt as though it had been tricked. Allow me to introduce these. They are my unique concoctions. This eyeshadow, mascara, foundation, eyeliner, lipstick, and contour brush. Yield remarkable results. Xia Yan displayed the cosmetics, demonstrating their application on her own face. The mirror demon was captivated by her actions, stealthily stepping out from the mirror, crouching beside Xia Yan and curiously observing her as she applied makeup. How do I look now? My complexion has improved, and I haven't even used any demonic power. She turned to show her results, a subtle makeup enhancing her features. The mirror demon retrieved another black cloak, pulling it over her head, her hair cascading down her face as she spoke softly. Do you trust me now? Xia Yan gently inquired. The demon nodded, removing her hood to reveal her face, glancing at Xia Yan, who showed no signs of disdain. Xia Yan tenderly brushed aside the demon's stray hair, examining her features, small eyes, broken brows, a yellowish complexion with dark spots, slightly oversized lips, a flat nose, and a broad chin. In the human realm, she would not be deemed unattractive, but in the demon world, where beauty was prevalent, she fell short. However, with modern makeup techniques, this was hardly a problem. Xia Yan led her to the mirror, but the demon hesitated, stepping back in self-doubt. Not wishing to pressure her, Xia Yan began to explain while applying makeup. This concealer will even out your skin tone. Apply it gently. Once the base is done, use this eyeshadow. It's a perfect match for you. For the outer corner of your eyes, use this color. And slightly thicken the eyeliner. Do you prefer willow leaf or straight brows? Never mind, I'll handle it myself. After a thorough transformation, a sweet and adorable girl appeared beside the mirror. The mirror demon gazed at her reflection, her eyes welling up. She could hardly remember the last time she had looked in a mirror. Don't cry, you look beautiful. From now on, live proudly with your own face. Every demon is unique, Xia Yan comforted her. The demon nodded, pleading, could you possibly gift me these items? That is not an option. Ah? The demon looked at her with big, pleading eyes. Unless you help me find 3 flags. Xia Yan proposed. Are these the 3? The demon pulled out 3 flags from her cloak, explaining that she had picked them up a few days prior when someone had tossed them inside. Indeed. How did you manage to conceal them so well? It seems almost playful. The demon joyfully collected the makeup products that would alter her appearance. Very well, she readily agreed, waving her hand to conjure a large mirror. And Xia was the first to emerge, joyfully running towards Xia Yan. I finally found you. Xia Yan, equally delighted, waved the 3 flags, announcing, the flags are in hand. Madam, you are truly remarkable. And Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. Following her, the brothers Chen Xing and Chen Ming stepped out from the mirror, their cheerful demeanor evident. After a moment of exuberant chatter among the 4, they noticed that Xiao Bai had yet to appear. Xia Yan inquired of the mirror demon, isn't there one more? The demon, puzzled, replied, the portal is already open. He simply needs to step through. Closing her eyes, she searched for him and exclaimed in surprise, your companion has fallen asleep. The 4 fell silent. Ultimately, it was the mirror demon who called out to wake him, and Xiao Bai burst forth, exclaiming, help. Ah! Upon seeing the discontented expressions on his teammates' faces, he abruptly halted, excitedly declaring, I finally found you all. Awake now? Xia Yan asked with a smirk. Xiao Bai, feeling guilty, stammered, I wasn't sleeping. I was diligently searching for flags. The 4 of them raised their arms in unison, scrutinizing him, and Xiao Bai, feeling intimidated, admitted, I just dozed off for a moment. Really? Chapter 65, The Substitute Bride of the Wolf Clan's Young Master, Part 21. Xiao Bai, feeling guilty, averted his gaze from his teammates and suddenly noticed an additional girl nearby. With a playful grin, he approached her, oblivious to her background, hoping to make a new friend. The mirror demon, long unaccustomed to anyone approaching her, shyly retreated into her mirror. Come here, Xiao Bai. Xia Yan scolded playfully, having not yet reprimanded him before he began flirting with the girl. The mirror demon had already hidden herself, but left them a mirror to exit the illusory demon cave. As the five emerged, they found themselves at another flag capture point, which was not part of Xia Yan's original plan. In the chilling depths of the valley, a relentless cold wind swept upward. Xia Yan rubbed her hands together and informed her team, "This flag point contains 10 flags, but the danger level is exceedingly high. A mist spirit elephant, colossal in size with tusks measuring 5 meters in length, is locked within the valley. If we descend, the odds of survival are bleak. So, I propose we abandon this point." Lady? Qin Xing timidly interjected. Xia Yan tightened her clothing and turned to him with a questioning look. Qin Xing, on the verge of tears, explained, "Xiao Bai has already jumped down." Xia Yan paused, pinching her thumb and forefinger. "When did this happen?" And Xiao replied nonchalantly, "Right after you mentioned there were 10 flags inside." Xia Yan. Outside the Tongtian mirror, the onlookers were speechless. Butler Bai's tears flowed freely. "I am sorry." The four stood in the icy valley, silence enveloping them, uncertain of Xiao Bai's whereabouts. Chen Ming broke the silence. Where could Xiao Bai have gone? With her hands tucked into her sleeves, Xia Yan maintained a stoic expression, stating, "We must locate him quickly, otherwise his mind will freeze. He must have been out of his senses to jump down here. It's as frigid as the Arctic. And my teeth are nearly chattering from the cold." Qin Xing suggested, "Let us transform. It will expedite our progress." The thick layer of ice beneath their feet made it slippery, and shifting into their silver wolf forms would grant them better traction and warmth. The pack of silver wolves dashed through the snow like streaks of lightning, with the foremost wolf bearing a woman clad in a blue cloak upon its back, appearing diminutive amidst the wolf fur. As the wind and snow intensified, their pace gradually slowed. Xia Yan sensed her companion's stamina waning, and even if they reached the mist spirit elephant's lair, they would be ill-prepared for battle. "Let us stop and rest," Xia Yan shouted against the howling wind and snow. Amidst the swirling snow, with no shelter in sight, Xia Yan led the group to construct a rudimentary snow trench capable of withstanding the fierce winds. Fortunately, the area was rich in spiritual energy, allowing them to meditate and recover swiftly. As they sat within the trench, the four gradually recuperated. Xia Yan suddenly recalled that she had yet to finish memorizing Jiran's preferences. She pulled out the blue-covered book from her pocket and began reciting, "Dislikes being touched. Favors the color blue, needs to be approached cautiously when smiling, and if he squints, one should flee immediately. A sparkle in his eyes indicates a cheerful mood." Seeing Xia Yan still focused on memorizing the young master's likes during such a critical moment made Qin Xing and the others feel somewhat embarrassed. Outside the Tongtian mirror, as Xia Yan continued her recitation, all the demons turned their gaze towards the wolf clan's young master, who sat elegantly, a glimmer of light in his eyes, seemingly in high spirits. The demons shivered, he asked, squinting, "Should we run?" Unbeknownst to Xia Yan, after this competition, she would be seen throughout the demon realm as a lovesick, devoted female demon. Affection level 50, with a sudden increase of 5 in affection. Xia Yan beamed, even finding some willingness in reciting Jiran's preferences. "Did you hear something?" And Xiao's expression grew serious. And Xiao shook his head. "What sound?" Xia Yan rose to investigate. The wind and snow outside had intensified. She narrowed her phoenix eyes. "It's the roar of a tiger. Someone has gotten ahead of us." "It must be the White Tiger clan," Chen Ming inquired. "What shall we do?" Xia Yan secured her cloak and declared resolutely, "Time is of the essence. We must proceed." Without question, and Xiao and the others transformed into wolves and raced towards the sound of the tiger's roar. The White Tiger clan, consisting of 5 members, had already suffered losses. 1 was encased in ice by the Mist Spirit Elephant, and 2 were gravely injured. The Mist Spirit Elephant, immense in size with towering legs and razor-sharp tusks, plunged its trunk into the ice, sending tremors through the ground as icy winds howled from its trunk, and the chains on its feet rattled ominously. Though the White Tiger clan was among the larger beasts, they were no match for their opponent. Akin to a tender morsel before a predator, unable to engage closely. "Young master, you must flee." At this rate, we will all perish. Bai Su exclaimed, only to be sent flying by the elephant's trunk, crashing to the ground with blood pooling from his mouth. Bai Shi rushed in, delivering a minor injury to the mist spirit elephant. With unwavering determination, he shouted during a brief respite, I am the young city lord. I cannot abandon you. Bai Su's eyes glistened, and he suddenly let out a mournful roar that echoed through the skies. Stop howling, Xia Yan called from a distance. They were close to arriving. Yet the incessant calls from the White Tiger clan had triggered an avalanche on their side, testing her patience. Seeing reinforcements arrive, Bai Shi felt a surge of anxiety. Unsure if they were friend or foe, if they were caught between enemies, Bai Su and the others would surely meet their end. And Xiao called out, we are here to find someone. Did you see any members of the wolf clan when you arrived? None, Bai Su weakly replied, clutching his chest. The mist spirit elephant, seemingly displeased at being overlooked, lifted its front leg and stomped down, sending tremors through all present. Xia Yan probed the beast spirit of the mist spirit elephant with her soul force, sensing its anger. She queried, what have you done to provoke it while searching for flags? This is no ordinary spirit beast. Were it not for that foolish boy, I would never have risked venturing here for flags. Bai Shi, while dodging the mist spirit elephant's attacks, explained, we didn't do anything. It was already enraged when we arrived. Could it be that Xiao Bai caused this? Qin Xing asked anxiously. And Xiao shook his head. He wouldn't have the audacity. In Xia Yan's memory, elephants were generally gentle creatures. They would not exhibit such ferocity unless provoked. Surely, someone had wronged it. You must flee. Bai Shi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, preparing to engage once more. Why aren't you running? It's just a few flags. Why risk your lives? Qin Xing urged. Bai Su, feeling overwhelmed, replied, our companion was thrown into its lair. We must rescue them. Xia Yan remained focused on the movements of the mist spirit elephant, seeking a weakness. And Xiao tugged at her sleeve, asking, what should we do? Xiao Bai is unaccounted for, and the White Tiger clan is nearing their limit. What formidable beast is this? Who imprisoned it here? Xia Yan pondered internally, and Xiao replied with a serious expression, this is no ordinary spirit beast. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the steed of the former Demon King. After the old Demon King's defeat, it was sealed here by the current Demon King. The venue for this competition was likely chosen whimsically, infused with the former Demon King's legacy. The former Demon King's steed. No wonder it's so formidable, Qin Ming exclaimed, alarmed. We should flee quickly. The others looked to Xia Yan, awaiting her command. Chapter 66, The Substitute Bride of the Wolf Clan's Young Master, Part 22, contemplating her next move. Xia Yan anxiously furrowed her brow. If they continued on this path, the remaining members of the White Tiger clan would certainly perish. And there was no guarantee that Xiao Bai was still within the Mist Soul Elephant's lair. She repeatedly unleashed her soul power in an attempt to communicate with the beast spirit of the Mist Soul Elephant, but its mind was shrouded in chaos, rendering any form of connection impossible. We will assist in stalling. With those words, Qin Xing and Qin Ming transformed into their wolf forms, joining the fray. I'll check on the two severely injured white tigers, and Qiao declared, soaring towards the unconscious tigers outside the combat zone. Bai Shichu's gaze flickered. He noted this act of kindness. Bai Su cast a grateful glance at them. Red Zay. Pain. Suddenly, Xia Yan felt a ripple of awareness from within the Mist Soul Elephant's mind. Perhaps the arrival of the wolf clan had exhausted it, allowing her soul power to penetrate more easily. Who is Red Zay? Xia Yan inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. And Xia was taken aback. She hadn't expected such a question. Hearing the name Red Zay caused the Mist Soul Elephant to momentarily lose focus. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Su lunged forward and bit into one of its front legs. The Mist Soul Elephant let out a pained roar, violently kicking Bai Su away, then unleashing a torrent of wind and snow from its trunk, sending several of them sprawling. As a member of the human race, Xia Yan could not transform, and her body was flung through the air. Oh no! I'm going to fall to my death, she thought in despair, unable to control her flight amidst the fierce winds. Just then, Bai Shi, the young master of the White Tiger clan, swiftly maneuvered and caught her securely on his back, landing gracefully on the ground. In that moment of being rescued, Xia Yan felt a wave of relief wash over her. She instinctively clutched at the tiger's fur, finding its short, soft hair delightful to the touch. She wondered if Jiren's fur was equally soft. Bai Shi stiffened, acutely aware of a small hand exploring his back. After safely delivering her to the ground, he felt a tingling sensation spread across his body. Xia Yan, oblivious to the implications of her actions, regarded the tiger as merely an animal, distinct from humans, unaware that in the demon realm, a beast's true form was its animalistic shape, while human form was merely an alternate guise. In this time of crisis, the others, like Xia Yan, were too preoccupied to notice the intimacy of the moment, save for Bai Shi and Jiren. Jiren's expression darkened, causing the other demons to tremble at the murderous aura emanating from him. It's over. The young master of the wolf clan seems poised to slaughter the demons. Hold your fire for now, I'll attempt to calm it. If its emotions stabilize, you can find an opportunity to circle around and rescue the others, Xia Yan instructed, brandishing the soul-capturing bell as she approached the mist soul elephant cautiously. The bell chimed sweetly, gradually quieting the elephant's anguished cries. It turned its gaze towards her, captivated by her presence. Xia Yan remained calm, her eyes devoid of malice, inching closer. This bell is truly remarkable, Bai Shi remarked. However, his words sent the mist soul elephant into a frenzy once more, its trunk flinging Xia Yan away. The group tensed, but Bai Shi quickly positioned himself in front of her, ready for confrontation. Don't worry about me, just don't provoke it, Xia Yan urged, rising to push Bai Shi aside. Everyone, remain silent. Bai Shi covered his mouth apologetically. Once again, she utilized her hypnosis technique, enduring the pain as she stepped closer to the beast. The mist soul elephant quieted once more, gazing at her intently. In her mind, she heard the voice again. Red Zay, I miss you. The voice was feeble, reminiscent of a forsaken child. Its clarity grew stronger, and Xia Yan felt a surge of empathy, causing her hand to tremble slightly as she held the soul-capturing bell. Finally, she reached the colossal creature, finding herself at its knee. The mist soul elephant could easily crush her with a single step, yet she sensed it would not harm her. Blood still oozed from its leg, with deep marks from tiger fangs embedded in its flesh. Xia Yan placed her hand on its leg, and it did not resist. Feeling a pang of sorrow, she gently spoke, "Dear child, your master must be thinking of you as well. Please don't move. Let me help you heal." The mist soul elephant emitted a soft sound, as if it understood her words, and slowly knelt down, allowing Xia Yan to see its face. Its eyes were bewildered, glistening with unshed tears, and a deep scar marred its visage, a testament to battles fought alongside the former Demon King. The others held their breath, fearful that any movement might provoke the creature and endanger Xia Yan. She placed her hand on its leg, channeling her spirit energy into it. The mist soul elephant shook its head, as if finding comfort in her touch. Under Xia Yan's care, the wounds began to heal, and the creature appeared to suffer less pain, lifting her spirits as well. She inspected it closely and suddenly furrowed her brow. She finally understood the source of its agitation. Someone had cruelly embedded 10 flags into the mist soul elephant's back, leaving only their sharp tips exposed. Grinding her teeth, she clenched her fists and shouted at the heavens, "What a travesty!" With determination, she leaped onto the elephant's back. It did not resist, lying still as she used her consciousness to soothe it. Removing the flags would be painful, so she aimed to be swift, trembling hands grasping the flag tips before yanking them out in one decisive motion. The mist soul elephant shuddered, but refrained from moving further, fearful of throwing its rider off. With each tremor of pain, Xia Yan felt as though she shared its suffering. Those below witnessed the creature's resilience, their hearts heavy with emotion. This was the steed of the former demon king, a beast that had once fought in the great demon wars, now reduced to such a state. The 10 bloodied flags felt heavy in Xia Yan's hands. With the flags removed from its body, the mist soul elephant wearily closed its eyes. Xia Yan continuously poured her spirit energy into it, determined to save the creature. Bai Shichu approached and stood beside her, channeling his own energy into the mist soul elephant as well, with others soon joining in. Survive, think of Red Zay, Xia Yan whispered into its ear. The mist soul elephant opened its eyes, looking gently at the group. It has survived, Qin Xing exclaimed joyfully. The storm subsided and the temperature began to rise. Bai Shichu and Bai Su worked to thaw their frozen companions. I've retrieved the flags. No need for thanks. Can anyone devise a way to free it from these chains? Xia Yan inquired, squatting beside the massive iron chains binding the mist soul elephant's legs. Bai Shichu tugged at them with his spirit energy, shaking his head. This is Xian iron. Without a key, it is nearly impossible to unlock. Xia Yan's brow furrowed in concern. Bai Shichu was the strongest among them. If he could not break the chains, they truly were at an impasse. Chapter 67. The Substitute Bride of the Wolf Clan's Young Master, Part 23. The key lies in the hands of the Demon King. If she could secure first place in the upcoming competition, perhaps she could request it from him. Bai Shi noticed her despondency and offered words of comfort. Let us set off. Upon hearing this, Xia Yan felt invigorated. She turned to the mist soul elephant and said, I will save you. Just wait for me. The mist soul elephant obediently nodded, as this was the first time it had heeded someone else's words besides the demon king, Hong Zhe. Young mistress. The little white wolf pounced over, squatting beside Xia Yan like a husky. Having just been scolded by Qinming, he was aware that he had caused trouble and now sought leniency. Seeing the little wolf safe and sound, Xia Yan felt relieved. She tugged at its ear and exclaimed, If you run off again, I shall break your legs. I was wrong, young mistress. The little white wolf cried, covering its ears. This mischievous creature was quite worrisome. Xia Yan sighed. Bai Shi chuckled at her exasperated expression and inquired, Shall we travel together? Xia Yan shook her head. No, once we are outside, we will go our separate ways. We'll leave a sign stating that the 10 flags have already been taken, and then we'll reinforce the entrance to prevent further disturbances. Understood. Together, they formed a protective barrier. After arranging everything, Xia Yan leaned wearily against An Qiao, using her foot to nudge the little white wolf, coaxing, transform, and carry me. The little white wolf obediently shifted into wolf form, allowing Xia Yan to climb onto its back, burying herself in its fur, utterly exhausted, her spiritual energy depleted. Bai Shi, recalling the sensation of her weight on his back moments ago, felt his face flush. Suddenly, with a bang, the table before Ji Ran exploded. The ensuing events unfolded smoothly, with Xia Yan directing and the little white wolf handling the arduous tasks. Little white wolf, the man-eating flower cave, 2 flags. Young mistress, here are 2. The little white wolf emerged, panting heavily. Where are your clothes? Xia Yan turned her head to inquire. The little white wolf, feeling wronged, replied, They were corroded by the man-eating flower. That's, Qin Xing chuckled, clutching his stomach. Little white wolf, the cunning rabbit den, 1 flag. Young mistress. Here is 1. Why is your face so red? Xia Yan curiously asked the disheveled and blushing little white wolf. Young mistress, that white rabbit demon. She assaulted me. The little white wolf covered its face, lamenting. Oh! With this many flags, we should be in contention for the top 3, and Xiao remarked, tidying her belongings. Xia Yan cautioned, we must be wary of ambushes. Isn't there a nether cave nearby? Qin Xing inquired. The nether cave is in close proximity, but we shall not venture there. It is filled with countless beast souls, making it perilous, Xia Yan explained. The others agreed, acknowledging that they had gathered sufficient flags. Yin Su and her companions descended from the sky on azure birds, with only 3 demons from the serpent clan remaining. How many flags did you all acquire, Xia Yan? As soon as they landed, Yin Su approached intimately, her eagerness evident. Xia Yan felt a shiver at the address of sister. Did she forget the incident wherein you burned their map? We're not very familiar, are we? Xia Yan replied coldly. Have you not forgiven me yet? Yin Su's tears began to fall. At her weeping, Yin Yu drew his long blade. Xia Yan felt speechless. She couldn't afford to provoke them, so she attempted to retreat. Can we just admit our mistakes? Please forgive me. I beg you not to cry any longer, as it seems I am the one bullying you. But I have done nothing at all. Every time you see me, you cry. For your mental well-being, let us maintain some distance, Xia Yan signaled to her teammates. And they turned to leave. Am I truly that detestable? Yin Su sobbed into Yin Yu's embrace. Yin Yu hurriedly consoled her. Miss, you are the best. It is they who lack appreciation. Stay here. I shall avenge you. With that, he transformed into serpent form and darted away. Quick, let us go. That female demon is not to be trifled with, Xia Yan warned, her eyelids twitching. In Qiao, being a demoness herself, sensed Yin Su's overt hostility. However, Qin Xing and Chen Ming thought she was overreacting, believing Yin Su to be too delicate to pose a threat. Chen Xing urged, Young mistress, do you perhaps misunderstand Miss Yin? She is renowned for her kindness in the demon realm. Xia Yan rolled her eyes. Kindness? You have not witnessed her push me off a cliff. Such matters cannot be explained to a straightforward man. Why is the aura in that cave so heavy? Qin Xing pointed to a nearby cave exuding a chilling presence. You seek death. The little white wolf's expression darkened, its usual playful demeanor vanishing as it revealed sharp fangs and claws, lunging at Yin Yu with ferocity. Qin Xing, anxious, asked, Why can't we enter? And Xiao gritted her teeth. Let us try again. Xia Yan clutched the glowing soul-capturing bell, struggling to progress through the cave, muttering through clenched teeth, Yin family. I will remember this. The beast souls within the nether cave clamored incessantly, their forms hidden within swirling black mist. Don't gnaw at my pant legs. Xia Yan stomped her foot in frustration, causing the black mist to dissipate with a wail. What kind of spirit beasts were these in life? As she continued, 3 paths appeared before her. Xia Yan released her spiritual energy to investigate. The left path was thick with black mist, the right path was almost devoid of it, and the middle path pulsed with rich spiritual energy, the nature of which remained a mystery. The left path was teeming with troublesome beast souls. The right held ominous entities that even beast souls dared not approach, while the middle path was unknown, yet unafraid, prompting her choice. It seemed she had made the right decision. The darkness ahead gradually gave way to light and the sound of water. La 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 la. A melodious song floated from ahead, enchanting and captivating. Xia Yan, entranced by the melody, followed it to discover a clear lake. With a splash, a mermaid leaped from the water, her massive tail sending waves splashing over Xia Yan, soaking her through. La 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 la, the mermaid continued her song, the distinction between male and female voice indistinguishable. Hey! Xia Yan thought to greet her, but the mermaid remained silent, continuing her song. Is she unwilling to converse? Xia Yan felt awkward, pressing on, only to be drenched once more. Chapter 68, The Substitute Bride of the Wolf Clan's Young Master, Part 24. Xia Yan wiped the water off her face and crouched by the lake, shouting, Was that intentional? If you have the guts, come out. The mermaid ignored her, continuing to sing. Not coming out? Still singing? Very well. Today I shall show you what true heavenly music sounds like. Xia Yan felt it was time to showcase her true skills. Clearing her throat and closing her eyes to gather her energy, she began to sing, comparing her dolphin-like voice to the mermaid's. One had to admit she was quite brave. Bubbles began to rise from the lakebed, and soon a silver-haired, blue-eyed mermaid emerged, one hand resting on the shore and the other propping up her chin. The mermaid appeared unperturbed, gazing intently at Xia Yan. After being spotted, she even smiled, revealing a row of exceedingly sharp teeth. Xia Yan inquired, Do you know where the exit is? The mermaid bared her teeth and emitted a gurgling sound. You can't speak? Xia Yan attempted to communicate with her soul power. Are you also a merman? Why haven't you fallen under my spell? The mermaid responded telepathically. Did you just try to enchant me? Xia Yan was taken aback. The mermaid gurgled, failed. Xia Yan marveled at the mermaid's beauty, resembling an angel. Although she had not been enchanted by the song, she was almost captivated by the mermaid's face. Your singing is beautiful. Could you teach me the melody? The mermaid gazed at her with longing. Then tell me where the exit is, Xia Yan proposed. At the bottom of the lake. The lake bed posed some trouble. Xia Yan was skeptical and feared it might be a trick. On shore, the mermaid could do nothing to her, but if she entered the water, it would be the mermaid's domain. Forget it, I will choose another path. There are 2 more paths to consider, left and right. Xia Yan retreated. Don't go. The mermaid sounded genuinely anxious. I will take you down. You want to find the flags, right? I know where the 5 flags are. The mermaid's voice was urgent. You know where the flags are? Xia Yan narrowed her eyes. The mermaid panicked and dove back into the lake. Thinking she was escaping, Xia Yan hurried forward to check, and soon saw her tossing 2 wet creatures onto the shore. They came to find the flags, the mermaid explained. Xia Yan observed the 2 damp creatures, finding them stunningly beautiful, with similar features suggesting they were sisters. Their mouths were blocked by water weeds, and they blinked at Xia Yan, signaling for help. If I go into the water with you, will I be tied up as well? Xia Yan asked skeptically. No, I like you. I like your singing. I don't like them. They scream like chickens, very noisy, the mermaid replied earnestly. Xia Yan pursed her lips, probing, why should I trust you? The mermaid's gaze dimmed. All right, I will take a gamble. The mermaid grinned, submerged herself, and then handed Xia Yan a piece of seaweed, identical to what the 2 creatures had in their mouths. If you hold it in your mouth, you can breathe underwater, the mermaid indicated. The 2 creatures, found below, struggled desperately. Xia Yan placed the seaweed in her mouth, taking 1 creature in each hand, and plunged into the water. The water was clear, her dark hair flowing in the water like a dream. She noticed the mermaid's tail was the same silver color as her hair. The 2 creatures, having freed themselves from their bindings, swam downward. The mermaid swam rapidly, guiding Xia Yan, easing her efforts. At the bottom lay a massive whirlpool, presumably the exit. She was indeed safely brought out, and Xia Yan gratefully looked at the mermaid, then transmitted the melody of the song into the mermaid's mind through her consciousness. The mermaid formed a heart shape in the water and then swam away with a whirl. The celestial mirror was waterproof, and everything was observed by those outside. The wolf clan members felt their young master's face darken to the point of resembling ink, and they dared not even breathe. Xia Yan was pulled up by the 2 creatures who had surfaced first. Thank you so much, otherwise my sister and I might have been trapped at the bottom of the lake forever. Hua Ling expressed her gratitude. Which clan do you belong to? Xia Yan asked after cleansing herself with a ritual. We are from the Peacock clan. We nearly perished in the belly of the merman while searching for the flags. Hua Shua replied, still shaken. It's a pity we still haven't found the 5 flags, Hua Ling sighed. At that moment, the 5 flags were nestled within Xia Yan's sleeve, having been pushed inside by the merman earlier, along with a string of pink pearl bracelets. However, she was wary of revealing this to the 2. Hua Ling led them onward, saying, we can exit through the beast spirit tomb. The 2 sisters were from the Peacock clan, which explained their exquisite beauty. Seeing they were willing to guide her out, Xia Yan complimented them wisely. This is my brother, Hua Shua said, covering her mouth with a laugh. But others often mistake him for a female demon and have even proposed to him. Hua Ling rolled her eyes. Close your mouth. Didn't you hear that merman say you sound like a chicken? All right, stop arguing. Let's get out first, Xia Yan interjected awkwardly, realizing she had flattered them incorrectly. As they passed through the beast spirit tomb, a horrendous stench enveloped them, a foul odor of decay lingering in the air. I have a bad feeling, Xia Yan said. Her vigilance heightened. I feel something is burrowing up from beneath my feet. Hua Shua trembled. Hua Ling, possessing the highest realm among them, maintained a serious expression, gripping her life-bound artifact, the feather bow, ready for anything. A cracking sound erupted from below as rotting beast bodies broke through the soil, rendering the scattered, decayed flesh unrecognizable. Run! Xia Yan immediately cast a flight spell, with Hua Shuo in the middle and Hua Ling covering the rear. Swoosh, 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 Hua Ling unleashed dozens of arrows, each striking true, yet the mass of decayed flesh showed no signs of diminishing as they continued to climb upward. These were lifeless beast bodies, and the only way to obliterate them was to destroy their physical forms. A fire ignited, turning them into rolling coal-like lumps on the ground. The stench of decay mixed with burning flesh, making the trio nearly retch. Xia Yan mentally noted this debt against the Serpent Clan. Finally, just as they were about to lose hope, they spotted a glimmer of light, the exit. They scrambled out from below. Chen Xing, Chen Ming, and An Xiao looked on in delight as Xia Yan emerged, excitedly exclaiming, "Young mistress." Xia Yan was bewildered. "Who did this to you? This is too much. Hitting is one thing, but this is a complete mess. No one hit us. We tried to go into the cave to rescue you, but we kept getting rebounded by the abyss cave and ended up like this," Chen Xing explained. "What about Xiaobai?" Her greatest concern was for him. "We're here to avenge you." Battling Inu, Chen Ming pointed to the distance where two figures were in fierce combat. Xia Yan felt touched. Her efforts had not been in vain. "Let's hurry and help. We can't let Xiaobai be bullied." Having seen Inu multiple times, she believed his powers were formidable. "Don't worry, Xiaobai is very strong. He is the highest ranked among us," and Xiao reassured her. Although Xiaobai often seemed unreliable, he ranked among the top in demon power within the Wolf Clan. Xia Yan picked up a brick, testing its weight, and with a sudden idea, she charged forward. The three watching in surprise as she declared, "Dare to mess with my auntie? Here's a brick for you." Chapter 69, The Substitute Bride of the Wolf Clan's Young Master, Part 25. Inu was deeply engrossed in a playful exchange with Xiaobai, as their talents were evenly matched. Suddenly, an unexpected blow struck the back of his head. "Am I not giving you face? Once or twice? How many times has it been? Just because a tiger does not roar, you think I am a sickly cat?" Xia Yan hissed, infusing the brick with spiritual energy to ensure it would not shatter easily. "Close your mouth. All you do is cry, and do you even realize it is your fault? You, a 1,000-year-old fox, what do you know about my world?" Xia Yan glared fiercely at Yin Su, who was below her, holding the brick in her hand, visibly impatient. Yin Su was taken aback by her bluntness, momentarily at a loss for words. Inu, growing increasingly agitated, began to speak. "You all better wait for me." But Xia Yan interrupted with another strike of the brick. "I'm not waiting for you. If you have the ability, resolve it now. Besides playing dirty tricks, what else can you do? You're all from prominent families yet lack any dignity." The crowd outside the heavenly mirror gasped in fear, understanding why she had captured Jiran's favor. The Wolf Clan members whispered, "Heavens, what have they done to the young mistress before? We are grateful she spared us." They then glared menacingly at the Snake Clan, filled with disdain for them. Jiran, amused, found himself increasingly fond of this little fox. Affection level 55. Xia Yan pondered. "What is it? Is it the way I wield the brick that is particularly beautiful?" She could not quite grasp the prince's preferences. Few emerged from the competition venue, and upon exiting, they hurried to the largest square of the Imperial Capital Academy, where everyone awaited the results of the competition. Over 200 families participated, with a total of 100 flags, yet less than a third managed to secure one. Those who had flags stood on stage, awaiting the judges' count. After the rankings were announced, the Academy's president, He Zongyan, declared, "The first place goes to the Silver Wolf Clan, which has secured 35 flags." 5 individuals leapt into the air, exchanging high fives, exclaiming, "First place." "Hooray!" Xia Yan eagerly scanned the crowd for Jiran, who happened to be looking at her. In her excitement, she leapt off the stage without casting any spells, landing directly in Jiran's arms, who graciously caught her. "I did it! Just like you. We're both champions. I have won our bet," Xia Yan exclaimed, wrapping her arms around his neck, beaming with joy, leaving the crowd in awe. "You are rather heavy," Jiran remarked with a hint of disdain, yet he did not set her down. "Are there any other rewards?" she whispered in his ear. Jiran playfully shook her. teasing, greedy little sprite. Though they had previously wagered the soul-capturing bell, Xia Yan still inquired, "What else do you desire?" Xia Yan's eyes curved into crescents as she traced circles on his chest with her finger, murmuring, "I want your heart." His gaze darkened slightly as he replied in a low voice, "If you want it, come and take it yourself." As Xia Yan held her hand, they approached the Demon King. The Demon King, Xingzai, greeted them with a warm smile. "The Wolf Clan has won the double crown this year. What would you like? I shall personally reward you." This was Xia Yan's first clear view of the Demon King, clad in a golden robe, exuding an air of elegance reminiscent of a scholarly gentleman. Xia Yan spoke up, "I request the key to the mist soul elephant." Xia Yan was taken aback by Xia Yan's request on her behalf, contemplating how to communicate with the Wolf Clan as she represented them in the competition. After all, the rewards could not be decided solely by her. The mist soul elephant had been imprisoned for over 1,000 years. The Demon King, Xingzai, closed his eyes, reminiscing. Back in the day, when it followed Hongzai, it was just a small elephant. Sighing, Xingzai continued, "After being mad for over 1,000 years. It should have calmed down by now." With a wave of his hand, a key materialized and fell gracefully before Xia Yan, who grasped it tightly. "Take it, and treat it well." Returning to the familiar ground, Xia Yan felt elated. Now she was ready to free the mist soul elephant. "Husband, why do I feel you are so wonderful?" she said with her hands clasped over her heart, gazing at him adoringly. "Flattery?" Xia Yan raised an eyebrow, teasing her. Don't. You are becoming more handsome the more I look at you." "How can you be so handsome?" Xia Yan beamed, showering him with compliments, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Xia Yan dismissively pushed her head away, though his eyes twinkled with mirth. As the ice and snow melted in the valley, a gentle breeze warmed the air, contrasting with their last visit. "It is so quiet, it feels a bit strange." "Let us hurry," Xia Yan said, quickening her pace. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Xia Yan halted, frozen in place. The mist soul elephant lay quietly on the ground, just as it had when they departed, but devoid of any signs of life. Xia Yan wrapped his arms around her, one hand resting on her shoulder while the other gently patted her back, softly murmuring, "Do not be sad, you have done your best to grant it freedom." "My heart aches," Xia Yan said, fiercely wiping away her tears. She unfastened the dark iron chain from its leg, her heart heavy as she gazed at the wounds inflicted by the chain over the years. Channeling her spiritual energy, she attempted to heal its scars. Suddenly, the mist soul elephant's body began to dissolve, rising slowly into the air like blue ice and snow. Xia Yan stood in shock. "Xia Yan? What is happening?" Xia Yan replied softly, "The elephant's soul is departing from its body." As Xia Yan's fingers brushed against the blue light, it swirled around her like fireflies. Suddenly, she felt a sharp sting, and a drop of blood fell from her fair finger. The blue light coalesced into a sphere, enveloping her blood, and in a flash, an ivory dagger appeared before her. In an instant, the dagger transformed into a broadsword, then into a blade, revealing its ability to morph according to the wielder's thoughts, truly worthy of being one of the 10 great demon beasts. If Hongzai had not perished, driving it to madness, perhaps no one would have been able to imprison it here. The mist soul elephant used its final strength to forge this divine artifact, its beast soul transforming into a weapon soul, all for the sake of awaiting Xia Yan. As she grasped the artifact, Xia Yan envisioned a small elephant leaping out, joyfully swinging its trunk. Her heart soared as she communicated with the little elephant using her soul energy. "Is that you, mist soul elephant?" The little elephant nodded happily, its trunk fluttering. "It's still here," Xia Yan exclaimed, turning to Xia Yan with a radiant smile. Seeing her blissful expression, Xia Yan felt a surge of happiness as he lowered his gaze and gently teased, "Have you stopped crying? You were never pretty when you cried. Ugly? Yet you still wish to marry me. I have no desire to wed." Xia Yan mumbled softly. Xia Yan's expression darkened, and he replied tersely, "You don't want to marry?" How could his hearing be so sharp? Xia Yan shivered, raising her face, which bore a bright yet somewhat servile smile, and chuckled nervously. How could that be? My admiration for you is as evident as the sun and moon. Xia Yan narrowed his eyes, sensing her insincerity, though she professed her love. Her heart seemed to whisper otherwise. Chapter 70. The Substitute Bride of the Wolf Clan's Young Master, 26, in the territory of the Wolf Clan. Greetings, young mistress. Greetings. Young mistress. Xia Yan, taken aback by the attention, smiled and replied, Hello. Sooner or later, she must tame a steed or perhaps simply win over Chiliang. That evening, the members of the Wolf Clan gathered together. Wolf King Gao sat in the place of honor, with Xia Yan at his left hand and Xia Yan arranged at his right. The Wolf King addressed Xia Yan with warmth, now that all the clan members are present. Although we are merely missing a ceremony, we already acknowledge you as the future matriarch of the Wolf Clan. Soon, you shall accompany me to the altar to pay respects to our ancestors. Yes, Father, Xia Yan obediently responded. Upon hearing her call him father, the Wolf King felt a surge of joy. He then turned to Xia Yan with a stern expression and said, You must treat her well. Having taken her as your wife, you are responsible for her and for the family. No more causing trouble as you did in the past. Depends on my mood. Xia Yan replied nonchalantly. You ungrateful wretch. Gao slammed his hand on the table, causing teacups to scatter across the floor. Xia Yan sighed. Xia Yan truly had a knack for inciting frustration. As the dutiful daughter-in-law, she quickly went to the Wolf King's side to set new chopsticks and pour wine. The Wolf King grew increasingly pleased with this daughter-in-law and, taking a breath, instructed, Bai Shang, prepare for the wedding and arrange for their swift union. Bai Shang nodded in acknowledgement. After the gathering, Xia Yan accompanied Gao to pay homage to their ancestors. She followed closely behind the Wolf King as they entered a vast cave. In the center of the cave stood a gigantic wolf fang. Gao gently turned the fang, and a solid stone wall slowly rose before them. It seemed the Wolf Clan harbored such a secretive place. She wondered which ancestor resided here. The cave was suffused with a faint fragrance of orchids, familiar to her. Wasn't this the scent often associated with Xia Yan? It appeared the Wolf King also cherished orchids. We have arrived, Gao announced in a booming voice. For some reason, Xia Yan sensed a hint of guilt within him. Before them hung a painting of an exquisite woman, standing amidst orchids with a radiant smile. Beneath it stood a plaque inscribed with the name Gao's beloved wife. Ran Ning. This is Xia Yan's mother. You should bow, Gao said, his face etched with the passage of time. Xia Yan knelt and sincerely bowed 3 times. Before she could rise, the Wolf King spoke again. I had hoped that Ran would marry a girl from the Lai family or the Yin family. I believed he was acting against my will by insisting on marrying you, but today I see he is different with you. Different? Xia Yan felt a thrill of excitement. As long as I am here, I will protect you for now. I hope you can comfortably remain in the Wolf Clan. Gao gazed deeply at Xia Yan. The Wolf King nodded approvingly. Good child, the Wolf Clan will treat you well. He added, once we leave, do not speak of this place to anyone, nor mention Xia Yan's mother. Your daughter-in-law understands, Xia Yan assured him. She walked out in a daze, while the Wolf King remained seated before the painting, his vast spiritual energy granting Xia Yan a heightened sense of perception. She faintly heard him tenderly say, Xiao Ning, do you see? That is Ran's future wife. You need not worry about him living a lonely life at the Lai family. What? The Wolf King actually acknowledged that vixen? Lai Qianqian stared incredulously at the person before her. Indeed, all the members of the Wolf Clan were present. The person responded slowly. The individual nodded and transformed into a gust of azure wind. Sister, I advised you from the start that if you truly liked Xia Yan, you should have agreed to that marriage proposal, but you would not listen. Now that the Wolf King has recognized that enchantress, do not do anything foolish. Lai Rong emerged from her cave, cautioning Lai Qianqian. Lai Rong looked at her obstinate demeanor with disdain. She could not comprehend how their astute mother could give birth to such a blockhead. More infuriatingly, despite being her daughter, she favored this fool. However, For the sake of the Lai family, Lai Rong could not allow her to continue down this path. She firmly stated, abandon any thoughts of killing her. If you hire someone to do so, it would provoke the wolf clan and result in a true enmity. What do you suggest I do? Lai Qianqian replied, her face marked by a fierce expression, impatience evident in her tone. Lai Rong pondered for a moment and said, there are many ways to make the wolf clan give her up, but the Lai family's demons cannot take action. Dear sister, do you have a plan? Lai Qianqian suddenly halted, grasping her hand, her eyes filled with a glimmer of hope. A chill flickered in Lai Rong's eyes, recalling the message their mother had received from the Demon King yesterday. Did you not see it? But if I do that, Xia Yan will hate me. Lai Qianqian hesitated. Yet this way, you can win his heart, Lai Rong said, choosing not to elaborate further. If this plan failed, then her sister would truly be irredeemably foolish. I will think carefully, Lai Qianqian said, an enigmatic light flashing in her eyes. Now, Xia Yan held an extraordinary status within the wolf clan. Everywhere she went, people greeted her, a stark contrast to her initial arrival at the clan. Perhaps it was the Wolf King's decree that led them to accept her, the foreign fox demon, from their hearts. The overly enthusiastic members of the wolf clan left her somewhat overwhelmed. Upon returning to her quarters, and Xiao awaited her. What do you need the measuring tape for? Xia Yan inquired. Xiao appeared jubilant, her spirit high. Young mistress, I am here to measure your dimensions so that the tailor shop can expedite the creation of your wedding gown. The wedding date has been set so soon? Xia Yan asked, astonished. Indeed, the measurements for the young master have already been taken care of by Lu Fan. Let us get on with it. Xia Yan extended her arms and stood graciously. Young mistress, who would have guessed you have quite the figure? Xiao teased, causing Xia Yan to blush as she playfully tickled her, saying, you rascal. Haha, young mistress, I am sorry. Xiao laughed while dodging. Xia Yan asked, why are you here? Xiaobai responded, Madam, the two siblings from the Peacock clan have come to visit you. Would you like to meet them? What do they want? With this time, I might as well go to Jiran and make my presence felt. She inquired, where is your young master? Xiaobai respectfully replied, the young master is not in the residence. I am unaware of his whereabouts. Not in the residence again? Xia Yan observed Xiao and Xiaobai whispering conspiratorially and strained to listen. Xiao quietly asked, is the young master off to that sort of place again? Shouldn't you dissuade him? Xiaobai sighed, what can I do about the young master? Xia Yan ground her teeth. What other place could it be but the brothel? Since he showed no regard for propriety, she would not hold back either. She would indulge in her own escapades and seek out her charming face. Chapter 71. The Substitute Bride of the Wolf Clan's Young Master. 27. How lively it is in your demon city. Xia Yan strolled along the street, akin to a naive fool encountering the bustling market for the first time, occasionally bumping into this and touching that. Hua Shuo inquired, have you never visited the demon city's marketplace before? Xia Yan waved her hand dismissively, responding with an expression of exasperation. I hail from a village. And after arriving in the demon city, the wolf clan forbade me from venturing out. This is my first time in the market. A village? Hua Ling chuckled. To my knowledge, your fox clan has not fallen to such depths, has it? Xia Yan sighed. We managed to get by. She picked up a feather pen made from the plumage of a lovebird, exclaiming, this feather pen is stunning. Ah, you have a discerning eye. This pen is crafted from my freshly shed feathers, quite exquisite. The bird vendor proclaimed, adorned in vibrant attire that made it difficult to distinguish his gender. Just feel this texture, this grip. The vendor continued his enthusiastic pitch, even rolling up his sleeves, earnestly insisting, touch this pen. Then feel the feathers on my body. The sensation is identical, absolutely genuine, no deceit. Xia Yan, horrified, quickly concealed her hands, thinking, surely there's no need to verify the authenticity of the feathers in such a manner. Goodness! With the charming looks of the Hua siblings, I can only imagine their feathers are equally magnificent. How about this? I shall transform and gift you a feather, Hua Ling shyly proposed. Brother, she already has a fiancé. Even if you gift her a peacock feather, she cannot marry you. Hua Shua rolled his eyes, mockingly chiding. Seeing the confusion on Xia Yan's face, Hua Shua elaborated on their family tradition. In our peacock clan, there exists a custom where, upon encountering one's destined partner, the most beautiful peacock feather is gifted as a token of affection. Close your mouth. I regret bringing you along. Hua Ling interrupted, shooting her a glare. He turned back to Xia Yan, recommending, Fear not, every feather of mine is beautiful, even a single strand of hair is flawless. Gifting you a feather will not diminish my allure. Perhaps you should keep that feather for yourself. If you pluck it all, it won't bode well for your future bride. Xia Yan chuckled, amused by such blatant vanity. Then tell me what you fancy, and I shall gift it to you, Hua Ling generously offered. Hua Shua nodded in agreement. Indeed, consider it our token of gratitude. No need for gifts. Take me to the most thrilling place in the demon realm. Xia Yan eagerly gazed at the two. Thrilling place? I've got it. Hua Ling snapped his fingers, an idea sparking in his mind. After finishing their dinner, the trio set out as night fell. With Xia Yan's heart racing, it seemed all exhilarating activities commenced after dark. Rubbing her hands together, she mischievously asked, Is there music where we are headed? Of course. Is there fine wine? Absolutely. And handsome men? Without a doubt. Ha ha ha, let us go. Outside, two burly guards stood watch. The establishment appeared somewhat different from her imagination. Xia Yan mused that the inside must be lively, and indeed, as they ventured further, the noise grew increasingly raucous. Fight. Take him down. I'm betting on it. Hit harder. The sounds suggested a brawl, prompting Xia Yan to quietly ask Hua Ling, What is this place? It sounds like a fight is breaking out. Hua Ling explained, This is the everlasting pavilion in the wine and instrument alley. They are not fighting, but rather engaging in gladiatorial combat. Xia Yan's breath caught in her throat as she trembled and asked, A gladiatorial arena? I thought it was a brothel. What excitement is there in that? Well, perhaps it is thrilling, but not in the way I anticipated. Come on, come on. I've picked the perfect spot. Hua Ling, oblivious to her discomfort, eagerly pulled her inside. It's definitely a great spot. The spit from the combatants on stage nearly hits our faces. On the platform, two half-demons fought fiercely, while below, the onlookers wailed in excitement. Xia Yan's expression turned dull. Through gritted teeth, she inquired of Hua Ling, Where's the music? Hua Ling pointed to the drummers, exclaiming, Isn't the drumbeat magnificent? What about the fine wine? Hua Ling waved his hand, and a female demon promptly approached with drinks. He handed each of them a cup, grinning, Care for a drink? As Xia Yan accepted the cup, her spirits lifted slightly. But just then, a half-bull demon was struck down, blood spurting forth, a drop splattering into her drink. Xia Yan's hand trembled involuntarily. Hua Ling awkwardly took her cup, attempting to appease her. Let me get you another. Xia Yan pressed her hand down, numbly asking, What about the handsome men? Hua Shua hastily interjected, That man is certainly dashing. Have you seen all these female demons? They flocked here for the everlasting pavilion's owner's looks. Xia Yan's eyes lit up, excitement bubbling within her. Where is the owner? I must see him. Come, I'll take you. I just inquired, and he's on the second floor. Hua Shua eagerly tugged Xia Yan along. Hua Ling, feeling a pang of jealousy, muttered, Go ahead. I want to join you. Is my unparalleled beauty not enough to satisfy you both? You wish to gaze upon someone else? Hua Shua cautiously led the way, cautioning, Without the owner's permission, we cannot enter, but we can catch a glimpse from afar. Xia Yan nodded obediently, her curiosity intensifying. Look. Look. So handsome. Hua Shua squealed, biting her handkerchief in a daze. I want to see. Xia Yan eagerly pushed past her, peering inside, only to freeze in shock. She grabbed Hua Shua and dashed downstairs as though pursued by ghosts. Why are you running? I haven't seen enough. Hua Shua complained. Xia Yan gritted her teeth. Is this the so-called handsome man you were speaking of? Do you know who that man is? Hua Shua replied nonchalantly, The owner of the everlasting pavilion. Xia Yan inhaled sharply, her eyes wide with despair. Do you know his other identity? He is the young master of the wolf clan. My husband. No way. Hua Shua exclaimed, stunned. Quick, we must leave. Quickly. Xia Yan urged, panic rising. Hua Ling, puzzled, asked, what's wrong? Run for your life. Xia Yan shouted at him, only to see several men in black approaching, respectfully stating, young mistress, the young master requests your presence upstairs. It's too late. I can't escape now. Xia Yan, feeling utterly defeated, resignedly followed the men in black to the second floor. Realizing the trouble she had stirred, Hua Shua turned to her brother, guilt-ridden. Should we wait for her? Thank your young master. The siblings' eyes sparkled, completely forgetting about Xia Yan who had been taken away. Chapter 72, The Substitute Bride of the Wolf Clan's Young Master, 28. Xia Yan stood cautiously beside Ji Ran, her breath betraying her unease. Ji Ran raised his gaze to her, questioning her audacity to retort. What was your purpose for coming up here? He chose not to dwell on the earlier topic and redirected the conversation. Xia Yan hesitated, wishing she had simply confessed her mistake earlier. In a soft voice, she replied, I was just looking around. Looking at what? Ji Ran inquired lazily, casually swirling a wine glass in his hand. Nothing in particular. Xia Yan stubbornly denied. Steward. Go down and ask that female demon from earlier, Ji Ran commanded coldly. Are you admiring handsome men? The air around Ji Ran instantly chilled, and he crushed the wine glass in his hand. Is this your secret? Ji Ran asked, a mix of anger and amusement evident in his tone. Without hesitation, she squatted before Ji Ran, clinging to his thigh, nuzzling against him while sweetly saying, I can't believe there are demons more handsome than you, so I wanted to verify. It seems there truly is no one more handsome than you in this world. The most exquisite is right beside me. Why would I look at other handsome men? The steward beside them broke out in a cold sweat, feeling inadequate compared to the lady's flattery skills. Ji Ran chuckled, lowering his head to pinch her face, and said in a serious tone, remember your words. If there's a next time, I'll gouge out your eyes. Having narrowly escaped danger, Xia Yan sighed in relief and blinked her eyes, garbling a promise, I will only look at you from now on. Ji Ran was amused by her subservient demeanor and lifted her onto his lap. Weren't you averse to fighting? Why would you come here? If you wish to return, simply tell me. I will bring you along, Ji Ran said, wrapping his arm around her waist. Xia Yan glanced around, realizing it was just an arena with no female demons. Perhaps she had overthought it. With excitement, she asked, Can you take me with you from now on? Do you find it hard to part with this young master even for a moment? His nose grazed Xia Yan's neck, his tone slightly teasing. Xia Yan felt a ticklish sensation from his breath and giggled, trying to evade him. Today, I received a peacock feather brush. Ji Ran frowned and asked in a deep voice, when did peacock feathers become so casually gifted? It's my sister's feather. It's acceptable among females, Xia Yan explained. Ji Ran then inquired, would you like a wolf hairbrush as well? Yes. Xia Yan suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck and quickly brushed her lips against his. Taken aback, Ji Ran ran his fingers through her hair, his voice husky as he said, This is not enough. He pressed his forehead against hers, delivering a heavy kiss that lasted until she was nearly breathless. With a smile he could not conceal, he promised, tomorrow, I will have someone deliver a wolf hairbrush to you. Affection level, 60, so easily it increased by 5. Encouraged, she boldly leaned in, mimicking how he had just kissed her. As time passed, despite her best efforts, Xia Yan did not hear the affection level rise any further. Reluctantly, she pulled away from Ji Ran, unaware that the fire she had ignited could not be easily extinguished. Ji Ran's throat moved slightly as he observed her swollen lips, desire igniting in his gaze. Xia Yan, like a small cat, nestled softly against him. She pushed him away, feeling as though he might tighten his hold on her too much. All right. Ji Ran lifted her in his arms. On the bed, Xia Yan's formerly fair skin was now covered in bruises. Snuggled in his embrace, she did not wish to move a single hair. Yet his gaze was too raw, igniting a fever within her. Though it was not her first time being intimate, it still made her uncomfortable. However, her affection level had just surpassed 70. Based on her experience, 70 marked a turning point, and it would only become more challenging from here. Xia Yan began to stir again. Xia Yan shivered in fear. As a mere human, how could she withstand his overwhelming desires? Before he could act, she kissed him fiercely, inadvertently biting him. Xia Yan winced in pain. "Oh no! I didn't mean to bite too hard. I drew blood," Xia Yan exclaimed in a fluster. A wicked smile crept across Xia Yan's face as he licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. Xia Yan curled her toes, swallowing hard, feeling herself drawn in once more. What followed was a whirlwind of passion, leaving Xia Yan feeling as though her life was slipping away. The affection level slowly crept to 72. As she gazed at the sleeping man, reflecting on the arduous journey to gain just 2 of affection, she playfully pinched him. After all, his body bore countless marks from her bites and scratches. What was one more? "What's this? Still craving more?" He chuckled, half closing his eyes as he watched her. Xia Yan froze, inching away in an attempt to escape his embrace. But his wolfish grasp reached for her once more. The little lamb had once again fallen into the wolf's mouth. Rescuing her from this predicament was the Demon King. A secret order from the Demon King, Qingzai, instructed Xia Yan to seek someone in Kanglan Valley. The Demon King's mission arrived just in time. A few more days of this, and Xia Yan would have been at her limit. As she packed Xia Yan's belongings, she expressed her reluctance aloud. Yet internally sighed in relief. Humans simply could not match the stamina of demons. Xia Yan sat upright in a grand chair, holding a teacup. His gaze fixed intently on Xia Yan. "My dear husband, I truly cannot bear to part with you. If only I could accompany you," Xia Yan feigned regret. "Oh, is that so?" Xia Yan raised an eyebrow, sipping his tea leisurely. "I was just planning to take my wife along." Xia Yan froze, awkwardly responding. "But that would be inappropriate. My powers are too weak and I would only hinder you." "Not to worry, I can protect you." Xia Yan wanted to say more but was interrupted by Xia Yan. "What's this? Do you not wish to be with me?" he asked, his fingers tracing the delicate porcelain teacup absent-mindedly. "Yes," Xia Yan affirmed. Chapter 73, The Substitute Bride of the Young Master of the Wolf Clan, Part 29. The mountains stretched endlessly, their peaks piercing the clouds, evoking an ethereal sense of mystery. The two departed from the demon city, leisurely wandering through the fragrant fields of wildflowers. "Without the aid of Qiling, husband, I wish for you to hold my hand," said Xia Yan, fatigued, as she stood amidst the golden canola flowers, extending her hand in a manner that suggested she would not move unless he took it. Xia Yan smiled, and in that instant, all the fragrant blooms and birdsong faded into insignificance. He grasped her hand gently, firmly enough to ensure Xia Yan could not pull away. They strolled like an ordinary couple, the husband holding his wife's hand, meandering along a woodland path. The man was tall, clad in a flowing deep purple robe that billowed softly in the breeze, revealing faint dark patterns at the hem. Even though she was accustomed to the prince's beauty, Xia Yan found herself momentarily entranced. She was uncertain if his affections had grown, but she knew her heart was nearing the brink of control, and a sudden fear gripped her. She worried she might fall in love with him. Unable to extricate herself like those celestial maidens. They were not of the same world. He was a prince of the heavenly clan, while she was merely a minor deity. Xia Yan felt the necessity to regain her composure and avoid becoming infatuated with him. She released Xia Yan's hand, feigning a desire to adjust her hair. "Xia Yan, I am hungry," she announced. Upon hearing her call him by name, Xia Yan's expression darkened. He was perplexed as to what had caused her displeasure this time. However, seeing her innocent gaze, he suspected he was being overly sensitive. He whistled, and Qiling descended from the sky. Qiling obediently nodded and lay beside Xia Yan, adopting a protective posture with its wings. Xia Yan leaned against it, stroking its fur as Qi Ling hummed contentedly. After a while, for reasons unknown, fatigue overtook her, and the surroundings shifted to a crimson hue. Xia Yan sensed something was amiss. It felt as though she were succumbing to a narcotic, and soon she fainted completely. Qi Ling also fell into a slumber. A vine crept up from the cliff below, stealthily inching closer. It brushed against Xia Yan's leg, gradually ensnaring her and dragging her downward. Where am I? Xia Yan awoke in a cave. The outside world had darkened, and she had no notion of how long she had been unconscious. Had Jiran carried her here? Jiran? Qi Ling. She called out loudly. She waited anxiously through the night, but Jiran did not come to her aid. The following day, parched and famished, Xia Yan reluctantly exited the cave, wandering near the cliff until she discovered a deep pool. She rolled up her sleeves and splashed water on her face. Fortunately, there is still water here. She sighed in relief. As droplets cascaded down her chin, she cleared the weeds around her and sat upon the ground, undisturbed by any creatures, allowing herself a moment of rest. As she closed her eyes to recuperate, ripples began to form on the water's surface, and the pool's water surged violently, ultimately creating a whirlpool that drew countless water snakes ashore, slithering menacingly towards Xia Yan. Startled by the commotion, she opened her eyes, and a wave of nausea washed over her. "How disgusting!" she exclaimed, using a stick to push away the nearby serpents while hurling fireballs at the writhing mass. Managing to retreat over 10 meters from the pool, yet the water snakes relentlessly pursued her. Suddenly, the surrounding trees came to life, their branches ensnaring Xia Yan, the rustling sound drawing nearer as the vines tightened their grip on her body. "What kind of demon are you? Let me go." Xia Yan struggled against the bindings of the vines. "Do not resist any longer. The children are waiting for their meal." A towering tree behind her spoke, its features grotesquely contorting as its mouth moved. "Begone!" Flames ignited around her, pushing back several approaching water snakes. The ancient tree retaliated, striking her with its vines. With a sickening thud, the vines not only extinguished her flames, but forced her to cough up blood. The wrath of the millennia-old tree was no trivial matter. This truly was a case of calling for help without a response. The thorns of the vines pierced her neck, the anesthetic seeping into her body, rendering her weak and causing her to kneel upon the ground. A horde of small snakes lunged at her, and in fear, she shut her eyes. Expecting pain that never came, she opened one eye to find a majestic silver wolf standing protectively in front of her. The oppressive aura emanating from the silver wolf repelled all the water snakes on the ground. Xia Yan gazed at it, finally understanding why some would vow to repay a life-saving grace with their own. At that moment, the wolf appeared grand and majestic, illuminated by a golden light. With a fierce roar, the silver wolf caused the tree's vines to loosen their grip, and Xia Yan slumped onto its back as it turned to gently lick her face. Looking into its eyes, she exclaimed, "Husband?" The silver wolf let out a soft whimper, as if in affirmation. She had finally touched Jiran's fur. Xia Yan buried her face into its soft body, yearning to caress it. Jiran's expression darkened. Her little hands, unruly in their exploration, ignited his desires. He suddenly recalled the day she had similarly stroked the tiger at Bai Shichu's side, and a wave of jealousy surged within him. In a flurry, he carried her into the cave, and soon, sounds of crying and pleading echoed from within, while the moon shyly concealed its face behind the clouds. Affection level, 75, Xia Yan leaned against her waist, having grown indifferent to the affection level. Jiran, appearing sated, was busy roasting fish for her, having eaten his fill while leaving her still hungry. "How did you find me?" Xia Yan asked lazily, leaning against his shoulder. "I followed the trail left on the ground leading to the valley below. That tree demon had cast an enchantment, delaying me slightly." "What of Qi Ling?" she inquired. Turning her head, Jiran remained silent. "You punished it, didn't you?" Xia Yan asserted, wrapping her arms around Jiran's waist and pleading, "Don't be harsh on it. The old tree used a fog spell, and it is just a newly awakened beast, unable to defend itself. Feeling her cling tightly, Xia Yan sighed in resignation. And with a flick of his wrist, a spirit beast resembling a mountain chicken flew from his sleeve. Upon landing, the creature rapidly transformed back into Qiling, which looked ecstatic upon seeing Xia Yan, but then bowed its head, appearing ashamed of its wrongdoing. Having seen many of its faces, this was the first time Xia Yan witnessed it looking so pitiful. She affectionately patted its head, then took a fish from Xia Yan's catch and tossed it to Qiling, which eagerly snatched it up, joyfully like a child. Realizing their mistress bore no ill will towards it, Qiling stole a glance at its master. Seeing it so frightened, Xia Yan pondered for a moment before leaning up to kiss Xia Yan, and indeed, his cold gaze softened. This time I shall let it pass, but next time I will not be so lenient, Xia Yan warned it. He placed the gathered prey before Xia Yan. Xia Yan raised an eyebrow, pointing at the animals. For me? Qiling eagerly nodded in response. Xia Yan scoffed. It is quite clever, knowing how to curry favor. Xia Yan was pleased, praising, so obedient. Xia Yan, displeased that her attention was solely on Qiling, sought to divert her focus. The fish is ready. Will you feed me? Xia Yan teased, refusing to take the fish. Xia Yan, surprisingly earnest, meticulously selected the fish bones. Feeling embarrassed at being fed, Xia Yan interjected, I'll do it myself open wide. Xia Yan offered her the carefully prepared fish meat. Xia Yan complied obediently. Xia Yan seemed to relish this activity, indulging in it with unrestrained enthusiasm. It is said that foxes love fish, and it appears to hold true, Xia Yan mused, gazing at the fish bones thoughtfully. Xia Yan replied, I have been hungry all day. Even 2 buns would suffice for me. Chapter 74, The Substitute Bride of the Wolf Clan's Young Master, Part 30, Having satisfied her hunger. Xia Yan clung to her once more. Xia Yan pushed him away, exclaiming helplessly, Aren't we supposed to be on our way? Leaning on one hand, Xia Yan said lightly, What a coincidence. The Kanglan Valley we seek is right here. Here? Xia Yan exclaimed, astonished. It seems we have stumbled upon it without even trying. Is the demon we are searching for here as well? Is it that tree demon? Xia Yan inquired, leaning against him with an innocent demeanor. Not quite. The Demon King has tasked me with finding a serpent demon. However, perhaps we can glean some clues from that tree demon. He whispered softly. The spiritual energy here is abundant, perfect for cultivation, especially for dual cultivation. Xia Yan, gathering the essence of heaven and earth. Absorbing the quintessence of the sun and moon, Xia Yan sat beneath the ancient tree by the deep pond, engaging in her cultivation. Indeed, this was the very tree that had nearly brought her to her demise. Now, as she practiced, the ancient tree observed her, saying, Little girl, can't that wolf demon teach my brood a thing or two? My husband dislikes interacting with other demons, Xia Yan firmly refused. This little female demon is about to establish her foundation. The ancient tree lamented, feeling the spiritual energy around it being drained. Xia Yan transformed into his wolf form, guarding her side. Whose little demon is this? Only a month since entering this valley, and she is already establishing her foundation, the ancient tree mused, impressed. Surely this wolf demon has provided guidance. Though young, he is far stronger than I. If only he could enlighten my disciples, I would no longer need to worry for them. The ancient tree was mistaken. Her rapid growth was primarily due to their dual cultivation. After establishing her foundation, Xia Yan found herself covered in impurities, feeling quite dirty. How filthy! She exclaimed, swiftly performing a cleansing technique, her clothes miraculously renewed. Approaching the pond, she gazed at her reflection, noticing her features had become considerably more refined. Touching her face, she felt her skin had grown even more delicate and smooth. Her body felt light, and she was eager to test her progress. After a moment's thought, she sweetly asked the ancient tree, Uncle Tree, could you summon your disciples for me to practice with? The ancient tree, regardless of her pleas, stubbornly refused to appear. Resorting to threats, she declared, Don't forget how you treated me back then, old tree spirit. The ancient tree lamented, little girl, we became acquainted through a fight. And my children also need to eat. It is not easy for an old tree like me to care for them. Eventually yielding, Xia Yan sighed, fine. If you want to let me play, so be it. She laid Ji Ran's wolf paw as her pillow, lying on the grass while gazing at the night sky, where stars shone brilliantly against the blue backdrop, the pond glimmering with golden flecks. Ancient tree, having dwelled here for so long. Have you encountered a serpent demon of considerable cultivation? Xia Yan subtly probed, recalling their purpose for coming here. Are you here for etching? The ancient tree's tone grew noticeably stiff. Just inquiring, no malice intended. With a curt response, the ancient tree stated, she is no longer here. She left 500 years ago. Xia Yan sat up abruptly, astonished. Left? Where did she go? She died, the ancient tree replied somberly. Dead? Xia Yan stared at Ji Ran, pondering if this meant their task was complete. Ji Ran inquired, how did she die? She perished in childbirth. The ancient tree's words were tinged with bitterness. Why had the demon King Qingza sent them to find Xueqing? Was he the one who caused her pregnancy and then abandoned her? The nature of love is indeed tormenting, especially for the heartless demons. The ancient tree gritted its teeth. Xia Yan fell silent. Upon returning to the cave, sensing her distraction, Ji Ran embraced her, asking, are you afraid? What do I have to fear? Xia Yan forced a smile. I will not fail you, he declared earnestly. Xia Yan lowered her gaze, but I may fail you. I desire a child. Ji Ran whispered in her ear before transforming into his wolf form. Xia Yan bit her lip, her greatest worry now laid bare. As a demon, he possessed two forms. They would typically unite in human form, yet to conceive, they must mate in their beast forms. Yet, she was human and could not transform. However, their affinity had not yet reached 80%, preventing her from disclosing the truth to Ji Ran. He despised half-demons and would surely reject the idea of being with a human. I feel unwell, Xia Yan said, looking at the silver wolf awaiting her transformation. In human form, Ji Ran asked with concern, what troubles you? Feeling shy, Xia Yan replied, my time has come. Ji Ran's eyes widened in realization, his ears turning red with embarrassment. All right, I shall comply with your wishes. It's a bit chilly here. I would like to cuddle with your wolf form tonight, Xia Yan cooed, having longed to pet the wolf. Very well, Ji Ran replied, somewhat helplessly. When he transformed into his beast form, his body was highly sensitive. Yet Xia Yan's playful touches left him no choice but to take a cold bath after she fell asleep. At dawn, they set forth, traveling swiftly. Soon, they arrived at the residence of the Qingyuan fox clan. Xia Yan surveyed the entrance, where two vividly lifelike stone foxes perched. This is the place, she declared. The Qingyuan fox residence was an ancient cave, featuring a main cavern connected to 36 smaller chambers. The expansive main cave served as a passage for the fox clan, a gathering point for meetings and festivities. A sandalwood screen adorned with the image of a handsome, ethereal man, their ancestral figure, partitioned the space. Unlike the wolf clan, there were no guards at the fox clan's entrance, making it feel much more relaxed and free-spirited. Xia Yan tugged at Ji Ran's sleeve, urging, let us go inside. Indeed. Ji Ran nodded in agreement. Chapter 75, The Substitute Bride of the Wolf Clan's Young Master, Part 31, In Front of the Fox Den. The initial rooms were devoid of any demons, yet the air was filled with fervent shouts and cheers from within. Xia Yan guided Ji Ran towards the source of the commotion, revealing a vast arena where a group of fox demons enthusiastically engaged in a game of kuju. Pass the ball to me, Xiaobing. Zhua Yu exclaimed urgently. At that moment, a somewhat flamboyant male fox demon shoved the little fox demon, referred to as Xiaobing, out of the way. Ah! Xiaobing cried out, clutching his leg in pain. Will you rush to help Xiaobing up, glaring at the male fox demon. Zhuang Xiangtian, you have gone too far. Wan Xiangtian shrugged dismissively. Isn't it just that he is too weak? Is there no one left on your team? If not, you've lost. Ji Ran observed, puzzled, as Xia Yan seemed unfazed, as if encountering such a scene was an everyday occurrence. Xia Yan lowered her gaze, suspecting that the fox demons might have mistaken her for the genuine daughter of the fox clan leader. I don't wish to play right now, Xia Yan smiled gently. Attempting to refuse, she gave Zhuoyu a discreet glance, hoping she would quickly realize she was not her lady. However, Zhuoyu was entirely focused on the competition, oblivious to Xia Yan's signals as she clutched her arms and pleaded fervently. In her transformed state, Zhuoyu displayed her fox ears, claws, tail, and fangs, towering over her human form. Xia Yan feared that if she continued to swing her arms, her own would be torn off. Yet, she felt powerless to join in the kuju, as they were kicking a solid copper ball. Even if she broke her foot, she wouldn't kick it very far. I'm too tired. Let my husband play around with you. Xia Yan awkwardly pushed Zhuoyu away. Though she whispered this, Jiren caught her words and shot Xia Yan a knowing look, a smirk playing on his lips. Xia Yan nudged Zhuoyu, gritting her teeth. Stop. Stop saying such nonsense. Hurry and go compete. Will you playfully beckon Jiren? Come on, handsome. Jiren allowed her to pull him into the arena. Xia Yan glared at the stone wall beside her, muttering, damn fox spirit. Noticing that he remained in human form, Zhuoyu warned, that copper ball is not light. Jiren smirked, no worries. Zhuoyu raised an eyebrow, cautioning him not to blame her if he ended up injured. Zhuang Xiang Tian, sensing a newcomer on the opposing side, felt a pang of anxiety, especially since the newcomer was exceedingly handsome. With all his might, he kicked the copper ball towards Jiren, malicious thoughts racing through his mind. Let's see if I can cripple you. As the ball hurtled toward Jiren's chest, Zhuoyu thought, that's it, my lady will never forgive me now. The crowd gasped in disbelief. To their astonishment, Jiren caught the ball effortlessly. Wang Xiang Tian gritted his teeth, realizing he had underestimated him. Each team consisted of 5 players, yet it seemed Zhuang Xiang Tian was fixated on Jiren, deliberately kicking the ball towards him with increasing force. Who is that man? Xia Mei stared intently at the striking figure on the field. My lady? Xiao Bing, sitting nearby due to an injury, looked at Xia Mei in confusion. How can there be 2 ladies? He suddenly understood and quickly pulled Xia Mei away. What are you doing? Xia Mei asked impatiently. Is that the young master of the wolf clan? She bit her lip, recalling how they had described him as brutal and bloodthirsty, which had prompted her to flee from her marriage. But I should be his true wife. Xia Mei thought resentfully. Having had enough of the game, Jiren suddenly unleashed a powerful kick, sending the ball soaring. Ah, my leg, he cried, collapsing to the ground, writhing in pain. Zhuoyu began to sweat nervously, realizing that her lady had summoned an extraordinary talent, even in human form. Xia Yan sighed in relief, finally grasping the situation. She immediately joined in, her eyes glistening with tears as she shouted, Father. Xia Xian froze, his cries escalating in pitch. Xia Yan nestled into Jiren's embrace, sobbing, Father, this is my husband, the young master of the wolf clan, Jiren. Xia Xian's expression shifted rapidly. With tears still drying on his face, he eagerly smiled. Young master, greetings. Jiren replied coolly, just call me son-in-law. Xia Xian sighed with relief, awkwardly stating, since you have married my daughter, try not to miss home too much, it's best to serve the young master well. Leading them to the main hall, Xia Xian complimented Jiren. I could tell from the field that your skills are impressive. I fear I am no match for you, as you are Xia Yan's father. You would not be my opponent, Jiren acknowledged him with some respect. Xia Xian stroked his beard, realizing that this substitute bride was indeed favored by the young master of the wolf clan. The fox clan prepared a lavish banquet to honor Jiren. Lacking much appetite, Jiren devoted his attention to the gluttonous Xia Yan. Sensing a resentful gaze directed at her from nearby, Xia Yan smirked. The fox has taken the bait. She began to act increasingly exaggerated, incessantly pestering Jiren with various requests, to which he indulgently complied. It was evident that the surrounding fox spirits cast envious glances her way. Once inside, Xia Yan embraced Ji Ran, tilting her head to beam at him. Husband. You are so good to me. Ji Ran playfully pinched her nose, teasing, who were you performing for just now? He could tell she was being intentionally dramatic. She wouldn't normally act so coy even when pressed. I wanted my father to see how well you treat me, so he wouldn't worry. Xia Yan buried her face in his chest, hiding her eyes as she lied. Chapter 76. The substitute bride of the Wolf Clan's young master, 32. Ji Ran believed her explanation, feeling a deep-seated disdain for the Fox Clan leader. His Yan cared so much for him, yet that Xia Yan had displayed such indifference today. Would his wife be heartbroken if she realized her father did not truly care for her? Contemplating this, Ji Ran resolved to leave the Fox Clan sooner rather than later. All right, Xia Yan lowered her gaze. She had not anticipated his departure the following day, and recalling her plans, she felt a twinge of melancholy. I truly like you, she suddenly declared, embracing Ji Ran and kissing his lips. Ji Ran smiled, pressing her head closer as he deepened the kiss. Xia Yan paced anxiously in her father's chamber. Xia Yan sighed. My dear daughter, when you sought to escape marriage, I risked the annihilation of our entire clan to find you a substitute. Now that you wish to marry, I cannot simply force you into it. Xia Yan whined, I don't care. Ji Ran intends to marry me, and I will marry him. You have truly been spoiled. Do as you please, I will not interfere, Xia Yan retorted coldly. Xia Yan bit her lip, kneeling before him in a playful manner. Father, I implore you, for the sake of my happiness and the glory of the Fox Clan, you must devise a plan. Is it not enough that the Fox Clan is not burdened by your actions? What glory are you seeking? Xia Yan scoffed. Look at how obedient Ji Ran is to that woman. She is not of the Fox Clan. How could she work for us? But if my daughter marries over, it would be different. I could gently persuade the Wolf Clan to assist us, and perhaps the Fox Clan could become a prominent family in the demon capital. Xia Yan presented her arguments. Xia Yan's heart wavered, and glancing at her, he said, Speak plainly if you have a plan. Xia Yan, her face lighting up with joy, began to massage Xia Yan's legs as she continued. That substitute bride resembles me so closely that if we were to switch places, no one would notice. Indeed, it is certainly foolproof, Xia Yan asserted confidently. After contemplating her proposal, Xia Yan agreed, but warned her, I will acquiesce this time, but you must not act willfully again. Rest assured, father, Xia Yan exclaimed, filled with delight. The following day, Ji Ran sensed that Xia Yan had been overly affectionate the day prior, and her gaze held an inexplicable complexity, as if they were about to part ways. Unable to contain himself, he grasped her arm as they approached Xia Yan. I will accompany you. Xia Yan smiled at him. It's all right, father won't harm me. Ji Ran, lowering his gaze, ultimately released her to enter with Xia Yan. Once the stone door descended, Xia Yan's expression darkened as he used magic to immobilize Xia Yan. Father, why are you doing this? She feigned ignorance. A sultry voice emerged from the shadows. This is my father, not yours. Xia Yan stepped forth, clad in identical attire and makeup as Xia Yan. What are you doing here? Xia Yan retorted coldly. Xia Yan pinched Xia Yan's face mockingly, stating, Do you really think yourself the esteemed lady of the Fox Clan? Father is mine, and the Wolf Clan's young master is also mine. It's time for you to return to your rightful place. With a sharp slap, Xia Yan struck Xia Yan, causing her head to tilt, yet a smile played at her lips. She intentionally provoked Xia Yan. Although all of this was part of her scheme, the thought of giving Ji Ran to another woman pained her. This slap served as a wake-up call and a means to assuage her guilt towards Ji Ran. Xia Yan glanced at the time, urging, hurry and leave, otherwise Ji Ran will grow suspicious. Xia Yan cast a triumphant glance at Xia Yan before departing with glee. As Ji Ran grew impatient, Xia Yan finally emerged, affectionately linking her arm with his. Ji Ran frowned, feeling a sense of discomfort. He nodded in response. Upon exiting the fox den, he whistled. summoning Qi Ling from the heavens. Yes, father, you need not worry, Xia Yan said with a hint of impatience. All right, you may go, Xia Yan wiped away a tear. He asked in surprise, if you can move now, why not escape? Xia Yan suddenly realized, you did this on purpose. I am but a mortal, unable to bear children or grow old together with him. Rather than endure mutual torment, it is better to transform prolonged suffering into short-lived pain. Xia Yan closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Initially, he had intended to eliminate this woman, to eradicate potential future troubles, but the Fox clan was inherently sentimental, especially since this girl bore such a striking resemblance to his beloved daughter. He could not bring himself to kill her, opting instead to confine her here for eternity. Knowing she had little time left, Xia Yan cast a seal and departed. Xia Yan leaned quietly against the stone wall. This was the best course of action. Xia Mei could transform into her demon form and unite with Jiran. Based on past experiences, any intimacy shared would elevate the prince's favor, and she would not be discovered as a human. The plan was flawless. She should not be crying, yet the tears would not cease. Curse you, fate! Damned fate! She lamented, bemoaning the wretched fate that left her spirit so despondent. Chapter 77. The substitute bride of the Wolf Clan's young master. 33. Qi Ling swayed unhappily. Spirit beasts are not particularly discerning in appearance, usually recognizing individuals by their aura. It found the woman on its back quite detestable. Aren't you afraid? Jiren asked the woman who was glancing about on Qi Ling's back, as she typically remained cautious beside him whenever Qi Ling soared into the heights. Xia Mei thought, what is there to fear? Yet, recalling that she was now Xia Yan, she feigned a bit of trepidation, saying, I am still somewhat afraid. Then hold on to me, he said softly. Xia Mei curled her lips into a smile, leaning closer to him, unable to resist employing her charms on Jiran. Jiran sensed that the alluring scent emanating from Xia Yan had intensified, which had never been the case before. It was usually a subtle fragrance. After saying this, he took flight. Xia Mei pouted as she crouched down to pluck a feather from Qi Ling, coldly muttering, That's what you get for shaking around just now. Qi Ling let out a cry of pain, but remembering its master's orders, it dared not drop her. Upon arriving at the Wolf Clan, Xia Mei noticed that the woman was quite well liked here, greeted by many wherever she went. However, this was utterly lacking in decorum. She was Jiran's wife, the future mistress of the Wolf Clan. With a frosty expression, Xia Yan seized her wrist and twisted it back, mocking, You ought to call me mistress. Ouch! In Xiao bit her lip, saying, Madam, this servant has erred. Xia Mei released her grip, but In Xiao's arm had already dislocated. She coldly warned, I advise you to stay away from the courtyard of me and the young master. Should I catch you trying to seduce him, I will flay you alive and cast you out. In Xiao, feeling wronged, teared up, replying softly, understood. Xia Mei smiled with satisfaction. The Wolf Clan's residence was far more luxurious than their fox den. Had she known, she would have married sooner, allowing that wretched woman to enjoy herself for so long. She entered the bedroom, resolved to prepare thoroughly for the night, feeling at ease that once they shared a bed, all would be well. She mused that when it came to matters of intimacy, Xia Yan could never match her prowess. That evening, Jiran returned home. Searching everywhere but failing to find Xia Yan, he heard soft, feminine moans emanating from the bedroom and frowned as he entered, pulling aside layers of gauzy curtains to find a woman in the center of the bed. She wore nothing but a scarlet undergarment, loosely tied with a thin string along her bare back. Although Xia Yan had been passionate in the past, she had never behaved so frivolously. Xia Mei licked her fingers and softly called, Husband, come here. This scene was enough to ignite desire in many male demons, yet Jiran felt nothing. The woman in bed was as repulsive to him as those who had previously tried to seduce him. Xia Mei froze. Despite her overtures, he was leaving. In frustration, she hurled everything within reach. As Jiran stepped out of the room, he naturally heard the commotion behind him. his expression darkening as he sensed that Xia Yan seemed to have transformed into someone unrecognizable. Affection level decreased by 10, Xia Yan had been in seclusion, cultivating her mind and spirit. Upon hearing this, she nearly lost her composure. How could it have diminished? Xia Yan furrowed her brow. Xia Mei is completely undressed, yet the prince did not touch her. Enough, do not speak of it, Xia Yan interrupted, fearing she might be compelled to seek out Jiran. Kong sighed. The wolf clan. Is this truly the work of the young mistress? Qinming asked again, still in disbelief. The young mistress was not such a person. And Xia forced a smile. Perhaps this time I overstepped my bounds. Qinxing suppressed his anger, saying, you merely called her Xiao Yan. What was so excessive about that? You used to call her that as well. To me, she has always been this way. Now that the young master favors her, her true nature has surfaced. Qinming glanced around and whispered, all right, enough of this. As days passed, Xia Mei noticed her encounters with Jiran diminishing, and even the clan members began to treat her with indifference. Scoundrel. How can this be? Xia Mei shattered several items daily. Sitting on her bed, she felt increasingly aggrieved. She had witnessed Jiran's unwavering devotion to that woman, yet now he treated her with such coldness. Despite employing every tactic at her disposal, Jiran remained aloof. Lil's spirit, the prince's affection level is nearing 0. Kong urged anxiously. Xia Yan had broken through to the foundation establishment stage, subtly approaching the golden core stage. It seems the prince is fond of you as a person, not for your appearance. Having ascended to a new realm, Xia Yan's heart expanded considerably. Yet she realized she could not let go of Jiran. I wish to cultivate the path of the demon, Xia Yan stated calmly. That is absolutely out of the question. Kong protested hastily. By becoming a demon, I could be with Jiran, Xia Yan replied. What comes next can wait. Once Xia Yan made a decision, she would not waver. However, whenever she entered meditation, Kong would incessantly chatter about Jiran, resolutely preventing her from pursuing the path of the demon. One day, Xia Xian burst in, his face streaked with tears. My daughter is dead. All because of you, he exclaimed in anger. Dead? Xia Yan was taken aback. The Demon King has ordered the extermination of the wolf clan. My daughter has become an unjustly slain ghost in your place. Xia Xian pounded his chest in rage. The wolf clan has been annihilated? Why? Xia Yan's face was filled with shock. Because the last matriarch of the wolf clan, Jiran's mother, was a celestial being, not a demon. The Demon King secretly executed her, and the wolf clan has been gathering strength for revenge over the years. Now that the Demon King has discovered this, he has commanded the extermination of the wolf clan. My daughter died in your stead. Xia Xian wept bitterly. I must go find him. He surely needs me now. Xia Yan murmured as she abruptly stood and rushed outside. Where are you going? Xia Xian shouted. Jiran. I must find Jiran. Even if it means death, I wish to die alongside him. Xia Yan had lost her reason. Xia Xian was taken aback. He had intended to kill her to accompany his daughter in death, yet he found himself unable to do so. You may leave, the leader of the Fox clan said despondently, turning to exit without forming a barrier. Once outside, Xia Yan was unsure of where to go. In a moment of desperation, she whistled, and to her surprise, Qiling truly arrived, its body covered in wounds. Xia Yan tenderly caressed it, channeling spirit energy for its healing. Take me to your master, she whispered. Qiling obeyed, spreading its wings and soaring into the sky. Chapter 78, The Substitute Bride of the Wolf Clan's Young Master, 34. At this moment, the streets of the demon city lay desolate and devoid of life. The once bustling taverns stood with their doors firmly shut, while a sinister wind rustled the large red lanterns hanging on either side of the road and lifted the hem of Xia Yan's skirt. Not far away, a sudden burst of flames illuminated the sky, and a streak of azure light descended from above, beneath which a four-clawed azure dragon could be faintly discerned, exhaling flames like a torrential flood. The area where the azure dragon circled was directly above the territory of the wolf clan. Xia Yan leapt down from the back of Qiling, instructing it to wait at a distance. Then, like a bolt of lightning, she dashed across the rooftops of the taverns, heading towards the source of the inferno. The space around her cracked open, and a fierce wind howled, resonating ominously. The once glorious Wolf Manor had now been reduced to ruins, with collapsed walls and shattered vegetation leaning towards the north, the ground littered with corpses. The body of the Wolf King stood erect in the center of the manor, his eyes tightly shut, the corners still glistening with moisture. The 4 claws of the Dragon King were deeply embedded in his chest, adorned in a golden robe, his features sharp as he hovered before Gao's lifeless form. A cruel smile painted in crimson at the corners of his mouth. "Father." Xia Yan uttered the words in a low voice. The demise of the Wolf King signified the impending doom of the Wolf Clan, followed by the unilateral massacre of its members by the demon army, with brave warriors falling one after another. The clan's people howled to the heavens, transforming into their true forms, engaging in desperate battles. They relentlessly charged against the slaughtering barriers formed by the surrounding demon clans, not for any other reason but to grant the young wolves a sliver of hope. Yet, ultimately, the few could not withstand the many. The blood of the wolf demons stained their homeland, their intent being total annihilation. The blood also clouded Xia Yan's vision, igniting a long-dormant fury within her heart. She drew forth the spirit sword forged from the mist of souls, channeling her essence into a brilliant arc of sword energy that swept towards the demon army engaged in the massacre, its power magnificent, carving a path through the chaos and creating an escape route. The Wolf Clan members stared in disbelief at the direction of the exit, with Qin Xing incredulously calling out her name. "Young madam, how are you still alive? Wasn't she killed by Lai Qianqian? That was a ruse. I was imprisoned in the Fox Clan and have just escaped." Xia Yan gritted her teeth. Now it makes sense. And Xiao's eyes brimmed with tears. She had always believed Xia Yan was not that kind of person. "Be careful." Upon hearing the warning, Xia Yan looked up to see a lizard demon wielding an axe charging towards Qin Xing. In an agile flip, she leapt behind it, delivering a kick to its shoulder. Thanks to her relentless training in the Fox Clan, she was able to handle a few blows. With a swift thrust, her sword pierced the heart of the lizard demon, splattering her with its filthy blood. She could have evaded, but she chose not to. Chief Baishang watched her with a mix of admiration and sorrow. "Wolf King, your choice may indeed have been the right one. Young madam, the young master has been taken to the Celestial Pillar and is about to be executed. You must hurry to save him. We can hold our ground here." Baishang had somehow moved to Xia Yan's side, shouting to her as he struck down 3 tree demons with a single motion. Having just emerged victorious from battle, the Demon King was significantly weakened. Now was their last chance to rescue Ji Ran while he recuperated. Xia Yan tightly gripped the Mist Soul Sword, her body drenched in blood. She hesitated as she glanced at the fierce battle among the Wolf Clan members. After Bai Shang's repeated pleas, she gritted her teeth and sprinted towards the Celestial Tower to the east. The gazes of the other clan members shifted. They resolved to give their all to hold back the demon soldiers, reducing Xia Yan's obstacles, determined to save the young master. With a newfound purpose, the flames of battle reignited in the wake of the Wolf King's death. Xia Yan propelled herself forward recklessly, dispatching several small demons with lethal efficiency along her path. At the Celestial Tower, "Sister, he is yours now," Lai Rong remarked, observing Lai Qianqian's infatuation with Ji Ran. Ji Ran was bound to the towering white jade celestial pillar, his head bowed in unconsciousness. Lai Qianqian stood beside him, tenderly caressing his exquisite profile. This was her first time so close to him. She never anticipated his identity to be so extraordinary. However, once today passed, he would belong entirely to her. Lai Rong scoffed, looking disdainfully at her half-sister, who professed love for Ji Ran yet was complicit in the genocide of his clan. The Wolf Clan was on the brink of collapse, and the situation faced by the 4 great generals was finally about to be shattered. She felt a twinge of sympathy for Ji Ran, once a paragon among the heavens, now destined to be slaughtered. The defensive formation before them was formidable, surrounded by stationed demon soldiers. And seated above was the one clad in a black python robe, presumably the strongest demon general here. Xia Yan could not fathom his strength as she hid behind a nearby pillar, covertly observing, her palms slightly damp with perspiration. After contemplating, she sheathed the mist soul sword and summoned the soul-capturing bell, channeling all her spiritual energy into the artifact. The surrounding demon soldiers indeed fell under its hypnotic influence, except for one who remained alert. Yin Yao's eyes stirred with tumult as he silently watched the bloody little demon leap onto the celestial tower and stand beside Jiran. Had Yin Yao revealed his true form, Xia Yan might recognize him as the black serpent that fed her daily after she was tossed down the cliff by Yin Su. "Husband, awaken!" Xia Yan called out as she drew her sword. At that moment, the effects of the soul-capturing bell waned, and all the demon soldiers noticed Xia Yan standing beside Jiran, raising their weapons to capture her. Unfazed, Xia Yan lifted her sword, preparing to defend herself. Yin Yao raised a hand to halt the advancing demon soldiers, positioning himself in front of Xia Yan. As she beheld his visage, she noted his hair elegantly tied back, his gaze sharp and profound, exuding an aura of coldness akin to that of a cold-blooded reptile. His scrutiny sent a chill down Xia Yan's spine, and she mused inwardly, "Have I offended him? This is our first encounter." Before she could ponder further, Yin Yao spoke, "Leave now, and I shall spare your life. You cannot save him. You lack the strength to sever this chain forged from black iron." Xia Yan, eyeing the mist soul sword in her hand, smirked and replied, "Who says it cannot be severed?" Slash. At her command, azure light mingled with white, the sword energy infused with the essence of wind and snow. The surrounding demon soldiers were overwhelmed by the tremendous force, collapsing to the ground. Even Xia Yan felt her arm throb painfully from the impact. She caught Jiran as he fell, and in that instant when the celestial lock shattered, Jiran finally regained consciousness, his icy gaze fixed upon Xia Yan, scanning the surrounding demons with a piercing glare. "Husband, can you still move?" Xia Yan whispered. "Let go," Jiran replied hoarsely. Xia Yan understood he had always been aloof, but she sensed an unprecedented chill from him now, as if he were a snow-capped mountain, cold from the outside in. "I'm sorry, I will never leave you again. Even if it means death, I will die with you." Xia Yan vowed, embracing Jiran tightly. Jiran clenched his fists, forcing a bitter smile. "You cannot escape." Yin Yao's voice served as a grim reminder of their dire situation. Chapter 79. The Substitute Bride of the Wolf Clan's Young Master. 35. Xia Yan sighed inwardly, realizing the gravity of the situation. Her spiritual energy was dwindling, and being a mere human, she could not confront them without it. Moreover, Jiran was not in a favorable condition either, barely managing to stand. "Darling," Xia Yan exclaimed as she saw Jiran approaching the encircled demon soldiers. His body was enveloped in demonic energy, silver-white lightning crackling around him, a silver wolf tail unfurling behind him, fingers claw-like and sharp, revealing jagged teeth, and adorned with a pair of adorable silver wolf ears that Xia Yan had never seen before. This was the first time she witnessed his transformation into a demon, adding an alluring charm to his presence. Jiran, consumed by rage, crushed every demon in his path into dust. Luo Qianqian brandished a fiery whip, positioning herself before Jiran. With a sincere expression, she implored, "Jiran, do not resist. The Demon King has promised not to kill you. He merely seeks to seal your demon core. But I will never abandon you. This is for your own good. We can be together forever, and I shall protect you." Xia Yan couldn't help but scoff. How proud Jiran was. What difference did it make whether his demon core was sealed or he was killed? Being protected by a woman for a lifetime? That was undoubtedly the greatest humiliation to him. Using love as a guise to inflict harm was utterly shameless. Jiran regarded her coldly, unwilling even to touch her, and simply circumvented her as he continued onward. Luo Qianqian's expression soured, feeling deeply wounded by his rejection. Why would he not accept her goodwill? Her previously tearful face twisted into a snarl as Xia Yan ignored her. Xia Yan. Luo Qianqian barked through gritted teeth, swinging her whip toward his back, but the crack she anticipated never came. The whip was firmly grasped by Xia Yan. "Vixen, release me!" she yelled furiously. Xia Yan paid her no heed, instead winding the whip around her hand and yanking it back forcefully. Luo Qianqian stumbled, and as she regained her balance, she found a long sword poised at her throat. "If you wish to live, step aside," Xia Yan declared, using Luo Qianqian as a hostage as she advanced towards Xia Yan. "General, what should we do?" The demon soldiers looked to Yin Yao, who fixed his gaze on Xia Yan and gestured for them to retreat. The halt of the demon soldiers relieved Xia Yan, and she hurriedly flew towards Xia Yan, who was making his way to the wolf clan. Luo Rong stood beside Yin Yao, smiling as she remarked, "General, it seems you are showing leniency today. What you think is unknown to me, but I only hope for my sister's safety." Yin Yao remained expressionless, casting a fleeting glance at her before turning to leave. "You would be better off killing me, otherwise I shall ensure your demise." Luo Qianqian glared fiercely at Xia Yan. As they neared the wolf clan, Xia Yan released her, pushing her away. "You may go." The moment she was free, Luo Qianqian swung her whip with full force. Xia Yan raised her sword to defend, shattering the whip into 2 pieces. "You cannot defeat me. If you wish to live, depart swiftly." Luo Qianqian, glancing at her broken whip, felt a surge of fear, clenching her fists in frustration, yet ultimately turned and left. In the brief time Xia Yan had been occupied with her, Xia Yan had vanished. Remembering the wolf clan members still battling, Xia Yan wasted no time and hurried after him. As she arrived at the ruins, silence hung heavily in the air, making it suffocating. Xia Yan's hand trembled around her sword as she beheld the figure kneeling amid countless corpses. The wolf clan had been utterly annihilated. She staggered towards the kneeling figure, her voice choked with emotion. "Darling, we must leave. They will pursue us shortly." But he remained unmoved, as indifferent as the corpses surrounding them. Xia Yan exerted all her strength to pull him up. He squinted at her, his lips parting as if to speak, but no sound emerged. "What do you wish to say?" Xia Yan asked, her tone soothing. "You will speak on the road to the Yellow Springs." A middle-aged man appeared before them, sporting 2 dragon horns. Xia Yan recognized him as the Demon King, that pretender of a dragon. Upon seeing him, Xia Yan finally reacted, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. He transformed into a streak of silver light, charging at the Demon King with the force of a thunderbolt, the overwhelming pressure forcing the Demon King to barely withstand the assault. As Xia Yan observed the fierce clash of the 2 energies, debris was flung into the air. Anxiety gripped her heart. Even wounded, the Demon King was a formidable being, and Xia Yan's defeat seemed inevitable. As the speed of the white light began to wane, Xia Yan saw Xia Yan's face clearly. His lips formed the words, "Leave." Xia Yan closed her eyes. "Leave?" Certainly not. She neither saw nor heard him. Her eyes reddened. "Let her go. I will give you my demon core." Xia Yan stood before Xia Yan, his left hand pressed against his chest, his gaze fixed on the Demon King. "You lack the qualifications to bargain with me." While the Demon King appeared somewhat disheveled, his demonic power remained formidable, and he advanced step by step, his fingers morphing into dragon claws, aiming to pierce Xia Yan's chest as he had done to the Wolf King. Clang! Xia Yan barely managed to block the Demon King's attack with his sword, straining under the effort as sweat beaded on his forehead. He had hoped to sever the dragon claw, but only managed to draw a thin line of blood. Unfazed by the blood on his hand, the Demon King continued to press forward. Meanwhile, Xia Yan was on the brink of collapse. As the Demon King bore down on him, Xia Yan summoned all her strength to push him away, bracing herself to take the Demon King's blow. Gasp! A mouthful of blood erupted from her. She looked at Xia Yan, mouthing 4 words, "Live well." As she collapsed, Xia Yan felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, a chill seeping from his heart to his toes. All his pent-up sorrow and rage erupted like a flood. It felt as if something had lodged in his chest, and he longed to scream, to shatter something to relieve the pressure. The Demon King surveyed him with disdain, preparing to extract his heart, yet he was momentarily stunned by the sight before him. Suddenly, a raging inferno engulfed Xia Yan, and a resounding dragon's roar echoed within the flames, a five-clawed golden dragon coiling around him. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with fire, and the colossal fire dragon soared into the heavens, its triumphant roar erupting, causing the Demon King to stagger back. What manner of being are you? Fear flooded the Demon King's eyes. He was merely a serpent in the presence of a true dragon, rendered immobile by the innate pressure. A mere serpent dares to flaunt its power before me. The icy breath of the dragon surged forth, flames igniting in its palms, fury palpable. The serpent, trembling, pleaded, "I beg you, spare my life. It took me 3,000 years to become a serpent." Before he could finish, he was reduced to ashes by the true dragon's flames. Holding Xia Yan's lifeless body, the dragon's eyes darkened. "I shall find you soon." With a wave of his hand, he incinerated the entire world. In the mustard seed space, Xia Yan was equally taken aback by the prince's true dragon form. Fortunately, at the last moment, the affection level rebounded to 100. The prince, heartbroken, has completed the task. He had regained the memories of the prince. Why then would he accompany her to death? Xia Yan dared not dwell on it, hastily urging Kong Kong, "Let us move on to the next life." Understood. Chapter 80. The delicate flower of the apocalypse. When Xia Yan traversed into this world, she found herself ensconced in a taxi, her senses overwhelmed by the incessant prattle of an elderly woman beside her. A middle-aged woman clutched her hand tightly, incessantly advising, "You must extract more funds from that professor to support our household. Your brother's workplace is distant. He needs a new vehicle. Your sister aspires to attend a music academy, which entails significant expenses for instruments." Your father Xia Yan promptly tuned out the remainder of the tirade. Essentially, her mother's message was clear. All financial burdens fell squarely upon Xia Yan's shoulders. Was this truly the price of marrying off a daughter? It felt more akin to selling her. Fighting the urge to strike her mother, Xia Yan was relieved when two taxis arrived at their destination. They stood before an upscale apartment complex, where a man in a wheelchair was gazing expectantly from the lobby, seemingly waiting for someone. Just as his patience began to wane, a throng of people ushered in a girl. It was Xia Yan's father, experiencing his first encounter with Fu Huayu, who had previously only communicated with a lawyer. "This is my daughter," Xia Bagua announced, pushing Xia Yan forward, visibly anxious about the possibility of a return. Fu Huayu adjusted his glasses with an air of refined aloofness and coldly stated, "The funds will be transferred to your account shortly. After that, she will have no further ties to your family. I kindly request that you refrain from disturbing my life." Upon receiving a message from the bank, Xia Bagua beamed. "Rest assured, we will not intrude upon you." While he might not disturb Fu Huayu, he could certainly demand money from Xia Yan directly. Once the Xia family departed, only Xia Yan remained with the man in the wheelchair. After a prolonged separation, she felt a pang of longing and, unable to contain herself, rushed to his side, playfully pinning him against the wall with the wheelchair. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered with a smirk, "From now on, you belong to me. Keep your distance." Fu Huayu replied coldly, his brow twitching. Noticing the knife pressed against his waist, Xia Yan grinned innocently. All right. Perhaps you could sheath that blade? We wouldn't want to injure your precious little treasure." Fu Huayu sheathed the small fruit knife he had casually brought along and maneuvered his wheelchair towards the elevator. Xia Yan hurried to catch up as the doors slid open. "Third floor," Fu Huayu stated indifferently. Understood." Xia Yan quickly pressed the button for the third floor. In the elevator, silence enveloped them until it came to a halt. Fu Huayu directed his wheelchair towards room 302, with Xia Yan trailing closely behind. This floor housed a dozen units, necessitating a lengthy corridor. "While I possess no interest in prying into your personal affairs, I must advise you to sever any inappropriate relationships immediately. I do not wish to hear about any sordid matters, he declared callously, indifferent to any potential damage to Xia Yan's pride. I have no personal life, she retorted through gritted teeth. Come here, Fu Huayu commanded coolly. Though confused, Xia Yan complied, squatting before him. As she gazed upon his increasingly handsome visage, she found herself momentarily entranced. Suddenly, he grasped her neck, his eyes dark and menacing, smirking. Do not deceive me. Biting her lip, Xia Yan realized he had become even more twisted in this life. Fu Huayu released her and leisurely withdrew a disinfectant wipe from his pocket to cleanse his hands. Reaching the door, he handed her a key. And upon her offer to assist him inside, he declined, adding, Your room is the second one. Without my permission. You are not to enter my quarters or touch any of my belongings. Should I require anything, I will seek you out. With tears brimming, Xia Yan fled into the adjacent room. Observing her tear-streaked face, Fu Huayu felt an unsettling thrill, adjusting his golden-framed glasses to conceal the darkness in his gaze. Once inside, Xia Yan resumed her composure and sighed, asking her empty room, What is the prince's favorability rating now? -20. Negative? If he despises me so much, why then did he spend $500,000 to acquire me? Actually, it was 20 before, but your recent actions led him to view you as a promiscuous woman, resulting in a steep decline in favorability. I had painstakingly negotiated some benefits for you, only for you to squander them, the voice lamented in exasperation. Then why did the prince have any affection for the original owner? Achieving a 20 favorability rating was no small feat. She could use this clue to improve his opinion of her. Well, the prince this time is rather superficial. He merely glanced at you in a crowd and could not forget your visage. How shallow, Xia Yan scoffed, approaching the vanity to inspect her reflection. The woman in the mirror donned a white dress. Her features, while not breathtaking, were strikingly delicate. Beneath elegantly arched brows lay a pair of clear, watery eyes. And her sickly pale skin evoked a sense of pity. So pristine. Was this not the epitome of the delicate flower? She seemed born to embody such a role. The prince favored delicate flowers in this life? Yet, she had no desire to be one. The decree has been uploaded to the computer and will self-destruct post-viewing. Along with some educational films I recommend watching. Xia Yan felt an unsettling tone in the voice. She opened the computer and completed the decree in 1 hour, finishing the films in 3. Friendly reminder, there are 12 hours until the apocalypse. Clutching a trash bin, Xia Yan retched violently, her eyes filled with fury as she shouted. Are you implying that I must survive alongside a disabled prince amidst a horde of decaying corpses? Countdown, 11 hours and 50 minutes. Silence. Xia Yan hastily changed her attire and gathered all her cards and cash. With the apocalypse looming and resources scarce, she needed to stockpile food and supplies to support the immobile Fu Huayu. Checking her finances revealed a mere 38 in her account, 250 in cash. And her phone filled with transfer records to Li Chunhua, who had drained her dry. Poverty instilled a sense of calm in her. A delicate flower, devoid of any combat prowess, struggling to survive alongside a disabled professor was certainly an intriguing scenario. You are simply impoverished. Do not seek excuses. With only 11 hours remaining. There was no time for lottery tickets. Was she to rob a bank? Xia Yan exclaimed. Just as the words left her mouth, the voice inexplicably went silent. Forget it. Xia Yan no longer relied on it. Chapter 81. The Delicate Flower of the Apocalypse, Part 2. Fu Huayu's residence was spacious, featuring 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. She hurriedly cleaned the bathtub, filling it with water, and filled every container in the house to the brim. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, water and electricity had ceased, and plants no longer thrived. Even if they did sprout, they were mutated. With no water or food, the situation could likely deteriorate further, as foretold by the ominous prophecy. Armed with her meager savings of 288 yuan, she ventured to the supermarket in search of a machete. Warning, warning. You are meant to be a delicate flower. A machete is far too incongruous with your essence. Get lost, she retorted. "Miss, are you going to buy anything or not?" inquired the burly man selling the machetes. "The prince favors delicate flowers. Please conduct yourself accordingly." "I will not part with my coin for a machete." Despite Xia Yan's protests, the shopkeeper remained resolute. "You could purchase some food instead." Fu Huayu, hindered by her legs, would inevitably buy a substantial amount of sustenance. When the apocalypse struck, the frail and delicate version of herself would beseech him for assistance. Would he dare refuse? Xia Yan smirked. Who knows? Kong Kong, her companion, dismissed her optimism. Xia Yan sighed, conceding to buy a case of instant noodles and some sausages, acknowledging that the prince could indeed be quite unreasonable at times. Countdown. 5 hours remaining. Please engage in necessary tasks. Taking a deep breath, Xia Yan seated herself at the vanity, meticulously combing her long, lustrous hair. She then retrieved a pair of scissors from the drawer. Do not cut. Xia Yan rolled her eyes. This is the apocalypse. Long hair is merely a burden. Do you not understand? To cultivate such dark and lustrous locks is a rarity. Why would you want to shorten them? I will not allow it. Can you really dictate my choices? She shot back without hesitation. If you refrain from cutting, I can help you unlock your latent abilities sooner. Kong Kong employed flattery to entice her. Fine, Xia Yan relented, placing the scissors down. Mama, all done. Your extraordinary beauty ability has been activated. Are you toying with a fool? Xia Yan threatened to retrieve the scissors again. This ability is formidable. At level 1, it bewitches male zombies, preventing them from harming you. At level 2, female zombies become enamored with your beauty. At level 3, they will obey your commands. At level 4, zombies will actively assist you. Kong Kong had exhausted all creativity to concoct this ability. Let us change it. Xia Yan gritted her teeth. Kong Kong severed their connection. With a cold smirk, she opened the drawer. Where are the scissors? The clock struck midnight. As the countdown reached 0, the apocalypse commenced. Xia Yan stood by the window. The sky outside had morphed into a vivid crimson. Not everyone shared her foresight of impending doom. A few people ambled down the street, oblivious. Her friend interjected. You're 18 now. How does your mother still control you? Another girl expressed envy. Your mom is so nice. She then turned to another companion, Tianqi. Do your parents control you? Suddenly, she noticed Tianqi's body stiffen, her neck cracking ominously. The two girls exchanged anxious glances. Tianqi, what's wrong? In a swift motion, Tianqi lunged, sinking her teeth into the neck of a bespectacled girl, blood gushing forth. Ah! Help! Another girl screamed in terror, completely unaware of the danger lurking behind her. As a figure bit into her as well. Half of the people in the street began to move sluggishly, turning on their family and friends. The night that should have been silent erupted into chaos with screams and wails. As she witnessed a person's entrails being ripped out, Xia Yan shut her eyes tightly and hastily drew the curtains. It was horrifying. Meanwhile, Fu Huayu sat in the laboratory, watching news reports on television. The reporter was fervently analyzing the sudden outbreak of violent incidents. Suddenly, the camera shook violently as a figure in a hospital gown lunged at the reporter. And the broadcast abruptly ended. In stark contrast to the panic and dread faced by others in the presence of these monsters, Fu Huayu wore a smile, his gaze gleaming with an unsettling delight. Feeling uneasy, Fu Huayu approached Xia Yan's bedroom door, produced a key, and unlocked the door that had been bolted shut. He observed Xia Yan's terrified expression upon his entrance, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Still awake? He queried, gently caressing her face with a warm tone. Xia Yan recoiled slightly, perceiving his ostensibly stoic demeanor as something sinister. Huddling her legs, she trembled. The sounds outside are terrifying. I cannot sleep. Fear not, for I am here. Fu Huayu reassured her, his smile reminiscent of a man observing a lifeless, yet exquisite doll. Lowering her gaze, Xia Yan bit her lip. Professor Fu, rest assured. I will not become a burden. Fu Huayu pinched her cheek gently, such a good girl. Now in close proximity, Xia Yan could feel his breath against her face. a mix of innocence and tension. She swallowed nervously, reminding herself to maintain her composure as a delicate flower. A brief struggle would suffice. Otherwise, he would pursue her relentlessly. Yet, she had not anticipated his truly ascetic nature. Then you should rest, Fu Huayu said, pushing his wheelchair to depart. Would she allow such a prized opportunity to slip away? Professor Fu, I just saw someone outside whose intestines were exposed. I am truly frightened, Xia Yan stammered, clutching her skirt, her voice quivering. What would you like to do? Fu Huayu inquired, a bemused expression gracing his features. Xia Yan cast a sheepish glance at him. As if summoning immense courage, could I sleep on the floor in your room? Absolutely not, Fu Huayu replied decisively, turning to leave. Real men should not say no. Yet surrendering was not an option for Xia Yan. Later that night, as Fu Huayu lay in bed, he heard the sound of muffled sobs at his door. Annoyed, he noted that she was merely crying, neither knocking nor uttering a word. She wore thin clothing, revealing glimpses of her fair skin. Xia Yan's lashes glistened with tears, as though trapped in a nightmare. Awaken, Fu Huayu's tone was laced with irritation. However, Xia Yan remained deeply asleep, stirring only slightly without fully waking. Reluctantly, Fu Huayu reached out to nudge her, and as his fingers brushed against her delicate skin, an unexpected sensation of comfort surged through him, prompting him to caress her gently. Xia Yan seemed to awaken, clutching herself and crying out, "Don't eat me! Don't eat me!" Chapter 82, The Little White Flower of the Apocalypse, Part 3, Stop shouting, it's me. Fu Huayu remarked, his head throbbing from her incessant noise. Xia Yan froze for a moment. Timidly glancing at the man beside her, she whimpered, I'm so sorry. I was too frightened to stay in my room. So I came to your door. Did I disturb you? Yes, Fu Huayu replied bluntly, showing no sympathy. Xia Yan lowered her head, feeling aggrieved. I want tea sleep. I'll just sit here quietly. She curled up, hugging her legs and burying her face in them, appearing quite pitiful, reminiscent of the Scottish fold cat he once cared for. You may enter my room tonight, but you must not cry, touch my belongings, or sleep in the bed. You can only sleep on the floor, he stated emotionlessly. Xia Yan nodded eagerly, exclaiming, I'll do whatever you say. As Fu Huayu entered his bedroom, Xia Yan followed closely behind. It was her first glimpse of Fu Huayu's quarters, which were perhaps better described as a laboratory than a bedroom. It contained only a single bed, while the rest of the space was filled with various instruments and bottles of chemical reagents. Xia Yan spread out on the floor beside his bed. The floor was composed of black marble, uncomfortably cold. She wrapped herself tightly in the blanket and, upon looking up, found herself staring at Fu Huayu's face. Noticing her gaze, Fu Huayu coldly commanded, Turn around. Xia Yan complied, turning away with a hint of reluctance. To verify her obedience, Fu Huayu opened his eyes and caught sight of her elegantly exposed neck, strikingly beautiful, causing him to momentarily lose focus. Sensing the intensity of his gaze, Xia Yan smiled subtly. I see all the lights are off around us. Why does our room still have power? She wished to engage him further. Everything in this room has been modified by me. The electricity comes from an independent power system, Fu Huayu replied, yawning slightly, his voice laced with fatigue. Xia Yan looked at him with admiration. You're really amazing. I've always envied those brilliant students. The original owner, despite her beauty, had been plagued by insecurity due to poor academic performance, often mocked and ostracized by jealous classmates. Thus, she felt a mixture of fear and admiration for Fu Huayu. Having been showered with praise since childhood, Fu Huayu was accustomed to compliments. He lazily remarked, Intelligence cannot be forced. Xia Yan shut her eyes, wishing to end the conversation. The following morning, Xia Yan awoke around 9, finding Fu Huayu already engrossed in his experiments. She clutched her blanket and inquired, I didn't talk in my sleep. Did I disturb you? You're lying. Little white flowers do not grind their teeth, he replied with a hint of sarcasm. While conducting his research, he was so focused that he lacked the time or energy to send her away. Xia Yan remained, quietly observing him. Time flew by, and soon her stomach audibly protested. Fu Huayu paused his work to glance at the clock. It was already 2 in the afternoon. "What are you still doing here?" he asked her coolly. "I'm waiting for you to eat," Xia Yan murmured, biting her lip. "My eating schedule is quite irregular. You need not wait for me," Fu Huayu explained. Xia Yan blushed, saying, "I can't cook, and it seems delivery isn't available now." Fu Huayu realized he had misinterpreted her intentions. She wasn't waiting to dine with him, but rather for him to prepare a meal. Everything in the house had been designed by Fu Huayu for his own convenience, featuring various mechanisms, including a height-adjustable stove. "Professor Fu, can you cook?" Xia Yan asked, her eyes bright with anticipation. Fu Huayu, perusing a recipe, replied, "I've never cooked. But it doesn't seem too difficult. It's similar to conducting an experiment, just a matter of combining elements and controlling the heat." "Really?" After some trial and error, it was Xia Yan's instant noodles that came to their rescue. Fu Huayu demonstrated that cooking and experiments shared similarities. They both could lead to explosions. In just 5 minutes, the noodles were ready. Fu Huayu was somewhat disdainful of such junk food. He typically avoided takeout, preferring meals prepared by a chef. Xia Yan encouraged him as she ate. "You should try it. It's really delicious." Given the apocalypse, one shouldn't be picky. Seeing her enjoy the meal heartily, Fu Huayu assessed their current predicament and conceded that he could settle for this. Although it was far from gourmet, it was surprisingly palatable, a conclusion he reached. Suddenly, there was a loud banging at the door, and the atmosphere shifted to one of tension. Xia Yan looked at Fu Huayu, fear evident in her eyes. Fu Huayu cast her a reassuring glance before wheeling himself to the door, pressing a button that displayed the scene outside on the television. The screen revealed 5 or 6 zombies milling about their doorstep, one of them scratching at the door, likely drawn by the recent explosion. Many of these zombies were former residents of the building, their bodies mangled and their faces grotesque, eliciting a sense of revulsion. "They can't get in, right?" Xia Yan asked anxiously. "Not for now. If no rescue arrives in 2 weeks, we'll have to find a way to escape ourselves," Fu Huayu replied, his expression unchanged. Xia Yan understood their food supplies were limited, and they couldn't hold out much longer. In the ensuing days, Fu Huayu remained sequestered in his laboratory. At mealtime, Xia Yan would enter to bring him food, sitting quietly beside him for the entire day. With no television channels and her phone devoid of signal, they felt as if they were cut off from the world. On the 15th day, the radio suddenly picked up a signal, broadcasting a continuous loop of an address, a newly established survivor base. They claimed that if the military had not located you, please make your way there independently. Xia Yan exclaimed with excitement, "Let us go to the survivor base now." Fu Huayu turned off the radio, articulating each word carefully. "Not we, but you and I." "What do you mean?" Xia Yan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Are you trying to distance yourself from me? Do you intend to abandon me? You should leave me behind." Fu Huayu pointed to his unfeeling legs. "If you escape alone, you can probably find a man to take you away. That shouldn't be difficult for you." "But what about you?" Xia Yan asked, filled with concern. "I'll wait to die," he said nonchalantly, despite the gravity of his words. Hearing this, tears streamed down Xia Yan's cheeks. "Don't worry, my dear. Even if you must go alone, I have prepared weapons for you," Fu Huayu said with a hint of levity. Chapter 83, The Little White Flower of the Apocalypse, Part 4. Fu Huayu retrieved a small crossbow from the drawer, one of his recent inventions. He held it in his hands for a moment, admiring it, before passing it to Xia Yan. "I had intended to provide you with a firearm, but I suspect that even if I managed to procure one, you would be too apprehensive to use it," he remarked casually. Xia Yan nodded awkwardly as she accepted the crossbow, which was diminutive and resembled a concealed weapon. Fu Huayu explained, "Once the ammunition is depleted, you may substitute it with steel nails." "Oh," Xia Yan replied, turning the crossbow over in her hands, pondering how to propel the projectiles. Noticing her clumsiness, Fu Huayu sighed. Maneuvering his wheelchair closer to her, he patiently instructed, "Twist this to secure it here, then pull this trigger." After a brief lesson, he placed the crossbow back into her hands and guided her hand towards the wall. With a swift whoosh, a silver dart shot forth, embedding itself into the thick wall. Xia Yan was astonished, realizing that this unassuming object possessed such formidable power. Let me forewarn you, outside, you will face not only zombies, but also those who have lost their humanity, he said, releasing her hand and pulling out a disinfectant wipe from his white lab coat to clean his hands. Thank you, Xia Yan expressed sincerely. Have you decided when to leave? Fu Huayu asked nonchalantly as he polished another silver crossbow. After spending several worlds together, Xia Yan understood him well enough. If she truly contemplated abandoning him, he would undoubtedly pierce her with the crossbow the moment she turned her back. Moreover, it was inconceivable for her to leave him behind. Crouching down, Xia Yan grasped his hand resting on his knee and earnestly declared, I want to leave with you. Fu Huayu withdrew his hand, remaining silent as he took out another disinfectant wipe. The power is out in the building and the elevator is inoperable. It would be exceedingly difficult for you to descend alone. Besides, even if someone notices you, they are likely too preoccupied to assist you, she stated delicately. Her implication being that he, being disabled, would be a burden, and thus no one would care for him. Aren't you also preoccupied? Fu Huayu replied, amusement dancing in his eyes, a peculiar glint shimmering within. Xia Yan bit her lip and reassured him, I cannot bear to see you perish. As long as I draw a breath, I will not abandon you. We will find a way to survive. Perhaps it was the purity in her earnest gaze that softened the mirth in Fu Huayu's eyes. He wheeled himself over to a row of computers, casually pressing a few keys until the screens illuminated, revealing the surveillance footage of the corridor. He scanned the images and analyzed, currently, there are approximately 42 zombies in the entire building. The first floor has only 2, the second has 7, the third has 6, and the other floors can be disregarded for now. Xia Yan anxiously observed the zombies on the screen, catching sight of a corpse lying in the corner of the 5th floor. Fortunately, the black and white display concealed the color of the blood. It will take us 5 minutes to descend. To avoid being ambushed, we can lure the zombies from the 2nd and 3rd floors upstairs, then close the fire door in the middle. He switched the computer's display to the vicinity of the smoking area where over 20 zombies had congregated. They seemed sensitive to sound, which could be exploited to divert their attention. Turning to Xia Yan, he proposed his strategy. I will set 2 timers. One will be thrown out of the window to the 2nd floor to draw them down. After that, you need to throw the other timer into the stairwell of the 4th floor and, once they enter, swiftly close the fire door. This cunning plan masked as benevolence compelled her to escape on her own, yet he had already devised their means of escape. How hypocritical. Fortunately, she had her own contingency. In truth, Fu Huayu was equally compelled to leave with Xia Yan. He had been meticulously observing these creatures over the past few days, noting that their movements grew swifter with each passing day, indicating their potential for evolution. The day would come when they might breach the doors. As Xia Yan had stated, no one would take him with them, and she was his only hope at present. However, he still did not fully trust her. Her timid nature left him uncertain whether she might flee in terror at the sight of zombies, abandoning him to his fate. Human nature is the most unpredictable of all. Thus, sending Xia Yan out alone to confront the zombies was, in essence, a test of her reliability. If she could not accomplish such a task, how could he dare to accompany her? After all, their combined combat capability was likely inferior to that of a single ordinary adult male. Indeed, upon hearing his plan, Xia Yan's complexion paled slightly. Fu Huayu lowered his gaze, concealing his mocking expression. If I complete these tasks, can we safely depart? Xia Yan asked timidly. You agreed? Fu Huayu raised an eyebrow, incredulity etched on his face. I thought you would be too frightened to comply. With a quivering voice, Xia Yan replied, I am afraid, but in order for us to survive, I must choose to agree. Xia Yan looked at him with relief. After so many days, this peculiar man finally revealed a semblance of normalcy in his smile. In her heart, she wondered, what is the current favorability level? Favorability 10 at last. It was no longer negative. The following day, adhering to their established plan, Fu Huayu tossed the timer from the balcony to the second floor. The volume of the alarm had been meticulously calibrated to attract the attention of zombies from the first and third floors. Xia Yan grasped a pink pig-shaped alarm clock, her hand trembling on the doorknob, her face drenched in cold sweat. There may be unforeseen dangers outside. Your venture is fraught with peril, and if you have any regrets, now is the time to turn back. Fu Huayu offered her one final chance to reconsider. I am not afraid, as long as I can help you escape. I am willing to do anything, Xia Yan asserted, her resolve unwavering as she nodded, letting those words resonate within her. Clutching the timer, she dashed out. Fu Huayu waited at the door, noting that upon her exit, she had shut it behind her. This woman. She had seemingly not considered leaving herself an escape route, or perhaps she feared that any remaining zombies might intrude and harm him. Regardless of the reason, this little white flower had managed to earn his respect. Chapter 84, The Delicate Flower of the Apocalypse, Part 5, Fu Huayu activated the camera at the entrance. Meticulously observing every movement of Xia Yan, often, subconscious actions reveal the true sentiments of an individual. In a flurry of panic, Xia Yan dashed to the stairway. Indeed, as Fu Huayu had predicted, the zombies on the third floor had been drawn downstairs. She could hear the sounds of gnawing from the second floor, causing a wave of dread to wash over her as she pondered what could be so appetizing to them. As the woman prepared herself, Fu Huayu displayed an enigmatic smile, slipping his left hand into the pocket of his lab coat to set off the alarm in advance. As anticipated, he noted the shock that flickered across Xia Yan's face, imagining the tumult of emotions swirling within her. A horde of zombies began to ascend from the second floor, lured by the alarm. Although two of them had fixed their attention on Xia Yan, the two zombies, clad in security uniforms, staggered towards her. One was nearly missing an eye, while the other clutched its own intestines. They exuded an overwhelmingly repugnant odor of decay. Xia Yan bit her lip, momentarily frozen in fear, before desperately sprinting towards room 302. Fu Huayu, you scheming fiend. If you dare not open the door for me, regardless of who you think you are, I will make you pay. She seethed inwardly. Upon reaching the door, she did not knock but instead fixed her gaze on the camera, tears streaming down her face, appearing utterly pitiable. She was acutely aware that Fu Huayu could see her. The zombies approached, and just as Xia Yan was about to unleash her stunning powers, the door swung open. Fu Huayu raised his hand and effortlessly shot one zombie through the head, while the other was struck in the abdomen. The first zombie collapsed instantly, while the one hit in the stomach merely trembled, continuing its crawl towards Xia Yan. It was then that Xia Yan recalled the crossbow Fu Huayu had provided. She quickly raised it and fired several shots, only managing to achieve a headshot with her third attempt. With the threat neutralized, she hastily pulled the rope, sealing the fire door. The zombies, realizing they had been deceived, began to claw at the door, emitting chilling moans. Xia Yan rushed into the room, crouching against the door, arms wrapped around her legs, unable to suppress her fear any longer as she wept. She knew that no matter how she cried, she would still appear beautiful. Professor Fu, your objectivity is truly remarkable, she remarked, lifting her gaze to meet his with a hint of sarcasm. Noticing her irritation, Fu Huayu remained unfazed, replying coolly, this is merely to help you adapt more swiftly to the apocalypse. The outside world is far more perilous than this. But did you ever consider that I might feel fear, that I might feel betrayed and saddened? I am a human being. Please do not treat me like a case study to be dissected, she exclaimed, standing up with fervor. Step aside, she said, wiping her tears as she pushed past him. Storming further into the room, Fu Huayu cast his eyes downward, the image of Xia Yan standing outside, tears streaming as she looked into the camera, lingering in his mind. In truth, he had opened the door slightly earlier than he intended. He had wished to compel her to use the crossbow against those two zombies before intervening. However, Witnessing her suppressing her sobs had softened his heart. He could not allow anyone to harm his precious one. As Xia Yan dragged her luggage, she inwardly cursed the inconsiderate fool. Her belongings were already packed in a sizable travel backpack containing both her items and Fu Huayu's. Once she hoisted the backpack onto her back, she muttered another curse, lamenting her lack of a more formidable ability than mere charm. When she emerged with the backpack, she found Fu Huayu still seated in the hallway, his posture upright and unmoving. She approached and tossed the backpack onto his lap. "Is there anything else we need to take?" she asked, her voice slightly hoarse. Fu Huayu was taken aback. He had assumed that her earlier anger would deter her from wanting him to accompany her. He had even contemplated how to coerce her. To his surprise, she was not only unperturbed, but a flicker of something unusual crossed Fu Huayu's eyes as he held the backpack in his lap, adjusting his glasses. Nothing else. With dusk approaching, both felt it prudent to leave the apartment quickly to avoid any unforeseen complications as night fell. Xia Yan guided him to the stairway, a mischievous smile gracing her lips, finally seizing the chance for revenge. It seemed only natural to trip him a few times given her delicate nature. "I'll carry you down," Xia Yan said softly as she crouched before him. "No need," Fu Huayu replied without hesitation, stating plainly, "This wheelchair has been specially designed for descent." He then secured a safety belt and leaned back in the chair, awaiting her assistance. "Hold on tight," Xia Yan said, her expression inscrutable. 5 minutes later, she had successfully wheeled Fu Huayu downstairs. Fortunately, this area was not in the city center, resulting in fewer people and, consequently, fewer zombies. Fu Huayu handed her a set of car keys, instructing her to push him to a heavily dust-coated SUV. "There's a gas station nearby. Let us fill the tank and then find a small supermarket to gather as many supplies as we can," Fu Huayu instructed, and with Xia Yan's help, he settled into the passenger seat. Since the day of the apocalypse, the sky had remained overcast, the air heavy with the scent of decay. Fu Huayu, possessing a keen intellect, became an impeccable navigator in this GPS-less world. On their route, they encountered a few scattered zombies. Hearing the engines roar, they began to crawl towards them. One disfigured zombie stood in the middle of the road, clawing and flailing as if awaiting their arrival. Xia Yan's palms were slick, with sweat gripping the steering wheel. "Run it over," Fu Huayu commanded flatly. As the zombie neared the hood, Xia Yan squeezed her eyes shut and pressed the accelerator, the vehicle surging forward with a whoosh, crashing into the zombie with a resounding thud. Chapter 85, The Delicate Flower of the Apocalypse, Part 6. Xia Yan glanced at the rearview mirror, noticing that the zombie they had struck was still not entirely lifeless. It lay limply on the ground, missing limbs and unable to rise. She took a deep breath, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Fu Huayu's lips curled into a slight smile. In such moments, the delicate flower must exhibit a touch of vulnerability. She grasped Fu Huayu's hand and, with a faint tremor in her voice, exclaimed, "I'm so frightened." "Did I just kill it?" Fu Huayu frowned, attempting to retract his hand, as he found the steering wheel, previously touched by many, rather unsanitary. However, he was taken aback by the unexpected strength of this seemingly fragile girl, as his attempt to pull away proved futile. "Let go," he said, his expression akin to that of a modest woman being teased. "By the way, I noticed you brought so many disinfecting wipes. They must be heavy." "I took the liberty of carrying them for you," Xia Yan said sweetly, her tone laced with playful sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Fu Huayu's face darkened. He chose not to engage in conversation with Xia Yan for the remainder of the journey, while she hummed a cheerful tune, her spirits evidently high. Before long, they reached a nearby gas station. It appeared they had struck gold. A bus had arrived before them, and the occupants had already dealt with the zombies inside the station. "Brotherly, we have visitors," Sun Chao shouted, standing atop a large rock to keep watch. Upon spotting Xia Yan and Fu Huayu, he expressed his excitement. "Why are you shouting?" "Call me only when zombies arrive," Li Bowie replied impatiently, having expended considerable energy clearing the previous zombies. Those worthless fools, if they cannot handle zombies, how could they possibly deal with humans? Nearby, a woman knelt beside him, timidly asking, "Brotherly, could you please go to Lishui County to pick up my parents?" Li Bowie kicked her aside, irritated. "It's a miracle I can take you along. Why would I go fetch your parents? Do you think you hold any importance? Keep causing trouble, and I'll toss you out myself." "I won't miss you." Chao Shanlei, weeping on the ground, noticed Li Bowie's rising anger and quickly reassured him. "Brotherly, please don't be angry. I want to speak out of turn again." She then attempted to unfasten his belt, hoping to mollify him through other means. Li Bowie watched her as she shifted, letting out a comfortable groan. His eyes were filled with derision. This was the same fleeting beauty who had never spared him a glance before, now reduced to begging for his favor. Yang Tianyu, observing the unsavory scene from the car window, was no longer shocked by such displays. Dai Mei approached him, rubbing against him suggestively. "Yang Ge, if you're interested. I'm available for just a pack of instant noodles." Yang Tianyu touched her face, grinning lewdly. "I'm not in the mood right now. I'll come find you later." Dai Mei walked away, disheartened. In truth, Yang Tianyu felt little desire for these alluring women. His true attraction lay with the new voice actress at the company, innocent and enchanting. The thought of her in bed stirred a restlessness within him. As Xia Yan drove into the gas station, Fu Huayu noticed that a group of people was clearly waiting for them. He discreetly gripped the gun in his pocket. Lowering the car window, Xia Yan was surprised to find a familiar face, Sun Chao, their company's manager. Sun Chao recognized her instantly, as Xia Yan possessed a strikingly distinctive face. "You are," he stammered, momentarily taken aback. "You're the voice actress under Dai Mei, aren't you?" "Indeed. I am Xia Yan," she replied with a smile, aware that her original identity was that of a voice actress in an entertainment company. Sun Chao's eyes brightened with realization. What a coincidence. Dai Mei is with us as well. When the apocalypse struck, their company happened to be working overtime, resulting in a few of them staying together. "It's been ages since I saw Sister Dai. Where is she?" Xia Yan feigned excitement. "In the bus, I believe," Sun Chao said, glancing at the vehicle. "Let me help you refuel. You can go find her first." "Thank you, brother Sun," Xia Yan said, raising the window. She turned to Fu Huayu and whispered, "We've encountered a colleague. Perhaps we can travel together for enhanced safety. Without constraints in the apocalypse. Some may be more terrifying than zombies," Fu Huayu warned, observing her. From certain angles, she might indeed awaken the most primal instincts in men. "It's fine. They're all acquaintances. Don't overthink it, Professor Fu." Xia Yan chimed sweetly, continuing her act as the delicate flower. Fu Huayu rolled his eyes at her response, gently patting her shoulder while secretly attaching a listening device. Xia Yan was taken aback by his unexpected touch, realizing he might indeed have a fondness for the delicate flower. After exiting the vehicle, she followed Sun Chao's direction to the bus. The bus door was ajar, and as she stood at the entrance, she overheard moans from within. More than one woman among them. Feeling embarrassed, she contemplated leaving. Yang Tianyu, embracing Dai Mei as she leaned against the window, unexpectedly caught sight of Xia Yan standing outside. He hastily withdrew from Dai Mei, hurriedly adjusting his pants as he rushed down. "Xia Yan!" Yang Tianyu called out to her retreating figure. He jogged to her side, his face alight with joy. "What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you in this apocalypse. I came out after hearing the announcement about the establishment of a survivor base." Xia Yan subtly stepped back, the odor emanating from him causing her discomfort. Yang Tianyu, oblivious to her movement, excitedly continued, "Perfect timing. We're heading there too. It's unsafe for you, being a girl. Why not come with us? There's safety in numbers." With a sweet smile, Xia Yan replied, "Sure. I have a car and I'll follow behind you." Upon hearing her mention her vehicle, Yang Tianyu frowned. "What if we get separated? Plus, if we're not in the same vehicle, encountering zombies would hinder our ability to assist you promptly. But having an extra vehicle allows for more supplies, and I'm bringing a friend along," Xia Yan said, her large eyes making her argument more persuasive. Although Yang Tianyu yearned to stay close to her, the prospect of gathering more supplies made him relent. Dai Mei emerged from the bus, her legs trembling. And upon spotting Xia Yan, a flicker of shock crossed her eyes. Dressed in a pristine white dress, she appeared untouched by the apocalypse, a stark contrast to Xia Yan's disheveled state. Recalling how Yang Tianyu had called out Xia Yan's name during their earlier encounter, her expression gradually twisted with envy. Chapter 86. The Delicate Flower of the Apocalypse, Part 7, Sister Dai. Upon spotting her, Xia Yan waved enthusiastically. Dai Mei instantly resumed her composed demeanor, smiling at Xia Yan as she suggested, "We can head to the base together. We will need everyone's support." Xia Yan flashed a quintessential innocent smile. Witnessing this scene, Dai Mei's grin appeared somewhat forced. Before the apocalypse, they had collaborated on an animated dubbing project, where she voiced the female lead and he voiced the male lead. Xiaolon, Li Bowie whistled at her. Hearing that familiar sound, Xia Yan instinctively turned to see yet another acquaintance, exclaiming, "Xiao Jun." Xiaolon and Xiao Jun were the protagonists of the animation they had previously worked on together. Fu Huayu sat in the vehicle, listening to the sounds captured on his phone, his expression darkening. "What a surprising coincidence," Xiao Jun remarked, his voice magnetic yet frivolous. He then heard Xia Yan's overly sweet voice respond, "Indeed." He lowered the phone's volume, unwilling to endure their meaningless banter any longer. "Wow, how did that flame appear?" Xia Yan exclaimed dramatically. "This is a fire-type ability," Li Bowie replied with a hint of arrogance, noting that he was the only one among them who had awakened a nature-type ability. Yang Tianyu, not to be outdone, approached the bus and, with a flourish, lifted it with both hands, proudly declaring to Xia Yan, "I have awakened a power-type ability as well. You all are so impressive." "It's a pity I don't possess any abilities," Xia Yan said, her eyes sparkling before a fleeting look of disappointment crossed her face. "Don't worry, we will protect you," Yang Tianyu assured, patting his chest. "Thank you, Brother Yang." Xia Yan sweetly smiled at the two of them. Yang Tianyu was already smitten, while Li Bowie was momentarily dazzled by her smile, finding her more radiant than ever, far beyond any other alluring figures. Dai Mei glared at Xia Yan, inwardly cursing her as an irritating white lotus. Previously, Yang Tianyu and Li Bowie had considered taking liberties with Xia Yan, but now they felt she warranted their utmost patience. Sun Chao had filled several barrels with oil, sufficient to sustain them until the next location. Their original plan was to reach a supermarket in the city to gather more supplies, but after such prolonged pleasantries, the day was waning, and entering the city now could pose risks. Thus, they decided to stay overnight at a service station. Xia Yan sighed helplessly. "Is it really necessary to hold a grudge over a few packets of disinfectant wipes?" "I'm not angry about that," Fu Huayu replied coldly. "Then what is it about?" "It's because I dislike you." With a loud bang, he slammed the car door shut. Witnessing Xia Yan storm away, Fu Huayu honked the horn twice. "I need to use the restroom." Fu Huayu's brow twitched as he glared at Xia Yan, a faint glimmer of malice in his eyes. "Is it too small? I can find you a larger one." Xia Yan retorted impatiently. "Keep your distance." Fu Huayu suppressed his anger. Standing nearby, she heard a bottle being tossed from the vehicle, the audible thud indicating it contained liquid. Now she wouldn't need to search for a larger container. Li Bowie ignited some dry wood with his ability, while several women busied themselves setting up pots and donning aprons, seemingly preparing for a substantial meal. Xia Yan mused that they were quite particular about their quality of life, watching as they poured instant noodles into buckets. "Is such ceremony necessary for instant noodles? Just boil some water. I can handle it myself." Yang Tianyu and the others had brought 3 women along, and aside from Dai Mei, the other 2 were prominent figures from their entertainment company. Dai Mei casually inquired, "Is your friend male or female, Xia Yan?" Yang Tianyu looked up, intrigued. Xia Yan squinted, smiling at Dai Mei. "He is male. Let him sit with us on the bus." Yang Tianyu frowned, concerned that another man might seize the opportunity before him. Xia Yan replied, "He has mobility issues. It's difficult for him to get around." Given that we are in an apocalypse, even a weak woman like you struggles to survive. Why not leave him behind and join us? Li Bowie scoffed. Absolutely not. Xia Yan firmly rejected. Yang Tianyu sighed, you are too kind. I find myself wanting you more and more. Xiao Yan, you know how scarce resources are in this apocalypse. Our food supplies are limited. And only those who contribute can share in the provisions, Yang Tianyu subtly hinted. But I haven't contributed yet. Xia Yan glanced at the instant noodles in her hands, feeling the heat. The three women were absorbed in their meal, indicating that newcomers would soon arrive, and their circumstances would likely worsen. The four men openly scrutinized Xia Yan, her skin so delicate one could almost draw water from it, stirring a tumult of emotions within. Yang Tianyu playfully patted her shoulder, saying, this meal doesn't count. Tomorrow we will go gather supplies, and you must do your best, Xiao Yan. Xia Yan stood, evading his inappropriate touch, and cheerfully replied, I'm full. Then you should rest early, Yang Tianyu said, genuinely considerate. She placed her hand beneath his nose, confirming he was still alive. Fu Huayu suddenly grasped her wrist, his eyes snapping open, fixing an intense gaze upon Xia Yan. I was just checking if you were alive, Xia Yan stammered awkwardly. If I were dead, you could run off with someone else, Fu Huayu chuckled eerily, his gaze unwavering on her. You're hurting me. Xia Yan gritted her teeth, feeling her wrist might be crushed. Yet he persisted, unyielding. A sharp slap echoed through the darkness. Chapter 87, The Little Flower of the Apocalypse Overlord, Part 8, Fu Huayu released his grip. As Xia Yan switched on the car's interior light, she noticed the bruises forming on her wrist, while a prominent handprint marred Fu Huayu's face. Panic surged through her. She had slapped the crown prince. While contemplating how to deflect the situation, she heard him say, well done. I'll fetch you some hot water to soothe your face. Overwhelmed, Xia Yan hastily exited the vehicle. Beside the gas station stood a convenience store, its door propped open with a stick. Peering through the glass, she spotted 7 or 8 wandering zombies within. Li Bowie, cautious with his fire abilities, chose to forego the supplies inside, recognizing that there was little of value there anyway. Xia Yan's gaze fell upon a swaying bus not far off, and she could easily surmise what was transpiring inside. These men were indeed driven by primal urges. Entering the convenience store, she hoped to remain unnoticed. Just as she reached for the door, an unsettling thought struck her. How did Fu Huayu know what Li Bowie had said? A cold sweat broke out as she instinctively searched her body, only to discover a tiny listening device, no bigger than a black button, hidden at the back of her collar. Well played, Fu Huayu. She had underestimated him. He had begun plotting against her much earlier than she anticipated. With the listening device in hand, a mischievous smile spread across her face as she envisioned an excellent placement for it. She stealthily crept to the side of the bus, where the windows were wide open due to the sweltering heat, allowing her to hear the sounds emanating from inside with clarity. Xia Yan affixed the listening device beneath one of the windows. Listen closely, Midnight Theater. Quickly, no, don't. As the sounds of reckless revelry reached her ears, Fu Huayu grimaced and abruptly switched off his phone. Xia Yan tiptoed into the convenience store. The city's power grid had collapsed, leaving the only illumination to filter in through the window. A few zombies inside, drawn to her presence, encircled her, tilting their heads in curiosity. They were all male zombies. Although she knew they posed no real threat, their staring was undeniably pressuring. Xia Yan raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. To her surprise, one zombie nodded in understanding, though it miscalculated the strength of its nod, and its head promptly fell off. The remaining 6 zombies appeared both astonished and somewhat amused by this unfortunate event. Xia Yan averted her gaze. She found a shopping basket and filled it to the brim. As she contemplated dragging it out, she worried about making too much noise. Yet lifting it proved to be quite a challenge. Observing her struggle, one zombie approached to assist her. Alas, it lost an arm in the process. The zombie glanced at the severed limb on the ground, then back at the basket, its expression tinged with sorrow. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Xia Yan offered reassurance. It's all right. You're still handsome without an arm. The zombie proudly raised its head. After considerable effort, she finally managed to get the shopping basket outside, closing the door behind her and restoring its original state. The zombies inside watched her departure with longing. She locked all the car doors, attempting to rouse Fu Huayu by knocking on his window. After 5 minutes of knocking, she wondered if he had died. When Fu Huayu finally noticed a face pressed against his window, he was taken aback. The window slid open unexpectedly, nearly catching Xia Yan's hair. She exclaimed, "You weren't asleep. Why didn't you let me in?" Fu Huayu's lips parted slightly. "You're dirty." Xia Yan glanced at her clothes. They were clean. "You're filthy," he coldly replied. Clenching her fists, she declared, "This is intolerable." Grabbing his collar, she pulled him close, seemingly to kiss him, but instead, she bit him fiercely. Fu Huayu let out a pained grunt, yet a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Releasing him, Xia Yan smirked. "Now that you've been touched by my filth, you're not so clean either." A trace of his blood lingered on her lips, and her expression was wicked, resembling a fallen angel dragged into the depths of hell. Captivated by her appearance, Fu Huayu felt his gloom dissipate. He helped adjust her clothing, his gaze lingering on her fair neck, unable to resist placing a gentle kiss there. Affection level 30, Xia Yan paused, her hand raised to strike him again. "Do you think I'm trading my body for supplies?" she questioned, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I was mistaken. You are a good girl," he replied with evident delight. As he lifted the collar of her dress, he discovered the listening device had vanished. Under the moonlight, tears streamed down her face as she lamented, "I risked my life to get you disinfectant wipes, and you think so little of me. You went on your own?" Fu Huayu's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing her. Xia Yan hesitated. Didn't the little white flower look beautiful in the moonlight? Shouldn't his focus be on that? "I saw the zombies crammed in the convenience store's restroom, so I quickly locked them in and made my escape with the goods," she fabricated. "What was in the restroom? Why were they crowded in there?" Fu Huayu pressed. Xia Yan stammered, "Why do you have so many questions?" Pretending to glance at the bus, she added, "It seems like someone is about to emerge. Let us hide the goods before they discover us." Fu Huayu inquired, "How many people are on the bus?" He opened his phone, revealing the distinct sounds of 3 women panting and 4 men making crude jokes. "They likely won't come out for a while," he concluded as he switched off his phone. Xia Yan finally grasped the meaning of lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. Fu Huayu observed her retreating figure, adjusting his glasses. She was concealing something from him. Chapter 88, The Delicate Flower of the Apocalypse, Part 9. At the break of dawn the following day, they set off towards the next city, intending to gather supplies as they passed through the town. Xia Yan accompanied them to the entrance of a chain supermarket, where a man disembarked from the bus and approached her directly. Yang Tianyu, leaning against the bus door, cast a disdainful glance at Fu Huayu before turning to Xia Yan with a gentle smile, saying, "Once we enter, I will take the lead with Li Bowie. You can simply follow closely behind me." Xia Yan obediently nodded in agreement. After a moment of feigned contemplation, Yang Tianyu remarked, "In truth, gathering supplies can be perilous. Who knows how many zombies lurk within? In my opinion, it would be wiser for you to find a man to rely on, like Dai Mei and the others. So you needn't risk your safety." Before Xia Yan could respond, Fu Huayu interjected on her behalf, "No need. She enjoys adventure." Xia Yan thought to herself, "Who on earth enjoys adventure?" She looked at Yang Tianyu and said, "I want to try killing zombies." Yang Tianyu internally scoffed, believing she had yet to witness the true horror of zombies. Once she did, she would surely resort to trading her body for food. He feigned exasperation, saying, "Very well. Just be careful." "All right," she replied. Before departing, Yang Tianyu cast a contemptuous glance at the man still in the bus, muttering a low insult. A worthless man living off a woman. Xia Yan hurriedly closed the bus door, having caught sight of the gun barrel peeking from Fu Huayu's sleeve. but she knew better than to instigate trouble at that moment. Dai Mei and the other two women sat inside the bus, observing as Xia Yan entered the supermarket with the four men. Chao Shanlei scoffed, "I bet she'll be scared and run out in no time." She mocked Dai Mei. "It seems Yang Tianyu has taken quite a liking to that woman. You'd better be careful." Dai Mei retorted with a cold laugh, "So what if he likes her? Yang Tianyu didn't he seem to mind you when he was with you?" Chao Shanlei gritted her teeth, her eyes reddening. In this apocalyptic world, what dignity did they, unarmed women, possess? They were merely playthings. Dai Mei, noticing her silence, found it equally uninteresting, realizing she was no different, willing to sell herself for a packet of instant noodles. As long as there were men to support her, she had no intention of risking her life battling zombies. Meanwhile, Xia Yan followed them into the supermarket, which had two levels, one above ground and one below. Li Bowie was somewhat capable, having fire-based abilities for ranged attacks, while Yang Tianyu's powers were rooted in strength, necessitating close combat. Xia Yan trailed behind, feeling utterly bored. It was as if they belonged to two different worlds, one side engaged in fierce combat while she strolled like an elderly man on a leisurely walk. However, to avoid appearing out of place, she made sure to exclaim occasionally, "Oh, how terrifying. So frightening. Could you sound any more disingenuous?" Kang thought it sounded insincere. Xia Yan rolled her eyes in secret, "Apologies, my acting isn't very good." Since witnessing the zombies' ridiculous antics in the convenience store the previous night, she found them no longer intimidating. Yang Tianyu, believing her screams were genuine, pushed aside a zombie and quickly approached her, smiling, "Don't be afraid, I will protect you." Noting his deliberately flexed muscles, Xia Yan forced a smile, "Thanks." The zombies lurking in the shadows seethed with rage. This muscle-bound man obstructed their view of a beautiful woman. Yang Tianyu sensed the number of zombies increasing, and their hostility intensified. Li Bowie was also struggling against the onslaught, as the zombies here were far more numerous than elsewhere, and his powers were nearly depleted. "Li Ge, we should have planned better. Look over there." Sun Chao pointed at a sign hanging on the wall that read, "Open 24 hours, vegetables half price after 11 p.m. No wonder there were so many zombies here. Let's retreat." Li Bowie shouted, expending his dwindling powers as he dashed towards the exit. Yang Tianyu, realizing the situation was dire, hurried out as well, but while running, he noticed something amiss. He called out to his companions, "Where's Xia Yan?" "Not here," Sun Chao replied, glancing back at the swarm of zombies. "Forget about her." Yang Tianyu felt a surge of frustration. Had he known, he would have forcibly taken her with him. The prize had slipped from his grasp before he could seize it. The women in the bus watched in dismay as the men rushed out, empty-handed. Dai Mei smirked, for Sun Chao had closed the door, and Xia Yan had not emerged. Once Sun Chao boarded the bus, he glanced back at the SUV and said, "Xia Yan is surely dead. Should we inform that man before we leave?" Yang Tianyu spat. "Why bother? He's useless. If he isn't eaten by zombies in a couple of days, he'll starve to death." The group shared a sense of schadenfreude. Meanwhile, Fu Huayu overheard everything, his expression unreadable as he switched off the listening device, his gaze fixed on the supermarket entrance. Had Xia Yan truly perished? As the bus drove further away, his pale hand ruthlessly pressed a button. The listening device Xia Yan had affixed to the bus detonated in an instant. Boom! The nearby glass shattered, a spark igniting several barrels of gasoline within. In less than 30 seconds, the entire bus was engulfed in raging flames. Fu Huayu savored the sight of the fire soaring into the sky. The wails within must have been melodious. Li Bowie, miraculously escaping, rolled on the ground to extinguish the flames on his body, grateful for his fire-based abilities. Having quelled the fire, he lay on the ground, gasping, and could faintly see the silhouette of Yang Tianyu struggling amid the inferno. How could this happen? Why did it explode? But before he could comprehend it, he spotted an approaching SUV in the distance, and Li Bowie's eyes widened in terror as he shouted, "No. Don't come closer. He saw the man inside the vehicle grinning maniacally, a chilling and sinister smile, like a demon from hell. Li Bowie trembled uncontrollably, his powers completely exhausted, leaving him to crawl forward with all his might. Fu Huaiyu observed the contorted figure on the ground, his thin lips uttering a single word, filthy. At that moment, Xia Yan in the supermarket remained blissfully unaware that her benefactor had orchestrated a massacre to accompany her demise. After the men fled in panic, she emerged from the shadows, stretching her arms and declaring, "Finally, those deadweights are gone." The resources of the supermarket were now hers for the taking, though she lamented she could not carry much. "You could attempt to awaken your second ability." "How do I do that?" Xia Yan's eyes sparkled. She yearned for the strength of an ox. Zombies possess a glassy crystal in their brains. Consuming it offers a 1/3 chance to upgrade your abilities, a 1/3 chance to awaken a new ability, and a 1/3 chance to turn into a zombie. Xia Yan smiled, thinking, even if I become a zombie, I shall be the most beautiful one. After all, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Just as she pondered how to pry open a zombie's skull, a female zombie lunged at her, aiming to bite her face. Fortunately, a male zombie intercepted, taking the bite on his arm and tearing away a chunk of flesh. Xia Yan swallowed hard. Her current basic ability only worked on male zombies, so she wasn't entirely safe. Female zombies still posed a threat. Surrounded by a group of male zombies, she found herself protected, while outside, a layer of female zombies clawed and bit at her, as if she had stolen their men. It seemed she had indeed. She pointed to the female zombies outside, adopting a pitiful expression. Though unable to communicate verbally, her body language conveyed the message, "Those female zombies are terrifying. They've frightened me." Upon seeing her expression, the male zombies bared their teeth and began to overpower the female zombies attempting to bite Xia Yan. Watching the chaotic scuffle between the zombies, Xia Yan couldn't help but exclaim, "Beauty brings disaster." Chapter 89. The Delicate Flower of the Apocalypse, Part 10. After a fierce struggle, the female zombies succumbed to exhaustion, each meeting their end with a shot to the head. Only the male zombies remained, alongside a quivering group of female zombies. Xia Yan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. She had located her coveted watermelon knife at the vegetable stall, yet the thought of extracting crystal cores from the zombies' brains was daunting. Gritting her teeth, she turned her head away, pretending to slice a watermelon instead. With a clink, the knife lodged itself against a zombie's skull. As she pondered the thickness of the supposed watermelon rind, she pried it aside. With her eyes shut, she maneuvered the knife to extract the crystal core, wrapping it in a wet tissue to clean it. To her surprise, the core was a beautiful white, resembling a glistening ice ball. Far from the grotesque image she had anticipated. Flashing a sweet smile at the male zombies, she conveyed her delight and hinted that if they could find more for her, it would surely bring her joy. The male zombies stirred with excitement, eager to present her with shiny treasures to elate her. This supermarket once boasted a water reservoir, still containing water, so Xia Yan directed them to toss the cores into the pool for a thorough rinse. "Well done, little Jia. You have already excavated 6 crystal cores. You are now the brightest treasure of this street." She applauded the male zombie, who strutted with newfound confidence, determined to unearth even more cores to retain his title. With the zombie's assistance, Xia Yan amassed over 20 cores, varying in color, green, red, blue, and many more. Some were purely transparent, while others bore dark streaks. She reserved the pure ones for herself, feeding the streaked ones to little Jia, curious about the effects of the cores on a zombie. "Kong Kong. Which color should I choose?" "Only children make choices. You can have them all." Considering that there were only 6 pure cores, Xia Yan thought it wouldn't hurt to indulge. She arranged them in a row, contemplating different flavor pairings, one with spicy sauce, another with mushroom sauce, and another with chocolate sauce. After a brief internal struggle, she popped one of the white cores into her mouth. To her astonishment, it was not unpleasant, tasting akin to candy and delightfully crunchy. Without further hesitation, she devoured the remaining 5. However, moments later, Xia Yan was gripped by a sharp stomachache, her body aflame as if on fire. "Am I turning into a zombie?" she gasped, drenched in cold sweat. "Hang in there, little sealing. The most important thing is your willpower." Before slipping into unconsciousness, her last thought was a desperate hope that the female zombies would not feast upon her. She awoke 7 days later. "Why?" Her anguished cry echoed throughout the building. After a feverish stupor, she realized she had awakened without any newfound powers, her body now more fragile than before. A mere light pinch on her skin left a red mark. "Congratulations, little sealing. Your enchanting prowess has ascended to level 2. I don't want this. I want strength like an ox." Xia Yan pouted like a petulant child. "Your adorable demeanor is quite captivating," Kong Kong remarked, charmed by her reaction. Xia Yan, was she being cute or just being a nuisance? There's good news to share. What good news? Little Xia has awakened spatial abilities. Ah, why does it get an ability while I become weaker? Xia Yan felt tears welling up. It will heed your commands. Its space is your space, after all. Rolling her eyes, Xia Yan replied, "I know that, but I'm still furious. Just look at me." She pinched herself lightly, instantly bruising. With tears brimming, she lamented. "A touch leaves a bruise, a scratch breaks the skin. What a dreadful power. The prince in this life seems somewhat twisted. I believe he enjoys the beauty of the fragile, which is also a means to quickly increase affection. Your sacrifice shall not be forgotten by the heavens." Sighing, Xia Yan pondered her predicament. What could she do now? Could she really vent her frustration on Kong Kong? Kong Kong felt a chill at its neck. Suddenly, Xia Yan recalled her prolonged unconsciousness and inquired, "Where's the prince?" The prince defeated a truckload of Yang Tianyu's men, then waited at the supermarket entrance for 3 days before driving away. How could he drive? Xia Yan was taken aback. The vehicle was modified for autonomous driving. Xia Yan's heart sank. He did not need her, even in his crippled state. She found herself in the basement level, surrounded by decaying fruits and vegetables, the stench unbearable. Ascending to the second floor, she discovered a scene reminiscent of a slaughterhouse, strewn with zombie corpses, a sight most harrowing. Were there others here before? She inquired. If so, why did they not see me? All these zombies were slain by little Xia, who has evolved into a third-tier zombie with rudimentary consciousness. It recognized the value of crystal cores and eliminated them to extract the cores. Xia Yan trembled. Even zombies seemed more ambitious than her in these times. Scanning the shelves, she noted that everything had vanished, likely stored within little Xia's space. Cautiously, she wandered through the supermarket, calling out, "Little Xia?" A tall, pallid male zombie emerged from the restroom. He resembled a recently deceased corpse rather than a traditional zombie. Lacking the vacant stare and gaping mouth, his body no longer hunched, though his clothing barely clung to him. Xia Yan referred to this phenomenon as zombie resurrection. Little Xia lowered his head shyly upon seeing her. "Are you little Xia?" she asked tentatively. He offered a disconcerting smile, his face rigid and the expression forced. As she circled him, she deduced he was quite young, likely around 18 or 19 when he transformed. If dressed appropriately, he could easily pass for a human. With a wave of his hand, 5 pure crystal cores appeared, accompanied by an enthusiastic ha ha ha. Xia Yan pointed to the cores and inquired, "Are these for me?" Little Xia pressed them into her hands. "Thank you," she said, smiling softly at him. Overjoyed, little Xia nearly leaped in excitement and, with another gesture, revealed a mountain of various supplies behind him, all remnants from the supermarket. Xia Yan's lips twitched. "No need to flaunt your wealth. I appreciate your generosity, but I want to be kept like a trophy. Please put it away. Wealth should not be displayed ostentatiously." Though little Xia did not comprehend her words, he sensed her intent and quickly made the supplies vanish. Xia Yan contemplated. It would be advantageous to keep him close, as it effectively meant bringing along his spatial abilities. She led him to a clothing store, selecting a sporty outfit and a baseball cap for him. Using a mannequin as a model, she patiently demonstrated. "You wear it like this, then like this. Do you understand?" Little Xia After observing, awkwardly attempted to put the pants on his head. Not quite. Xia Yan interrupted, guiding him again, one leg at a time, now the other. Yet, he still mismanaged it, trying to pull the sleeves up like pant legs. Taking a deep breath, she asked the mannequin, "Can you dress yourself?" The mannequin shook its head under her control. With a sudden impulse, Xia Yan twisted the mannequin's head off, holding its plastic head before little Jia, and asked, "Can you dress yourself?" A minute later, Zombie deftly donned its clothing. Chapter 90, The Delicate Flower of the Apocalypse, Part 11. Xia Yan departed the supermarket with her companion, little Jia, embarking on a journey to locate Fu Huayu. Despite having awakened only spatial abilities, little Jia, being a third-tier zombie, possessed strength and speed unmatched by any human. Along their path, he warded off many men with ulterior motives towards Xia Yan. As they traversed the landscape, they vanquished zombies and seized crystal nuclei. Xia Yan consumed the pure ones, while little Jia took the less pristine. During this time, both of their powers advanced by a level. Little Jia increasingly resembled a human, though he remained devoid of body heat and blood circulation, resulting in an unnaturally pale and rigid complexion. After wandering for several days, they finally encountered a village populated by people. However, the villagers did not appear particularly welcoming. Armed with pitchforks, they demanded to know, "Who are you?" Xia Yan raised her hands in a gesture of peace, asserting, "We are good people." The two men interrogating her were momentarily captivated by her delicate hands, pondering how such beauty could exist, evoking a longing to touch them. Sensing their covetous gaze, little Jia emitted a low growl of warning. Startled, Zhang De and Wang Er shifted their weapons toward him, demanding, "Take off your hat. Something seems off about you." The sound he had just made resembled that of a ferocious beast. The standoff continued. Little Jia remained restrained, unable to act without Xia Yan's consent, his throat emitting muffled sounds of restraint. At that moment, Xia Yan exclaimed, "Oh no, my hat." A sudden gust had whisked away her sun hat, exposing her face to the men's scrutiny. They could distinctly hear the sound of their own gulping. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, where scantily clad women were commonplace, they had never encountered someone so clean and pure. A gentle breeze seemed to carry the scent of her shampoo, reminiscent of first love. Xia Yan playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, making the most of her every gesture and expression. "All right, I'll go retrieve it." Zhang De rushed ahead of Wang Er. After picking up the hat, he inhaled deeply, enchanted by her fragrance. When Xia Yan saw him extend the hat towards her without taking it, she frowned slightly and pointed at the dirt, saying, "It's already dirty. Just throw it away for me." Zhang De noticed only a tiny speck of mud and chuckled, "It is dirty, but I'll help you toss it later." A beauty cannot have a single flaw. The state of the hat was irrelevant. Xia Yan was merely revolted by how he had lewdly licked it. She clung to little Jia, feigning vulnerability, and said, "This is my brother. He was frightened by zombies. Could you let us in?" So he's your brother. Come in quickly." The two men readily allowed Xia Yan and little Jia to enter, directing them toward a red brick house. "You can find our captain there. We must remain on duty and cannot accompany you." Zhang De expressed a hint of regret. "Thank you, brothers." Xia Yan waved goodbye as little Jia hung his head. "It's not easy for such a fragile girl to care for a simple-minded brother," Wang Er sighed. Zhang De harbored feelings for Xia Yan, but recognized that in such dire times, he could not protect such a beauty. Upon reaching the red brick house, Xia Yan knocked on the door. A woman's voice beckoned, "Come in. I'm a newcomer to the village and wish to meet your captain." Xia Yan announced her intentions upon entering. She regarded the woman before her with a flicker of disdain. How could anyone remain so pristine in the apocalypse, with long hair, if not relying on men for survival? Coldly, she replied, "I am the captain." Xia Yan, surprised to discover the captain was a woman, smiled and said, "I was passing through with my boyfriend and wanted to stay for a couple of days." Unlike men, women inherently harbor animosity toward delicate flowers. Yet the presence of a boyfriend, especially one perceived as simple-minded, diminished the hostility. Indeed, Chu-Shi's expression softened considerably. She replied flatly, "That's fine. But you must pay a protection fee, and we will not provide food." "All right," Xia Yan readily accepted. "You and your boyfriend will stay in." Before Chu-Shi could finish her sentence, Xia Yan dashed past her. Fu Huayu was taken aback to see Xia Yan alive. He lowered his gaze to the woman resting against his legs, his slender fingers weaving through her long black hair. "I've been searching for you," he said. Xia Yan looked up at him, her hand brushing his face as she softly remarked, "You've lost weight." Chu-Shi clenched her jaw. She fed him well daily. How could he be thin? This woman was quite the actress. Fu Huayu seemed unfazed by her clumsy performance. He merely observed her before pinching her cheek and saying, "You've gained weight." Xia Yan froze, had she? It seemed that with little Jia's spatial abilities, she had indulged in whatever her heart desired along the way, consuming food while little Jia dealt with threats. It appeared she had indeed feasted throughout their journey. Noticing the confusion in her eyes, Fu Huayu chuckled gently, "You've been searching for me? Why?" "Because you are mine." Xia Yan blinked, declaring, "Because I belong to you." Fu Huayu harbored an intense possessiveness toward her. Upon hearing her words, a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. "Favorability 50. Good girl," he said, affectionately stroking Xia Yan as one would pet a cat. Chu-Shi snapped a pen in frustration. Fu Huayu was hers. She stepped forward, pulling Xia Yan away, gripping her wrist and pointing at little Jia, exclaiming, "You just claimed he was your boyfriend." Xia Yan widened her eyes, feigning innocence. "You must have misheard. I said he is my brother." "No, you clearly stated he was your boyfriend," Chu-Shi insisted, looking to Fu Huayu for confirmation. Chu-Shi fell silent. There was no way she could have misheard. This woman was simply too cunning. Xia Yan gazed at Chu-Shi with feigned distress. "It hurts. Your grip is too tight." Chu-Shi scoffed. "Stop pretending. I barely have any strength." Reluctantly, she released Xia Yan's hand. "Darling, it hurts. Please rub it for me," Xia Yan whimpered, extending her hand to Fu Huayu with tears in her eyes. Chu-Shi disdainfully snorted again. "Chu-Shi, you're too forceful." Fu Huayu gently massaged her wrist. His brow furrowed. Hearing Fu Huayu's reproach, Chu-Shi felt a wave of indignation. She retorted, "How was I too forceful? Did I break her bones or?" Her words faltered as she gaped at Xia Yan's wrist, which was marred with bruises, a shocking sight. In a flurry of panic, she stammered, "I didn't apply any force." Could it be she inadvertently awakened a power ability? Zhang De observed the delicate beauty with concern, casting a reproachful glance at the captain, realizing her tender skin was far too fragile to endure such treatment. Chapter 91, The Delicate Flower of the Apocalypse, Part 12, It's all right. It was my lack of clarity that led to Miss Chu's misunderstanding. It doesn't hurt at all, truly. With her enchanting abilities, Xia Yan felt she was indeed the delicate flower she aspired to be. Upon hearing her words, Zhang De and Wang Er exchanged sympathetic glances with Xia Yan as the zombie was poised to attack Chu-Shi. Chu-Shi, infuriated, was rendered speechless. Fu Huayu, with a slight smile, saw right through Xia Yan's little scheme, yet he opted to remain silent. "Darling, I believe it would be best if we left," Xia Yan suggested, stepping forward to lead Fu Huayu away. Chu-Shi intercepted them, declaring, "You may leave, but he cannot." Xia Yan, puzzled, inquired, "Why not?" "Because I promised Uncle Fu to take care of Brother Huayu, and his leg remains unhealed." Chu-Shi bit her lip, casting a rare glimpse of vulnerability at Fu Huayu. Having known each other before the apocalypse, Chu-Shi always regarded their relationship as akin to childhood sweethearts. Had circumstances not rendered Fu Huayu disabled, they might have already been together. Now, with the apocalypse upon them and her healing powers awakened, she was determined to mend Fu Huayu's leg in due time. However, before Xia Yan could respond, Fu Huayu interjected coldly, "There's no need, Chu-Shi. I have lost hope of standing again. My sole desire is to reach the survivor base with Yan Yan as soon as possible." Xia Yan sighed in relief. Having heard from Kong Kong that Fu Huayu's fondness for Chu-Shi was a mere 20%, She had feared he might be reluctant to part with her, given that he had never shown such high regard for any other woman. Brother Huayu, I can take you to the survivor base, Chushi insisted, grasping his hand to prevent him from leaving. I am a cripple and Yan possesses no remarkable abilities. Bringing the two of us along would be a burden. Fu Huayu forcefully extracted his hand from her grasp. Chushi's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she watched him turn away, yet she refrained from stopping him again. Although she could accept taking Fu Huayu alone, she was unwilling to allow Xia Yan to benefit from her kindness. Upon exiting, Xia Yan observed Fu Huayu, wiping his hand with a tissue where Chushi had held it, a smile dancing in her eyes. How did you escape after Yang Tianyu and the others abandoned you? Fu Huayu suddenly asked. Anticipating his inquiry, Xia Yan recounted her fabricated tale. I hid at first, but then Xiao Jia found me. He saved me, and we hid in the underground storage room until the zombies dispersed. Xiao Jia is quite capable, albeit a bit slow-witted. Indeed, Fu Huayu conceded, no longer questioning her story. He retrieved his phone, the screen angle coincidentally reflecting Xiao Jia's face, a pale visage devoid of color. Lost in the joy of having found him, Xia Yan remained unaware of his subtle actions. Fu Huayu's vehicle parked a short distance from the village. Avoiding the muddy terrain of the village roads, Xiao Jia assisted him into the car. As Xia Yan finished speaking, she was astonished to see Fu Huayu standing unaided. Your leg is healed? When did that happen? Noticing her astonishment, he clarified, My leg has long since healed. Chushi's healing abilities are indeed effective. Then why are you still in a wheelchair, pretending to be disabled? There are two reasons. Firstly, if I don't feign disability, Chushi won't let me leave. I refuse to allow her to leverage this favor against me. Secondly, the ground is filthy. Fu Huayu adjusted his glasses. Xia Yan paused for a moment, sensing that the second reason was likely the primary one. Do you still have the wheelchair? She asked. Of course. A fool, a cripple, and a weakling present a completely non-threatening facade. Everyone will let their guard down. A glint of calculation flashed in Fu Huayu's eyes. Xia Yan expressionlessly placed the wheelchair in the trunk, thinking him quite cunning. Seeking solitude, she settled into the back seat, only to find Fu Huayu joining her. Turning to him, she queried, Who is driving? Fu Huayu pointed with his chin to Xiao Jia. He is. But he's an idiot. He's capable of operating in self-driving mode. He merely needs to sit in the driver's seat and pretend, Fu Huayu replied nonchalantly. Xiao Jia, now compelled to take the wheel, emotionlessly gripped the steering wheel. In an unexpected turn, Fu Huayu raised the partition, segregating the car into two spaces, Xiao Jia in front and Fu Huayu and Xia Yan in the back. Xia Yan's brow twitched. Pointing to the partition, she asked, Did you modify this too? Initially, I designed it because I felt insecure with someone behind me while driving. It has indeed turned out to be quite a masterpiece, Fu Huayu remarked with satisfaction. Xiao Jia, sitting alone in front, thought to himself, although I am not human. You are truly a dog. What are you doing? Xia Yan sensed something peculiar in Fu Huayu's gaze. Fu Huayu half forcefully pulled Xia Yan into his embrace. A mischievous smile gracing his lips, routine inspection. Inspection? Recalling the last such occasion, Xia Yan felt her cheeks flush. Half an hour later, Fu Huayu had helped her dress. And although nothing had transpired, they both found their breaths somewhat disordered. Seemingly satisfied with the results of his inspection, he held Xia Yan in silence for a considerable time. Affection level, 55. Receiving this notification, Xia Yan gleefully doodled circles on his shirt. Fu Huayu's voice turned husky. Will you always bring Xiao Jia along? Xiao Jia possesses spatial abilities and is exceptionally capable. He is a reliable companion. Xia Yan assumed he was feeling jealous, so she wrapped her arms around his neck and reassured him. His mindset is that of a 5 or 6-year-old. He merely sees me as an older sister. Then we should not go to the survivor base, Fu Huayu said, lowering his gaze to Xia Yan. Why? She asked, perplexed. Because zombies cannot enter the base and will be shot on sight, he remarked, glancing ahead. Xia Yan was taken aback, stammering, You know Xiao Jia is a zombie? Fu Huayu nodded, aware that she harbored many secrets. However, since she did not voluntarily disclose them, he had no intention of probing further. What are we doing now? Xia Yan inquired, feeling that any destination would be fine, believing being with a zombie was safer. Currently, as the number of ability users increases and many refuse to live in subjugation, numerous bases have been established. I have selected one of the weaker ones, the Shangtian base. Xia Yan wrapped her arms around his waist, stating, As long as I am with you, it matters not where we go. This marked her first heartfelt confession in this lifetime. She had anticipated at least a 5 increase in affection, yet, to her surprise, Fu Huayu pushed her away. Be a bit more reserved. Fu Huayu shifted aside, distancing himself from her. Xia Yan, when you were undressing me earlier, why didn't you think about being more reserved? Men. Fu Huayu leaned against the window, taking a deep breath, nearly losing control. Chapter 92, The Delicate Flower of the Apocalypse, Part 13. Typically, individuals would establish their camps in the outskirts, for seldom would one venture into the city unless in dire need of supplies, as the streets were rife with zombies. However, Xia Yan was unfazed by such concerns. She instructed Xiao Jia to halt the vehicle before a clothing store within the city. Presently, only supermarkets bore the scars of looting, while this luxury apparel shop remained unscathed. For no one would risk their safety for garments or jewelry. Fu Huayu expressed no dissent. He had grown accustomed to Xia Yan's unpredictable actions. Xiao Jia, please enter and clear out the zombies inside. We shall join you shortly. Xia Yan communicated her intentions to the zombie in an unconventional manner. Xiao Jia understood and proceeded into the store, the sounds of clattering echoing from within. Though Fu Huayu maintained a calm demeanor, a profound curiosity arose within him. Why did it heed your commands? Because I am beautiful, Xia Yan whispered playfully, leaning closer to his ear. Fu Huayu chuckled softly. Indeed, she replied earnestly. While she appeared as an innocent flower in the eyes of humanity, to the zombies, she was a vision of irresistible beauty. Do you find it beautiful? Fu Huayu pointed to a dog rummaging near a trash can. Enough. Xia Yan shot him a glare, already anticipating his forthcoming jest. His eyes sparkled with amusement. Before long, Xiao Jia opened the door, signaling that it was safe for them to enter. Noticing a dangling arm, Xia Yan furrowed her brow. Xiao Jia was formidable among zombies, rarely sustaining injuries, which made her confident in sending him to confront them. To her surprise, he had encountered a formidable adversary this time. Does it hurt? She asked. Concern etched on her face. Xiao Jia bared his teeth, revealing a cut on his cheek. It is my fault. Next time, I shall not send you alone. Xia Yan resolved, feeling a sense of urgency. Previously, she had been too complacent. Should they encounter a zombie with abilities surpassing theirs, their lives would be in jeopardy. She nodded, recalling that Xiao Jia had been injured before and had whimpered, indicating that he could indeed feel pain. I suggest you find him a towel to bite down on, Fu Huayu remarked as he rolled up his sleeves. Xia Yan nodded and rummaged through the car, discovering no towels available. Instead, she retrieved a scarf she had worn only once and stuffed it into Xiao Jia's mouth. Fu Huayu glanced over and, gripping Xiao Jia's arm, swiftly restored it to its original state. Xia Yan looked at him in admiration. You are incredible. It seems there is nothing you cannot do. Fu Huayu wiped his hands without responding. Years of experience had rendered him adept at such tasks. Xiao Jia clutched the scarf tightly, exclaiming, This is given to me by Xia Yan. Fu Huayu shot him a look, silently asserting that Xia Yan was his, and so was her scarf. Xia Yan bit her lip, unable to comprehend why 2 grown men were so fond of a pink scarf. No wonder Fu Huayu showed little interest in her affections. Did he wish to be her sister instead? No. She must set him straight. With a frown, she admonished Fu Huayu. How old are you? Competing with a child for possessions? Is this how a brother-in-law should behave? Upon hearing her words, Fu Huayu's mood brightened, and he nodded in agreement. It is indeed my fault. His immediate acceptance of fault surprised Xia Yan. She led both men into the men's clothing store, determined to show them that men's attire could also be stylish, rather than remaining fixated on pink scarves. Fu Huayu and Xiao Jia sat on a sofa while Xia Yan scoured the store for suitable outfits for them. "Professor Fu, you should try on this ensemble," she suggested, handing him a white shirt, a brown trench coat, and gray casual trousers. Typically, Fu Huayu donned white shirts and black trousers, seldom opting for a more vibrant style. His first instinct was to refuse the garments, a reaction Xia Yan had anticipated. Leaning closer, she added, "If you wear this outfit, I will don a super short skirt for you, like a cheerleader." With that, Fu Huayu retreated to the fitting room, while Xia Yan selected a more austere look for Xiao Jia, a black shirt, fitted black trousers, and black leather boots. She settled on the sofa, awaiting the two men's return. The dim light filtering through the large window made her feel as though she were in an ordinary world, not a post-apocalyptic one. Moments later, a figure emerged from the fitting room. The brown trench coat accentuated Fu Huayu's tall, statuesque frame, while the white shirt was fastened securely at the collar, and the black trousers highlighted his long, straight legs. His demeanor exuded a calm and meticulous air, radiating an aura of aloofness. Xia Yan propped her chin on her hand, wiping away non-existent drool. He was undeniably handsome, yet his presence felt distant and unapproachable. Xiao Jia, though slower to emerge, eventually appeared in a manner that met Xia Yan's expectations, serious and composed, resembling a human. However, when he grinned, his true nature was revealed. Both men were like hangers, looking like models in whatever they wore. Xia Yan indulged her visual feast, waving her hand to instruct Xiao Jia to store all the men's clothing in their space. Fu Huayu's lips twitched as he inquired, "Since you intend to take everything, why bother trying them on?" "That's of little consequence," Xia Yan waved her hand dismissively. "After all, we have time to spare. When will you wear that super short skirt?" Fu Huayu leaned down, whispering in her ear. "Any time, though regrettably, I currently possess no such skirt." Xia Yan replied with a mischievous smile. "Eventually you will," Fu Huayu remarked with a smirk. Subsequently, Xiao Jia led them to confront the zombie that had injured him. The creature lay with a broken neck, having evidently evolved to a third level, resembling a human to some extent. Xiao Jia excavated its brain, retrieving a pitch-black crystal core, a color Xia Yan had never encountered before. "This is a crystal core," she informed Fu Huayu. He nodded knowingly. "I am aware. Chushi and the others typically trade using these." "Did Chushi enlighten you on the uses of the crystal core?" Xia Yan sought to ascertain the depth of Chushi's feelings for Fu Huayu. Fu Huayu shook his head and replied, "Chushi wishes for me to be dependent on her, thus she has not disclosed any information regarding the crystal core. However, I suspect it contains some form of energy." Xia Yan recounted the ominous words that Kong Kong had shared with her, a 1 in 3 chance of turning into a zombie. Fu Huayu squinted at the crystal core, contemplating. "It is, in fact, quite a bargain, for even if one were to transform into a zombie, they could still evolve, reaching a level where they bear little difference from humans." She handed the black crystal core to Fu Huayu, anticipating that he would unhesitatingly choose to consume it upon realizing its potential. "Do you require laogan ma or chocolate sauce?" Xia Yan inquired. Fu Huayu chuckled lightly and asked, "If I were to turn into a zombie, would you allow me to follow you like Xiao Jia?" His gaze, through the thin veil of a lens, revealed a confident yet hauntingly captivating darkness in his eyes. Affection level 60, Chapter 93, The Little White Flower of the Apocalypse's Big Shot, Part 14. Xia Yan believed that black was not a favorable color. She retrieved an array of hues, red, white, blue, and green for Fu Huayu to choose from, but he declined them all, asserting that only the black crystal core captivated him. Upon returning to the vehicle, Fu Huayu consumed the black crystal core. Before long, he succumbed to unconsciousness, and Xia Yan cradled him, allowing him to rest his head on her lap for comfort. "Xiao Jia, you've been injured today. You should refrain from hunting zombies. We still possess plenty of crystal cores. Xia Yan urged him to stay put. Xiao Jia whimpered softly, patting his belly. Hunger gnawed at him. How about some bread? An idea struck Xia Yan. Since Xiao Jia was increasingly human-like, perhaps he could consume human food as well. She produced her favorite type of bread and offered it to him. Xiao Jia cast a disdainful glance at it, but, respecting Xia Yan's gesture, took a bite. Observing him intently, Xia Yan noted no signs of discomfort. You can eat the same food as us from now on, Xia Yan declared joyfully. Seeing her smile, Xiao Jia found the bread somewhat more palatable and took another bite, though he still thought it quite unappetizing. On the 7th day, Fu Huayu showed no signs of awakening, and Xia Yan grew increasingly anxious. She also noticed an unnerving silence surrounding them, particularly today. Not a single zombie had passed by. Moreover, Xiao Jia appeared somewhat glum, seated at the driver's seat, his gaze fixed ahead as if facing an imminent threat. Do you sense something? Xia Yan inquired with a frown. Xiao Jia bared his teeth menacingly at the front. Xia Yan deciphered his meaning. A formidable high-level zombie had arrived. Instantly, her vigilance heightened. Xiao Jia was not an offensive ability user. And if they encountered an equally or more powerful attacking zombie, victory would be arduous, especially with Fu Huayu still in a state of unconsciousness. The situation was dire. Xia Yan promptly resolved to drive away, taking a shortcut. Just as the vehicle was about to start, something leaped onto the roof, shaking the car violently with its immense strength. What should we do? Xia Yan looked at Xiao Jia in despair. Xiao Jia grinned at her, opened the car door, and leapt out. Don't go. Xia Yan reached out to grab him, but he swiftly closed the door behind him. The car jolted violently as Xiao Jia grappled with a male zombie, tumbling to the ground. Peering through the window, Xia Yan realized the zombie looked eerily familiar. Xiao Jia was indeed stronger than the other zombie. He seized its neck, attempting to twist its head off. The zombie, however, unleashed a torrent of flames from its mouth, forcing Xiao Jia to dodge, consequently losing the upper hand and being pinned down. Upon seeing the fire, Xia Yan suddenly recognized why the zombie seemed known to her. It was Li Bowie. It turned out that after being run over by a car, he had not completely succumbed to death. At that moment, a passing zombie had bitten him, leading to his infection. This unfortunate series of events had transformed him into a mindless creature, and by chance, he had ingested a crystal core, thus evolving into a high-level zombie. Xiao Jia found himself bitten on the neck, letting out a furious roar. Unconcerned for her own safety, Xia Yan rushed out to assist him. Grabbing a stick, she swung it at the zombie Li Bowie. The stick broke upon impact, inflicting minimal damage. Li Bowie merely flinched in pain but thankfully released Xiao Jia. He seemed to retain a flicker of consciousness, recognizing Xia Yan, and with her exerting her abilities, his gaze turned infatuated. He descended from Xiao Jia and approached Xia Yan. Don't act recklessly, she cautioned, inching backward, sensing intuitively that Li Bowie harbored intentions of dragging her down with him. Xiao Jia, clutching his neck, crawled over and bit Li Bowie's leg fiercely. Li Bowie howled in pain, retaliating with a fireball that ignited half of Xiao Jia's body. Xiao Jia, don't mind me. Run. Xia Yan shouted urgently. Xiao Jia's eyes turned crimson as he frantically stuffed his mouth with 50 or 60 crystal cores. Xia Yan shook her head repeatedly, imploring him to stop. Whether human or zombie, there were limits to what one could endure, and exceeding that threshold could lead to fatal consequences. Li Bowie seized Xia Yan, his long fingernails scraping painfully against her skin. Through his eyes, Xia Yan discerned his intentions. He meant to claim her as his own, to transform her into a zombie to accompany him. I am not yours, Xia Yan retorted coldly, raising the crossbow Fu Huayu had given her and firing at zombie Li Bowie. The steel bolt pierced his eye, eliciting a chilling roar from him. Seizing the moment, Xia Yan broke free, swiftly maneuvering around him to pull Xiao Jia along as they stumbled away from the vehicle. They could not allow Li Bowie to see Fu Huayu. She planned to reach the next intersection and part ways with Xiao Jia, as her allure to Li Bowie would undoubtedly surpass that of Xiao Jia, thus preserving both their lives. Xia Yan shook her head at Xiao Jia, resolutely stating no. A fireball plummeted from above, and Xiao Jia tackled Xia Yan aside. Narrowly avoiding the flames, Li Bowie bore down on them, baring his teeth menacingly. In this critical moment, upon seeing the man emerge from the vehicle, Li Bowie's pupils constricted. He could not shake the devilish visage of that man from his memory. Subconscious hatred compelled him to abandon his cornered prey and rush toward Fu Huayu. Xia Yan's heart tightened. She was unaware whether Fu Huayu had awakened his abilities. Even if he had, he would likely only be at the first level, incapable of defeating a third-level zombie. Resolutely, she retrieved 5 second-level zombie crystal cores from her pocket and stuffed them into her mouth, understanding Xiao Jia's prior emotions. 5 second-level crystal cores were beyond her current capacity to digest. 1 second-level core equated to 30 first-level cores, yet she had no time to spare. Xiao Jia whimpered, attempting to stop her, but instead continued to cram crystal cores into his own mouth. At that moment, a black hole suddenly consumed the crystal cores they held. Xia Yan rubbed her eyes, bewildered. Where did the crystal cores go? What was that? Xiao Jia mirrored her confusion. Not far off. Li Bowie relentlessly hurled fireballs at Fu Huayu, who stood before a massive black hole that devoured all of Li Bowie's attacks. Ultimately, Li Bowie could expel no more fireballs, and merely emitted smoke, while Fu Huayu remained unscathed. Seeing this, Li Bowie let out a few human-like growls of frustration before leaping toward Fu Huayu. Be careful. Xia Yan's heart raced. Fu Huayu sidestepped, and Li Bowie plunged into the black hole behind him, finding himself trapped, horrified as he watched the entrance of the hole gradually shrink. Struggling to escape, he could only recall the mocking smile of that fearsome man, finally grasping the meaning of despair. Chapter 94. The Delicate Flower of the Apocalypse. 15. To her astonishment, he had awakened such formidable powers. Truly, he was a prince of destiny. Xia Yan glanced down to see Xiao Jia clutching his neck, hands stained with dark crimson blood. His eyes rolled back in a lifeless gaze. In that instant, her heart raced to her throat. A zombie could not revert to its former self, and should he perish, it would be final. In a panic, she shouted to Fu Huayu, "What should we do? Xiao Jia is about to die." Hearing her distress from afar, Fu Huayu entered a black void and appeared before Xia Yan in an instant. He was gravely injured, and unless he could upgrade his powers immediately, there was little hope for recovery. Examining Xiao Jia's wounds, he spoke solemnly. He was currently at level 4, but to advance, he needed a level 5 crystal core. Where could they possibly find a level 5 zombie or mutated plant? Time was running out. Xia Yan's face turned pale. Let us place him in the infinite black hole. Time stands still there. Once we locate a level 5 zombie, we can release him, Fu Huayu gently reassured her, promising that he could indeed save Xiao Jia. With a sigh of relief, Xia Yan watched reluctantly as Fu Huayu placed Xiao Jia into the black void. Her brow furrowed with worry as she asked, Li Bowen is in there too. He won't bully Xiao Jia, will he? It's not the same space, Fu Huayu explained, and Li Bowen has been dealt with by someone else. It was then that he noticed the bruises marring Xia Yan's arm, remnants of Li Bowen's earlier aggression. Fu Huayu's eyes filled with concern, regretting that he had allowed Li Bowen to escape too easily. You should have run towards the vehicle. It would have been easier to escape once inside, he reflected. It was quite remarkable. While unconscious, he felt as though his soul was floating above, witnessing everything clearly. He had seen Xiao Jia fighting desperately to protect Xia Yan. While she had lured Li Bowen away from the off-road vehicle, her eyes filled with worry and determination. Xia Yan lowered her gaze, murmuring, I didn't think much at the time. My only thought was to prevent him from killing you and Xiao Jia. Affection level 65. Fu Huayu gently massaged the bruised area on her arm, his voice steady. Rest assured, I will handle everything. In truth, level 5 zombies were still quite rare. Many dared not even dream of them. Xia Yan listened to broadcasts from various bases daily and finally heard of a bounty concerning a level 5 mutated creature. The Xingtian base had discovered a level 5 mutated python on Mount Fulling, which had caused the demise of numerous ability users. Consequently, the base's leaders had announced a reward of 5,000 level 3 crystal cores for its extermination. This was a substantial offer, especially with many level 4 ability users around, making the level 5 crystal core highly coveted. Coincidentally, they had intended to head to Xingtian base, and they had already traversed half the distance. On their journey, they encountered numerous ability teams, all presumably heading for the level 5 mutated python. Fu Huayu parked the vehicle at the entrance of a large department store, as most supplies had already been stored in Xiao Jia's space, leaving the two in need of additional provisions. Inside the mall, they faced only low-level or level 2 zombies, which Fu Huayu dispatched with a mere wave of his hand. "You've awakened fire abilities as well?" Xia Yan exclaimed, astonished, as he incinerated a level 2 zombie with a fireball. "This was the fireball Li Bowen used to attack me. I merely stored it in the black hole and have now released it," Fu Huayu replied calmly. His powers were indeed remarkable. The black hole could consume everything, absorbing and expelling as needed. At that moment, a massive black vortex formed in the air, drawing in everything Fu Huayu deemed necessary. Xia Yan rubbed her eyes, convinced she had just seen something peculiar, a black lace trim. Surely she must have been mistaken. Fu Huayu continued to wield his powers with ease, and Xia Yan admired him. He had only recently awakened his abilities, yet had developed such diverse applications, unlike her, who had taken so long to realize she could comprehend the subconscious of zombies. Suddenly, Xia Yan considered that perhaps her powers had yet to be fully realized. She might also be able to understand the subconscious of humans. She glanced at the man beside her, captivated by his deep, dark eyes, which resembled a black hole drawing her in. At that moment, she saw an image of herself clad in lace lingerie reflected in his gaze. Xia Yan bit her lip, feeling scandalized. Fu Huayu seemed to sense her thoughts, a teasing smile playing on his lips as he leaned closer, whispering in her ear. "What did you see just now?" Xia Yan turned away, unwilling to respond. "All right, let us go," Fu Huayu said lazily, placing a hand on her shoulder, ceasing his playful teasing. As she followed him outside, she mumbled, "I would never wear that." Fu Huayu adjusted his glasses, a sly grin on his face. "Oh, really? What do you mean?" "You know what I mean," Xia Yan huffed, her pride flaring. "Not at all," Fu Huayu replied defiantly, amusement dancing in his eyes. For the remainder of their journey, Xia Yan took the wheel. A fierce battle loomed ahead, and Fu Huayu needed to focus on enhancing his powers. While Xia Yan felt no urgency to improve her own, she was content as long as she could drive steadily. On the third day, they finally arrived at Xingtian base. Due to the influx of teams, the inspection process was slow, and they set up camp at the base entrance. Xia Yan glanced around hastily. Given the base's efficiency, they would likely have to wait 2 more days to gain entry. In truth, she was not particularly concerned about the bounty of 5,000 level 3 crystal cores. Rather, she and Fu Huayu had scoured the area but found no trace of the level 5 mutated python. Thus, they were left with no choice but to wait for the base leaders to summon them. As she surveyed the scene, she noted over 200 tents pitched outside the base. Any team with ability users received a tent from Xingtian base. Xia Yan sensed a palpable hunger for talent in the air. A number of ordinary individuals remained without shelter, huddling together for warmth. Some women of fair appearance might sneak into a tent, as the ability users welcomed any woman sent their way. In this apocalyptic world, romance had become a fleeting reprieve. Fu Huayu had reported his abilities as spatial. While not uncommon, this power lacked offensive capabilities, making it less noticeable. Furthermore, Fu Huayu sat in a wheelchair, and the base personnel showed him little warmth. As evening fell, the base distributed bread to the waiting ability users, but none was allocated for Fu Huayu. Xia Yan thought it better this way. The dry bread was inedible, and throwing it away would be wasteful, while giving it away would attract unwanted attention. To avoid attracting zombies, all the tents extinguished their fires as night fell, and the cold air swept in, causing many to shiver. I'm feeling a bit cold, Xia Yan said, exhaling visibly as she looked at Fu Huayu. He unbuttoned his coat, opening it wide as he beckoned. Come here. Xia Yan shook her head. I must maintain my composure. Oh, then never mind, Fu Huayu replied nonchalantly. In a sudden rush, Xia Yan dove into his embrace, fearing he might change his mind. She hastily buttoned his coat back up, leaving only her head exposed. How wonderfully advantageous it was to wear a loose trench coat. Chapter 95, The Petal of the Apocalypse Leader, Part 16. Fu Huayu gently wrapped one arm around her while holding a book in the other. Xia Yan, curious, tilted her head to glimpse the title, but inadvertently bumped into Fu Huayu's chin. Hearing him wince in pain, she retracted her neck sheepishly, saying, I merely wished to see the title of the book. Biological genes, Fu Huayu replied, a hint of annoyance in his voice, realizing that reading while in her company was a grave error. What does it discuss? Xia Yan pondered, recognizing each letter but failing to comprehend the words collectively. She had merely asked out of curiosity, not anticipating Fu Huayu would engage in a discussion about its contents. His eyes were filled with derision as he scornfully remarked, It propagates the notion of self-destruction, espousing the absurd idea of utilizing artificially edited genes to create a more perfect humanity. With that, he rolled down the car window and tossed the book out. The cover was blue, adorned with chemical formulas that Xia Yan could not decipher. The only legible name was that of the author, Fu Xingzhou. Another with the surname Fu, Xia Yan mused, marveling at the intelligence of those bearing that name in this world. After retrieving the book, her attention was drawn to a nearby commotion. Please, let me go. A girl clad in a pink top was being dragged by a burly man toward a tent. The girl was indeed quite pretty, her voice soft and pleading, her eyes red like a rabbit's. Xia Yan sighed, acknowledging that such vulnerability would only exacerbate the man's brutish instincts. As she expected, the man intended to hoist her and toss her into the tent. Please, someone save me, the girl cried, her voice hoarse from screaming. A flicker of compassion stirred within Xia Yan, yet she felt powerless. Her abilities were hardly suited for heroics. The world had grown cold, and no one intervened. The ordinary onlookers averted their gazes, aware they could not confront the powers that be, while the others with abilities were preoccupied with their own concerns. Nearby, another supernatural being eyed the girl, a fierce-looking man with a scar across his face, part of the same group as the one dragging her. What woman wouldn't comply for a piece of bread from Wang Lar? Why bully this girl? He taunted. A force fruit is never sweet. He then whistled at the girl, adding, come with me and you'll have 2 meals a day. The girl bit her lip defiantly, declaring, I would rather starve than sell my body. Her words garnered the attention of many. You wish to save her? Fu Huayu inquired. I'll snatch her away and flee, Xia Yan replied, casting a hopeful glance at Fu Huayu, wishing for his assistance. You can aid her momentarily, but not for a lifetime. Helping her for even a moment would suffice, Xia Yan insisted. Yet perhaps she desires a lifetime of support. What do you mean? Xia Yan asked, confused. Take a glance at the other women, he suggested. Although skeptical, Xia Yan complied, observing that aside from the supernatural women, most ordinary women were clad in black or gray, their faces smeared with dirt or adorned with unflattering hats. In stark contrast, the girl in pink stood out. Xia Yan began to grasp Fu Huayu's implication. If the girl truly wished to remain unnoticed, she could conceal herself quite effectively. After all, in this apocalypse, women were abundant among those with abilities. Please no. While Xia Yan conversed with Fu Huayu, the girl in the distance struggled with the tense supports, her cries heart-wrenching. Fu Huayu, anticipating her actions, refrained from further discouragement and advised her, if this escalates, run north. I shall be there to assist you. Understood. Xia Yan leaned in and pecked his cheek lightly before turning to the crowd. She caught a glimpse of Fu Huayu through the rearview mirror of a nearby vehicle. Remarkably, he did not retrieve a tissue to wipe his face. It had become apparent that he no longer resisted her touch, even seeming to welcome it. With her hat pulled low, Xia Yan maneuvered through the throng, approaching the tent. Just as she raised her hand to aim at the chest of the supernatural assailant, an ice spike shot forth, intercepting her. Stop! A young man, appearing around 25 or 26, emerged as a champion of justice. As the ice spike hurtled toward him, Wang Lar swiftly erected a wall of earth before him, revealing himself as a soil-based supernatural being. The ice spike lodged into the wall, which then crumbled, scattering debris across the ground. You meddlesome brat. Keep your nose out of this. Wang Lar barked. Help me, Fangge. The girl in pink pleaded, biting her lip, her expression one of distress. Rest assured, I will not allow them to mistreat you, Fang Yan assured her with a reassuring glance. While the onlookers witnessed a hero rescuing a damsel, Xia Yan discerned a glimmer of triumph in the girl's eyes. Lowering her gaze, she allowed a self-deprecating smile to escape her lips, grateful she had arrived late and did not disrupt the girl's careful scheme. She had no desire to remain for the aftermath, but a throng of spectators surrounded her, rendering escape impossible. At Fang Yan's age, if he were not misguided, he possessed a strong sense of justice. He was not adept at cursing or employing cunning tactics. Instead, he showcased his level 3 ice abilities directly to Wang Lar. The crowd gasped as a towering ice spear materialized beside him, exuding an oppressive chill. In the realm of the strong, Wang Lar, despite his burly frame, found himself at a disadvantage, lacking the attacking prowess of Fang Yan's ice abilities, and being only level 2. Reluctantly, he released the girl, cursing as he retreated. Once freed, the girl appeared unsteady, nearly falling, but Fang Yan was quick to catch her. Thank you, Fangge, Zhu Yutong said weakly, leaning against him. You saved me once again. I truly do not know how to repay you. Laughter erupted around them. With someone jesting, what's there to hesitate about? Offer yourself in gratitude. Zhu Yutong's cheeks flushed, and she bowed her head in silence. Fang Yan, flustered, scratched his head, saying, Do not speak nonsense. I have someone I care for. The crowd erupted in laughter, with a man calling out, With your abilities, you can afford to support several. Zhu Yutong clung to Fang Yan, whispering, Fangge, please let me stay by your side. It's not for food. You've saved me so many times, and I wish to serve you. Fang Yan hesitated, unsure how to decline, when a commanding female voice chimed in from the side. Chapter 96. The Little Flower of the Apocalypse Lord, 17. Do you think it's your turn to serve? Xiao Fang has us to attend to her. Li Chunhua pushed through the crowd and stepped forward. Upon hearing the voice, Xia Yan felt a sense of familiarity, and upon seeing the woman, she recalled that this was none other than her original self's mother. Following her was a girl, the original self's younger sister, Xia Qian. She discreetly took a step back, lowering her hat even further. Li Chunhua tore away Zhu Yutong and scolded, Since you pretend to be a chaste lady, don't cling to men. Zhu Yutong bit her lip, her voice trembling as she replied, I'm not. I just want to repay Brother Fang. Stop with the talk of repayment. I can see through your little tricks. You're merely trying to attract him because of our Xiao Fang's charm and abilities, hoping he would come to your rescue. Li Chunhua's sharp tongue fired off like a machine gun. In stark contrast to Li Chunhua's loud and aggressive demeanor, Zhu Yutong appeared weak and helpless, garnering sympathy from many onlookers. Although Xia Qian loathed her mother's antics, they needed to drive away any women attempting to get close to Fang Yan. If one day Fang Yan were to fall for another woman and no longer favor her sister, then both she and her mother would lose their chance to benefit from his generosity. A pillar like Fang Yan was not easy to find. Xia Qian tugged at her mother's arm, halting her tirade, and gently said to Fang Yan, Brother-in-law, my mom is just overthinking. This young lady truly only wishes to express her gratitude to you. I know you are not the type to seek repayment for kindness. That's why my sister likes you. Fang Yan nodded and reassured Zhu Yutong, I haven't done anything. There's no need for you to feel indebted. If I were to demand repayment, wouldn't that make me a petty person? Zhu Yutong's expression stiffened. Xia Yan's mind word. Brother-in-law? Does Xia Qian have other sisters? Surely not. So, this Fang Yan is the lover of the original self? Thankfully, she had not revealed herself earlier. As Fang Yan began to leave, Zhu Yutong hurriedly reached for him, only to be restrained by Li Chunhua. As Li Chunhua attempted to drag Zhu Yutong into a public shaming, she suddenly froze. "Yan Yan?" she exclaimed in surprise and walked straight towards Xia Yan. Xia Yan's heart raced. She was about to deny the recognition when Li Chunhua abruptly lifted her hat, exposing her face to the crowd's gaze. A collective gasp arose. A beauty like her, even in a post-apocalyptic world, was a rare sight. Fang Yan's eyes sparkled with astonishment as he rushed over, gripping Xia Yan's shoulders with excitement. "Xiao Yan, I can't believe you're alive. I'm so happy." The leering gazes of the surrounding men filled her with disgust. Having been in the presence of Fu Huaiyu, who was meticulous about cleanliness, she had refrained from applying anything unclean to her face, only to fall into Li Chunhua's clutches. Fang Yan noticed her aloofness, and a hint of sadness crossed his face. Seeing Xia Yan, Li Chunhua's mind raced with calculations. Fang Yan would now be firmly in her grasp. With Xia Yan's beauty, she might even ascend to become the leader of a base. The more she contemplated, the more delightful the prospect seemed. She proudly pulled Xia Yan before Zhu Yutong and declared, "Do you see? This is my eldest daughter, and she shares a mutual affection with Fang Yan. You should give up any hope of intruding." Zhu Yutong fled in tears, while Li Chunhua wore a victorious smile. Xia Qian, unnoticed in the corner, felt overshadowed by Xia Yan's presence. She harbored resentment that Xia Yan had not perished or turned into a zombie. She wished Xia Yan were merely a memory, a fleeting white moonlight in Fang Yan's heart. Yet, she not only survived but had grown even more beautiful, evidently unscathed by hardship. Despite her and her mother's attempts to cling to Fang Yan, they endured a life of struggle and scarcity. Why did Xia Yan fare better? "Can you let go of me now?" Xia Yan said coldly. Li Chunhua's grip was firm. Her delicate skin was being painfully squeezed. "Daughter, we owe a lot to Fang Yan for taking care of me and your sister. You should properly thank him," she said, a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice, yet still smiling as she held Xia Yan's hand next to Fang Yan's. Li Chunhua's eyes brightened. She assumed Xia Yan had aligned herself with a powerful man and eagerly asked, "Which man?" "Fu Huaiyu, the one you personally took me to visit," Xia Yan replied, looking at her. "That cripple? Why are you still involved with him?" Li Chunhua scoffed. "In this apocalypse, nothing holds value anymore." "Just because you say so, does that make it true? Back when Fang Yan and I were deeply in love, you tore us apart, forcing me to marry Fu Huaiyu. Now that I have feelings for Fu Huaiyu, you want to separate us again?" A mocking expression graced Xia Yan's face. Li Chunhua was momentarily speechless. She thought to herself that before the apocalypse, Fang Yan had no money, but now, in this new world, it was those with abilities who were coveted. Xia Yan found Fang Yan to be agreeable and expressed to him, "My heart now belongs solely to Fu Huaiyu. The past is behind us." Affection level 70. Upon receiving the notification, Xia Yan unconsciously glanced around. Spotting the tall figure of the man at the 12 o'clock position, Fu Huaiyu had been watching her all along. Seeing her unyielding demeanor, Li Chunhua resorted to theatrics. Sitting on the ground and crying, "Do you know how hard it was for me to raise you? You're blaming me now? Your father and brother have died. Do you wish to drive me and your sister to death as well?" Remembering her son and husband made Li Chunhua's cries more pitiful. Xia Yan sneered, gritting her teeth. "Are you trying to drive me to death? Back then, you claimed my brother needed a car and my sister needed money for music school, throwing a fit to make me marry Fu Huaiyu. Now that the apocalypse has come, I thought you might have grown wiser, but here you are, still only thinking of yourself and your sister. Have you ever considered me as a person?" Hearing Xia Yan's words, Fang Yan's eyes filled with compassion. The onlookers looked down upon Li Chunhua's behavior, feeling pity for the daughter completely exploited by her. What sort of misfortune had led to her being born to such a mother? Li Chunhua opened her mouth several times, but could not utter a word. Observing the crowd's judgment, Xia Qian's face flushed with embarrassment. She hurriedly pulled Li Chunhua up, offering a way out. There must be some misunderstanding. We can explain things slowly later. Li Chunhua nodded vigorously. Yes, you've misunderstood your mother. Everything I do is for your good. Xia Yan found this laughable and calmly replied, if you believe it's a misunderstanding, so be it. Just as you said, there are no moral standards anymore. Everything from the past is irrelevant. Don't come looking for me again. With that, she strode towards Fu Huayu. Upon hearing this, Li Chunhua could not accept that it would be disregarded so easily. She hurried after her, but just as she reached out to touch Xia Yan, a man pressed a gun to her head. Li Chunhua's legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground. Fu Huayu holstered his weapon and took Xia Yan's hand, leading her away. He standing? Li Chunhua was astonished. Despite having only met Fu Huayu a few times, she recognized him at once. Chapter 97. The Little White Flower of the Apocalypse Overlord. 18. Are you feeling down? Would you like to cry on my shoulder for a while? Fu Huayu teased, leaning close to Xia Yan's ear. Upon hearing his jest, Xia Yan pretended to wipe her tears and leaned against his shoulder, exclaiming, Professor Fu, your shoulder does not seem as broad as Feng Yan's. Fu Huayu's expression darkened instantly, and he quickened his pace, causing Xia Yan, who was leaning on him, to stumble. Is Professor Fu angry? Xia Yan called after him, fanning the flames. With a little more practice, you'll surely catch up to Feng Yan. Fu Huayu halted, turning to glare at her as he gritted his teeth. Have you hugged Feng Yan before? Xia Yan blinked innocently and smiled. Speaking of which, Feng Yan was one of your students, Professor Fu. Surely you are aware of the relationship we shared in the past? This reminded her of the first encounter between her past self and Fu Huayu, when Feng Yan had brought her to deliver materials to his laboratory. That meeting had sparked Fu Huayu's interest in her past self, and he had subsequently exploited the Xia family's greed to sever the budding romance between her and Feng Yan, forcibly claiming her for himself. It was truly despicable for a mentor to snatch away a student's beloved. Fu Huayu seemed incensed by her words, striding directly to Xia Yan and wrapping his arms around her waist, pulling her firmly into his embrace. Professor Fu, are you embarrassed and angry? Xia Yan teased. Fu Huayu silenced her with a kiss, punishing her with a lingering intensity until she was nearly gasping for air before releasing her. Xia Yan gasped, touching her lip, which had begun to bleed. Are you a dog? Why do you bite? He pressed his thumb against her wound with a mischievous grin. You deserve a lesson. You should remain single. Xia Yan shot him a glare. Fu Huayu scoffed lightly and released her. To her surprise, the injury on her lip had vanished. You can collect healing abilities too? She exclaimed in astonishment. Well, it's a bit troublesome, Fu Huayu replied nonchalantly. People can be so infuriating. Stay away from Feng Yan in the future. He cast a warning glance at Xia Yan. Noting his lingering jealousy, Xia Yan chuckled. What I just said was all in jest. My relationship with Feng Yan was barely budding when you crushed it. He hasn't even touched me. Fu Huayu's tone rose, revealing his good mood as he ambled forward with his hands in his pockets. Affection level, 75. Xia Yan's eyes sparkled with delight as she trotted beside him, linking her arm with his, playfully asking, Were you jealous just now because you like me a lot? Just a little, Fu Huayu replied languidly. Only a little? Xia Yan raised an eyebrow, teasing him for being coy despite their affection level being at 75. A bit more than a little, he remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. Did you fall for me at first sight because of my looks? After getting to know me, do you prefer my face more? Or me as a person? She probed earnestly. You are quite chatty, Fu Huayu said, feigning annoyance, yet his expression lacked any irritation. Please, I am curious. Xia Yan playfully jogged backward to face him. She continued seriously, I once read a book about two lovers who could recognize each other at first sight, even if one changed their appearance. If one day I no longer look like this, would you still fall for me at first sight? This was the question she truly wished to know. Xia Yan's expression fell momentarily, but Fu Huayu reassured her. But I would still fall in love with you. I did not fall for you solely based on your looks. He playfully tapped her on the forehead, teasing. You think too highly of yourself. Do you truly consider yourself an unparalleled beauty? Xia Yan's mood brightened, and she joyfully leapt up, momentarily unaware of the pit behind her. Watch your step, Fu Huayu said, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Laziness, he added, squatting down in front of her. Fang Yan had been trailing behind them, witnessing their intimate exchange, and felt a pang of bitterness as he quietly walked away. Upon hearing Li Chunhua's words, he sneered and bypassed her, entering the tent. This smile unsettled Li Chunhua, who grasped her younger daughter's hand, asking, "What does that mean? Is he abandoning us?" Xia Qian's expression soured as well. She lamented, wishing Xia Yan could have appeared a bit later, finding her too heartless. However, she remained calmer than Li Chunhua, reassuring her mother. As long as he still cares for Xia Yan, he wouldn't abandon us so soon. Li Chunhua sighed. Had I known it would come to this, I wouldn't have stopped them from being together. She then poked Xia Qian's forehead in frustration, saying, "You and Xia Yan both emerged from my womb. Can't you put in a little effort to win Fang Yan over?" Xia Qian frowned at her mother's words, retorting coldly, "You didn't give birth to me looking as beautiful as Xia Yan." Though begrudging, she had to admit that Xia Yan was indeed stunning. Li Chunhua was momentarily speechless, occasionally doubting whether Xia Yan was truly her child. Yet, thinking of Xia Yan's face, she resolved never to sever their mother-daughter bond. The weather after the apocalypse had become exceedingly erratic. The temperature unexpectedly rose at night, making the tents feel stifling. However, those who had received tents were required to stand guard for an hour as per the arrangements of the Shitian base. Since Fu Huayu had not accepted supplies from the base, he was exempt from this duty. The night passed relatively peacefully. The next morning, a knock echoed against the car window as Fang Yan appeared before Xia Yan with breakfast in hand. "I thought I had made myself clear yesterday," Xia Yan sighed, gazing at him with exasperation. "If you had that kind of determination when writing your thesis, you wouldn't have failed a year," Fu Huayu remarked sarcastically, draping a piece of clothing over Xia Yan's shoulders as he looked at Fang Yan with derision. Seeing Fu Huayu, Fang Yan's forehead twitched with anger as he grit his teeth. "I am not as capable as Professor Fu, who doesn't even spare his students' girlfriends." Xia Yan stammered, "Don't say that. We weren't together at that time." She had only just made a promise with Fu Huayu yesterday. Fang Yan's expression fell, revealing his hurt as he said, "I confessed to you this morning, and you clearly said you would give me a response by evening." "My answer is a refusal," Xia Yan murmured, her head bowed in regret. "You lied." Fang Yan's grip on the bread crumbled it to bits. Chapter 98, The Innocent Flower of the Apocalypse Boss 19. As Xia Yan pondered how to console the wounded boy, Fu Huayu nonchalantly began to feed her. He opened his mouth, his slender, delicate fingers pinching a piece of biscuit and placing it in Xia Yan's mouth. After she swallowed, he reached out to wipe away the crumbs at the corner of her lips. Fang Yan, unable to bear their intimate display any longer, discarded the crumbled bread in his hand and turned to leave. A throng of ordinary people swarmed forward, collecting the breadcrumbs. Xia Yan silently rolled down the car window. She could not assist so many individuals, and sometimes, choosing to prioritize oneself was a lamentable option. Fu Huayu handed her the bag of biscuits. "Are you not going to feed me?" Xia Yan blinked and inquired. "Eat it yourself. I'm too lazy to bother with you," Fu Huayu replied curtly. Was he intentionally flaunting his affection in front of Fang Yan to provoke him? Sighing, Xia Yan remarked, "I am but a pitiful creature, unloved and uncared for." She picked up the bag of biscuits, feigning despondency. Seeing her wallowing in self-pity, Fu Huayu found it somewhat amusing. "So pitiful, huh?" he teased, pinching her cheek. Xia Yan turned her head away with a snort. "Professor Fu," she said, and obediently offered the biscuit to his lips. Fu Huayu bit down, capturing not only the biscuit but also her fingertips, sending a tingling sensation through Xia Yan's heart. She turned on the air conditioning, remarking on the heat of the day. In the afternoon, they finally queued to enter the base, only to be separated for inspection by gender. It was rather astonishing to encounter various abilities. The woman conducting the examination possessed X-ray vision. Xia Yan couldn't help but fantasize for a moment, considering her own stunning beauty as a rather commendable ability. The inspection primarily focused on checking for bite marks. Those without issues were led through a 500-meter tunnel into the base. Xia Yan passed through the inspection without difficulty, only to encounter a familiar face in the tunnel. Sister, Xia Yan greeted her with a smile that barely concealed her disdain. Have I ever wronged you? Why do I sense such animosity from you? Xia Yan responded with a smirk. Upon hearing her words, Xia Yan did not refute them. Instead, she scoffed. Because you always obtain what I desire but cannot have. Are you envious of me? Xia Yan tilted her head, finding her response somewhat ludicrous. Since childhood, you have taken my things. Our parents favored you more, and for you, they sold me for 500,000. Now you act as if you are the wronged party? Such shameless words made Xia Yan feel a sense of disgust. Utilizing her abilities, she peered into the past through the gaze of the girl before her. At the onset of the apocalypse, Feng Yan had sought her at the Xia family home, but instead became entangled with Li Chunhua, taking the mother and daughter away. During the journey, Xia Yan developed feelings for Feng Yan, who viewed her merely as a substitute. Their relationship had already progressed to intimacy. Xia Yan's eyes brimmed with mockery. She had once felt guilty towards Feng Yan, but it seemed he was no better. Coldly, she stated, I have no desire to intersect with you any further. If you can persuade Li Chunhua to cease troubling me, I will not approach you again. Let us each take our own path. Xia Yan quickly agreed. Fine. Upon exiting the tunnel, Xia Yan spotted Fu Huayu waiting for her, while Li Chunhua and Feng Yan were also there awaiting Xia Yan. As soon as she saw Xia Yan, Feng Yan intended to approach her, but she deliberately evaded him, rushing into Fu Huayu's embrace and kissing his cheek in front of everyone. Feng Yan halted, his complexion paling. Li Chunhua, witnessing this, sought to confront Xia Yan, but Xia Yan restrained her by the arm. Shaking her head, Xia Yan mouthed something that prompted Li Chunhua to relent. Brother Feng, let us go, she said, bearing a resemblance to Xia Yan. What one cannot obtain is often deemed the most precious. Xia Yan would forever remain Feng Yan's moonlight, and by mimicking her demeanor, she believed she could keep him by her side. Feng Yan stared at Xia Yan, who bore a 50 resemblance to Xia Yan, momentarily taken aback before nodding and leading them away. Despite being embraced by a beauty, Fu Huayu did not feel particularly pleased. He regarded Xia Yan with a smirk. Using me as a shield to ward off unwelcome advances? I simply wish to sever ties with him decisively, Xia Yan replied, patting him on the back. Moreover, you are my man. Would you prefer I seek another to be my shield? You dare. Fu Huayu shot her a sidelong glance. Upon entering the base, they were ushered into a conference room where many awaited. Xia Yan and Fu Huayu chose a corner to sit. Once the room filled, a short, middle-aged man entered, flanked by 5 bodyguards. Greetings, everyone. I am Zhongsheng, the head of the Shentian base. His tone was balanced, revealing a keen intellect. The sole purpose of your presence here is the 5th-tier mutated python, discovered by my special task force during the establishment of this base. Out of an entire battalion, only 1 soldier survived. The danger involved is evident. I will distribute maps indicating the location of the mutated python. Consider your decision to pursue it carefully. As Zhongsheng concluded, a group of women in uniforms entered with maps to distribute. A captain from a nearby ability team raised his hand to inquire. I would like to confirm, is it true that killing this mutated python rewards 5,000 3rd-tier crystal cores? Upon hearing Zhongsheng's words, some attendees hesitated. Given the favorable conditions here, why risk their lives to hunt the python? A number of lower-tier abilities opted out, leaving around 80% who took the maps and departed. Seated in the rear corner, Xia Yan and Fu Huayu were slower to exit. Zhongshan intercepted them, and upon catching sight of Xia Yan's face, he momentarily appeared captivated before swiftly concealing his surprise. He smiled at Fu Huayu. Aren't you two staying? He remarked. Space abilities would be of little use against a 5th-tier mutated python. Surprised, Xia Yan realized the head of the base was rather astute. He seemed to remember the individuals who had previously registered their abilities. Fu Huayu and Zhang Sheng exchanged a brief glance, each understanding the other's character through a mere look, two cunning foxes recognizing one another. Zhang Sheng stepped aside, smiling, "I wish you success." Chapter 99. The Little White Flower of the Apocalypse, Part 20. Dozens of vehicles, including military trucks, departed simultaneously from the Shengtian base. Following the map, they arrived at a thicket where all halted, unable to drive any further. They could only proceed on foot with their burdens. Perhaps due to the mutations of the apocalypse, the trees here were notably robust, their black leaves and branches exuding an ominous and oppressive aura. Shadows flitted through the underbrush, accompanied by the occasional eerie call of a bird. The ground was entangled with complex roots and vines, and Xia Yan found herself stumbling intermittently, relying on Fu Huayu to guide her along. Behind them, a man scoffed derisively, mocking, "You brought a woman along? Do you think there aren't enough people to fill the gaps for the mutated pythons?" Another individual whistled at Xia Yan, jesting, "Sister, that pretty boy is unreliable. Why not find solace in your brother's embrace?" This speaker, with his sharp ears and gaunt visage, resembled a monkey. Fu Huayu refrained from engaging with the two. Adjusting his glasses, observing the cold glint in his eyes, Xia Yan sensed that someone was about to face dire consequences. The rustling sounds in the forest intensified. "Did you hear that?" asked the captain of a small squad, halting and scanning the surroundings. The sound was viscous and unsettling. Yet it did not resemble the slithering of snakes. "Look up in the trees," one person stammered, pointing. To their horror, the trees were infested with leeches, grotesquely mutated and larger than a palm, some dangling from branches, their suckers writhing grotesquely. Xia Yan felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air. The source was a man whose face was plastered with a massive leech, the very same ruffian who had teased Xia Yan. He was bewildered by the sudden appearance of the creature on his face, and as it latched onto him, he became paralyzed, unable to resist. The nearest person quickly grabbed a stick to pry the leech from his face. Bo Biao collapsed to the ground, his lips drained of color, his face gaunt and resembling that of an elderly man. In a brief span, he lost a significant amount of blood, and the leech swelled to the size of a basin. I want to leave." Oh Biao feebly reached for his teammates, but before he could finish his plea, countless leeches rained down from above, akin to a torrential downpour of leeches. "Help! Run! Save me!" The air was filled with a cacophony of screams, as various abilities erupted chaotically. The leeches were nearly impervious to physical attacks. They multiplied with each strike. 1 became 2. 2 became 4, and the more they were hacked at, the more they proliferated. The scene was utterly repulsive, yet Xia Yan remained unperturbed. For all leeches vanished upon approaching her by a meter, likely absorbed by Fu Huayu into his black hole. He also collected many vacated abilities, allowing the two of them to navigate the chaos with ease. At that moment, a new squad burst into the fray, led by Chu Shi, who called to her teammates. "Are there any fire abilities among you? We need to burn this place down." "I am." Yu Yan gritted his teeth, responding to Chu Shi. They could no longer afford to be divided. If they did not unite, none would escape. Soon, several fire users joined her, unleashing flames from all directions. The air filled with the pungent odor of charred flesh as the blood-sucking leeches crackled in the heat. This tactic proved effective, incinerating a significant portion of the leeches, though indiscriminate attacks resulted in many sustaining burns, prompting water users to assist in extinguishing the flames. The group staggered away from the encirclement of leeches, their faces smeared with dirt and exhaustion. "Let us go. I don't want to die here." With so many casualties so soon after entering the jungle, the dangers within became apparent, dissuading those who had hoped to scavenge. Ultimately, only about 20% remained. Chu Shi was taken aback to find Fu Huayu here. She excitedly grasped his hand, exclaiming, "You can stand now?" "No need, Miss Chu. I possess abilities that can protect me." The formal address distanced them, Feeling a pang of disappointment at his cold demeanor, Chushi nevertheless felt a flicker of joy upon learning he had awakened his powers. She shot a glare at Xia Yan, taunting, "You haven't awakened any abilities yet, have you?" Embarrassed, Xia Yan chose not to disclose her extraordinary ability, opting to feign ignorance. She lowered her head, tacitly accepting Chushi's assertion. Fu Huayu draped an arm around her shoulders, casually stating, "She has me. That is sufficient. She does not require abilities." Chushi felt as if struck by 1,000 arrows, forcing a smile as she suggested, "Why not join my squad? You could use protection. I encountered your father on the way here. He seems to be searching for you and should arrive at Xingtian base within the next couple of days." Xia Yan noticed the abrupt shift in Fu Huayu's demeanor upon hearing the word father, a chill emanating from him. "No need. I prefer not to fight alongside others," Fu Huayu replied icily. Repeatedly rebuffed, Chushi felt her pride wounded, while others in the group began to perceive Fu Huayu as excessively arrogant. One man mockingly remarked, "Don't overestimate yourself. It's an honor for you that Chushi invited you to join. What makes you think you're so formidable? Just a weakling. Should others beg you to join?" "Exactly." Many echoed in agreement. Chushi waited until the chatter subsided, then admonished, "Enough, stop talking or I'll be angry." The group fell silent, though disdain still flickered in their eyes as they cast glances at Fu Huayu. Turning to Fu Huayu, Chushi spoke softly. "They are blunt, but mean no harm. Please don't take it to heart. By the way, what abilities have you awakened?" Fu Huayu replied nonchalantly, "Spatial ability." The group scoffed, as spatial abilities were often regarded as the least useful. Just as Chushi opened her mouth to respond, flames erupted from Fu Huayu's hand. "And fire ability too. Dual abilities? No wonder he's so arrogant. Water ability as well." With a wave of his hand, a water dragon materialized. The crowd gasped. Three types of abilities? Yet he was not finished. He continued, "I also possess metal, wood, and ice abilities." Everyone stared in disbelief as Fu Huayu displayed nearly 10 different abilities. The chatter ceased, for he was truly extraordinary. No wonder he carried himself with such confidence. He had every right to do so. The man who had previously called Fu Huayu a weakling felt utterly humiliated. Xia Yan observed Fu Huayu's actions thoughtfully. He was not one to seek attention. Rather, he preferred to ensnare his prey gradually before striking. His unusual display of abilities in front of the group suggested he was plotting something. At that moment, she realized that the one ability he had not showcased was his true power, the infinite black hole. Chapter 100, The Little White Flower of the Apocalypse Overlord, Part 21. Since Fu Huayu revealed his talents, the gazes directed towards him transformed dramatically. Even the men who once eyed Xia Yan with hostility have since retreated. That evening, the group gathered around a large bonfire. With Fu Huayu having laid his cards on the table, Xia Yan's quality of life improved significantly. What was once a desire for self-heating hot pot had now escalated to enjoying freshly cooked hot pot. The others cast envious glances, their dry bread tasting bland in comparison. Yet no one dared to challenge Fu Huayu's authority. The elemental forces of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth coexist and counteract one another. And Fu Huayu possessed all these powers, rendering him virtually invincible. They understood that even if they craved more, they must suppress it. That man was not one they could afford to offend. Chushi displayed a disapproving expression. She believed Fu Huayu was indulging Xia Yan excessively. In such perilous circumstances, he allowed her to revel in hot pot. Chushi herself possessed dual abilities, healing and metal manipulation, and as a woman, she considered herself exceptional, believing only she deserved someone as outstanding as Fu Huayu. As for Xia Yan, serving merely as a warm bed was inconsequential. After all, Fu Huayu was simply too remarkable. She was resolute in her pursuit of him. Inside the tent, Xia Yan asked, her face darkened, "Must we sleep in the same sleeping bag?" "This is a double sleeping bag," Fu Huayu replied matter-of-factly. "Are you certain?" Xia Yan felt as though they were nearly pressed together. Could a double sleeping bag truly be this small? "Hush." Fu Huayu stifled a yawn. By the way, why didn't you mention your father before? I thought, Xia Yan halted, refraining from finishing her thought. Just assume he is dead. Fu Huayu's tone turned icy. Is your relationship with him poor? Xia Yan inquired, curiosity piqued. Fu Huayu tightened his grip around her, his voice chilling. Do not be curious about him, and do not attempt to approach him. He is a madman. I understand. Xia Yan reached out to trace his brow. Do not frown. Under her gentle touch, Fu Huayu's furrowed brow relaxed. Let us sleep. Fu Huayu softly patted her back, providing Xia Yan with immense reassurance. The following day, they were awakened before dawn by the ruckus outside. Have you seen Qian Sanqiang? A team leader was inquiring everywhere. No. Our team Li Shuang is also missing, another voice chimed in. Some people are missing, and there are members from our team unaccounted for, Zhang Da reported to her. Observing the frantic searchers resembling headless flies, Chushi stepped forward to take charge. Everyone, let us not panic. First, let us tally how many teams have lost members and how many are missing. Exactly, maybe Xiao Jia has just wandered off. There's no need to make a fuss. Someone remarked dismissively. Zhang Feng frowned. It cannot be Xiao Jia. Our team members disappeared 4 hours ago, and we searched the vicinity. This forest is vast. The trees all look alike. They may have just lost their way. This poses a problem. It is impossible for all 7 to have lost their way. And everyone knows the dangers of this forest. No one would wander far. Hearing that so many were unaccounted for, some began to panic. Could they have been abducted? Impossible. If they were abducted, there would surely have been struggles or cries for help. But did you hear anything last night? No, I did not hear a sound. Neither did I. And there are no signs of anything here. If something had come, it would have left traces. The crowd murmured in confusion. How are there no traces? Fu Huayu crouched beside a deep gully, pinching a piece of snake skin between his fingers. If I am not mistaken, a mutated python passed through here last night. Looking at the gully, one person's legs buckled, causing him to fall to the ground. Zhang De swallowed hard, stammering, Is this the gully made by the mutated python? Everyone approached cautiously, trembling. The gully must be at least a meter wide. Impossible. Someone immediately retorted, If the mutated python had come, we would have sensed it. Did any of you hear anything yesterday? No, I slept soundly. Me neither. Fu Huayu discarded the snake skin, his voice calm. It is precisely because no one heard anything that it is strange. Indeed, Wang Er scratched his head. Since the apocalypse, I have never slept soundly, yet for some reason. I slept particularly well last night. Yes, me too. And I recall that when we camped yesterday, this gully seemed non-existent. Xia Yan exchanged glances with Fu Huayu, asking, Are you suggesting that this mutated python possesses psychic abilities? Indeed, Fu Huayu adjusted his glasses. Let us follow this gully and see where it leads. Chushi called for everyone to move together. The discovery of the mutated python was more terrifying than they had anticipated, and no one wished to remain behind, believing that moving together would be safer. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the gully gradually shallowed until it disappeared altogether. They soon noticed additional dragging marks on the ground, with copious slime mixing with grass and mud. Following the marks, they found 7 corpses beneath a towering ancient tree. Their bodies covered in slime, expressions contorted in agony as if they had endured immense suffering. Their deaths appeared to result from being strangled and then swallowed by the massive python before being regurgitated. Someone stepped forward to wipe the slime from their faces. Although a significant portion had eroded, their features were still somewhat discernible. Wang Er pointed at one body, terrified, It's Lao San. All their bones are shattered, reported one who had examined all the corpses. I must kill that mutated python. One of the deceased's brothers clenched his fists, teeth gritted. Go ahead and kill it. I want nothing to do with this. I just want to leave. Wait for me. I will leave with you. Several small teams, terrified by the gruesome sight, fled in a panic. Those who remained were not intending to leave, were they? Chushi surveyed the crowd. We have already lost quite a few. It would be a disservice to the brothers who sacrificed themselves if we return empty-handed, Yu Yan stated sternly. There are still 3 teams left, comprising over 20 individuals. Chushi's team has 10 members. The one led by the ability user named Xia Yan has 7. And the remaining team, the largest, consists of 12 members, led by Wu Yao, who is one of the deceased's brothers. Chushi proposed, "Our numbers are dwindling. If we continue to act alone, none will survive. Let us form an alliance. The bounty at the base will be divided per head, with the team that ultimately slays the python receiving a 5th-tier crystal core, while the other 2 teams will each receive 1,000 3rd-tier crystal cores." Xia Yan pondered for a moment before agreeing. Wu Yao, intent solely on avenging his brother, had no objections regarding the crystal cores. Chushi turned to Fu Huayu. He was not part of any team, and she was uncertain of his plans. Fu Huayu, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "I will not join. Let us part ways here. Huayu, I know you are incredibly powerful, but it is truly dangerous for you to go alone." Chushi expressed her reluctance to separate from him. Xia Yan touched her nose, feeling somewhat useless despite her presence. It seemed Fu Huayu had caught her inner thoughts. As he draped his arm over her shoulder, smiling, "I am not alone. I have Yan Yan, and she will protect me." Xia Yan confidently patted her chest. "I will take good care of you." Chushi rolled her eyes. A gust of wind could blow her away, and she doubted she would be a hindrance to Fu Huayu. Chapter 101, The Little Flower of the Apocalypse Overlord, Part 22. Look, there's a large hole here. When Wu Yao's subordinates were burying a corpse, they stumbled upon a hole as tall as a person beneath the tree roots. The mutated python must be down there. Let's take a look. Wu Yao brandished a flashlight, illuminating the depths, but all that met his gaze was darkness, accompanied by a pungent earthy aroma. "Forget it, boss. Let's wait here. What if it's a snake den down there?" Wu Yao's team member hesitated, reluctant to venture further. Just then, a gust of cold wind swept through, causing the temperature to plummet. Fu Huayu glanced at the sky, catching snowflakes as they descended. This wretched weather. It was sweltering just moments ago, and now it's snowing. Zhang De exclaimed in despair. After the apocalypse, the unpredictable weather had become a norm for them. Snowflakes danced down, and a sudden breeze caused the leaves to fall. In winter, snakes should be hibernating. Xia Yan, who had run a pet store before the end of the world and had kept a golden python, was not particularly afraid of snakes. Perhaps this is a good opportunity. Let's go down and check it out. Wu Yao's eyes glimmered with excitement as he looked at his teammates. "If you're willing to follow me, let us go find the mutated python. If not, so be it." With that, he was the first to enter the hole. His teammates exchanged hesitant glances, but none followed him inside. Xia Yan surveyed them briefly before leading his own team into the depths. Although their group was smaller than Wu Yao's, their camaraderie was strong. Chushi had been attentively watching Fu Huayu, who was kindly helping Xia Yan adjust her down jacket's hood and gently asked, "Do you want to go in?" "I'll follow your lead," Xia Yan replied, linking her arm with his, seemingly placing her full trust in him. "Let us go." Unable to contain her fury, Chushi stormed into the hole with her team. Fu Huayu glanced at the treetops and, holding Xia Yan's hand, pondered, "Let us go for a stroll inside." "All right." Seeing the two enter, the remaining 11 exchanged bewildered looks. Li Cheng bluntly stated, "Going in is courting death. Captain Wu is seeking revenge for his brother. We don't need to accompany him to his demise." "Exactly. Who knows what dangers lurk inside? Even if we obtain a crystal core, we must survive to enjoy it." As they lingered, they began to feel a bit warm, deciding to shed their coats and rest on the ground. Just as they were about to doze off, a piercing scream shattered the silence. One person suddenly stood up, pointing frantically, "A snake." "Where?" Several others shouted in alarm. "Over there." He indicated a cauliflower snake on the ground. Li Cheng initially thought it was the mutated python, only to find it was merely a small, non-venomous snake, which he easily incinerated with a casual display of his ability, scoffing, "What a fuss over a little snake." Not just one. The man retreated a step, trembling, as countless small snakes emerged from all directions. Li Cheng stood frozen as the 11 quickly turned their backs to form a circle. hurling their abilities at the writhing mass of snakes. How can there be so many? I've been bitten. Ah. Before long, their powers were exhausted. Cries of despair echoed as Li Cheng watched helplessly as the swarm of snakes engulfed them. Inside the cave, the earthy scent lingered. Xia Yan found it strange. They had entered together, yet the others had vanished into thin air. No need to panic. Come sit for a moment, Fu Huayu said, patting the spot beside him. Gesturing for her to sit down. Xia Yan sat down in confusion. Tea? Fu Huayu waved his hand, and a tea set appeared before them. We're in a snake den. Not a CAF. Can we not be a bit more serious? Xia Yan sighed in exasperation. Not necessarily, Fu Huayu replied with a slight smile. Xia Yan found his words enigmatic. Suddenly, Fu Huayu snapped his fingers, and in the blink of an eye, the surrounding scenery transformed into a CAF. Xia Yan was taken aback, exclaiming, "Have we been hypnotized?" Fu Huayu regarded her with a knowing look. It seems the notion that beauty is synonymous with intellect is a fallacy. Xia Yan hurled a nearby cushion at him. Were we hypnotized upon entering the cave? She inquired. Puzzled. Earlier, Fu Huayu replied, sipping his freshly brewed tea. Could it have been when it started snowing? Xia Yan shot up, feeling a chill run down her spine. Fu Huayu nodded, giving her an approving glance. How did you figure it out? Xia Yan gazed at him with admiration, like a starry-eyed fan. Because of the green shoots at the treetops, Fu Huayu chuckled softly. Snakes do not experience true winter. They wish to create an illusion, making us believe we are in an environment conducive to their hibernation. Yet, the illusion they crafted reflects what they perceive upon awakening from slumber. Even though the imagery is quite similar, the scenes of January, February, and March differ. However, in the apocalypse, any weather is conceivable. The greatest flaw lies in the excessive detail of the illusion. Sometimes, the more deliberate, the more artificial. So, aside from drinking tea, what else can we do? Xia Yan asked, embracing the cushion in boredom. We could have milk or coffee. Fu Huayu tossed her a few bags of chips. I've seen the fate book. Clearly, this is supposed to be hell mode. How did it turn into a vacation mode for you? K-ing pondered, somewhat questioning her existence. Zombies won't harm her, and resources are abundant. Is that considered hardship? K-ing rolled her eyes. The prince's favorability is at 80 now. Xia Yan had grown indifferent to the favorability ratings. Recently, she simply wished to be with Fu Huayu, without making any special efforts to enhance it. After Xia Yan had eaten and drank her fill, Fu Huayu checked the time. It's about time. Chushi looked around in disbelief, exclaiming, How are we still here? We were just swirling in the cave. Yu Yan shared the same puzzled expression. We've been hypnotized. Chushi was the first to realize. Wu Yao, heartbroken, gazed at his fallen comrades, suddenly feeling like a solitary figure. Mutated python, come out. He bellowed into the void. Calm down, Wu Ge, Chushi urged, frowning. There were 14 of us, and now I'm the only one left. How can you expect me to remain calm? Wu Yao's eyes bulged with rage as he shouted, Beast. Show yourself. Unexpectedly, his shout summoned the beast. A massive python, over 1 meter in diameter and more than 30 meters long, slithered out of the cave. Retreat. Those near the entrance turned and fled. Wu Yao, crackling with electricity, confronted the mutated python head-on, unleashing a bolt of lightning towards its head, convinced that such overwhelming power would surely bring it down. To his shock, the lightning veered off course. Impossible. Wu Yao shook his head in disbelief. At such close proximity, it could not have missed. Having exhausted all his abilities with that strike, he found himself vulnerable as the mutated python constricted around him. Observing this, the others hastily directed their powers at the creature. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, various abilities soared through the air, yet none found their mark, narrowly missing each time. They felt disoriented, unable to discern the python's location. It's using its mental power to interfere, Fu Huayu furrowed his brow. Chapter 102, The Delicate Flower of the Apocalypse, Part 23. Xia Yan felt that if things continued this way, these people would face total annihilation. In her previous life, She had encountered the devouring python, which alleviated her fear of the gigantic serpent. She recalled that her unique abilities were effective against zombies and humans alike, and perhaps they could also be beneficial against mutated creatures. The mutated python's eyes were quite formidable, and Xia Yan concentrated her powers to lock eyes with it, hoping to disrupt its mental capabilities. It proved effective. The mutated python abandoned the others and surged directly towards her, its massive form maintaining an astonishing speed akin to a rubber band. In the blink of an eye, Xia Yan found herself atop its back as it burrowed into a hole. The scenery blurred around her, and she felt as though she were on a roller coaster. Fu Huayu's expression darkened, and he was about to pursue when a man grasped his shoulder. "It's been a while, son." The man removed his baseball cap, revealing a face strikingly similar to Fu Huayu's, though time had etched deeper lines upon it. Chushi stepped forward playfully, saying to Fu Huayu, "Uncle Fu has actually been with my team all along. He merely wanted to surprise you by staying hidden." "I tricked you, didn't I?" Fu Huayu glanced at the hand on his shoulder and scoffed. "A surprise, indeed. What a delightful surprise. Do you fancy that girl? Go on, pursue her." Fu Xingzhu revealed a knowing smile. "She's just a woman. It's not worth risking my life for her," Fu Huayu replied nonchalantly. "Very well." Fu Huayu nodded in agreement. Yu Yan looked at him with a mocking gaze. "But she is your woman. Are you truly going to let her die?" Seeing the others leave, Yu Yan's team inquired, "Captain, are we not going?" Looking at his 6 comrades, Yu Yan sighed. "Forget it, we can still earn crystal cores. But once life is lost, nothing remains." They began to pack their belongings to depart. Before leaving, Yu Yan cast one last glance at the dark entrance of the cave. That delicate girl must be terrified now. Perhaps she had already met her end within the serpent's belly. He turned away, unable to bear it, and picked a bouquet of white flowers to place at the cave's entrance. Unexpectedly, Fu Xingzhu turned out to be the creator of the space, while Zhang Sheng was merely a figurehead. Fu Huayu lowered his gaze, concealing his derision. The laboratory was impressively constructed, and Fu Xingzhu entered his fingerprint and iris to unlock the door. Upon entering, they were met with a variety of living monstrosities contained within glass enclosures. As they approached, the creatures pounded against the glass, emitting ferocious roars. Fu Xingzhu gazed at these creatures with obsession, arrogantly proclaiming, "They are my masterpieces, born of my creation." Fu Huayu pondered whether he should applaud his madness or simply slap him awake. He suppressed his disgust and followed Fu Xingzhu deeper into the chemical factory. "My ultimate wish is to aid humanity in achieving its final evolution." Fu Xingzhu laughed maniacally, self-assuredly declaring, "My genetic modification project is on the brink of success. Future humans will be smarter, healthier, and stronger. Humans have evolved over millions of years to reach their current state. What makes you think your limited knowledge can alter humanity?" Fu Huayu could not resist the urge to mock. The apocalypse was not a coincidence. Humanity has changed. With powers, we can even manipulate nature. After genetic modification, we will have a brighter future, Fu Huayu retorted vehemently. Standing atop a platform, Fu Huayu gazed at the bubbling, murky liquid below, coldly stating, "I do not see the beautiful future you speak of. I see a deadly virus spreading among humans, countless families shattered. You have long known that your plan has gone awry, so you wish to drag everyone down with you? I have not failed. I have merely encountered a bottleneck. Yet, you can help me surpass it, for you are my finest creation." Fu Xingzhu's eyes sparkled with madness as he looked at Fu Huayu. "I cannot assist you. I refuse to marry. Is it because of that girl?" Fu Xingzhu squinted at him. "Impossible. She is already dead," Fu Huayu replied coldly. "You must choose one of the two. Do not force me to take action," Fu Xingzhu warned. Fu Huayu clenched his fists, his blood racing as he gritted his teeth. "I will marry Chushi." Fu Xingzhu nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, as the mutated python raced forward, Xia Yan pondered how to escape when she suddenly perceived a flash of light, only to find herself in a strange space. No matter how fast the mutated python was, it could not possibly outrun the speed of light, could it? She looked down to see a carpet of stars beneath her, the surroundings sparkling like fireflies. The python was to her left, separated by an invisible barrier that neither could cross. "Weren't you quite arrogant before? Come over here. Let us see if I don't take you down." Xia Yan taunted the mutated python. It lunged forward, crashing into the barrier, its tongue flicking wildly in frustration. Gazing into its eyes, she sensed an overwhelming hunger. Clearing her throat, she thought it best not to provoke it further. What if the barrier vanished unexpectedly? As she lay in the void, contemplating the twinkling lights, a figure floated towards her. "Xiao Jia!" Xia Yan exclaimed in surprise at the still form of zombie Jia. So, she was indeed trapped in Fu Huayu's dark void. If he could confine the mutated python, why not release her? Time ticked by slowly. How dull. "Fu Huayu, let me out!" Xia Yan shouted into the void, unsure if he could hear her. She squatted there, doodling circles and murmuring, "Fu Huayu, I like you. Can you hear me? Fu Huayu, Fu Huayu, Huayu." Perhaps he couldn't hear her after all, otherwise he would have released her by now, given all her noise. At that moment, Fu Huayu was dining with Fu Xingzhu and Chuxi in the hall when he heard Xia Yan's sudden declaration of affection, causing his hand to pause momentarily. Chuxi, concerned, asked, "What's wrong? Is the food unpalatable?" Noticing Chuxi's unwavering gaze on Fu Huayu, even as his figure disappeared from sight on the second floor, Fu Xingzhu chuckled, "In 3 months, you will hold a wedding, and you shall see him every day thereafter." Chuxi shyly lowered her head. "When will your father arrive?" Fu Xingzhu inquired. Fu Xingzhu nodded. After all, it is the second largest base. He naturally has much to attend to. Chapter 103, The Little White Flower of the Apocalypse Overlord, Part 24. Upon returning to the bedroom, Fu Huayu drew the curtains tightly and extinguished the lights. After casting a careful glance around to ensure no cameras were present, he entered the abyss of darkness. Just as Xia Yan was becoming bored enough to count the stars, she finally spotted Fu Huayu approaching her, illuminated by starlight. Like a ravenous wolf pouncing on its prey, she exclaimed, "Professor Fu, you've finally come to fetch me." Fu Huayu lowered his gaze and studied her intently for a moment before pulling her aside. "What is wrong with you?" Xia Yan asked, her hands twisting nervously, sensing something was amiss. He remained silent, exuding an icy aura. Nearby, a mutated python sensed his presence and began to thrash violently against an invisible barrier. Fu Huayu clenched his fingers, and with a resounding explosion, the mutated python disintegrated into a gruesome mess. "Ah!" Xia Yan gasped, instinctively retreating into Fu Huayu's embrace. The carnage was too bloody. Startled, she thought to herself, "Has the prince taken leave of his senses?" The level 5 crystal core within the mutated python remained intact, floating towards Fu Huayu, who seized it without hesitation. "Dirty!" Xia Yan exclaimed, but he paid her no mind, turning to stuff the crystal into the mouth of the little armored creature. "It's over. It's really going to change." Fu Huayu has forsaken even his cleanliness obsession. "What on earth happened while I was gone?" Observing Xia Yan's dazed expression, Fu Huayu felt an urge to caress her face. He raised his hand, but then restrained himself, lowering it once more. The little armored creature would awaken as a level 5 zombie, and the space could serve not merely as a storage facility. Once developed, it could become a formidable weapon. If he taught it to utilize its abilities wisely, it would ensure her safety in this apocalyptic world. Fu Huayu pulled a tissue from his pocket, wiping away the remnants of flesh from his hands. Feeling a sense of foreboding, Xia Yan rushed to his side, her voice trembling. "What do you mean by that? Why do I feel like you're going to abandon me?" Fu Huayu, focused on cleaning his hands, offered her not a single glance. "I believe we are incompatible. This apocalypse only favors the strong, and you are too weak, a burden. Clearly, Chuxi, with her dual abilities, is more suited for me." "What exactly transpired?" Xia Yan asked in a low voice, unable to accept his words. Hearing her inquiry, he chuckled softly and replied, "You know how powerful I am now. What could possibly trouble me?" It's just that Chushi is rather possessive and cannot tolerate sharing a man with others. If you are willing to remain in this abyss as my clandestine lover for eternity, I can keep you by my side. Otherwise, you should distance yourself from me and never appear before me again. Xia Yan clenched her fists, holding back tears as she softly replied, "Fine. I'll stay in this abyss forever. Being a clandestine lover is no matter." Fu Huayu paused, raising his gaze to meet hers, his eyes bloodshot. With all his might, he suppressed his emotions and said, "Can't you aspire to something greater? Will you perish without a man?" A solitary tear traced down her cheek. Swift as a shooting star, Xia Yan forced a self-deprecating smile and said, "I want to die without a man, but I would perish without you. However, I have grown to loathe you. Please do not linger here and be an eyesore." Fu Huayu, refusing to grant her further opportunity to speak, turned and walked towards the blinding light, vanishing into the abyss. Xia Yan hurriedly grasped the little armored creature and followed him into the radiant beam. Fu Huayu sat silently in the pitch-black bedroom. The door had been knocked on numerous times, and Chu Xi's anxious voice called from outside, "Huayu, are you there? If you don't respond, I will come in." Fu Xingzhu shot her a glance, and Chu Xi, emboldened, took the key and opened the door. Inside, the lights were off, and Fu Huayu was not on the bed. "Ah," Chu Xi gasped, smiling as she asked, "Huayu, why are you sitting on the floor?" Fu Huayu leaned against the bed, surrounded by a disarray of beer cans, his voice hoarse and cold as he mocked, "What a terrible drink. It doesn't tea even get me drunk." Concerned, Chu Xi warned, "Don't drink too much." "Who let you in?" Fu Huayu glared at her with a frigid gaze. "I wanted to show you the wedding process. I knocked, but you didn't respond. I was worried something had happened, so I used the spare key to come in." Chu Xi stammered. "Get out." Fu Huayu spoke coldly, devoid of emotion. Chu Xi bit her lip, her eyes turning red. "Xia, he's just drunk. Don't take it to heart. Uncle will accompany you to see the wedding arrangements," Fu Xingzhu interjected, attempting to ease the tension. "Then you should rest well." Chu Xi replied with a forced smile, following Fu Xingzhu out while chatting and laughing, as if they were the true couple. Fu Huayu pressed a hand to his chest, his tightly clenched fist revealing bulging veins. His heart ached painfully, as if pierced by a needle, gradually boring deeper. "Let it all be destroyed. Let everything perish." Fu Huayu thought, reopening his eyes, his pupils dark and profound, resembling a demon that had crawled from the mire. Yet, the visage of this fearsome demon soon faded from his mind. This world could not end just yet. He still had her, and even if she could not approach him, he could not allow her to become a casualty of this despicable world. With a decisive motion, he opened another bottle of beer, the once sought-after alcoholic beverage disappearing down his throat. Expressionless, he cracked open yet another can, consuming another bottle. Xia Yan sat in Fu Huayu's home. Moments earlier, upon emerging from the void, she found not the bustling activity of the base, but stood with the little armored creature on a desolate street. Fu Huayu's apartment behind her. She had exhausted every excuse in her mind, arriving at but one conclusion: she had been abandoned. Fu Huayu's affection for you, 90. His affection for Chu Xi, -50. Then why did he force me away? Xia Yan's hair was in disarray, her thoughts tumultuous. Has our prince taken the role of tormentor? I'm not sure either. All I know is that the prince has turned dark. The little armored creature poured a cup of water and placed it before Xia Yan, having become almost indistinguishable from a human. Don't mind me. Focus on honing your abilities, she said, feeling despondent. Sister, how about we go find him? The little armored creature, under Xia Yan's guidance, could now speak with some fluency. Finding him is essential, but I need to understand why Fu Huayu has changed. This was easier said than done. The majority of the city's population was likely at the base. What could she discover here? At that moment, the little armored creature passed by, holding a peculiar, modern-style, defective skull figurine as long as his finger. What are you holding? Xia Yan asked, glancing at him with mild disinterest. The little armored creature tilted its head innocently and replied, I don't know. Don't pick up strange things, Xia Yan admonished, taking the small skull from him. As she examined it, the skull's head detached, revealing a USB drive. Where did you find this? Xia Yan furrowed her brow. The little armored creature pointed towards the direction of the laboratory. That must be related to Fu Huayu. His belongings were kept in a safe. Xia Yan had struggled to open it for a long time, not expecting the little armored creature to find a hidden gem. Chapter 104, The Delicate Flower of the Apocalypse, Part 25. Let us explore what lies within. Xia Yan maneuvered a computer and inserted a USB drive, revealing an array of files. The file names were a jumble of foreign characters and chemical symbols, causing her brow to furrow in confusion. I recognize this. After a prolonged wait, she finally stumbled upon a folder with a comprehensible title, Genetic Modification Records. Within it resided 366 videos. With nothing else to occupy her, she decided to click on one. At the video's inception, a man clad in a white lab coat appeared. His masked visage bore a striking resemblance to Fu Huayu, yet his face, akin to that of a prince, exuded a repugnant aura. Xia Yan averted her gaze after a fleeting glance. Today marks the first day of genetic modification. He recited a brief introduction before the camera panned to the laboratory behind him, where a naked 4 or 5-year-old boy was restrained on the table. The child's eyes were brimming with terror, and Xia Yan heard a pained sigh escape her lips, yet it could not save the child trapped within. Today is the 366th iteration of genetic modification. I have succeeded. Xia Yan remained oblivious to how she managed to endure the entirety of the 366 videos. Each experiment, even as the final clips revealed the unchanging laboratory, tightened her fists in anguish. That boy, his fear had morphed into numbness, ultimately leading him to sit in a wheelchair alongside that perverse figure. Their monochrome photograph signifying the conclusion of his fate as a test subject. The boy had transformed into the proud man standing before her. The one who shielded her from all adversities. What if there was no conclusion? Kong Kong, reveal my affinity level. Her voice was icy, and for a moment, Kong Kong sensed an echo of the prince within her. 94. 95, Xia Yan recalled that upon her departure. Her affinity level had merely been 90, an astonishing figure, nonetheless. Yet, he had compelled her to leave? The over 300 videos sufficed to elucidate everything. This harrowing experiment had forged the Fu Huayu of today, and it continued to cast its shadow over him. Xiao Jia anxiously pried her hand open, revealing the bloodstains. His heart aching for her. Take me to the Shangtian base. Xiao Jia nodded, now capable of rending space to achieve instantaneous travel. No, wait. Xia Yan suddenly calmed, producing all her crystal cores. Fu Huayu was partially correct. In this world, only the strong held authority. Did he wish to prevent her involvement? She would defy that. As she spoke, she began consuming the crystal cores. After devouring 20, sweat beaded on her brow. Xiao Jia grasped her hand, desperately gesturing for her to stop. Xia Yan managed a reassuring smile. It's fine, I know my limits. I want to consume more than necessary. On the first day, she ingested 28 cores, ultimately succumbing to pain and losing consciousness. Upon awakening 7 days later, Xiao Jia had remained vigilantly by her side. Regrettably, no new abilities had awakened, though her underwhelming power had ascended a level. On the bright side, she could now command a higher tier of zombies. Gritting her teeth against the incessant ringing in her head, she consumed another 35 cores. This time, she awoke after 5 days, still without new powers. Merely an upgrade of her existing ability. This cycle continued. On the 45th day, after consuming 70 cores, a wave of warmth surged within her, bestowing a strength she had never before experienced. Wiping the sweat from her brow, a satisfied smile graced her lips. Congratulations, you have finally acquired the strength akin to an ox ability. Kong Kong pouted. The delicate flower is transforming into a female warrior, oh no. Bah. It is a force that can shake mountains and rivers. How dare you diminish its significance? With her new ability secured, Xia Yan's spirit soared. Although her physical appearance remained unchanged, her enhanced powers had rendered her even more slender, yet she felt an immense strength coursing through her. Surely, this body could now wield ancient martial arts. She smirked at Kong Kong. Summon the sword of mist from my past life for me to wield. No, that belongs to your previous existence. Shall I replay those 366 videos for you? All right, just this once. A beam of azure light descended from above as Xia Yan grasped the mist sword, emanating a chilling aura. The soul of the sword flickered in her mind before merging with it. She drew the azure blade slowly, as if a tempest of wind and snow enveloped her. It mirrored the frigid winter that resided within her heart. At the Shengtian base, wow, that woman is absolutely stunning. The gatekeeper watched in rapt admiration as Xia Yan entered the base. Dressed in a form-fitting red dress, a rarity for women in the apocalypse, and wielding a long sword upon her back, her high ponytail lent her an air of elegance and poise. Men were captivated by her enchanting beauty while simultaneously daunted by the sword she bore. It was a sight seldom witnessed, even before the apocalypse. Women gazed enviously at her. They longed to wear red as well, but the zombies were exceedingly sensitive to the color, deterring them from doing so. Before long, news of Xia Yan's arrival had spread like wildfire throughout the Shengtian base. With the communication devices restored, Fu Xingzhu pointed at the woman in the photograph, chuckling at Fu Huayu. Doesn't this girl seem familiar? Fu Huayu stared intently at the figure on the screen and chuckled softly. She looks quite good. Quite good? Is that all? Fu Xingzhu sighed, then unexpectedly posed a question. What would you think if she became your stepmother? With such a beautiful mother, wouldn't you be overjoyed? Fu Xingzhu continued leisurely. You are my finest creation. Is it appropriate to speak of your father in such a manner? A shadow flickered in Fu Huayu's eyes before he stormed out. Chushi entered with tea, surprised. I wanted to talk to him, but he brushed past me. Well, the tea will get cold soon. Fu Xingzhu opened the door, addressing the frozen Chushi. Chushi entered Fu Xingzhu's office and inquired, Did you and Huayu have a quarrel? A girl has arrived at the base. Fu Xingzhu took a sip from his cup, nonchalantly refraining from responding. I've heard. She seems rather oblivious to her circumstances. Chushi scoffed. A woman bold enough to flaunt herself like that is courting death. You haven't seen her yet. Fu Xingzhu asserted confidently. With the multitude of affairs at the base, I have no time to venture out. Chushi paused. Her gaze fixated on the screen where the fiery-dressed woman appeared, murmuring, how could it be her? She's still alive. Does Huayu know? Chushi bit her lip, questioning. He just found out. However, I have been single for several years now. What do you think about her becoming your stepmother? Fu Xingzhu pondered aloud. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Chushi's eyes. I think it's a splendid idea. We can hold a wedding for her and Huayu on the same day. Though she may lack abilities and not be worthy of your esteemed status, her beauty is certainly commendable. Well then, I was worried about how you two would get along, but seeing you so pleased alleviates my concerns. Fu Xingzhu replied with a kind smile. However, she may not agree to marry you. Chushi hesitated. You must trust in my charm. She will not refuse me. A glint of determination crossed Fu Xingzhu's eyes. Fu Huayu, I have awaited your true strength to be unveiled. Chapter 105, The Little White Flower of the Overlord in the Apocalypse, 26. The base was bustling with people, and Zweian's flamboyant presence on the streets drew considerable attention. Many men eyed her with desire. Among them were several bold and audacious ability users, while some would steer clear of such a beautiful woman armed with weapons. Surviving until now certainly indicated she was no easy prey. Alas, there would always be those seeking their own demise. A man, struck by her kick, clutched his abdomen and staggered back, while Zweian passed him with an impassive expression, her gaze fixed solely on the command tower at the center of the base. Fu Huayu was there, and she intended to meet him, to show him the person she had become. As she walked, the fallen ability users littered the path, their numbers beyond counting. However, her restraint in delivering punishment intrigued many onlookers. Could this beauty truly awaken a power-type ability? What kind of mastery had she achieved to wield her strength with such finesse, having surely vanquished countless monsters to earn it? Her combat skills were impressive, precise, and efficient. A man approached her, clapping his hands. Xuan squinted. He seemed somewhat familiar. "Hello, I am Fu Xingjue, the leader of this base." He maintained a gentlemanly distance from her. What a stroke of fortune, Xuan thought, her great sword almost yearning to be drawn. Should she unsheath it now and sever his head? With a stoic demeanor, she adjusted her sword belt and asked, "Fu Xingjue, have you seen Biological Genetics? That book is my proudest achievement." Fu Xingjue smiled. What a delightful surprise. A beauty like you is hardly a sturdy enough foundation for such rubbish theories, Xuan scoffed. Fu Xingjue's smile faltered, yet he did not retreat. "I've recently penned a rather thick book. Perhaps you could accompany me to see if it might serve as a proper table support." He pressed on, undeterred. "You, an ancient relic, still find time to write?" "I've never heard of it," Fu Huayu interjected, striding toward the two with a frigid, aloof gaze. He resembled a lonely, ruthless wolf king driven from his pack, returning to reclaim his territory. Fu Xingjue disregarded the hostility in his tone, cheerfully introducing Xuan, "This is my son." Then addressing Fu Huayu, he added, "I am pursuing this beautiful lady, so you would do well to show her the respect she deserves and call her auntie." Xuan's expression shifted. The absurdity of the prince calling her auntie was amusing, yet the sight of Fu Xingjue's face ignited her fury. The long sword was already unsheathed, its ancient and sturdy hilt pressing defiantly against Fu Xingjue's chest, pushing his hands away. "Auntie, you say? What a delightful term." In a sudden shift, Xuan's demeanor changed. She lunged at his ribs with a punch, sending him flying nearly half a street before she calmly turned her head. "Did he just claim to be your father?" Fu Huayu's lips twitched, his eyes brimming with amusement. "I didn't hear anything, just a street thug." "Why is Huayu walking so fast? Poor guy must be exhausted." Chu Shi, who had evidently been chasing after them, panted with a playful tone, causing Xuan's gaze to harden, temporarily disregarding the young master and his presumptuous father. She raised her sword sheath over Fu Huayu's shoulder, shouting, "Stay away from him." Startled, Chu Shi instinctively took a step back. Then, recalling something, she angrily pulled Fu Huayu into her embrace, pressing intimately against his chest. Why should he have you? He is my fiancé. You are merely an unnamed bed partner." This statement enraged Xuan, who forcefully pried Chu Shi's hand away from Fu Huayu, her eyes blazing with restrained fury. "Unnamed? How casually you speak. Then tell me, what is your relation to him?" Xuan shot a glance at Fu Huayu, grinding her teeth in anger. After all that time she had spent in the black hole professing her love, it would be nice if he could show some acknowledgement now. Seeing Xuan at a loss for words, Chu Shi seized the moment, reaching for Fu Huayu's waist, intending to lay claim to him. But Fu Huayu disdainfully stepped aside, which slightly lifted Xuan's spirits. In a calm voice, as if the jubilant expression Xuan had just exhibited was but an illusion, she declared, "I won't let you hurt her." Fu Huayu's words were casual, yet they bore a weight that left Chu Shi elated. As Xuan looked at the man standing before her, her heart burned with anger. When she raised her gaze, it bore a depth Fu Huayu could not comprehend. "If you won't let me harm her, will you allow her to harm me instead?" With that, Xuan sheathed her sword and walked past Fu Huayu, positioning herself behind him. Chu Shi stood frozen, believing herself to be resilient. Yet, she had never witnessed someone so boldly confront danger. Observing the pain in Fu Huayu's eyes, Xuan revealed a mischievous smile, then stepped forward, allowing Chu Shi's sword to sink deeper. "Doesn't that hurt?" Empty exclaimed, unable to watch any longer, having never seen such torment inflicted before. Fu Huayu could no longer maintain his composure. He panicked and grasped Chu Shi's sword, trembling as he spoke. "Don't move. I'll pull it out for you. With my healing ability, it will be fine." Ignoring the pain, Xuan pushed him away, taunting, "Pull it out? What does it matter to you? Didn't you wish to avoid seeing me? If I perish, you will never again." Before she could finish, he silenced her with a kiss. Ugh. Xia Yan winced in pain, and in that moment of distraction, Fu Huayu extracted the sword. His hand rested on her wound, and within moments, the injury vanished. Does it hurt? He asked cautiously. He longed to reveal the entire truth, yet within the base, he was afraid Xia Yan had not escaped the clutches of that demon. It hurts. But not as much as this, Xia Yan thought bitterly, regretting her willingness to endure pain, for otherwise, he would still be putting on a solemn facade. My heart aches, she murmured, her eyes reflecting a muted sorrow. Fu Huayu struggled to speak, his voice hoarse. I feel pain too. You truly know how to torment me. I beg you. Do not harm yourself anymore. It is not worth it for me. Chapter 106, The Little White Flower of the Apocalypse Overlord, 27. You force me to leave because of him, don't you? Xia Yan, disregarding her own injuries, smiled and shook her head, clicking her tongue with an air of nonchalance. What you're doing is futile. I have seen everything you've hidden away. Fu Huayu remained silent, yet his eyes betrayed the turmoil within. He was reluctant to partake in heinous acts, knowing that Fu Xingzhu would wield those crystals to manipulate him. He now feared that Fu Xingzhu might exploit him to harm Xia Yan. He has destroyed everything I once cherished. A lingering bitterness clouded Fu Huayu's gaze. Hearing his words, Fu Xingzhu let out a triumphant laugh. In a swift motion, Xia Yan lunged forward, seizing him by the collar and delivering a fierce blow to his haughty visage. With a fierce voice, she spat, why not seize the opportunity to eliminate him? Your abilities are formidable. Surely, this trivial task is within your grasp? If you cannot bring yourself to do it, allow me to assist. Her expression was dark, yet her smile was unervingly radiant. Is this all you have? You speak of being a new breed of humanity but recoil from embracing your own potential? You are merely afraid. You proclaim yourself as a new human but refuse to join the ranks. You are nothing but a hypocritical coward. Fu Xingzhu chuckled, revealing blood-stained teeth. A true stronghold cannot be shackled by emotions. His words were disjointed. Die. Just as he intended to resolve the matter with a swift strike, a fierce wind surged from behind. Fu Huayu, wielding a sword forged from chushi metal, swung it towards Xia Yan, his eyes vacant, devoid of consciousness. Be careful. Fortunately, Xia Yan's reflexes kicked in, allowing her to evade just in time. She then noticed an ability user approaching, attempting to rescue Fu Xingzhu. Hoping to keep that wretched old scoundrel at bay. Dream on. Xia Yan stomped her foot, even if today were her last. She would not allow that loathsome old man to escape. The sword, sharp and extraordinary, unleashed her power to its zenith, exuding the essence of a spear. The sword soared forth, piercing through the body of the ability user. Though Fu Xingzhu clung to him as a shield, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow from the long sword, he could only howl in distress. Don't use the sword. Burn her alive with fire abilities. I want to see that wench weeping in flames, then rescue me. I wish to experiment on her with my own hands. To this, Xia Yan merely grasped the air, and he was taken aback. The long sword had firmly embedded itself in the ground, locking his legs in place, rendering him immobile. Fu Huayu, awaken! Xia Yan urged desperately, using her abilities to peer into his eyes, but all she saw was an expanse of white. Fu Xingzhu cackled in agony, but Fu Huayu did not unleash any flames. Not even a spark was visible. Xia Yan realized that Fu Huayu did not possess fire abilities. It was all a ruse. He grimaced in pain, frantic as he recited every method of attack, yet Fu Huayu not only failed to comply, but also ceased to move altogether. It was then that Fu Xingzhu realized he had been deceived. Everyone, come to my aid. Stop this woman. Fu Huayu, kill her. Chushi watched in alarm. Even she, in her ignorance, began to grasp the unfolding events, especially seeing Xia Yan's desperate demeanor, which rendered her own plight laughable. It dawned on her that Fu Huayu had never held affection for her. The one willing to challenge the authority of the base for him was his true love. Xia Yan remained indifferent to the multitude around her, her powers igniting a fierce vigor within her legs as she deftly maneuvered to stand before Fu Xingzhu, laughing menacingly. For the first experiment, life, you shall pay in blood. The mist soul sword, a sacred artifact, sliced through the air without obstruction. And Fu Xingzhu's limbs were brutally severed. Behind him, Fu Huayu had also nearly reached her side. Alas, such a gratifying scene would not be witnessed in his lucid moments. This was the only regret Xia Yan felt as she turned, casually swinging the long sword to sever Fu Xingzhu's head from his shoulders. In this life, she had eliminated the most troublesome foe for him, and Xia Yan felt she could finally depart, for tasks must ultimately be fulfilled. She embraced Fu Huayu, whose gaze had regained a hint of clarity. His sword pierced through Xia Yan's heart, yet this time, it did not hurt. After we emerge, we encountered Li Bowie. Are you still jealous? She cradled Fu Huayu's face, her smile accentuating the pallor of her features, rendering them both delicate and tragic. I found you in the village. We shall leave together. I haven't yet shown you my cheerleader outfit. Fu Huayu's consciousness stirred, the chip completely dictating his thoughts, and even though the perpetrator was dead, awakening would take time. Yet Fu Huayu could see his beloved slowly fading away. No! He yearned to roar, to cry out, to use his abilities to save her. Yet he could only watch helplessly as she collapsed in his arms, succumbing to her fate beneath his blade. Tears fell in a daze, the sword gripped tightly as he feared loosening it would only deepen the wound. It's all right, Xia Yan, I can save you. The aura of his abilities soared, warmer and brighter than ever before, yet it could not stem the flow of blood. This must be a lie. It has to be. Fu Xingzhu, I swear I will bring you to ruin. Fu Huayu cried, his eyes ablaze with fury, yet he found himself already severed from reality. Chushi timidly approached, wishing to speak, only to witness Fu Huayu gently cradling Xia Yan's lifeless body, as though she were merely in slumber. She is gone. How could Chushi voice such a truth? She had never seen Fu Huayu in such despair. 15 seconds, leave. In a trance-like state, Chushi fled as if granted a reprieve. Fu Huayu tenderly held the still warm body, his eyes a tumultuous blend of pain and emotion. The sword revealed its long blade, stained with Xia Yan's blood. I have come to find you. Resolute, unwavering. Darkness engulfed the remains of both, and in death, they were finally free from the chaotic turmoil of the apocalypse. At the bridge of forgetfulness. As Xia Yan walked the path of reincarnation, she sighed, the prince has died with me once more. According to the fate written in the records, the prince was meant to unify all bases and develop a cure for the virus before meeting his end. What else wrong with him? His anger grows with each passing moment. Enough chatter. Hurry and flee. Xia Yan dashed into the exclusive passageway. The mandala flowers in the river of forgetfulness trembled as their petals closed. Let us depart, she said coolly. Take care. The king of hell cautiously sent off this exalted being, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he inquired of the judge beside him. Do you know who orchestrated the prince's tribulation? The judge replied, perhaps it was a celestial being from the heavens. I have not inquired further. Chapter 107, The Cunning Scholar's Rogue Wife. Part 1. This is indeed a grave sin of confiscation and extermination. My dear elder